Chapter 1. Transcending to Douluo, the system descends. Yao Chen, once a renowned alchemist in the Douluo Continent, was celebrated for his exceptional alchemical skills and formidable strength, leaving an indelible mark on the world. However, following a fierce confrontation with the Spirit Hall, he unexpectedly traversed into an entirely unfamiliar realm of the Douluo Continent. Upon awakening, Yao Chen found himself enveloped by a lush forest. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was thick with a rich and alien energy, starkly contrasting with the Douluo he was accustomed to. A sense of caution arose within him as he swiftly rose to his feet, attempting to harness the residual Douluo within him, only to discover that the energy rules here seemed to impose an inexplicable suppression on his powers. What is this place? Why does such peculiar energy exist? Yao Chen furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with uncertainty. At that moment, a mechanical and chilling voice abruptly resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host, for traversing to the Douluo Continent. The God-level choice system binding has been successfully initiated. Startled, Yao Chen, a man of vast experience, quickly regained his composure and endeavored to communicate with this so-called system. System? Who are you? What is your purpose? The emotionless voice echoed once more. This system will present the host with a series of choices. Upon making a selection, the host shall receive corresponding rewards. These rewards will aid the host in establishing a foothold in the Douluo Continent and ascending to greatness. Following this proclamation, a virtual panel materialized before Yao Chen, displaying 3 options. Option 1. Proceed to the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. Observe in secrecy and comprehend the Soul Master System of the Douluo Continent. Reward. A manual of foundational cultivation knowledge for the Douluo Continent and a 10-level increase in soul power. Option 2. Directly approach the Spirit Hall, reveal your identity, and seek collaboration. Reward. 1 random high-quality soul awakening card and 1 million gold soul coins. Option 3. Search for rare materials within the forest and attempt to concoct pills suitable for the Douluo Continent. Reward. 1 seed of chaos divine medicine and an elevation of alchemical skills by 1 tier. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yao Chen concluded that, given his character and current circumstances, the most expedient choice to advance the situation would be to approach the Spirit Hall for collaboration. After all, he required a powerful faction as a support system to navigate this unfamiliar world. Furthermore, as a colossal entity within the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall undoubtedly possessed numerous resources, and secrets collaborating with them might expedite his understanding of this realm's rules. Conversely, concocting pills posed significant risks until he fully grasped the characteristics of the local rare materials while observing the Soul Master System at the Nodding City Academy would provide a stable understanding. It was too slow for Yao Chen's impatient desire to seize control. That I choose option 2, Yao Chen silently affirmed. Ding! Host choice is successful, and rewards have been granted. A random high-quality soul awakening card has been deposited into the system space, and 1 million gold soul coins have been transferred to the host's available account. Please check your balance. With a flicker of thought, Yao Chen's consciousness penetrated the system space, where he beheld a card radiating an enigmatic glow, quietly suspended in the ether. He extracted the card, its surface etched with intricate and mysterious runes, emanating a formidable surge of power. Simultaneously, Yao Chen sensed an unexpected influx of immense wealth. 1 million gold soul coins materializing within his storage space. This is the Soul Awakening card, Yao Chen murmured to himself. Though his understanding of the Soul Master System on the Douluo Continent was rudimentary, he recognized the significance of possessing a potent martial spirit in establishing oneself in this world. Thus, he activated the Soul Awakening card as per the system's guidance. The card transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly with Yao Chen's being, and instantly, an overwhelming and unfamiliar force surged within him. Yao Chen felt as though his soul were being drawn by an immense power, revealing before him a wondrous sight. Countless shimmering phantoms of martial spirits manifested in his vision, culminating in the gradual formation of a martial spirit that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. This martial spirit resembled a phoenix poised for flight, surrounded by an aura of chaos, with each feather seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos. Its grandeur was unparalleled, far exceeding any ordinary martial spirit Yao Chen had previously encountered. Such a powerful martial spirit. Yao Chen rejoiced inwardly, sensing the boundless potential contained within. According to the system's instructions, he learned that this martial spirit was named the Chaos Star Phoenix, possessing the terrifying ability to wield the forces of the stars and Chaosen elite among the elite in the hierarchy of martial spirits on the Douluo Continent. Upon awakening his martial spirit, Yao Chen endeavored to channel the soul power within him, guided by the cultivation methods provided by the system. As the soul power flowed, he was delighted to discover that his cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. This remarkable progression was attributable not only to the profound foundation he had amassed in the continent of Doqi, but also to the extraordinary innate talent of the chaos. Star Phoenix. After familiarizing himself with the application of his martial spirit and soul power, Yao Chen set forth towards the Spirit Hall, following the map provided by the system. Along the journey, he adeptly countered various soul beast attacks. Utilizing his formidable martial spirit and rapidly advancing soul power, he observed that the soul beasts of the Douluo Continent differed significantly from the magical beasts of the Doqi Continent. They not only possessed immense soul power, but also exhibited unique innate abilities. However, at this moment, these soul beasts, while presenting some level of threat, were insufficient to impede Yao Chen's progress. After several days of arduous travel, Yao Chen finally arrived at the city housing the Spirit Hall. This grand city boasted towering walls that reached the clouds, adorned with intricate carvings of various martial spirits, signifying the majesty and glory of the Spirit Hall. Clad in a black cloak, Yao Chen approached the city gates with a composed demeanor. The guards at the entrance, sensing the powerful waves of soul energy emanating from him, displayed a hint of wariness. Yet, Yao Chen merely raised a hand, sending a gold soul coin flying toward the guards, and smiled. "Please convey that I seek an audience with the Pope of the Spirit Hall regarding an important matter." The guard accepted the golden soul coin, weighing it in his hand, secretly astonished by the generosity of this individual. Soon after, a guard hurried into the city to deliver the news, and before long, a person resembling a steward from the Spirit Hall arrived to greet him. "Might I inquire what business you have with Her Holiness the Pope?" "Please, elucidate," the steward said, scrutinizing Yao Chen with a discerning gaze. Yao Chen offered a faint smile and replied, "This matter pertains to the future hegemony of the Spirit Hall. I kindly request an audience with the Pope, where I shall elaborate in detail." Seeing the calm demeanor of Yao Chen, which belied any deceit, the steward pondered momentarily before nodding. "Very well, follow me." Under the steward's guidance, Yao Chen traversed through numerous palatial halls until they finally arrived at the Pope's chamber. The interior was extravagantly adorned, with a grand crystal chandelier casting a soft glow and the walls embedded with various precious gems. At the far end of the chamber, a woman clad in resplendent papal robes sat regally upon the Pope's throne. She was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen slightly bowed and introduced himself. "I am Yao Chen. Hailing from a distant world, I have come with the hope of collaborating with the Spirit Hall to assist in its domination of the Douluo Continent." Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise and skepticism crossing her features. "Oh, what leads you to believe you can aid the Spirit Hall in conquering the continent? And why would you wish to assist us?" Prepared for her inquiries, Yao Chen stepped forward, his soul power surging forth, and in an instant, the chaotic stellar phoenix martial spirit manifested. A kaleidoscope of colors and chaotic energy filled the entire chamber, the overwhelming aura causing all present to tremble. "I possess such a formidable martial spirit and command numerous unique abilities and knowledge. As for my motivation to assist the Spirit Hall, I must confess that I require a powerful force to rely upon in this world, and the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Our collaboration will yield mutual benefits," Yao Chen asserted confidently. Bibi Dong regarded Yao Chen's martial spirit with great astonishment. She could sense its immense power, far surpassing that of ordinary martial spirits. Furthermore, an enigmatic aura emanated from Yao Chen, convincing her that he might indeed possess extraordinary qualities. "Given your confidence, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, you must first undertake a task for the Spirit Hall to prove your capabilities," Bibi Dong stated with a serious expression. "Speak without hesitation," Yao Chen replied calmly. "There exists a force within the territory of the Tiando Empire known as the Shadow Moon Sect. They feign allegiance to the Tiando Empire while secretly colluding with the Xinglua Empire, plotting against the Spirit Hall. If you can eradicate the Shadow Moon Sect, I shall formally enter into cooperation with you." Bibi Dong fixed her penetrating gaze upon Yao Chen. Yao Chen nodded slightly. "This task is not difficult. Grant me 3 days, and I shall fulfill it." With that, Yao Chen turned and departed from the Pope's chamber, preparing to journey to the Tiando Empire to resolve the matter of the Shadow Moon Sect, thus earning Bibi Dong's trust and formally embarking on the path of cooperation with the Spirit Hall, setting forth on his quest for supremacy in the Douluo Continent. Chapter 2. Initial Success, Deepening Cooperation. Yao Chen, The chosen path after departing from the Pope's Hall, Yao Chen swiftly utilized his agility to make his way towards the Shadow Moon sect, situated within the realm of the Heaven Do Empire. He was acutely aware that this mission was not merely an opportunity to demonstrate his prowess, but also a crucial step towards a deeper collaboration with the Spirit Hall. With his current strength, he traversed the mountainous terrains of the Douluo Continent with remarkable speed, reaching the borders of the Heaven Do Empire in less than a day. During his journey, Yao Chen further familiarized himself with the distribution of powers and combat techniques of soul masters on the Douluo Continent through the system. The system furnished him with numerous exquisite strategies regarding soul skill combinations and the application of soul power, bolstering his confidence for the impending battle. He also employed the system's analytical capabilities to thoroughly comprehend the intelligence regarding the Shadow Moon sect, learning that it was replete with formidable experts, and its leader had reached the rank of Title Daw. The leader's martial spirit, Shadow Moon Phantom Blade, possessed the formidable abilities to confuse adversaries and slice through space. Title Daw, indeed, Yao Chen mused with a slight smirk. Although he was new to the Douluo Continent, he held little regard for ordinary title Douluos, thanks to his chaotic star Phoenix martial spirit and the capabilities granted by the system. As night fell, Yao Chen stealthily infiltrated the Shadow Moon sect. While he found their defensive system commendable, it was not without its flaws. Utilizing his soul power concealment techniques, he effortlessly evaded numerous sentinels and reached the core area of the sect at that moment. The adept members of the Shadow Moon sect were engrossed in discussions regarding their forthcoming collaboration with the Star Luo Empire, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Without the slightest hesitation, Yao Chen launched his attack, that he unleashed the first soul skill of his chaotic star Phoenix martial spirit, Stellar Radiance, causing a multitude of starry phantoms to materialize in the sky, illuminating the entire Shadow Moon sect. The intense brightness rendered the disciples momentarily blind, and chaos swiftly ensued within the sect. Sensing the powerful fluctuations of soul power, the leader of the Shadow Moon sect immediately recognized the presence of a formidable intruder. He hastily arrived at the scene, only to find a figure cloaked in black standing at the center of the plaza, exuding a terrifying aura. "Who are you to dare intrude upon my Shadow Moon sect?" the leader bellowed, as the Shadow Moon Phantom Blade martial spirit coalesced in his grasp, shimmering with an eerie light. Yao Chen let out a cold laugh. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your Shadow Moon sect has conspired with external enemies, intending to harm the Spirit Hall. Today marks your demise." With that, Yao Chen unleashed his second soul skill, Chaotic Storm, summoning a tempest of chaotic energy that swirled around him, causing structures to collapse and sweeping the sect's disciples into the maelstrom, their cries echoing in despair. The leader of the Shadow Moon sect, acutely aware of the extraordinary strength of his opponent, dared not underestimate him. He maximized his soul power and executed the most potent attack of the Shadow Moon Phantom Blade, Moon Shadow Space Rift, launching a black spatial rift towards Yao Chen at an alarming speed. Sensing the formidable might behind this move, Yao Chen promptly activated the Chaotic Star Shield, enveloping himself in a radiant barrier of multicolored light. The spatial rift collided with the shield, unleashing a fierce wave of energy, yet the shield remained steadfast. "Is this all you can do?" Yao Chen taunted, subsequently unleashing his third soul skill, Phoenix Nirvana Destruction. A colossal chaotic star Phoenix erupted from behind him, charging towards the leader of the Shadow Moon sect with an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The leader of the Shadow Moon sect fought valiantly to resist, yet gradually found himself overwhelmed by the sheer might of the attack. The radiance of the Shadow Moon Phantom Blade began to wane, ultimately succumbing to the power of the chaotic star Phoenix. As the leader of the Shadow Moon sect fell, the sect's resistance crumbled in an instant. Within a mere hour, Yao Chen uprooted the Shadow Moon sect, fulfilling the task assigned to him by BB Dong. Once he had dealt with the Shadow Moon sect, Yao Chen did not linger, but promptly returned to the Spirit Hall to report. Upon re-entering the Hall of the Pope, BB Dong observed that although Yao Chen bore some traces of blood, his demeanor remained composed and unflustered, deepening her understanding of his strength. "Well done, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Spirit Hall, and any needs you have will be met to the best of our ability," BB Dong declared. Yao Chen inclined his body slightly in gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, your holiness. However, I have a proposal that I hope to establish a dedicated research institution focused on the evolution of martial souls, the refinement of medicinal pills, and the enhancement of soul skills. This is crucial for elevating the overall power of the Spirit Hall." After a moment's contemplation, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall provide you with the necessary resources and facilities. But remember, as the Spirit Hall invests in you, you must also return the favor by bringing corresponding benefits to the hall. Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. With the support of the Spirit Hall, he could better showcase his abilities and amplify his influence across the Douluo Continent. Thereafter, Yao Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparatory work of the research institution. Utilizing his experience in alchemy, combined with the rare materials of the Douluo Continent, he began experimenting with the refinement of various miraculous medicinal pills. These pills not only enhanced the soul power of soul masters, but also improved the quality of their martial souls, proving immensely beneficial in breaking through bottlenecks. While Yao Chen busied himself with the affairs of the research institution, he remained attentive to the growth of Qian Rinshui, a key figure nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinshui possessed formidable talent and potential. Through the system, Yao Chen learned that for Qian Rinshui to attain the status of a deity, she must undergo numerous trials, the most significant of which was inheriting the divine position of the angel god. Yao Chen approached Qian Rinshui and expressed his desire to assist her in achieving the rank of deity. Qian Rinshui gazed at the enigmatic figure before her, her heart a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Why do you wish to help me? What means do you possess to aid me in becoming a deity? She inquired. Yao Chen smiled gently. My alliance with the Spirit Hall concerns your growth, which is vital for the future of the hall, and thus it is of utmost importance to me. As for the means, I shall tailor a training plan specifically for you, aiding you in navigating the trials of inheritance more effectively. Under the guidance of Yao Chen, Qian Rinshui embarked on an arduous journey of cultivation. Utilizing the knowledge provided by the system, Yao Chen devised a unique training regimen for Qian Rinshui's soul skills, enabling her angel martial soul to unleash even greater power. Additionally, Yao Chen concocted a series of special elixirs to help Qian Rinshui stabilize her soul power and enhance her physical prowess. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen's research institution achieved remarkable breakthroughs. He successfully formulated the Martial Soul Evolution Pill, which, when consumed by soul masters, significantly elevated the quality of their martial souls. As news of this discovery spread, soul masters within the Spirit Hall clamored for access to the pill. This achievement not only augmented the overall strength of the soul masters in the Spirit Hall, but also solidified Yao Chen's standing within the organization. However, Yao Chen's actions incited jealousy and discontent among certain high-ranking officials in the Spirit Hall. They perceive his rise as a threat to their own positions and secretly conspired to undermine him. Among them, an elder named Mo Tian allied with several like-minded elders, intending to sow discord within Yao Chen's research institution to diminish his influence. One day, while Yao Chen was away searching for rare materials, Mo Tian and his accomplices stealthily infiltrated the research facility. They vandalized several experimental apparatuses and absconded with some of the elixir formulas. Upon Yao Chen's return, he was met with chaos in the research institution and immediately understood that foul play was afoot. "Humph, dare to play tricks behind my back," Yao Chen muttered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Utilizing the system's tracking capabilities, he quickly pinpointed the whereabouts of Mo Tian and his cohorts. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Chen set out to confront them directly. "Mo Tian, how audacious you are to dare to disrupt my research institution." Yao Chen stood before Mo Tian and his companions, speaking coldly. Although Mo Tian and the others felt a twinge of fear upon Yao Chen's arrival, they still attempted to maintain their composure. "Yao Chen, you have been excessively flamboyant in the Spirit Hall. We are merely imparting a minor lesson to you." With a cold laugh, Yao Chen declared, "Is it merely you who stand against me? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking me." Upon uttering these words, Yao Chen summoned the chaotic star phoenix martial spirit, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled an immediate sense of impending doom in Mo Tian and his companions. "You cannot kill us. We are elders of the Spirit Hall," Mo Tian exclaimed in terror. "What purpose do you serve by hindering the Spirit Hall's progress?" The murderous intent in Yao Chen's eyes was unmistakable. He then unleashed the chaotic destruction slash, a blade of chaotic energy that swiftly struck towards Mo Tian and his allies. Despite their attempts to resist, they were utterly powerless against such a formidable assault, and were instantly engulfed by the sword's energy. After resolving the matter with Mo Tian and his group, Yao Chen proceeded to reorganize the research institution. This incident made the other high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall realize that Yao Chen was not to be trifled with, prompting them to abandon their previous condescension. As time passed, Yao Chen's position within the Spirit Hall became increasingly secure, and under his guidance, Qian Rinshui's strength escalated rapidly. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was making her final preparations for the inheritance of her divine position. Through the system, Yao Chen learned that for Bibi Dong to successfully inherit the position of the Rakshasa god, she must endure a brutal trial of slaughter. Yao Chen sought out Bibi Dong and conveyed this information to her, expressing his willingness to offer her assistance. Your Holiness, the trial for the inheritance of the Rakshasa goddess position is exceedingly brutal, necessitating extensive bloodshed. I can concoct a potion that will enhance your capacity for slaughter to a certain extent, aiding you in successfully passing the trial, Yao Chen remarked. Bibi Dong gazed at Yao Chen, her heart filled with hesitation. She was acutely aware of Yao Chen's abilities, yet she harbored concerns about the potential unforeseen consequences of consuming the potion. Does this potion have any side effects? Bibi Dong inquired. The confident alchemist declared, this elixir has undergone numerous trials under my scrutiny, and I assure you it bears no adverse effects. Your Holiness may consume it with complete assurance. It will undoubtedly enhance your chances of successfully passing the trial. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. The apothecary immediately commenced the alchemy of the elixir, and after several days of diligent effort, he successfully concocted the slaughtering pill. Upon consuming the potion, Bibi Dong felt a significant surge in her inherent power of slaughter, instilling her with greater confidence for the divine inheritance trial. With the apothecary's assistance, Bibi Dong embarked on the path of inheriting the divine position of the Rakshasa god. Meanwhile, the apothecary remained focused on the growth of Qian Renshua, while also strategizing for the advancement of the Spirit Hall, gradually progressing towards the goal of helping the Spirit Hall dominate the continent, assisting Qian Renshua in becoming a divine sovereign, and achieving the status of a creator god himself. Chapter 3. Turbulent Winds, Divine Inheritance. As the apothecary actively propelled the reforms within the Spirit Hall, aiding Qian Renshua's development and preparing Bibi Dong for her divine inheritance, the conservative factions within the Spirit Hall grew increasingly restless. Led by Elder Hadi, these traditionalists had long reveled in their privileged positions, wielding substantial power through entrenched hierarchies and resource allocations. The apothecary's reformative measures, such as the reintegration of subordinate forces and the optimization of resource distribution favoring promising young soul masters, undoubtedly threatened their vested interests. Elder Hadi convened a few like-minded elders in a concealed chamber within the Spirit Hall to deliberate on countermeasures. This apothecary has stirred such a tempest in the Spirit Hall in a mere span of time. If this continues, our status and interests will be jeopardized, Elder Hadi remarked with a grim countenance. Indeed, he is also pursuing the establishment of the Spirit Innovation Hall, squandering resources on nebulous research. It is utterly nonsensical. Another elder concurred. We must devise a means to thwart him, preferably expelling him from the Spirit Hall, another elder declared through clenched teeth. After considerable scheming, they resolved to sabotage the apothecary's auxiliary plan for Bibi Dong's divine inheritance. They were acutely aware of her profound emphasis on this trial. Should she falter, the apothecary would undoubtedly fall from grace. Simultaneously, the apothecary immersed himself entirely in the preparations for Bibi Dong's divine inheritance. Utilizing the god-level selection system, he continuously refined her inheritance strategy. According to the information provided by the system, he discovered that the divine inheritance of the Rakshasa god involved not only tests of mental fortitude and soul power, but also a unique soul contract. Establishing a beneficial contractual relationship with even a fragment of the Rakshasa gods will in advance would significantly mitigate the risks associated with the inheritance. Through a unique ritual and his formidable spiritual power, Yao Chen endeavored to communicate with the lingering will of the Rakshasa god that remained on the Douluo Continent. Within a secluded chamber dedicated to cultivation, he meticulously arranged a complex array of formations, his soul energy surging as his mental force extended like fine threads into the surrounding space. After several days of relentless effort, he finally captured a faint whisper of the Rakshasa god's consciousness. O Rakshasa god, I am aware of the arduousness of your legacy. I am willing to assist Bibi Dong in successfully inheriting your divine position, allowing the power of the Rakshasa to endure on the Douluo Continent. What say you? Yao Chen communicated with the Rakshasa gods while on a spiritual level, though will remain silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons ultimately. A chilling response echoed. If you can ensure the purity and strength of the inheritor, I may enter into a pact with you. However, a certain price must be paid. A chill ran through Yao Chen's heart. Yet for the sake of Bibi Dong's divine legacy, he hesitated not for a moment. Whatever the cost, speak freely. You must offer a portion of your very soul as the price of this covenant. Should the inheritance fail, you shall suffer a grievous wound to your spirit. Proclaim the will of the Rakshasa deity. Yao Chen inhaled deeply, resolutely agreeing. Very well, I accept your terms. At that pivotal moment, as Yao Chen forged a pact with the will of the Rakshasa god, Elder Hadi and his companions stealthily infiltrated Bibi Dong's secluded sanctuary. Seizing the opportunity while the guarding disciples were unawares, they surreptitiously introduced a substance known as soul disruption powder into the spiritual spring essential for Bibi Dong's meditation. Once this powder amalgamated with the spring and was absorbed by Bibi Dong, it would precipitate chaos within her soul power, destabilize her mental state, and inevitably lead to the failure of her divine inheritance. Upon the completion of the contract, Yao Chen keenly sensed the anomalous fluctuations within the spirit hall. He immediately realized that someone was wreaking havoc and swiftly made his way to Bibi Dong's secluded retreat. Upon arrival, he discovered that the guarding disciples had been rendered unconscious, and the spirit spring emitted a distinctive aura of chaotic souls. Infuriated, Yao Chen understood the urgency of the situation. Bibi Dong could absorb the energy from the spirit spring at any moment. He hastily unleashed his soul power, attempting to purify the chaotic souls within the spring. However, the chaotic souls were exceedingly domineering, and he found it challenging to eradicate them completely in that fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's seclusion was nearing its conclusion, and she began to draw upon the power of the spirit spring. Yao Chen, in a state of desperation, exerted all his efforts to cleanse the spring while simultaneously transmitting a warning to Bibi Dong through a unique wave of soul energy. Your Holiness, the spirit spring has been tampered with. Cease absorption immediately and employ your soul power to resist the chaotic souls. Startled by Yao Chen's warning while in a meditative state, Bibi Dong was taken aback. She promptly mobilized her soul power, striving to fend off the encroachment of the chaotic souls. Yet, the chaotic souls had already begun to manifest, causing her soul power to become increasingly disordered, and a plethora of illusions flooded her mind, shaking her mental composure. Yao Chen, acutely aware that further delay was untenable, unleashed the formidable soul technique of his chaotic star phoenix martial soul, enveloping the spiritual spring in a resplendent, multicolored radiance. Under the immense purifying force, the chaotic essence of the medicinal power gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, Yao Chen transmitted the unique strength gained from his contract with the will of the Rakshasa to Bibi Dong through his soul energy, aiding her in stabilizing her mind and untangling her disordered soul power. With Yao Chen's unwavering support, Bibi Dong ultimately liberated herself from the influence of the chaotic essence. She cast a grateful glance at Yao Chen, realizing that had he not arrived in time, the divine inheritance would have inevitably faltered. Yao Chen, I shall not let this matter rest. I will investigate it thoroughly. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Yao Chen nodded thoughtfully. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, the immediate priority was your divine inheritance. After the recent turmoil, the transmission of the legacy had been delayed, and we must proceed without delay. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, adjusting her state, and resumed absorbing the power of the spiritual spring. Yao Chen stood guard nearby, vigilant against any potential dangers. With Yao Chen's protection and the acknowledgement of the Rakshasa god's will, Bibi Dong's divine inheritance progressed smoothly. A mysterious power gradually enveloped her body, emanating the aura of the Rakshasa god. As the inheritance deepened, Bibi Dong's strength continued to ascend, and her martial soul underwent a transformation under the baptism of the Rakshasa god's power. Meanwhile, Elder Hadi and his companions, upon learning of the failure of their sabotage plan, were filled with both shock and fear. They understood that once Bibi Dong investigated this matter thoroughly, their exposure would be inevitable. Elder Hadi resolved to take drastic measures, uniting the forces of the conservatives to instigate a rebellion, aiming to seize control of the spirit hall while Bibi Dong's divine inheritance remained incomplete. Elder Hadi discreetly summoned soul masters loyal to their cause, most of whom were defenders of the vested interests within the spirit hall. Armed with weapons, they surged toward Bibi Dong's retreat with fierce determination. We cannot remain passive. While Bibi Dong has yet to complete her inheritance and Yao Chen is preoccupied, we must seize this opportunity to take them down and gain control of the spirit hall. Elder Hadi brandished his staff, inciting the emotions of the crowd. When they arrived at the retreat, Yao Chen had already sensed their approach. Standing at the entrance of the sanctuary, he regarded the rebels with a cold demeanor. Hadi, you possess audacity indeed to incite a rebellion. Do you believe you can succeed in this manner? Yao Chen exclaimed with fury. Elder Hadi sneered. Yao Chen, you obstruct my ambitions. Today shall be your demise. Everyone, attack him. The rebels surged forward, assaulting Yao Chen. Unfazed, he summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Soul, its formidable aura instantly suppressing the insurgents. Yao Chen unleashed a series of powerful soul techniques. The Chaos Storm Star Cleaving Slash erupted, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that detonated among the crowd. Though the rebels were numerous, they fell one by one before Yao Chen's overwhelming might. Seeing the tide turning against them, Elder Hadi attempted to make a discreet escape. Yet, Yao Chen would not allow him to flee. He appeared before Elder Hadi in an instant, seizing him by the throat. You wretched individuals, driven by self-interest, have committed such heinous acts. Today marks your end. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yao Chen's eyes as he tightened his grip, causing Elder Hadi to perish instantly. Having dealt with the rebels, Yao Chen resumed his vigil over Bibi Dong. At this moment, her divine inheritance had entered its critical final stage. Her body radiated a brilliant light as the power of the Rakshasa god gradually integrated into her being. Finally, under Yao Chen's anxious gaze, Bibi Dong successfully completed the transmission of the Rakshasa god's divine position. She slowly opened her eyes, which shimmered with the light of the Rakshasa god, her strength having reached an entirely new pinnacle. Yao Chen, thank you. Had it not been for you, this inheritance would surely have failed, Bibi Dong expressed gratefully. With a faint smile, Yao Chen addressed the Pope. Your Holiness, this is our shared aspiration. Now that you have attained divinity, the might of the Spirit Hall has significantly increased, bringing us a step closer to dominating the continent. However, we must not become complacent, as numerous challenges lie ahead. Bibi Dong nodded knowingly. Despite her elevation to godhood, the situation confronting the Spirit Hall remained intricate. The Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire would undoubtedly not stand idly by as the Spirit Hall grew in strength. And Qian Rinchue's path to becoming a divine monarch was still long and arduous. Following Bibi Dong's ascension, Yao Chen began to prepare for potential counterattacks from the two great empires while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on Qian Rinchue's development, ensuring that she was thoroughly prepared for her forthcoming inheritance of the angel god. After navigating this tumultuous ordeal, the Spirit Hall would emerge in a new guise, ready to face the impending storms and changes within the Douluo Continent. Chapter 4. The Dawn of Ambition, Hidden Perils? After Bibi Dong successfully inherited the title of the Rakshasa god, the Spirit Hall's influence soared to unprecedented heights across the Douluo Continent. The various factions that had previously regarded the Spirit Hall with a measure of disdain were now compelled to reassess this formidable organization as the pivotal figure behind this transformation. Yao Chen's stature within the Spirit Hall reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Yao Chen was acutely aware that, although Bibi Dong's ascension to divinity was a significant boon, the ambition of the Spirit Hall to dominate the continent necessitated a comprehensive strategy. He advised Bibi Dong to seize the moment, while the Spirit Hall's morale was high and its reputation widespread, to consolidate the neutral forces across the Douluo Continent and expand the territory of the Spirit Hall. Concurrently, it was imperative to enhance the training of the Spirit Hall's own soul masters to elevate their overall strength. Your Holiness, he began, now that you have achieved divine status, the deterrence of the Spirit Hall has markedly increased. We could dispatch envoys to those wavering neutral forces, promising them substantial benefits to entice their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. In doing so, our sphere of influence will swiftly broaden, and our resources will become even more abundant. In the opulent palace of Bibi Dong, Yao Chen meticulously articulated his plans. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, acknowledging Yao Chen's proposal. You shall oversee this matter. Select suitable envoys and ensure that these forces genuinely pledge their loyalty. Meanwhile, we must not neglect the training of our soul masters within the Spirit Hall. What are your thoughts on this aspect? Yao Chen had long been prepared. He proclaimed, I intend to establish the Divine Enlightenment Academy within the Spirit Hall, dedicated to nurturing young soul masters with potential. The Academy will adopt an innovative teaching model that not only emphasizes the enhancement of soul power, but also focuses on cultivating practical combat skills, teamwork capabilities, and strategic thinking. Moreover, I shall personally concoct certain elixirs to assist the students in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks. Bibi Dong was exceedingly satisfied with Yao Chen's plan and promptly commanded full support for the establishment of the Divine Enlightenment Academy. Yao Chen swiftly took action, selecting seasoned soul masters from the Spirit Hall to serve as instructors and redeeming rare educational resources from the system to prepare for the Academy's inauguration. Through Yao Chen's diligent efforts, the Divine Enlightenment Academy was soon completed and welcomed its inaugural batch of students. These students were elite individuals chosen from the many young soul masters within the Spirit Hall, brimming with anticipation for the future. Yao Chen personally taught the students, imparting his unique cultivation methods and combat techniques. You must remember, he addressed the students from the Academy's training ground. The power of a spirit does not solely depend on the level of soul power, but rather on the understanding and application of the spirit. With a casual summoning, he manifested his Chaos Star Phoenix spirit, demonstrating several unique soul techniques, which left the students in awe. Meanwhile, emissaries from the Spirit Hall set forth to various neutral factions. Under the formidable intimidation and alluring benefits presented by the Spirit Hall, numerous neutral factions opted to align themselves with it. Consequently, the territory of the Spirit Hall expanded rapidly, encompassing vast regions of the Douluo Continent. However, Yao Chen's series of actions raised profound vigilance in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. The two empires realized that if left unchecked, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Thus, Emperor Xueye of the Heaven Do Empire and Emperor Daihao of the Star Luo Empire convened in secret to discuss countermeasures. Your Majesty Xueye, Emperor Daihao spoke gravely. The Spirit Hall's power has swelled, and with Bibi Dong achieving divinity, if we do not join forces, we may very well be consumed. Emperor Xueye nodded in agreement. What Your Majesty Daihao says is indeed true. We must unite to collectively oppose the Spirit Hall. However, given its current strength, we need to strategize carefully. After deliberation, the two empires decided to covertly assemble a joint legion, recruiting elite soul masters from both nations for clandestine training. Simultaneously, they dispatched spies to infiltrate the Spirit Hall, gathering intelligence and seeking its vulnerabilities. While the two empires conspired, Yao Chen's development within the Spirit Hall was not without its challenges. Although the Divine Enlightenment Academy demonstrated remarkable educational achievements, producing a formidable cohort of young soul masters, there remained conservative factions within the Spirit Hall that harbored discontent towards Yao Chen's reforms. While they dared not openly resist, they covertly obstructed the implementation of Yao Chen's plans. Yao Chen was acutely aware of these subtle maneuvers, yet he refrained from taking immediate action. He understood that the Spirit Hall was currently in a critical phase of development, and it was inadvisable to incite further turmoil from within. He resolved to exercise patience, awaiting the opportune moment to decisively eliminate these latent threats. Amidst this intricate web of internal and external challenges, Yao Chen remained composed. On one hand, he continued to advance the Spirit Hall's growth, strengthening ties with allied forces and solidifying its dominion. On the other hand, he adeptly employed the divine selection system to strategically prepare for potential crises. In his mind, he silently inquired, is there a way to foresee the actions of the two great empires? The system's cold voice responded, the host may expend a certain amount of system points to exchange for the heavenly inside eye, which allows one to perceive the movements and plans of the enemy within a specified range. Without hesitation, Yao Chen chose to exchange. As a radiant light flashed, a minuscule rune appeared on his forehead. He attempted to utilize the heavenly insight eye, and instantly, everything around him seemed to become transparent. He could distinctly perceive the distant fluctuations of soul power and the movements of individuals. Through the heavenly insight eye, Yao Chen swiftly identified the spy infiltrating the Spirit Hall. He refrained from alarming the intruder, opting instead to observe the spy's actions discreetly, endeavoring to trace the threads back to the mastermind behind it all. Under Yao Chen's vigilant scrutiny, the spy established contact with a liaison from the Heavenly Do Empire. Following this lead, Yao Chen gradually uncovered the location and training status of the joint army being formed by the two great empires. Humph. The two empires are indeed up to no good, Yao Chen scoffed internally. He promptly reported this intelligence to Bibi Dong and proposed his counter-strategy. Your Holiness, the two empires are secretly assembling a joint army, intending to launch an attack against us. We should take the initiative and strike while their forces are still untrained, Yao Chen suggested. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before responding. While this plan has merit, launching a hasty attack may incite panic among other factions, which could tarnish our reputation. We must devise a more comprehensive approach. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen responded, Your Majesty's words ring true. We can feign ignorance while preparing in secret. When they are poised to launch their attack, we shall assemble our forces under the guise of defense and deliver a crushing blow. Simultaneously, we can disseminate false intelligence to lead them to believe that we are entirely unprepared, thereby lowering their guard. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest. You shall take charge of this matter, ensuring that every detail is meticulously arranged to guarantee absolute success. Upon receiving his orders, Yao Chen immediately set his plans into motion. On one hand, he instructed the intelligence personnel of the Spirit Hall to disseminate false information, thereby confounding the two great empires. On the other hand, he discreetly mobilized the elite forces of the Spirit Hall in preparation for the impending conflict. Under Yao Chen's meticulous arrangement, the Spirit Hall stood poised, awaiting the actions of the two empires. Meanwhile, under Yao Chen's guidance, Qian Rinshui's strength continually improved, gradually aligning with the requirements of the Angel God's legacy. Yao Chen understood that the forthcoming war would be a pivotal battle for the Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent. He must exert his utmost efforts to ensure victory for the Spirit Hall, thus laying a solid foundation for Qian Rinshui's ascent to godhood and his own position as a creator god. Chapter 5. Intricate Strategies and Strategic Layouts. As Yao Chen diligently prepares to confront the imminent joint assault from the empires of Tiandou and Xinglua, he also casts his gaze upon other significant forces within the Douluo Continent, particularly the Haotian sect among the upper three sects, as well as the lower three sects. These sects occupy a pivotal position in the power landscape of the Douluo Continent, and their attitudes and actions will profoundly influence the Soul Hall's quest for dominance over the land. Concurrently, Qian Douluo, within the hallowed halls of the Soul Hall, closely monitors the evolving situation. As the Grand Priest of the Soul Hall, Qian Douluo has dedicated himself to safeguarding the legacy and glory of the institution. However, he harbors complex feelings regarding Yao Chen, the outsider whose rapid rise and series of reforms within the Soul Hall provoke both admiration and apprehension. On one hand, he recognizes the strength and opportunities Yao Chen brings. On the other, he remains wary of Yao Chen's origins and intentions. Yao Chen is indeed a figure of remarkable capability. Yet, his fervent push for the expansion of the Soul Hall prompts the question, is his fervor genuinely for the benefit of the Soul Hall, or does he harbor ulterior motives? As Qian Douluo paces within the Grand Hall, he murmurs to himself, ultimately deciding to engage Yao Chen in a profound dialogue. He sends a missive to Yao Chen, inviting him for a discussion in the Grand Hall. Upon receiving the invitation, Yao Chen comprehends Qian Douluo's reservations and seizes the opportunity to garner his unwavering support for his plans. When Yao Chen steps into the Grand Hall, Qian Douluo's imposing gaze falls upon him. Yao Chen, he states directly, since your arrival at the Soul Hall, your actions have indeed significantly bolstered our strength. Yet, I seek to understand your true intentions behind such dedicated efforts. With a faint smile, the medicine dust replied calmly, esteemed Grand Offering, although I hail from a different realm, I have now taken the rise and fall of the Spirit Hall as my own responsibility. I aspire to assist the Spirit Hall in dominating the continent, ensuring that its illustrious reputation resonates throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. As for my personal aspirations, I possess my own ambitions, which do not conflict with the development of the Spirit Hall. I firmly believe that in the pursuit of the Spirit Hall's grand enterprise, I shall also achieve my own goals. Qian Douluo furrowed his brow slightly and continued to inquire, might you share what you mean by personal ambitions? Yao Dust inhaled deeply and proclaimed, I aspire to attain the divine position of the Creator God. However, this ambition is not driven by selfish desires. Rather, it is my hope to wield greater power to safeguard the peace and order of the Douluo Continent. Only with the Spirit Hall reigning supreme can the conflicts among various factions be resolved, thus granting me the opportunity to realize this goal. Qian Douluo remained silent for a considerable time, gazing into Yao Dust's eyes and perceiving unwavering determination and sincerity. Finally, he nodded slightly, I hope your words are not mere fabrications. If you can indeed assist the Spirit Hall in achieving dominance over the continent, I shall not impede your path. Yet, you must also bear in mind that the glory of the Spirit Hall is not to be tarnished. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within his heart, for he was aware that he had garnered the preliminary recognition of Qian Douluo. Rest assured, esteemed Grand Offering, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. Following his meeting with Qian Douluo, Yao Chen's resolve to advance his plans grew even stronger. He understood that in order to counter the united assault of the two great empires, securing the support or neutrality of the upper three sects and lower three sects was of paramount importance. Yao Chen first directed his gaze towards the Haotian sect. Since the mysterious disappearance of Tangshan, the Haotian sect has remained reclusive. Yet, Yao Chen comprehends the profound heritage of the Haotian sect, whose Haotian hammer martial soul is renowned as the paramount weapon martial soul in the Douluo Continent. Securing the support of the Haotian sect would undoubtedly augment the strength of the Spirit Hall exponentially. Yao Chen resolved to personally visit the Haotian sect. He embarked on the journey to the sect's entrance, carrying a meticulously prepared gift, several precious elixirs capable of enhancing the quality of one's martial soul. Upon arriving at the gates of the Yao Chen sect, he was immediately intercepted by several disciples of the sect. "Who are you? What business do you have intruding upon our Yao Chen sect's territory?" One of the disciples inquired, his tone laced with caution. Yao Chen smiled and said, "Please convey my regards." Stating that Yao Chen from the Spirit Hall requests an audience with the esteemed leader of your sect. "I have come bearing matters of great importance to discuss, along with a gift that reflects my utmost sincerity." Upon hearing that Yao Chen hailed from the Spirit Hall, the disciples' expressions shifted slightly. However, recognizing his earnest demeanor, they dispatched one among them to relay the message. Before long, the messenger returned, proclaiming, "The leader summons you." As Yao Chen accompanied his disciple into the Yao Chen sect, he encountered the sect's master, Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, a robust figure with a resolute countenance, exuded an aura of steadfastness. "Yao Chen, your Spirit Hall has traditionally had no dealings with my Yao Chen sect. What brings you here today?" Tang Xiao fixed his gaze upon Yao Chen with piercing intensity. After respectfully bowing, Yao Chen spoke, "Master Tang, the current situation on the Douluo Continent is tumultuous, with the Spirit Hall facing the united threat of the two great empires, the Heaven Do and the Star Luo. I am acutely aware of the profound heritage of the Yao Chen sect. If we could join forces, we would undoubtedly be able to confront this crisis together. I have prepared a gift for your esteemed sect, several pills capable of enhancing the quality of martial souls. I hope Master Tang will graciously accept them." Tang Xiao gazed at the pills in Yao Chen's hand, feeling a stir of emotion. Pills that could elevate the quality of martial souls were exceedingly rare. If the disciples of the sect could consume them, it would greatly bolster the strength of the Yao Chen sect. However, he also understood that collaborating with the Spirit Hall was no trivial matter and required careful consideration. "Yao Chen, this matter is of great significance. Allow me to confer with the elders of the sect before providing you with a response. For now, please make yourself comfortable within the sect," Tang Xiao replied. Yao Chen understood that Tang Xiao's actions were a calculated consideration of the pros and cons. He remained unhurried, patiently awaiting a response from the Yao Chen sect. While anticipating their reply, Yao Chen did not neglect the affairs of the lower three sects. He dispatched several eloquent envoys to each of the lower three sects, articulating the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall, its future developmental plans, and the advantages of collaboration with them. "Should your esteemed sect choose to ally with the Spirit Hall, we shall provide abundant training resources to enhance your strength. Furthermore, once the Spirit Hall establishes its dominance over the continent, your sect will enjoy a higher status within it." The envoys earnestly conveyed to the leaders of the lower three sects. Upon receiving the envoys' proposals, the leaders of the lower three sects fell into deep contemplation. They were acutely aware of the Spirit Hall's current might. To refuse cooperation could invite retaliation, while agreeing to it might jeopardize their own independence. Consequently, their stance wavered. Meanwhile, the false intelligence orchestrated by Yao Chen was proving effective. Spies from the Tiando and Xingluo empires transmitted misleading reports of chaos and discontent within the Spirit Hall, leading both empires to mistakenly believe that this was an opportune moment to strike. Thus, they hastened the training of their joint forces, preparing for a surprise attack. Yao Chen, through the celestial insight of the heavenly eye, meticulously observed the movements of the two great empires. He was acutely aware that war was imminent, and the stance of the Yao Chen sect and the lower three sects would be pivotal in determining the outcome of this conflict. In silent reverie, he hoped that both the Yao Chen sect and the lower three sects would make prudent decisions, aligning themselves with the Spirit Hall to collectively confront the forthcoming tempest. This collaboration would not only solidify the Spirit Hall's dominion over the continent, but also lay a robust foundation for Qian Rinchu's ascension as a divine ruler and his own quest for the position of Creator God. As Yao Chen awaited responses from various factions, news finally arrived from the Yao Chen sect. Tang Xiao convened the elders within the sect, and after fervent deliberation, a divergence of opinions emerged among them. Some elders expressed concern, perceiving the Spirit Hall's ambitions as perilous. They believed that an alliance with such a formidable entity would be akin to courting danger and could jeopardize the Yao Chen sect's sovereignty. Conversely, other elders recognized the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall and the allure of the elixirs brought forth by Yao Chen, viewing this as an auspicious opportunity to enhance the sect's power. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Tang Xiao ultimately reached a decision. He dispatched a messenger to summon Yao Chen once more to the council chamber. "Yao Chen," he began, after deliberation with the elders of our sect, We have resolved to establish a temporary cooperative agreement with the Spirit Hall during the impending joint assault by the two great empires. The Haotian sect shall stand shoulder to shoulder with the Spirit Hall in battle. However, once the conflict concludes, the Haotian sect shall retain its independence. In his heart, Yao Chen rejoiced. Although this was merely a temporary alliance, it represented a promising beginning. Master Tang, possessing profound wisdom, was duly acknowledged, and I, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, extend our gratitude for the support from the Haotian sect. Rest assured, the Spirit Hall shall honor its commitments. Having resolved the concerns of the Haotian sect, Yao Chen redirected his focus towards the lower three sects. Upon learning that they hesitated due to fears of losing their autonomy, he dispatched envoys once more, assuring them that the Spirit Hall would not interfere in their internal affairs, but rather engage in collaboration concerning resource sharing and mutual defense. While the lower three sects remained contemplative, the two great empires of Tiando and Xinglua could no longer restrain themselves and launched a joint offensive. The coalition of the two empires surged towards the territory of the Spirit Hall like a tidal wave, heralding the imminent clash of titans. Standing atop the battlements of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed into the distance where dust was rising, his eyes resolute. He understood that he had meticulously orchestrated this moment, and the outcome hinged upon this decisive encounter. Meanwhile, the stance of the lower three sects remained ambiguous, adding an element of unpredictability to the impending war. Nevertheless, Yao Chen was confident that with the current strength of the Spirit Hall and the temporary alliance with the Haotian sect, victory in this conflict would be attainable, thereby solidifying a robust foundation for the Spirit Hall's dominance. Chapter 6. The Outbreak of War. Storms aroused the coalition army of the two great empires, Tiando and Xinglua, pressed forward with fierce momentum, instantly heightening the tension within the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen stood atop the main hall's battlements, surveying the gathering forces of the Spirit Hall. His expression grave yet imbued with a sense of certainty. He was acutely aware that this war was not only pivotal for the Spirit Hall's supremacy over the continent, but also a significant test of his prior strategic maneuvers. Report. The coalition army of the two empires has reached the outskirts of the Setting Sun Forest and is expected to encounter our vanguard forces within half an hour. A messenger hurriedly approached to deliver the news. Yao Chen nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Send the orders down, according to the original plan. The vanguard troops will first engage the enemy, feigning weakness to lure them in, ensuring they are drawn into our predetermined encirclement." At this moment, Bibidong also ascended to the battlements, adorned in resplendent attire of the Rakshasa deity, exuding an aura of immense power and mystery. Yao Chen, this battle concerns the rise and fall of the Spirit Hall. Do you possess the confidence to succeed? Yao Chen turned around and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I have made comprehensive preparations. The Haotian sect has agreed to a temporary alliance with us. Although the attitudes of the three lower sects remain ambiguous, we have devised countermeasures. Furthermore, our intelligence operations have led the enemy to make critical misjudgments. If we proceed according to our plan, we shall surely deliver a devastating blow to the enemy." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly as she gazed into the distance, saying, "I hope so. The united front of the two great empires is formidable, and we must not let our guard down." At that moment, a golden radiance suddenly appeared in the sky, and Qin Dalu transformed into a streak of light. Descending upon the city tower, "Yao Chen, I have summoned the esteemed members of the Hall of Offerings, ready for battle at any moment. In this conflict, our Spirit Hall shall surely emerge victorious." Qin Daoliu's voice resonated with authority and confidence. As the warmth enveloped Yao Chen's heart, he remarked, "With the support of the esteemed Grand Offering and the other offerings, we are as formidable as a tiger with wings." Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Sunset Forest, the vanguard of the Spirit Hall encountered the joint forces of the two great empires. The leader of the allied forces, upon observing the relatively small number of the Spirit Hall's vanguard, perceived an opportunity and promptly ordered an attack. The vanguard feigned weakness, retreating step by step towards a predetermined encirclement. The Spirit Hall is nothing but this. Pursue." The leader of the allied forces proclaimed triumphantly. The allied forces pressed on, gradually advancing into the ambush set by the Spirit Hall. Once they were entirely ensnared within the encirclement, Yao Chen commanded, "Attack." Instantly, the hidden troops of the Spirit Hall surged forth like a tidal wave, surrounding the allied forces completely. Concurrently, powerful waves of soul energy erupted in the sky as the soul masters of the Spirit Hall unleashed an array of formidable soul techniques upon the allied forces. Not good. We have fallen into a trap. The leader of the Allied forces finally realized the precariousness of their situation, but it was too late. Amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen meticulously monitored the developments on the battlefield. He noted that although the Allied forces were encircled, their resistance remained remarkably tenacious. Particularly the Royal Soul Master Legion of the Heaven Do Empire and the White Tiger Legion of the Star Luo Empire, showcasing exceptional combat prowess. It appears we must call upon the Hautian sect, Yao Chen contemplated, promptly reaching out via a specialized communication method to Tang Xiao. Lord Tang, the enemy's resistance is fierce. I kindly request your esteemed sect to assist us by launching a flanking attack to disrupt their formation, Yao Chen conveyed. Understood, we shall act immediately, Tang Xiao responded without hesitation. The elite members of the Hautian sect manifested like phantoms at the battlefield's flank, wielding the Hautian hammer and executing powerful offensive soul techniques. The might of the Hautian hammer was astonishing. Each strike reverberated through the enemy ranks, instantly disarraying the formation of the Allied forces. Caught between the dual assault of the Spirit Hall and the Hautian sect, the Allied forces gradually found themselves in a dire predicament. However, at that moment, the situation on the battlefield took an unexpected turn. The forces of the three lower sects suddenly emerged at the edge of the battlefield, their intentions unclear. Neither eager to join the fray nor inclined to withdraw, Yao Chen felt a tightening in his heart. For he understood that the actions of the lower three sects would dictate the ultimate trajectory of this battle. He swiftly made a decision and personally proceeded to the front lines of the lower three sects. The three sect leaders recognized that the two great empires now sought to annihilate the Spirit Hall, aiming to dominate the Douluo Continent. Should the Spirit Hall fall, the lower three sects would likely find it challenging to preserve their own interests. This moment called for unity as they collectively strived to safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent. Thus, Yao Chen implored the three sect leaders to act decisively. The leaders of the lower three sects exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Ultimately, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, spoke first. Yao Chen, we are willing to place our trust in you this once. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect shall join the fray, under Ning Fengji's leadership. The other two sects of the lower three sects also responded in kind, joining the battle. The involvement of the lower three sects shifted the tide of the battlefield entirely in favor of the Spirit Hall. Under the relentless assault of the united forces, the coalition could no longer withstand the pressure and began to crumble. The leaders of the two empires, sensing the impending disaster, hastily ordered a retreat. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Bibi Dong scoffed coldly, unleashing the terrifying power of the Rakshasa god, transforming into a streak of black light that surged toward the enemy's commander. The might of the Rakshasa god was dreadfully overwhelming, and wherever it passed, enemies fell in droves. Yao Chen did not remain idle. He summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Soul and unleashed the Chaos Star Explosion. A tremendous surge of energy erupted amidst the enemy forces, inflicting substantial casualties upon them. After a fierce and intense battle, the allied legions of the two great empires suffered grievous losses and fled in disarray. The Martial Soul Hall achieved a resounding victory. In the aftermath of the battle, the Martial Soul Hall organized a grand celebration banquet. Bibiong occupied the seat of honor, her face radiating the joy of triumph. Yao Chen, your remarkable contribution was pivotal in securing such a momentous victory. Yao Chen slightly bowed and remarked, Your Majesty, you flatter me. This is the result of our collective efforts. The contributions of all the warriors from the Hautian sect, the lower three sects, and the Spirit Hall are indispensable. Tang Xiao chuckled and replied, Brother Yao Chen, you are too modest. This collaboration with the Spirit Hall has allowed us at the Hautian sect to witness both the strength and sincerity of the Spirit Hall. I hope we will have opportunities for further cooperation in the future. The leaders of the lower three sects also expressed their sentiments, stating that this collaboration has revealed the Spirit Hall's magnanimity, and they are eager to maintain a robust cooperative relationship with it. However, Yao Chen was not blinded by victory. He understood that although the two great empires had suffered defeat this time, they would undoubtedly seek revenge and return with renewed vigor. Moreover, the moment of truth for Qian Rinxue's inheritance of the angel god was approaching, and he needed to ensure her safety during this critical transition. Following the conclusion of the celebration banquet, Yao Chen sought out Qian Rinxue. Xuer, you are now close to inheriting the angel goddess legacy. In the time ahead, you must devote yourself entirely to the preparatory work. I will eliminate all distractions to ensure your successful ascension to divinity. Qian Rinxue nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Elder Yao, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Simultaneously, Yao Chen began to strategize his next steps. He was acutely aware that to achieve the Spirit Hall's ambition of dominating the continent, it was essential to further weaken the two great empires and solidify cooperative relations with various factions. Additionally, he had a long journey ahead to attain the title of Creation God, necessitating the continuous enhancement of his own strength and the unraveling of more secrets surrounding the Creation God's legacy. On this tumultuous Douluo Continent, Yao Chen pursued his grand ambitions with unwavering determination. He recognized that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he was confident that, with his intellect, strength, and the aid of the divine selection system, he would realize his dreams step by step, rewriting the history of Douluo Continent. Chapter 7. The Preceding Legacy. Under currents stirring, the Spirit Hall achieved a resounding victory against the united forces of the Tian-Do and Xing-Luo empires, further elevating its renown. Various factions on the Douluo Continent, whether allied with the Spirit Hall or adopting a more observant stance, gained a renewed understanding of its might. Yao Chen's position within the Spirit Hall grew increasingly secure, with each of his decisions shaping its future trajectory. In the aftermath of the battle, Yao Chen did not succumb to complacency. Instead, he swiftly immersed himself in new strategies. He was acutely aware that although the two great empires had been severely wounded, their foundations remained intact, and they would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their former glory. To prepare for potential future crises, Yao Chen focused on strengthening the Spirit Hall's defensive systems, deploying formidable soul power defense formations at the headquarters and critical strongholds. Concurrently, he actively reinforced cooperative ties with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, establishing regular intelligence exchanges and discussing countermeasures. Master Tang, though the two great empires have retreated, we must remain vigilant. We need to enhance our communications and jointly prepare for any unforeseen developments, Yao Chen stated during a meeting with Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. Brother Yao Chen speaks wisely. After this collaboration, I am acutely aware that our fates are intertwined. The Haotian sect is destined to join forces with the Spirit Hall to fend off external threats. Concurrently, Yao Chen has devoted more of his energy to the angel god inheritance of Qianren through the divine selection system. He has acquired numerous secret insights regarding the angel god inheritance. It turns out that the inheritance not only necessitates the inheritor to possess formidable strength and a pure angel martial soul, but also requires specific timing, location, and the invocation of a special ritual to summon the divine power of the angel. After careful calculations, it was determined that less than a month remained until the optimal time for the inheritance. During this critical period, even the slightest oversight could result in failure. Consequently, he devised a remarkably stringent seclusion training regimen for Qianren, aimed at assisting her in rapidly enhancing her strength and stabilizing her mental state. For the upcoming month, you must devote yourself entirely to your seclusion and cultivation. This is the angelic concentration pill I have prepared for you, which will aid you in swiftly gathering soul power and solidifying your mental equilibrium during your training. Yao Chen handed a jade vial to Qianren. With gratitude, Qianren accepted the vial and expressed, Senior Yao Chen, all that you have done for me, I shall forever hold in my heart. I will not disappoint your expectations and will successfully inherit the divine position. Once Qianren entered her seclusion, Yao Chen dared not exhibit any negligence. He personally set up multiple layers of defensive formations around the seclusion area to prevent any potential disturbances. However, on the 10th day of Qianren's seclusion, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a mysterious fluctuation of soul power approaching the headquarters of the Martial Soul Hall. A sense of urgency gripped Yao Chen's heart as he immediately activated his heavenly insight, endeavoring to uncover the source of the soul power fluctuations. After a thorough investigation, he discerned that these fluctuations emanated from a clandestine organization, one that had remained shrouded in obscurity within the shadows of the Douluo Continent. Judging by their movements and the distinct characteristics of their soul power, it appeared they harbored ulterior motives regarding Qianren's divine inheritance. It seemed that someone was intent on thwarting her smooth ascension to divinity. Yao Chen pondered internally. He swiftly summoned the elite of the Spirit Hall, preparing to confront the impending crisis. Esteemed colleagues, a mysterious force approaches with malevolent intent. We must be thoroughly prepared and ensure they do not disrupt Qianren's inheritance. Yao Chen addressed the assembly with a grave expression. The experts of the Spirit Hall nodded in unison, swiftly taking their defensive positions under Yao Chen's command. He stationed himself at the forefront, awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic force. Before long, a group of individuals clad in black robes emerged before the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Their faces were obscured by peculiar masks, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Yao Chen, if you are wise, surrender Qian Rinxue. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of the Spirit Hall. The leader of the mysterious figures spoke, their voice chillingly cold. Yao Chen let out a cold laugh. Is that all you have? I am eager to see your true capabilities. The mysterious figure ceased their idle chatter, gesturing with a wave of their hand, prompting the enigmatic individuals behind him to unleash a myriad of formidable soul techniques directed at the Spirit Hall. Unfazed, Yao Chen summoned the Chaos Stellar Phoenix Martial Spirit, invoking the Chaos Stellar Guardian, which enveloped the Spirit Hall in a vibrant, multicolored shield. The assault from the mysterious figures struck the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light, yet the shield remained steadfast. You think such feeble attacks can breach my defenses? Yao Chen scoffed. As the standoff continued, the mysterious figures abruptly shifted their assault, circumventing Yao Chen's defenses and charging toward the secluded area where Qian Rinxue was in seclusion. Alarmed, Yao Chen swiftly grasped their true intent. If you wish to pass, you must first contend with me. In an instant, he appeared before the mysterious figures, executing the Chaos Annihilation Slash. A blade of energy infused with chaotic power surged forth, cleaving toward the enigmatic assailants. Seeing this, the mysterious figures hastily employed their soul techniques to defend, yet many were struck by the fierce energy of the Chaos Annihilation Slash, sustaining grave injuries. Nevertheless, the mysterious figures seemed undeterred. They coordinated with one another to perform a clandestine martial spirit fusion technique, sending forth a jet of black light aimed at Yao Chen. Sensing the formidable strength behind this attack, Yao Chen did not dare to be complacent. He unleashed the Chaos Stellar Explosion to collide with the black beam. A violent surge of energy erupted through the air, tearing the surrounding ground apart with massive fissures. Both Yao Chen and the mysterious figures were pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. Who are you? Why do you seek to thwart Qian Rinxue's ascendance to divinity? Yao Chen bellowed in fury. The mysterious figures offered no response, launching another offensive. Just as the battle reached its peak, the experts from the Haotian sect arrived just in time. It turned out that Yao Chen had sent a distress signal to Tang Xiao upon sensing the movements of the mysterious forces. Brother Yao Chen, we have come to aid you, Tang Xiao shouted, leading the elite members of the Haotian sect into the fray. Under the combined onslaught of Yao Chen and the Haotian sect's warriors, the situation for the mysterious figures grew increasingly dire. Yet, they continued to resist fiercely. Seemingly bound by an undisclosed mission, determined to prevent Qian Rinxue from inheriting the divine position at all costs. This cannot drag on any longer. They must be dealt with swiftly, Yao Chen pondered, resolving to unleash his most powerful strike. Yao Dust channeled his entire soul power into the chaotic star Phoenix Martial Soul, unleashing the chaotic Genesis Obliteration. A colossal beam of chaotic light surged from his hand, hurtling towards the enigmatic figure. Sensing the terrifying might of the attack, the mysterious individual attempted to evade, but the speed of the chaotic beam was astonishing, enveloping them in an instant. With a resounding crash, the mysterious figure was struck by the chaotic light, disintegrating into nothingness. Yao Dust and the experts from the Haotian sect exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master Tang, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced grave troubles today, Yao Dust expressed gratefully to Tang Xiao. Brother Yao Dust, there is no need for such formality. As allies, we shall support one another, Tang Xiao replied with a smile. Having resolved the threat from the mysterious force, Yao Dust grew increasingly vigilant. He understood that Qian Rengshu's inheritance of the angel god had drawn the attention of several hidden factions, and the path of inheritance ahead remained fraught with uncertainties. Yet, he would not waver. He would exert every effort to ensure Qian Rengshu could successfully inherit the divine position, paving the way for the Spirit Hall to dominate the continent. While he took a crucial step towards achieving the title of Creator God, amidst the turbulent tides of Douluo Continent, Yao Dust and everything he protected faced even more unknown challenges. Chapter 8. Divine Inheritance. Storms of change. After repelling the mysterious force, Yao Dust dared not slacken his efforts, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the guardianship and preparation for Qian Rengshu's inheritance of the angel god. As the optimal time for the inheritance drew near, Yao Dust meticulously patrolled the vicinity of his secluded retreat each day, ensuring there were no potential threats. He also utilized the divine level selection system to continuously scour hidden information regarding the angel god's inheritance, leaving no detail that could impact the process overlooked. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu made tremendous progress in her secluded cultivation. The angel condensation pill exhibited remarkable efficacy, causing her soul power to surge like tangible golden flames, flowing vigorously within her. With each breath, she felt a deeper resonance with her angel martial soul, as if she could touch the distant and sacred realm of the angel god. At last, the day of inheritance arrived. Yaodust had long prepared everything at a mysterious site within the spirit hall designated for the inheritance. The atmosphere was thick with a divine aura, and the surrounding walls were inscribed with ancient runes. Under the activation of Yaodust's soul power, these runes emitted a soft glow, intertwining to form a mysterious and powerful magical array. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Qian Rangshu entered the site of inheritance with a solemn expression. Her eyes reflected determination and anticipation, fully aware that this was the most significant moment of her life. Yaodust stood beside her and said, "Swear. The upcoming inheritance process will be exceedingly arduous. You must maintain a tranquil and resolute mindset. Regardless of the circumstances you encounter, remain steadfast in your beliefs." Qian Rangshu nodded slightly and replied softly, "Rest assured, Senior Yaodust, I am prepared." As Qian Rangshu stepped into the center of the magical array, its radiance intensified, and a powerful suction emanated from its base, gently lifting her upward. A golden beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, illuminating the figure of Qian Rangshu. This was the divine legacy of the angelic god. With her eyes tightly shut, she fervently channeled this formidable power into her being. Her form began to radiate a brilliant golden glow, as the angelic martial soul underwent a continuous metamorphosis under the baptism of this inherited strength. However, just as the transmission reached a pivotal moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. The once clear sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, and black lightning wreaked havoc within the tumultuous formations above. An ominous and potent aura approached rapidly from the distance, enveloping the entire area of the inheritance in an unsettling gloom. Yao Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the annihilative force embedded within this aura, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary warrior. This was dire. Someone was covertly sabotaging the inheritance. Without delay, Yao Chen activated his heavenly insight to discern the origin of this malevolent presence. After a thorough investigation, he was astonished to discover that this aura emanated from a mysterious deity of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. This individual had remained concealed in the shadows, their strength unfathomable, and they were on the verge of transcending to a demigod level of power. Yao Chen today marks the demise of Qian Rangshu and the shattering of the martial soul hall's dreams of supremacy. The voice of the enigmatic deity resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the realm. Yao Chen bellowed, "You shall not succeed." With that, he summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix martial soul, unleashing the Chaos Star Guardian, which formed a formidable protective barrier around Qian Rangshu, shielding her from the encroaching malevolent aura. The mysterious venerable sneered, producing a black spear that emanated an eerie glow. He hurled the spear towards Yao Chen, transforming it into a streak of black light that swiftly pierced through layers of space, hurtling directly at him. Yao Chen, not daring to underestimate the threat, invoked the Chaos Annihilation Slash, sending forth a blade of chaotic energy to meet the spear. The collision of the two unleashed a surge of powerful energy. However, the mysterious venerable strength was formidable, the spear's power exceeding all expectations, and Yao Chen's blade could not completely withstand the onslaught. The spear breached the blade's defense and continued its relentless trajectory toward Yao Chen. He dodged just in time to evade a fatal strike, yet the spear grazed his arm, leaving a deep wound. "Yao Chen, do you think you can stop me?" The mysterious venerable flashed, reappearing before Yao Chen, and thrust the spear once more. Yao Chen swiftly channeled his soul power, executing the Chaos Star Explosion, engaging in a fierce close-quarters combat with the venerable. Just as they were locked in intense battle, the experts from Haoyan sect and the lower three sects arrived just in time. It turned out that Yao Chen had sent a distress signal to his allies the moment he sensed the impending danger. "Brother Yao Chen, we are here to assist you." Tang Xiao, wielding the Haotian hammer, was the first to charge at the mysterious venerable. Following him, the experts from the lower three sects unleashed their respective martial souls and soul skills, joining the fray. The mysterious venerable, faced with the onslaught, showed no fear. He executed a powerful dark martial soul fusion technique, merging with the surrounding dark forces, instantly amplifying his strength several-fold. Bolstered by the dark power, his attacks became increasingly ferocious, each strike capable of causing violent explosions. "Everyone, be cautious. This individual possesses extraordinary power, We must unite to defeat him, Yao Chen shouted. Upon hearing this, the group promptly adjusted their strategy and coordinated their efforts. Tang Xiao employed the Haotian hammer's ultimate technique, the chaotic cloak hammer method. With each blow infused with the might to shatter mountains, Ning Fingji positioned himself at the rear, bestowing various enhancement soul skills to boost their combat capabilities. The other experts also unleashed their most potent soul skills, engaging the mysterious Venerable in a life-and-death struggle. Amidst the fierce combat, Yao Chen discerned a fleeting vulnerability in the mysterious Venerable's martial soul fusion technique. After executing a powerful attack, there was a brief moment of soul-power disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the Chaos Genesis Obliteration, sending forth a colossal beam of chaotic light toward the mysterious Venerable. Caught unawares during the moment of disarray, the mysterious Venerable was struck by the chaotic light beam. With a piercing scream, his body was engulfed by the chaotic light, dissolving into nothingness. With the crisis temporarily averted, Yao Chen immediately turned to Qian Rinxue. At that moment, her inheritance had reached its final critical juncture. Her form was enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance. As the power of the angelic deity intertwined profoundly with her soul, Yao Chen was acutely aware that any disturbance at this moment would be detrimental. Thus, he fortified the surrounding defenses to ensure that Qian Rinxue could successfully complete her inheritance. Under the watchful gaze of the gathered crowd, Qian Rinxue's body gently descended, and the luminous aura of the inheritance sight gradually faded. As she slowly opened her eyes, a divine light sparkled within them, signifying her successful ascension to the divine rank of the angelic deity. I have succeeded, Senior Yao, Qian Rinxue exclaimed with fervent excitement. Yao Chen's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. Shui, congratulations. However, we must not let our guard down, for even greater challenges await us. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, fully aware that her ascension to the God King was merely the beginning. The path to the Soul Hall's domination over the continent remained fraught with difficulties. Meanwhile, Yao Chen would continue to strive towards realizing his dream of becoming a creator god, while also aiding the Soul Hall in reaching its pinnacle. On this ever-changing Douluo Continent, their legendary saga had only just begun a new chapter. Chapter 9. The New Landscape of the Continent. The opportunity of the creator god Qian Rinxue's successful inheritance of the angel god's throne was akin to dropping a heavy bomb upon the Douluo Continent, sending ripples through all factions. The prestige of the Soul Hall reached unprecedented heights as those who had previously harbored doubts began to extend olive branches and align themselves. As a pivotal figure behind the scenes, Yao Chen's reputation soared across the continent, becoming an object of both reverence and intrigue for various powers. Yet, Yao Chen remained unperturbed by the glory that surrounded him. He understood that although Qian Rinxue's ascension significantly bolstered the Soul Hall's strength, the two great empires of Tiandou and Xingluo still posed formidable obstacles to the Soul Hall's supremacy. Furthermore, with Qian Rinxue's successful inheritance, some hidden forces began to stir, indicating that beneath the surface calm of the Douluo Continent, tumultuous currents were brewing. Senior Yao, now that I have become a God King, what should our next course of action be? Qian Rinxue inquired, seeking Yao Chen's guidance within the Soul Hall's secret chamber. Yao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Shui, while your ascension to the status of a divine monarch has significantly enhanced our strength, the two great empires possess profound foundations and will not concede easily. We must first consolidate our existing power and strengthen our collaboration with the Haotian sect and the three lower sects to forge a robust alliance. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the movements of the two empires, seeking opportunities to further diminish their strength. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, saying, what you say is entirely correct, Elder Yao. But how should we proceed specifically? A glimmer of wisdom flickered in the eyes of Yao Chen. Firstly, we shall leverage the current prestige of the Spirit Hall to orchestrate a Grand Soul Master Exchange Conference on the Douluo Continent. We will extend invitations to Soul Masters from various factions, ostensibly to foster communication and learning among them, while in essence, it serves to demonstrate our strength and intimidate those with nefarious intentions. Concurrently, during the conference, we can engage in discussions with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects regarding further collaborative plans to collectively address the two great empires. Qian Rinxue revealed a faint smile. This is indeed a splendid idea that not only showcases our might but also fortifies our alliance. What thoughts do you have regarding weakening the two great empires? With a grave expression, Yao Chen remarked. The foundation of the two great empires lies in their vast armies and numerous soul masters. We can take an internal approach by dispatching intelligence operatives from the Spirit Hall to infiltrate both empires, inciting public discontent against the imperial rule and instigating internal strife. Simultaneously, we can collaborate with several smaller nations surrounding the two empires, supporting them in strengthening their military capabilities to create an encirclement around the empires. Qian Renxue felt a shiver run down her spine, deeply impressed by Yao Chen's stratagem. Elder Yao, your foresight is indeed remarkable. We shall proceed as you have advised. Thus, under Yao Chen's meticulous planning, the Spirit Hall began to prepare fervently for the Soul Master Exchange Conference. Once the news was released, it instantly stirred a great uproar across the Douluo Continent. Various factions brimmed with anticipation for the event, yet also harbored trepidation, uncertain of the true intentions behind the Spirit Hall's actions. While preparing for the conference, Yao Chen did not neglect to enhance his own strength. He understood well that to achieve his goal of becoming the creator god, his current power was still far from sufficient. Through the divine selection system, Yao Chen learned of a mysterious place known as the Abyss of Chaos, located in the far west of the Douluo Continent. According to legend, it conceals clues related to the power of the creator god, and if one could delve deep within, perhaps they might discover an opportunity to break through their current limitations. Yao Chen resolved to personally journey to the far west in pursuit of knowledge. He articulated his plan to Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, receiving their unwavering support. Yao Chen, as you embark on this expedition to the far west, exercise utmost caution. Should you uncover any clues related to the creator god, it would greatly aid our grand undertaking. Bibi Dong advised earnestly. Yao Chen nodded and reassured, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall proceed with utmost caution. After bidding farewell to the assembly, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to the far western lands. After several days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the extreme west. The landscape was blanketed in ice and snow, with howling winds, and the air was thick with an aura of desolation. Yao Chen summoned his soul power to fend off the biting cold as he advanced towards the Abyss of Chaos. During his trek, he encountered various formidable ice-type soul beasts, some of which possessed remarkable power, with ages reaching thousands of years. Nevertheless, Yao Chen, wielding the formidable strength of his chaos, celestial phoenix martial soul, adeptly countered their assaults. He unleashed the chaos celestial explosion, and the overwhelming surge of energy instantaneously repelled the surrounding soul beasts. At long last, Yao Chen reached the Abyss of Chaos. This vast chasm was unfathomably deep, emanating an aura of chaos all around. Yao Chen cautiously explored the edge of the abyss, when suddenly, he sensed a powerful suction emanating from the depths below, attempting to draw him into its depths. Yao Chen immediately summoned his spiritual energy, invoking the chaotic star guardian to withstand the formidable force of attraction. In the midst of this struggle, he sensed a mysterious power emanating from the depths of the abyss, beckoning him. Intrigued, he decided to follow this enigmatic pull and delve deeper into the chasm. As Yao Chen ventured further, the chaotic aura surrounding him intensified. Suddenly, a colossal beast of chaos materialized before him. This immense creature exuded a terrifying presence, its eyes glinting with an eerie luminescence as they fixed intently upon Yao Chen. Who dares to trespass in my domain? The voice of the chaotic beast thundered, reverberating throughout the abyss. Yao Chen calmly declared, I am Yao Chen, here to seek clues related to the creator god. I kindly request your passage, esteemed elder. The chaos beast let out a cold laugh, responding, clues about the creator god? Surely, you cannot simply seek them at your leisure. If you wish to pass, you must first overcome me. With that, the chaos beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a beam of chaotic energy directed towards Yao Chen. Unperturbed, Yao Chen swiftly executed the chaotic annihilation slash, sending forth a sword aura imbued with chaotic power to meet the oncoming beam. The clash of sword aura and beam erupted in a violent surge of energy, causing the very depths of the abyss to tremble. Yao Chen was acutely aware that if he did not swiftly vanquish the chaotic behemoth, he would find himself ensnared in peril. He channeled all his soul energy into the chaos stellar phoenix martial spirit and unleashed the formidable technique known as chaotic genesis obliteration. A colossal beam of chaotic light surged forth, targeting the chaotic beast. Sensing the dreadful potency of this attack, the beast attempted to evade. Yet the speed of the chaotic beam was unparalleled, enveloping it in an instant. With a resounding roar, the chaotic beast was struck by the beam, its form gradually dissipating into nothingness. Yao Chen then exhaled in relief and continued his descent into the depths below. At the abyss's nadir, he stumbled upon a stone tablet radiating a mysterious luminescence. The tablet was inscribed with ancient runes, each unlike any he had encountered before. Yao Chen endeavored to decipher these runes with his soul energy, and suddenly, a surge of potent information flooded his mind. Through the interpretation of the runic information, he learned that the creator god had descended upon the Douluo Continent in ancient times, leaving behind a fragment of the Genesis power. This fragment was sealed away in a mysterious location, and the only means to unlock the seal and obtain the Genesis power was to gather 7 Chaos Star Stones, which were scattered across the far reaches of the Douluo Continent, necessitating Yao Chen's own quest for them. Overjoyed, Yao Chen realized that he had finally uncovered a significant lead related to the divine position of the creator god. However, gathering the 7 Chaos Star Stones would not be an easy feat. It promised to be an adventure fraught with challenges. Yet, Yao Chen felt no inclination to retreat. With unwavering conviction, he departed from the abyss of chaos, preparing to embark on his quest for the Chaos Star Stones. Meanwhile, the Soul Master Exchange Conference on the Douluo Continent was on the verge of commencing. Would Yao Chen's plans unfold successfully? Would he be able to locate the 7 Chaos Star Stones and achieve the divine position of the creator god? All remained uncertain. Chapter 10. The Convergence of Winds and Clouds. The initial appearance of the Star Stones. The medicinal dust returned from the chaotic abyss in the farthest western lands, harboring significant clues about the power of the creator god, with a heart filled with both excitement and apprehension. The exhilaration stemmed from drawing one step closer to the divine position of the creator god, while the anxiety arose from the daunting task of gathering the 7 Chaos Star Stones. Yet, he had little time for contemplation as the long-anticipated Soul Master Exchange Conference, organized by the Spirit Hall, was about to commence in grand fashion. The venue for this illustrious event was the vast training arena at the Spirit Hall headquarters. On this day, Soul Masters from various factions across the Douluo Continent flocked to the arena, which, usually somewhat desolate, now teemed with an overwhelming crowd, buzzing with vivacity. In the sky, the vibrant hues of soul skills flickered intermittently, reminiscent of a magnificent fireworks display. In the distinguished seats, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Chen Renxue, along with the senior members of the Spirit Hall and the masters of the lower 3 sects, gazed down upon the grandeur of the event. Yao Chen observed the soul masters from various factions below, quietly contemplating how to leverage this gathering to solidify the alliance of the Spirit Hall while further enhancing its prestige across the continent. Yao Chen, this event is indeed magnificent. I hope it unfolds as you anticipate, yielding the desired outcomes, Bibi Dong remarked, turning to him as she surveyed the scene below. Yao Chen nodded slightly, confidently proclaiming, "Your Majesty, rest assured, this grand assembly serves not only as a platform for soul masters to exchange their skills, but also as an opportunity for us to showcase our strength and the unity of our alliance." As the event commenced, the young soul masters of the Spirit Hall captivated the audience with their spectacular display of soul techniques. Their synchronized movements, formidable fluctuations of soul power, and exquisite coordination of soul skills left the spectators in awe. Following this, soul masters from Haotian sect and the other 3 sects took to the stage, unveiling the unique techniques of their respective schools. In that moment, the arena was awash with soul energy, and cheers erupted in waves. Once the demonstration concluded, the atmosphere shifted to one of excitement as soul masters engaged in thrilling duels. Yao Chen had meticulously arranged for competitions that paired the Spirit Hall's soul masters with those from Haotian sect and the other 3 sects to collectively confront teams from rival factions. This approach not only fostered camaraderie among them, but also showcased their close alliance to the outside world. Just as the matches were reaching a fever pitch, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a distinctive energy fluctuation. Intrigued, he activated his insightful gaze and discovered that this energy was connected to the chaotic star stone. Following the direction of the energy, Yao Chen arrived at a secluded corner of the arena, where he encountered a modestly dressed elder standing quietly among the crowd, holding a stone that emitted a faint glow, the very chaotic star stone. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within, yet he refrained from revealing his emotions immediately. He approached the elder with a composed demeanor and softly inquired, "Esteemed elder, this stone of yours appears to possess a certain uniqueness. Might I be permitted to have a closer look?" The elder regarded Yao Chen warily, his eyes narrowing as he replied, "Who are you? What piques your interest in my stone?" Yao Chen smiled and said, "I am Yao Chen, and I have a profound interest in the extraordinary phenomena of this world. Observe the unique radiance emanating from this stone. It must possess remarkable qualities. Upon hearing Yao Chen's name, the old man's expression subtly shifted. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Since it is you, Lord Yao Chen, I shall reveal it to you." Yao Chen took hold of the Chaos Star Stone and was immediately enveloped by a familiar force of chaos. In his heart, he affirmed that this was indeed one of the Chaos Star Stones he had been seeking. "Elder, may I inquire about the origins of this stone?" Yao Chen asked. The old man sighed and replied, "I stumbled upon this stone by chance in an ancient ruin. I had thought it to be merely an ordinary stone, never expecting that it would capture the attention of esteemed Yao Chen today." Yao Chen felt a stirring in his heart and said, "Esteemed elder, this stone holds immense significance for me. I wonder if you might part with it. I would be willing to exchange it for precious elixirs and cultivation resources." After pondering for a moment, the elder replied, "Young Master Yao Chen, I am not one who is driven by greed. Since you have such a pressing need for this stone, I shall gift it to you, with the hope that you will utilize it wisely." With heartfelt gratitude, Yao Chen assured, "Rest assured, my dear elder, I shall utilize it with utmost care. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Yao Chen carefully secured the Chaos Star Stone, his heart brimming with excitement. He never anticipated that he would unexpectedly acquire his first Chaos Star Stone at the Soul Master Exchange Conference. At that moment, the notification sound of the Divine Selection System resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. For obtaining one Chaos Star Stone, you are also rewarded with the Divine Level Technique Chaos Genesis Art, Volume 1, which will assist you in mastering the power of chaos and enhancing your capabilities. Additionally, you are granted 1,000,000 soul power points to aid you in transcending your current realm." With great joy in his heart, Yao Chen silently chanted within, "System, learn the first part of the chaotic creation technique and absorb soul power." In an instant, a torrent of powerful information surged into Yao Chen's mind, and he began to comprehend the profound mysteries of the first part of the chaotic creation technique. Simultaneously, 1,000,000 soul power surged into his body like a mighty flood, causing his soul power level to ascend rapidly. During the absorption process, a radiant aura of chaos enveloped Yao Chen, emanating a formidable presence that radiated outward. The surrounding soul masters sensed this overwhelming energy and displayed expressions of astonishment. Is Lord Yao Chen breaking through his realm? Such a powerful aura. Truly, Yao Chen never fails to amaze us, the spectators murmured. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue also noticed the transformation occurring within Yao Chen. With this breakthrough, Yao Chen's strength would surely reach new heights. Qian Renxue gazed towards Yao Chen, her eyes flickering with delight. Indeed, Yao Chen's rate of growth is astonishing. With his assistance, our spirit hall's dominance over the continent is imminent, Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. After considerable effort, Yao Chen successfully absorbed 1,000,000 soul power. Breaking through his current realm, he felt a qualitative leap in his strength, gaining a more adept control over his chaotic stellar phoenix martial spirit. Shortly after Yao Chen's breakthrough, the Soul Master Exchange Conference approached its conclusion. At the closing ceremony, Yao Chen represented the Spirit Hall to deliver a speech. Esteemed Soul Master friends, this exchange conference has showcased the unity and strength of the Soul Masters of Douluo Continent. Our Spirit Hall aspires to collaborate with all factions to jointly uphold the peace and prosperity of Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, I encourage everyone to continue honing their skills and enhancing their power, for the future of Douluo Continent will undoubtedly present greater challenges. Yao Chen's voice resonated with conviction and strength, echoing across the martial arts arena. The audience of Soul Masters applauded vigorously, expressing their agreement with Yao Chen's words. This Soul Master Exchange Conference not only displayed the strength and prestige of the Spirit Hall, but also solidified the alliance between the Spirit Hall and the Haoyan sect, as well as the other three sections. More significantly, Yao Chen unexpectedly acquired the first Chaotic Star Stone, significantly enhancing his power. However, Yao Chen understood that this was merely the beginning. 6 more Chaotic Star Stones awaited his discovery, and he would undoubtedly encounter various difficulties and challenges in his quest. Yet, he felt no fear, for his goal was to become the Creator God, aiding the Spirit Hall in dominating the continent and altering the landscape of Douluo Continent. After the conclusion of the Soul Master Exchange Conference, Yao Chen began preparing to search for the next Chaotic Star Stone. According to the clues provided by the system, the next Chaotic Star Stone may be related to Sea God Island. Yao Chen resolved to journey to Sea God Island, knowing that as a mysterious place on Douluo Continent, it surely concealed many unknown secrets. What surprises and challenges would this exploration bring him? With anticipation and unwavering conviction, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to the island of the sea god. Chapter 11. The Path of Divine Assistance, the Emergence of Supremacy. In the vast and enigmatic expanse of Douluo Continent, Yao Chen's arrival was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of tumultuous upheaval. Since his arrival, equipped with the divine selection system, everything began to subtly transform, and the fate of the Spirit Hall was irrevocably altered. With an understanding far surpassing that of ordinary individuals and the opportunities bestowed by the system, Yao Chen not only awakened an unprecedentedly powerful martial soul, but also demonstrated unparalleled talent. Each of his training sessions and battles seemed to herald the advent of a new era for this continent. With his assistance, the Spirit Hall gradually extricated itself from its former predicaments and embarked on a journey toward dominance over the land. On one fateful day, Yao Chen stood atop the lofty platform of the Spirit Hall, surveying the bustling yet orderly scene below. Under his guidance and the support of system rewards, Bibidong was ardently striving for divinity. The divine selection system continually provided Yao Chen with crucial resources and information, enabling him to adeptly assist Bibidong in overcoming the challenges encountered during her cultivation. System assessed Bibidong's current status. Yao Chen silently intoned, "Host, Bibidong is merely a step away from breaking through to divinity. Her strength has reached a terrifying critical point. At the current rate, she will successfully inherit the divine position within half a month." The system's voice resonated within Yao Chen's mind. Yao Chen nodded slightly, deep in contemplation. Once Bibidong achieved divinity, the status of the Spirit Hall on the continent would be further solidified. However, to truly dominate the continent, numerous hidden threats must be addressed. At this moment, Qian Daolu sensed the impending breakthrough of Bibidong within the Hall of Offerings. He harbored both anticipation for the future of the Spirit Hall and a tinge of anxiety. What is the origin of this Yao Chen? His emergence has propelled the Spirit Hall's progress beyond my expectations. But is his sole intention merely to assist the Spirit Hall in conquering the continent? Qian Daolu gazed into the distance, his heart filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, at the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao and others also detected the unusual movements of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall had been unusually active of late, seemingly plotting something significant. Bibidong had been in seclusion for quite some time, and now such a powerful aura was emanating. It was likely she was striving to attain divinity. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow and said, "Elder brother, what shall we do? If Bibidong truly becomes a deity, it will be difficult for our Haotian sect to contend with her." A trace of anxiety appeared on Tang Xin's face. "First, send someone to closely monitor the movements of the Spirit Hall, while simultaneously bolstering our sect's defenses. We cannot remain passive. We must swiftly enhance our sect's strength," Tang Xiao commanded after a moment of reflection. The lower three sects and Sea God Island also felt the pressure exerted by the Spirit Hall. Poseidon, the grand offering of Sea God Island, stood before the Sea God Hall, gazing towards the direction of the Spirit Hall. Internally vigilant, the rise of the Spirit Hall will disrupt the existing balance of the continent. The heir of Lord Sea God, Tang San, has yet to return. We must prepare for any eventuality. With Yao Chen's assistance, Bibidong finally arrived at the critical moment of her divine breakthrough. She was enveloped by a formidable divine power, radiating with dazzling brilliance. Yao Chen stood by, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. "Drink," Bibidong exclaimed, and the divine power erupted fiercely from within her, successfully breaking through the barrier of divinity, becoming yet another deity on the Douluo Continent. "Congratulations, host. You have assisted Bibidong in achieving divinity and received system rewards, a divine-level cultivation insight, 10 divine-level elixirs, and a piece of chaotic divine stone." The system's notification echoed in Yao Chen's mind. Yao Chen gazed at the rewards in his hands, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. These rewards would provide immense assistance on the divine path for both himself and Qian Rengshu. Following Bibidong's ascension to godhood, the strength of the Spirit Hall had surged dramatically. Yao Chen then turned his attention towards Qian Rengshu. He was determined to aid her in becoming the God King, while he himself aspired to challenge the position of the Creator God. "From this day forth, I shall personally guide your cultivation," Yao Chen declared firmly, fixing his steadfast gaze upon Qian Rengshu. "Your goal is to become the God King and to command this continent." "Yes, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations," Qian Rengshu responded, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Filled with trust in Yao Chen, Under his guidance, she commenced her arduous training. With each session, Yao Chen utilized the system's prompts to provide her with the most suitable training methods and resources. As time passed, Qian Ringshu's strength gradually escalated. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Yao Chen and Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall began to take action against other forces on the continent. Their first target was the lower three sects. Utilizing his intelligence and formidable power, Yao Chen devised a meticulous strategy. In battle, he fully exploited the advantages of his martial spirit, leading the powerful members of the Spirit Hall to repeatedly breach the defenses of the lower three sects. Lower three sects, today marks your demise, Yao Chen proclaimed, wielding his long sword and emanating a formidable aura as he charged towards the sect's warriors. Under Yao Chen's relentless assault, the defenses of the lower three sects began to crumble. Despite their desperate resistance, they could only retreat in the face of the overwhelming might of Yao Chen and the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall initiated tentative attacks on Sea God Island. Yao Chen understood that Sea God Island was a formidable force. Complete subjugation would require further preparation. Poseidon. Today is merely the beginning. Once I achieve the position of Creator God, it will be the time for your Sea God Island to submit, Yao Chen silently mused, gazing in the direction of Sea God Island. As the influence of the Spirit Hall continued to expand across the continent, Qian Ringshu's cultivation entered a pivotal phase. Yao Chen recognized that she was drawing ever closer to the God King position, while he himself was but a step away from the Creator God title. System. What is the success rate of my challenge for the Creator God position? Yao Chen inquired internally. Host, based on your current strength and accumulated resources, the success rate for challenging the Creator God position stands at 70%. However, the breakthrough to a divine rank is fraught with uncertainties, and the host must proceed with caution, the system replied. 70%? That is sufficient. Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. He resolved to challenge the Creator God position once Qian Ringshu ascended to the God King status. At long last, through Yao Chen's relentless efforts, Qian Ringshu successfully broke through to the God King position, becoming the first God King of the Douluo Continent. Congratulations, host, for assisting Qian Ringshu in becoming the God King. You have received the system's ultimate reward, the power of the Creator God inheritance and a divine-level soul essence. The system's notification echoed once more. Yao Chen felt the immense power of the Creator God's legacy coursing through his hands, realizing that the moment to ascend to the divine status of the Creator God had arrived. Qian Ringshu, you have become the God King. The future of the Spirit Hall rests in your capable hands. I am about to embark on the path to attain the Creator God's divine rank. When I return, it shall mark the true unification of this continent. Yao Chen declared with a smile as he gazed at Qian Ringshu. Rest assured, Master. I will safeguard the Spirit Hall and await your return as the Creator God, Qian Ringshu replied, her eyes brimming with reluctance, yet she understood that this was the path Yao Chen must take. Alone, Yao Chen arrived at a mysterious realm, the very place where he would pursue the divine status of the Creator God. Drawing a deep breath, he began to absorb the legacy of the Creator's power. A formidable force surged into Yao Chen's being, subjecting his body to immense strain. Yet, with gritted teeth and unwavering resolve, he endeavored to assimilate this energy. With a fierce roar, Yao Chen emanated an increasingly radiant light. He successfully merged with the Creator God's legacy and launched his final assault toward the divine throne. Amidst a blinding brilliance, Yao Chen's figure vanished from sight. However, across the Douluo Continent, a voice resounded, shaking the very heavens. I, Yao Chen, have ascended as the Creator God. Henceforth, this land shall usher in true peace and prosperity under my reign. Thus, under the dominion of Yao Chen and the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Continent entered a new epoch. The legendary tale of Yao Chen would be recounted throughout the land, becoming an eternal saga in the hearts of its people. Chapter 12. Winds Rising. Aiding the great undertaking, Yao Chen stood within the secret training chamber of the Spirit Hall, his soul power surging and radiating brilliance. As he contributed to the growing influence of the Spirit Hall across the continent, the ethereal notification of the divine selection system resonated once more in his mind. Ding! The host's assistance to the Spirit Hall has successfully subdued numerous factions, earning the following rewards: a Chaos Source Crystal, which can aid the user in transcending their current limitations and ascend to the next extraordinary level, a Supreme Divine Martial Soul Cultivation Manuscript, which will enable the host's martial soul to undergo a qualitative leap, and a Divine Summoning Card, capable of randomly invoking an ancient divine powerhouse to provide assistance. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, for he understood the profound significance of these rewards for himself and the spirit hall. The chaos source crystal emanated a mysterious and formidable aura, as if it harbored boundless power within. He meticulously stowed it away, preparing to leverage its strength for a breakthrough at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, deep within her secluded chamber in the spirit hall, sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Yao Chen's direction. Slowly, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. That lad Yao Chen has once again received a reward from the system. It seems we are one step closer to our goal of dominating the continent. Bibi Dong rose, radiating a powerful and sinister aura, her Death Spider Emperor's scepter trembling slightly in her grasp. With Yu Chen's assistance, she had gradually approached the threshold of divinity. Now, Yao Chen had drawn the ire of numerous factions towards our spirit hall, simultaneously bringing forth abundant opportunities. If I can seize this chance to ascend to the divine level, it will undoubtedly propel the ambitions of the spirit hall even further, she mused quietly. She summoned her trusted subordinates and instructed, keep a close watch on the movements of Douluo, as well as the Haotian sect, the 3 lower sects, and Sea God Island. They will not idly observe the growth of the spirit hall. We must prepare our countermeasures in advance. Yes, Your Holiness. Her subordinates replied respectfully before retreating. At the same time, Yao Chen retrieved the divine-level summoning card, his heart brimming with anticipation. As a radiant light flashed, a figure gradually materialized. This person was tall, exuding an ancient and powerful presence, none other than the war god Xing Tian from ancient times. Xing Tian pays homage to the host, he declared, kneeling on one knee with a booming voice. Yao Chen's elation, Senior Xing Tian, with your assistance, our spirit hall will soar to new heights. I hope you can lend us your strength in the forthcoming battles. As per the host's command, Xing Tian rose, his gaze resolute. Qian Daoliu's concern. In the worship hall, Qian Dalu furrowed his brow, staring towards the spirit hall. He sensed the increasingly formidable aura emanating from Yao Chen, stirring a deep-seated worry within him. This Yao Chen has remarkably enhanced the spirit hall's power in a brief span. If allowed to continue unchecked, the entire continent may fall under the spirit hall's dominion. Qian Daolu murmured to himself. At that moment, a worshipper approached and inquired, Great Elder, should we unite with other factions to jointly oppose the spirit hall? Qian Daolu pondered briefly before slowly shaking his head. We must not act rashly. Currently, mistrust festers among the factions. A hasty alliance may yield no results. Moreover, our angel clan has its own divine heritage plans. We cannot risk losing much over a minor issue. Then what shall we do? The worshipper asked. Concern etched on his face. Qian Daoliu's gaze hardened. We shall strengthen our own cultivation and enhance the worship hall's power. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor all movements and await an opportune moment to strike. The unrest in Haotian sect. Within the council chamber of Haotian sect, numerous elders sat together. The atmosphere tense. With Yao Chen's aid, the spirit hall grows increasingly arrogant. As the foremost sect of the continent, we cannot stand idly by, an elder exclaimed in anger. However, Yao Chen's strength is enigmatic, bolstered by a mysterious system. If we attack recklessly, we may not fare well, another elder replied, anxiety evident in his voice. At that moment, Tang Xiao rose, casting his gaze over the assembly. We cannot remain passive. We must first ally with the lower 3 sects to devise a counter-strategy. Additionally, we should recall our disciples currently training abroad to bolster our sect's defenses. The sect master is wise. The elders nodded in agreement. Soon, Haotian sect dispatched envoys to negotiate an alliance with the lower 3 sections. The undercurrents at Sea God Island. On Sea God Island, Poseidon sensed the unusual aura resonating across the continent. She understood that all of this was intertwined with Yao Chen and the spirit hall. This Yao Chen has disrupted the balance of the continent. It seems Sea God Island cannot remain aloof from these events, Poseidon mused, a slight frown on her brow. High Priestess, should we unite with other factions to combat the spirit hall? Inquired the sea witch Douluo beside her. Poseidon contemplated for a moment. Let us observe for a while. The spirit hall is currently in a position of strength. If we intervene hastily, we may find ourselves in peril. However, we must also be prepared. If the spirit hall indeed threatens the safety of Sea God Island, we shall not retreat. Yes, High Priestess. The sea witch Douluo respectfully withdrew. A secret conversation between Yao Chen and Qian Renxue. Yao Chen arrived at the secluded training grounds of Qian Renxue, who had blossomed into an even more enchanting beauty, radiating an air of nobility. Yao Chen, how will the rewards you have attained assist our grand design? Qian Renxue inquired eagerly. Yao Chen smiled as he relayed the rewards to Qian Renxue, stating, "With these rewards, our strength will significantly enhance. Next, we must continue to assist Bibi Dong in transcending to divinity, while simultaneously preparing you for your ascension to the position of God King." A glimmer of determination sparkled in Qian Renxue's eyes as she replied, "I shall not disappoint your expectations. One day, I will become the most formidable God King on the continent." Yao Chen gazed at Qian Renxue, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "I have faith in you. However, prior to that, we must confront numerous challenges. The Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and the Sea God Island will not let us go easily." He scoffed. "If they dare to come at us, I shall ensure they return with nothing." Qian Renxue clenched her fists, her soul power surging within her. Preparations for the Seven Spirit Hall were underway. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen promptly convened numerous soul masters to strategize for the impending battle. "Esteemed colleagues," he proclaimed from the elevated platform, "our Spirit Hall now finds itself at the epicenter of attention, with various factions eyeing us with intent. Yet, we need not cower in fear. With the support of the system and our relentless efforts, we shall undoubtedly dominate the continent." The soul masters below responded with fervent cheers. "Long live the Spirit Hall! Long live Lord Yao Chen!" Yao Chen then remarked, "Next, we must intensify our cultivation to enhance our own strength. Simultaneously, we should establish a defensive formation to guard against potential ambushes from the enemy. Senior Xingtian, I kindly ask you to take charge of training a group of elite spirit masters to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." "Understood, host." Xingtian replied as he took his leave. Yao Chen turned to the several titled Douluo, instructing them, "You shall closely monitor the movements of various factions. Should any signs of unrest arise, report to me immediately." "Yes, Lord Yao Chen," the titled Douluo replied respectfully. Amidst the gathering storm across the continent, all factions were diligently preparing for the impending Great War. The alliance between the Haotian sect and the lower three sects was progressing rapidly, while Sea God Island quietly reinforced its defenses. Under Yao Chen's leadership, the Spirit Hall was sharpening its blades and brimming with fierce determination. A monumental battle, one that would determine the fate of the continent, was on the verge of unfolding. Standing atop the towering edifice of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed into the distance, his heart swelling with ambition. He understood that the forthcoming conflict would be exceptionally arduous, yet he was confident that, through the concerted efforts of himself and the members of the Spirit Hall, alongside the system's assistance, they would assuredly realize their goal of establishing the Spirit Hall's supremacy over the continent, aiding Qian Renxue in ascending to the rank of God, and himself attaining the status of the Creator God. In this moment of gathering tempests, the entirety of Douluo Continent seemed to sense the impending storm's presence. An exhilarating tale was gradually unfolding. Chapter 13, The Calm Before the Storm, A Struggle Among Factions, the system's rewards reappear. As Yao Chen busied himself with preparations for the impending battles at the Spirit Hall, the familiar chime of the divine selection system unexpectedly reverberated in his mind. Ding! The host has aided the Spirit Hall, enhancing its influence across the continent and successfully intimidating various factions. Thus, a reward is granted. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, pausing his tasks to concentrate fully on the rewards being offered. They were as follows: the Primal Divine Flame. Known for its ability to annihilate worlds, which could enhance the host's offensive and alchemical prowess. A vial of divine-grade bloodline enhancement elixir, which, upon consumption, would comprehensively augment the host's bloodline and awaken latent talents, and a jade slip of comprehension regarding the laws of chaos, which would assist the host in grasping the power of chaos, laying the groundwork for the pursuit of the status of a creator deity. In the depths of the medicinal dust, a glimmer of brilliance flickers within his eyes. Each reward is nothing short of extraordinary. As the celestial flame of destruction emerges, it dances in his palm, emitting an ethereal azure glow that subtly distorts the surrounding space. He perceives the boundless destructive power contained within this flame, and if wielded with precision, it promises to unleash terrifying might in battle. The divine bloodline enhancement elixir is encased in an ancient jade vial, emanating a gentle radiance. The potion exhibits a dreamlike array of colors, swirling as if it holds the profound secrets of the cosmos within its depths. Meanwhile, the jade slip of comprehension regarding the chaotic laws feels warm to the touch, and a mysterious force surges into the depths of his consciousness, immersing him instantly in a nascent understanding of these chaotic principles. As this unfolds, Bibi Dong, in the innermost sanctum of the spirit hall, ardently strives to transcend to the divine realm. She is enveloped by a dense aura of darkness, with the Death Spider Emperor's staff radiating eerie beams of light that collide with the surrounding laws of space. Yao Chen was acutely aware that the pivotal moment for Bibi Dong's ascension to divinity was fraught with peril. He divided a fragment of his consciousness to closely monitor her condition. With my current strength and the rewards bestowed by the system, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I possess the capability to ensure her successful breakthrough, Yao Chen mused. As time elapsed, the aura emanating from Bibi Dong grew increasingly formidable, causing the very space within the trial of the gods to tremble violently. Suddenly, a dark as ink pillar of light surged skyward, piercing through the myriad restrictions of the spirit hall and soaring into the heavens. Bibi Dong had successfully transcended, becoming yet another deity upon the Douluo Continent. She opened her eyes, which shimmered with a cold yet potent brilliance, and stepped forth from the trial grounds to stand before Yao Chen. Yao Chen, this breakthrough owes much to your assistance. I have now attained divinity, and the spirit hall's dominance over the continent is unassailable, Bibi Dong declared, her voice resonating with confidence and authority. Yao Chen smiled and said, Your Holiness, the Pope, has now achieved divine status, which is indeed a blessing for the spirit hall. The dominance of our continent is within reach. However, various factions will undoubtedly not yield quietly. We must remain vigilant in our response. In the offering hall, Qian Dalu felt the formidable aura emanating from Bibi Dong, who had successfully transcended to divinity with Yu Chen's assistance. His countenance grew exceedingly grave. At this moment, Qian Rinxue entered the hall and, gazing at her grandfather, spoke with unwavering determination. Grandfather, with Yao Chen aiding the spirit hall and Bibi Dong ascending to godhood, we cannot afford to remain idle any longer. With a deep sigh, Qiandala replied, Schwer, I am well aware. However, the divine heritage of our angel clan must not be compromised. Should we rashly confront the spirit hall, it could not only jeopardize our lineage but also plunge the continent into irreversible chaos. Qian Rinxue, filled with urgency, implored, What shall we do then? Are we to merely watch the spirit hall dominate the continent? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Daolu slowly articulated, For the time being, we shall maintain a faade of peace with the spirit hall while secretly accelerating your divine heritage's progression. Additionally, we must closely monitor the movements of various factions. Perhaps we can find a way to counterbalance the spirit hall. Though reluctant, Qian Rinxue recognized the wisdom in her grandfather's words and could only nod in resignation. In the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao and numerous elders were deliberating strategies. With Bibi Dong's ascension, the spirit hall had significantly strengthened, rendering their alliance with the lower three sects seemingly vulnerable. An elder expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. Tang Xiao, his expression grave, clenched his fists and declared, Our Haotian sect has stood firm on this continent for many years. We shall not yield so easily. We must enhance our collaboration with the lower three sects while simultaneously seeking new allies. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly reported, Sect Master, we have discovered that Yao Chen is gathering rare materials from various locations, seemingly to concoct a powerful elixir. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Tang Zhao's eyes. This may present an opportunity. Let us dispatch individuals to secretly trail him and see if we can disrupt his plans, thereby weakening the spirit hall's strength. Thus, the Haotian sect sent forth several adept disciples skilled in stealth to quietly follow Yao Chen's movements. Upon learning of Bibi Dong's ascension, the lower three sects found themselves divided in thought. Ning Fingji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, remarked, The spirit hall has grown too formidable. If we continue to oppose them, we may face annihilation. Perhaps we should consider reconciliation with the spirit hall to seek a sliver of survival. Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, scoffed, Ning Sect Master, are you suggesting we retreat in the face of adversity? Our lower three sects have borne grudges against the spirit hall for too long. Reconciliation cannot be so easily achieved. Bai He, the patriarch of the Mingji clan, remained contemplative. Eventually, speaking slowly, we cannot act blindly. The current situation on the continent is intricate. We must assess the circumstances. Perhaps we should observe for a time to gauge the movements of other factions. The three sects ultimately failed to reach a consensus, and thus, the status quo must be temporarily maintained, each enhancing their defenses while awaiting the opportune moment. On Sea God Island, Poseidon convened the seven sacred pillars. With Bibi Dong having ascended to divinity, the ambitions of the spirit hall are certain to swell further. Although we are under the protection of the sea god, We cannot afford to be complacent. The Sea Spear Douluo inquired, High Priest, should we take the initiative to ally with other forces against the Spirit Hall? Poseidon shook his head in response, no. The mission of Sea God Island is to safeguard the legacy of the Sea God. We cannot easily become embroiled in the conflicts of the mainland. However, we must not remain passive. Let us dispatch some Sea Spirit Masters to closely monitor the situation on the mainland. Should the actions of the Spirit Hall pose a threat to Sea God Island, we will take action. Thus, the Sea Spirit Masters of Sea God Island set forth, infiltrating the mainland, concealing themselves in the shadows, and observing the movements of the Spirit Hall and other forces. The perception of medicinal dust during his quest for rare herbs and treasures. Yao Chen astutely sensed that someone was trailing him. A subtle smile graced his lips as an idea began to form in his mind. Since you wish to follow, then follow to your heart's content. Yao Chen deliberately feigned ignorance of his pursuers and continued his journey towards a mysterious valley. This valley was replete with an array of rare herbs, yet it also concealed countless dangers. The disciples of the Houghton sect cautiously trailed behind, unaware that they were unwittingly stepping into a trap meticulously laid by Yao Chen. As they ventured deeper into the valley, Yao Chen suddenly vanished from sight. In an instant, a multitude of powerful soul beasts surged forth from the depths of the valley, launching an assault upon them. These soul beasts possessed a minimum of 10,000 years of cultivation, exhibiting formidable strength. The disciples of the Houghton sect found themselves in an insurmountable predicament, struggling valiantly to resist, yet gradually succumbing to exhaustion. Just when they believed they were destined to perish in that place, Yao Chen reappeared. You disciples of the Houghton sect truly are relentless. However, considering that you act for the sake of your sect, I shall grant you a chance to escape today. But know this, next time, luck may not be on your side. With a wave of his hand, Yao Chen dispelled the soul beasts and allowed the disciples to leave. A storm is brewing. Yao Chen returned to the Spirit Hall and informed Bibi Dong of the matter. It seems that various factions have begun to take action. We must expedite the implementation of our plan, Bibi Dong declared. Yao Chen nodded, affirming the urgency of accelerating Qian Rinshue's Divine King legacy progress while continuing to enhance the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, vigilance against the coalition attacks from various forces was paramount. At this moment, the Douluo Continent was enveloped in a gathering storm, with factions converging like ominous clouds before a tempest, heralding an unprecedented war about to erupt across the land. Standing atop the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed steadfastly into the distance, acutely aware that he was one step closer to becoming the creator deity, to aiding the Spirit Hall in dominating the continent, and to assisting Qian Rinshue in ascending to the throne of divinity. Yet, the path ahead remained fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Chapter 14. The Flames of War Ignite. A convergence of winds and clouds, a new system reward, power ascends further. In the secluded chamber of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen devoted himself to his cultivation, endeavoring to further comprehend the profound powers contained within the jade slip of the chaos principle he had acquired previously. As he immersed himself in the enigmatic laws, the crystalline chime of the divine selection system suddenly resonated within his consciousness. Ding! The host has aided the Spirit Hall, elevating its renown and instilling awe in all directions. Rewards are now being bestowed. The medicinal dust swiftly dissipated from its state of cultivation, awakening with eyes brimming with anticipation. The rewards were as follows: a shard of the Genesis Divine Rune, imbued with a fragment of the Creator's power, capable of enhancing the host's martial soul and spirit, thus providing crucial support for future ascension to the divine status of the Creator. The Stellar Body Refinement Technique, a method through which one may harness the celestial forces to temper the physical form, enabling the host's corporeal body to reach the pinnacle of divinity. And a pair of divine summoning tokens, which can summon 2 ancient divine beasts to assist in battle, with no limit to the number of summons. Albeit each invocation requires a 1-month interval. Yao Chen eagerly examined the rewards before him. The fragments of the Genesis divine pattern shimmered with an ancient and enigmatic light, their intricate designs seemingly narrating the mysteries of the universe's inception. As Yao Chen integrated them into his martial soul, it immediately emanated a more potent aura. The already formidable martial soul appeared to be infused with newfound vitality, becoming increasingly solidified. The emergence of the Starry Body Refinement Technique offered Yao Chen a glimmer of hope for further enhancing his physical prowess. He understood well that, in the battles that lay ahead, a robust physical form was the foundation of his standing. Furthermore, the divine summoning tokens endowed him with an extraordinary advantage. Should he summon an ancient divine beast at a critical moment, it would undoubtedly turn the tide of battle. The martial soul hall was preparing its forces and strategizing. With the joy of the system's rewards, Yao Chen swiftly arrived at Bibi Dong's palace. At this moment, Bibi Dong radiated a divine aura, exuding a unique pressure befitting a deity. After Yao Chen informed her of the new rewards, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Yao Chen, with these enhancements, the strength of our spirit hall shall ascend to new heights. Although various factions remain in a state of observation, the impending conflict is palpable. We must hasten our preparations for war, Bibi Dong declared. Yao Chen nodded in agreement, and the two promptly began to discuss strategies. They decided, on one hand, to have the soul masters of the spirit hall intensify their training in the foundational aspects of the star refinement body technique to enhance their overall physical capabilities. On the other hand, they arranged for trusted confidants to secretly seek suitable locations for summoning ancient divine beasts, ensuring the smoothness of the summoning process. Simultaneously, Yao Chen proposed that control and management over the affiliated forces of the Spirit Hall be strengthened, compelling them to provide more resources and support for the ambitions of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong accepted Yao Chen's suggestions and immediately set about issuing orders. In the offering hall, Qian Douluo, having learned through various channels of Yao Chen's recent acquisition of a system reward, felt an increasing sense of unease. He understood that if no action were taken soon, the dominance of the Spirit Hall over the continent would become inevitable. Qian Douluo summoned several elders of the offering hall and stated, "Now that the Spirit Hall's strength has significantly increased, we can no longer remain passive. However, we lack complete confidence in engaging them directly. Therefore, we shall first dispatch a few disciples disguised as rogue cultivators to create some disorder around the Spirit Hall, testing their reactions." The elders accepted their orders, and soon a group of elite disciples from the offering hall disguised themselves and infiltrated the towns surrounding the Spirit Hall. They deliberately instigated conflicts with the patrols of the Spirit Hall, aiming to provoke them and observe their response strategies. Within the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao furrowed his brows upon learning of Yao Chen's new reward. He realized that competing directly with the Spirit Hall had grown increasingly difficult, necessitating alternative methods. Tang Xiao gathered several top-tier powerhouses from the sect and quietly stated, "We must secretly journey to a mysterious location, rumored to harbor artifacts capable of countering Yao Chen's system powers. If we can obtain it, we will possess the capital to confront the Spirit Hall." The powerhouses, loyal to Tang Xiao, nodded without hesitation. Thus, on a moonless night with gusty winds, several experts from the Haotian sect quietly set forth on a perilous quest to find the artifact. They evaded the surveillance of the Spirit Hall and made their way to the far north of the continent, where legends spoke of the artifact hidden deep within an icy abyss. Faced with the mounting pressure from the increasingly formidable Spirit Hall, the lower three sects finally reached a consensus for alliance. They convened an urgent meeting on the territory of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji articulated, "Now that the Spirit Hall's strength has surged, our only chance for survival lies in uniting the lower three sects. However, we must first discuss strategies to address our differing interests and demands." Yu Yuanjin interjected, "Indeed. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect excels in aggressive assaults and can serve as the vanguard. Yet, we cannot afford to be shortchanged in the distribution of post-battle benefits." Bai He remarked, "Our Minji clan possesses great speed and can take charge of intelligence gathering and harassing the enemy. Nevertheless, we require more resources to enhance the strength of our clansmen." Intense discussions unfolded among the participants regarding the specifics of their union. Although a consensus on the intention to unite was reached, significant discrepancies remained concerning issues such as the distribution of benefits, leading to a tense atmosphere during the meeting. On the hidden support from Sea God Island, Poseidon sensed the increasingly strained atmosphere on the continent. She understood well that should the Spirit Hall truly dominate the mainland, Sea God Island would find it challenging to remain unaffected. Poseidon summoned her trusted confidants, including the sea witch Douluo, and declared, "Although we cannot directly partake in the conflicts of the continent, we can covertly support certain factions to distract the Spirit Hall. Select a group of elite sea spirit masters to secretly infiltrate the mainland and engage with those opposing the Spirit Hall, offering them assistance. However, be sure to conceal our identity as Sea God Island." The sea witch Douluo and her companions accepted their orders, and shortly thereafter, a contingent of elite sea spirit masters from Sea God Island quietly infiltrated the mainland. They established connections with powers such as the Haotian sect and the lower three sects. discreetly providing them with precious cultivation resources and combat techniques. In response to the escalating chaos, the Spirit Hall quickly noted the disturbances in the surrounding towns. Yao Chen personally led a team of titled Douluo to investigate. They discovered that the rogue cultivators inciting the turmoil possessed formidable strength, suggesting a powerful force was backing them. Yao Chen let out a cold sneer, remarking, "Humph, do you think that by masquerading as a wandering cultivator you can deceive me? This must undoubtedly be the work of that old rascal, Douluo." At the command of Yao Chen, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall launched their assault. Although these disguised disciples of the Hall of Offerings possessed considerable strength, they found it increasingly challenging to withstand the onslaught of Yao Chen and his cadre of titled Douluos. Amidst the fierce battle, one of the disciples from the Hall of Offerings seized the opportunity to emit a distress signal. In no time, several figures appeared in the distance, revealing themselves to be the elders of the Hall of Offerings. "Yao Chen, how dare you lay a hand on my disciples?" One of the elders bellowed in fury. Yao Chen, undeterred, retorted, "You were the ones who instigated the provocation. How dare you blame me now? Is Qiandao Lu too cowardly to confront me in person?" The atmosphere was fraught with tension, both sides on the brink of a significant clash. As the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Offering Hall became public, the entire Douluo Continent was engulfed in an immediate sense of urgency. The Haodian sect, while in pursuit of divine artifacts, encountered ambushes from scouts dispatched by the Spirit Hall, resulting in skirmishes. Although the lower three sects harbored disagreements regarding their alliance, they temporarily set aside their differences in the face of the looming threat posed by the Spirit Hall and began to collaborate on defensive strategies. Meanwhile, the forces covertly supporting Sea God Island were gradually shifting the balance of power across the continent. Standing atop the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed upon the tumultuous changes across the land, fully aware that a monumental war was imminent. Clenching his fists with unwavering resolve, he prepared to confront the challenge that would determine the fate of the Douluo Continent. While simultaneously striving to become the creator god and assist Qian Rangshu in ascending to the rank of God King, the fierce competition among various factions on this continent had officially marked the onset of intensified conflict as a spectacular battle loomed, shrouding the land in thick smoke. Chapter 15. The battle rages on. The situation remains stalemated, system rewards, and changes in the course of battle. In the command center of the Spirit Hall battlefield, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Although the recent conflict with the Worship Hall had momentarily ceased, both sides were silently gathering strength, and an imminent clash loomed. At that moment, a notification from the Divine Selection System echoed within his mind. Ding! The host displayed formidable deterrence during the confrontation with the Worship Hall, aiding the Spirit Hall in solidifying its position. Thus, rewards were bestowed. The rewards included 1 primordial creation pill, which upon consumption, could instantaneously restore all soul power and injuries, and temporarily elevate one's strength by an entire realm. A comprehension manual of the laws of time and space, assisting the host in grasping these laws, granting the ability to traverse dimensions and manipulate the flow of time, and 3 divine summoning scrolls, capable of calling forth 3 ancient divine beings, with no limits on usage. Though each summoning would require a substantial amount of soul power, Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy. For each of these rewards could be deemed pivotal in altering the tide of battle. The Homing Creation Pill radiated a gentle, kaleidoscopic glow, its surface adorned with enigmatic runes, seemingly harboring boundless vitality and strength. The mastery of temporal and spatial laws surged into Yao Chen's consciousness as a stream of information, instantly immersing him in the wondrous insights of these principles, as if he beheld an entirely new realm. Meanwhile, the 3 divine summoning scrolls exuded an ancient and formidable aura, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes and patterns, as though they were linked to primordial, arcane powers. The emergency mobilization of the Martial Soul Hall unfolded. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and immediately informed Bibi Dong of the system rewards. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of surprise and determination flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Yao Chen, these rewards come at the perfect moment. We must swiftly leverage these advantages to break the current stalemate, she declared. The two quickly devised a plan. Yao Chen decided to first bestow the Homing Creation Pill upon the most formidable titled Douluos within the Spirit Hall, keeping it as a contingency measure. Concurrently, he began to study the nuances of the laws of time and space, hoping to employ this power unexpectedly during combat. After deliberation with Bibi Dong regarding the Divine Summoning Scroll, they resolved to utilize it at the most critical juncture to summon an ancient god-level powerhouse, delivering a devastating blow to their adversaries. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall commenced a large-scale mobilization of forces, reinforcing defenses at various strategic locations, while dispatching elite troops to scout and harass suspected enemy strongholds. In the offering hall, Qin Douluo, upon learning that Yao Chen had acquired another system reward, felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that if a breakthrough strategy was not conceived swiftly, the offering hall and the entire angel clan would be plunged into an abyss from which there would be no return. Qin Douluo summoned all the offerings, his expression grave as he proclaimed, "That young man Yao Chen has obtained formidable rewards. We can no longer remain on the defensive. I have decided to initiate the ancient heritage ritual of the angel clan, harnessing the power of our ancestors to bolster our strength." One of the offerings voiced concern. "Great offering, the ancient heritage ritual carries significant risks. A moment's carelessness could endanger not only the inheritor, but could also lead to the failure of the entire ritual, potentially resulting in backlash." Qian Daolia's gaze was resolute. "The situation is dire. We have no alternative. Qian Rinxue possesses extraordinary talent, making her the most suitable candidate for the heritage ritual. If she can successfully obtain part of our ancestor's power, we will have the means to contend with the Spirit Hall." Thus, preparations for the ancient heritage ritual commenced in earnest, and Qian Rinxue was summoned to ready herself for the impending ceremony. In the extreme northern depths of the ice abyss, several experts from the Haotian sect were painstakingly searching for the location of a legendary artifact. The biting cold of the ice abyss was pervasive, with formidable ice-type soul power enveloping the surroundings, where a moment's inattention could result in being frozen solid. After several days of searching, they finally uncovered a clue within a concealed ice cave. The walls of the cave were inscribed with ancient runes and patterns, seemingly narrating the origins of the artifact. "It appears the artifact is in close proximity," Tang Xiao exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to delve deeper, a horde of powerful ice-type soul beasts suddenly emerged, launching an onslaught against them. These soul beasts were all at least 10,000 years old, with the leader being a 100,000-year-old Ice Emperor Scorpion. "Everyone, be cautious. We must not allow these soul beasts to thwart our grand endeavor." Tang Xiao, wielding the Haotian hammer, was the first to charge into the throng of soul beasts. An intense battle unfolded within the icy cavern, where the elite of the Haotian sect engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the soul beasts. With soul power surging and ice fragments flying about, the collaboration and challenges faced by the lower three sects were evident. Although they had united, the disparate ideologies and interests of each faction led to numerous friction points in their actions. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was eager to assault the Spirit Hall to avenge past humiliations, while the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect believed it prudent to first consolidate their defenses and amass strength. The Min family, meanwhile, encountered difficulties in intelligence gathering, as the Spirit Hall had heightened its defenses, making it arduous to obtain valuable information. "This cannot continue," Ning Fingji expressed anxiously. "We must act in unison, lest we fall prey to the Spirit Hall's divided onslaught." Yu Yuanjin also recognized the gravity of the situation. "Ning's sect master is correct. We should appoint a commander to coordinate our forces." After considerable discussion, the lower three sects chose to elect Tang Xiao as the temporary commander. Given the Haotian sect's esteemed reputation across the continent and Tang Xiao's exceptional prowess, however, Tang Xiao is currently exploring sacred artifacts in the far north, leaving the lower three sects to maintain the status quo until his return. The deep involvement of Sea God Island. The elite sea spirit masters dispatched by Sea God Island were secretly active on the continent, providing substantial assistance to factions opposing the Spirit Hall. Yet, as the Spirit Hall's vigilance increased, their operations grew increasingly challenging. Upon learning of the situation, Poseidon resolved to deepen their involvement in the continental affairs. She selected several core powerhouses from Sea God Island, personally assigning them special missions. "You are to proceed to the continent, collaborate closely with those factions, assist them in formulating strategies, and bolster their strength. However, be cautious not to reveal the identity of Sea God Island. All actions must be aimed at restraining the Spirit Hall," Poseidon instructed. Upon receiving their orders, these formidable Sea God Island champions stealthily infiltrated the continent, forging deeper connections with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, beginning to devise strategies, train armies, and prepare for a more extensive confrontation with the Spirit Hall. Frequent minor conflicts as various factions actively prepared, skirmishes erupted across Douluo Continent. Reconnaissance units of the Spirit Hall frequently clashed with the patrol teams of the Offering Hall, resulting in casualties on both sides. The battles between the Haotian sect and soul beasts in the far north also drew the attention of the Spirit Hall, which dispatched a team of powerful individuals to intercept, attempting to thwart the Haotian sect from acquiring sacred artifacts. In the border regions between the lower three sects and the Spirit Hall, minor frictions occurred regularly. The Spirit Hall sought to constrict the living space of the lower three sects, while the latter valiantly resisted, defending their territory. These minor conflicts, akin to sparks in dry brush, held the potential to ignite a conflagration that could engulf the entire Douluo Continent. The tense atmosphere on the eve of Great War. Yao Chen stood atop the towering spire of the Spirit Hall, gazing out at the conflagrations erupting across the continent. He understood in his heart that a monumental clash was imminent. Various factions were exerting every effort toward the ultimate victory, enveloping the entire Douluo Continent in an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. Qian Dalu closely monitored the progression of Qian Rinshue's inheritance ceremony within the worship hall, fully aware that this represented the last glimmer of hope for the sanctuary. The masters of the Haotian sect were engaged in a grueling standoff against the soul beasts and the intercepting forces of the Spirit Hall in the far north. Tantalizingly close to the divine artifact, yet beset by numerous obstacles, the three lower sects were striving to harmonize their efforts, attempting to forge a formidable combat collective. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of Sea God Island were subtly steering the course of events, hoping to seize this opportunity to maintain the balance of the continent. As the eve of this monumental war approached, the various factions resembled arrows drawn taut on a bowstring, poised to be released at a moment's notice. A cataclysmic battle that would determine the fate of Douluo Continent was on the verge of unfolding. Yao Chen, as one of the pivotal figures in this tempest, was resolutely advancing toward the goal of leading the Spirit Hall to dominance over the continent, assisting Qian Rinshue in her ascension to godhood, and ultimately achieving the status of the creator god, fueled by the rewards of the system and his own sagacity. Chapter 16. A shift in winds and clouds. The reversal of fortune, key rewards, and the key to break the deadlock. In the heart of the Spirit Hall, the strategist meticulously coordinated intelligence regarding the various factions' conflicts. At that moment, the resounding prompt of the divine selection system echoed like a thunderclap in his mind. Ding, the host, through deftly maintaining the Spirit Hall's advantages amidst the intricate balance and clashes of multiple powers, was awarded a prize. The reward consisted of a chaos primordial tower, capable of suppressing the heavens and sealing all beings, impervious to any attack below the divine level, and capable of inflicting severe damage upon the souls of adversaries. A drop of the essence of eternal laws, which, upon fusion, would grant the host dominion over eternal power within a certain range, elevating his offensive and defensive capabilities to an absolute realm, and a legacy from the ancient divine craftsman, which, upon acquisition, would bestow mastery of ancient divine forging techniques, enabling the creation of equipment surpassing even the most revered artifacts. Yao Chen gazed upon the chaos primordial tower that had manifested before him. The tower, imbued with an ancient and substantial aura, emanated a chaotic essence, resembling a towering peak that suppressed the void. The droplet of the eternal law's essence shone like a resplendent star, harboring boundless mysteries and power. Meanwhile, the legacy of the ancient divine craftsman transformed into enigmatic runes. Surging into Yao Chen's sea of consciousness, Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Each of these three rewards possessed the potential to alter the current state of battle significantly. The Chaos Primordial Tower could, at a crucial moment, establish an impregnable defense for the Spirit Hall. Should he successfully merge the essence of eternal laws, he would gain an absolute advantage in combat. The inheritance of the ancient divine craftsman would enable him to forge formidable equipment, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen swiftly conveyed the rewards to Bibi Dong, whose eyes gleamed with astonishment and delight. Yao Chen, these rewards are extraordinarily remarkable. We must make full use of them, Bibi Dong declared. They initially resolved to position the Chaos Primordial Tower in the heart of the Spirit Hall, where several titled Douluos would stand guard day and night, serving as the ultimate defensive measure for the Spirit Hall. As Yao Chen commenced his seclusion to merge with the essence of the eternal law, he meticulously channeled his soul power within the confines of a secluded chamber, carefully guiding the drop of the eternal law's essence into his being. With its assimilation, he felt a profound connection to the eternal force of the universe, each cell within his body rejoicing with elation. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall initiated a grand military enhancement program. Leveraging the legacy of ancient divine artisans, Yao Chen personally instructed the craftsmen at the Spirit Hall in the creation of divine-grade equipment. In a brief moment, the hall was ablaze with fervent flames and radiant light. At the same time, Qian Rinxue faced obstacles in her inheritance. While Qian Daolu fervently presided over the ancient inheritance ceremony in the offering hall, enveloped in a golden aura at the center of the ritual, Qian Rinxue's countenance suddenly turned pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. It became apparent that the ancestral power of the angel clan was overwhelmingly potent, rendering her body incapable of withstanding it. Qian Daolu was consumed with anxiety yet could not interrupt the ceremony. To do so would not only nullify Qian Rinxue's efforts but could also expose her to a backlash from the inherited power. Gritting his teeth, Qian Daolu forcefully infused his soul power to stabilize the inheritance for Qian Rinxue, fully aware that this approach was unsustainable and that her life was in imminent peril. In the extreme north, the elite of the Haotian sect, after a fierce battle, ultimately repelled the intercepting forces of the Spirit Hall and the ice-based soul beasts. Deep within an ice cave, Tang Xiao discovered the legendary artifact, the chaotic sky-splitting halberd. The moment he grasped the halberd, a surge of formidable power coursed through his body. The halberd emanated an ancient and powerful aura, its shaft inscribed with mysterious runes that seemed to narrate tales of ancient splendor. At last, I have found it, Tang Xiao exclaimed with exhilaration, feeling the artifact's immense power. With it, the Haotian sect could stand against the Spirit Hall with newfound confidence. However, just as they prepared to return with the artifact, Yao Chen sensed the overwhelming fluctuations of its emergence and personally led a contingent of powerful warriors from the Spirit Hall to confront them. Tang Xiao, relinquish the artifact, and you may yet preserve your lives, Yao Chen proclaimed from the air, his expression stern. Tang Xiao gripped the chaotic sky-splitting halberd tightly, retorting fiercely, Yao Chen, this artifact belongs to the Haotian sect. You shall not take it. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and a fierce battle became inevitable. Under Tang Xiao's command, the lower three sects began to harmonize and streamline their efforts, just as they readied themselves for the impending conflict with the Spirit Hall. Reinforcements from Sea God Island brought them a turning point. The formidable warriors from Sea God Island introduced a unique cultivation method that would enable the soul masters of the lower three sects to enhance their soul power within a short span. Additionally, they imparted exquisite techniques for combined attacks, allowing the soul masters to unleash strengths far exceeding their own potential. With the aid of the Sea God Island warriors, the capabilities of the lower three sects were significantly elevated. Ning Fingji, Yi Yuanjin, and others glimpsed the hope of victory. They intensified their training and preparation for a decisive confrontation with the Spirit Hall. The intentions of Sea God Island became evident as it deeply intervened in the affairs of the mainland. The Spirit Hall gradually began to perceive subtle signs. Through intelligence analysis, Yao Chen suspected that Sea God Island was clandestinely supporting forces opposed to the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, I suspect that Sea God Island is meddling behind the scenes. We cannot remain passive, Yao Chen articulated. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Sea God Island truly intervenes, our plans will be significantly compromised. We must dispatch skilled individuals to covertly investigate the actions of Sea God Island. Once confirmed, we shall teach them a lesson. Consequently, the Spirit Hall dispatched several titled Douluo adept at stealth and tracking to quietly approach the vicinity of Sea God Island, seeking to unveil its enigmatic shroud. As various factions engaged in covert rivalry, an unforeseen conflict erupted, triggering an all-out war. The Worship Hall, determined to preserve Qian Rinxue's legacy, resolved to gamble everything and launched a preemptive strike against the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu personally led the elite from the Worship Hall, charging fiercely towards the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong had anticipated this move, directing the Spirit Hall's soul masters to stand ready. Simultaneously, Haotian sect, wielding the chaotic splitting heaven spear, allied with the lower three sects to mount a flanking assault on the Spirit Hall. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries, and the brilliance of soul power soared into the heavens. In the midst of chaos, Yao Chen wielded the Chaos Primordial Tower, confronting Qian Daolu. You have come here today, merely to seek your own demise, Yao Chen thundered. Qian Daolu retorted with a disdainful snort. Today marks your end, Yao Chen. The two formidable warriors engaged in a fierce clash, the battle escalating to a feverish intensity. As the tide of combat shifted, the effects of Yao Chen's fusion with the essence of the eternal laws began to manifest. He traversed the battlefield with an air of invincibility, causing foes to retreat in disarray wherever he tread. Sensing Yao Chen's overwhelming strength, Qian Daolia's heart raced with alarm. Yet, he found himself with no avenue for retreat and could only muster an all-out offensive. At the moment when the situation hung in balance, Yao Chen seized the opportunity to unleash the power of the Chaos Primordial Tower. The tower radiated a blinding light, enveloping the battlefield with a terrifying gravitational force, drawing in several formidable beings from the worship hall and the Haotian sect. No, Tang Xiao watched helplessly as his companions were swallowed by the tower, rendered powerless to intervene. The sudden turn of events rattled Qian Douluo, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Yao Chen capitalized on this disruption, delivering a devastating blow to Qian Douluo. Upon learning of the outbreak of this fierce conflict, the Sea God Island discreetly dispatched its own powerful warriors to intervene. However, their plans were thwarted when investigators from the Spirit Hall uncovered their whereabouts and relayed the information back. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong led a contingent of Spirit Hall elites to assault the hidden stronghold of the Sea God Island. Caught off guard, the warriors of Sea God Island found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. The entire landscape of Douluo Continent transformed in an instant as the Spirit Hall, under Yao Chen's leadership and bolstered by the advantages conferred by system rewards, gradually gained the upper hand. Yet, all factions persisted in their endeavors. The monumental battle that would determine the fate of Douluo Continent raged on fiercely. Whether Yao Chen could harness this propitious momentum to aid the Spirit Hall in its quest for supremacy, assist Qian Rinxue in ascending to divinity, and ultimately claim the title of Creator God for himself remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 17. Interwoven Fates, Clues of the Divine Stone, and the Turbulent Winds of the Continent. In the saga of Yao Chen Douluo, The Chosen Path, several months have elapsed since Yao Chen acquired vital clues regarding the Creator God and the Chaos Star Stone from the Abyss of Chaos. During this period, Yao Chen has diligently sought the whereabouts of the Chaos Star Stone while simultaneously fortifying the position of the Spirit Hall within the Douluo Continent. Under the leadership of Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue, the Spirit Hall has grown increasingly powerful, forming a more robust alliance with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, subtly poised to dominate the continent. Concurrently, the Sea God Island has felt the mounting pressure resulting from the rise of the Spirit Hall. Traditionally regarded as a unique and enigmatic force on the Douluo Continent, the Sea God's inherited power wields considerable deterrence. The island's sovereign, Poseidon, acutely recognizes that the growing strength of the Spirit Hall could disrupt the existing balance of the continent. Thus, he has begun to discreetly monitor the movements of the Spirit Hall. In the pursuit of the elusive Chaos Star Stone, Yao Chen embarks on a journey enriched by tasks assigned through the divine selection system, continuously acquiring an array of precious rewards. These rewards encompass not only rare natural treasures that enhance his soul power, but also enigmatic tomes capable of fortifying martial soul skills, as well as maps revealing the clandestine locales of the Douluo Continent. During an expedition into ancient ruins, Yao Chen, equipped with a unique detection device bestowed by the system, uncovers subtle clues connected to the Chaos Star Stone. The ancient murals and cryptic inscriptions within the ruins point towards a mysterious maritime expanse known as the Sea of Mist, shrouded in dense fog year-round. According to legend, this treacherous sea conceals countless dangers, yet it may also harbor a singular Chaos Star Stone. Yao Chen resolved to embark on a journey to the Sea of Mist. Before his departure, he conveyed the situation to Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue. Yao Chen, your journey to the Sea of Mist is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. Should you require assistance, the Spirit Hall will certainly provide unwavering support. Bibi Dong remarked with a grave expression. Qian Rinxue also expressed her concern, saying, Senior Yao, you are of paramount importance to the Spirit Hall. Please ensure your safe return. With a faint smile, Yao Chen confidently declared, Your Majesty, Schwerer, rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. Should I succeed in obtaining the Chaos Star Stone, it will not only be pivotal for my ascent to the divine rank of Creator God, but will also provide tremendous support for the future development of the Spirit Hall. After bidding farewell to the members of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen embarked on his journey towards the Sea of Mist. After several days of navigation, he finally arrived at the edge of the Sea of Mist. Before him lay a vast expanse shrouded in a thick layer of gray fog, from which eerie sounds faintly emanated, as if countless unknown dangers awaited him. The Elixir Master summoned his soul energy, enveloping his form with a protective barrier, and cautiously ventured into the dense mist. Shortly after entering, a horde of octopus-like sea spirit beasts lunged toward him. These colossal creatures possessed formidable size, their tentacles adorned with sharp barbs, radiating an intense wave of soul energy. Yao Chen summoned the chaotic celestial phoenix martial spirit, unleashing the stellar radiance. Countless illusory stars erupted from him, illuminating the surrounding mists, while the blinding brilliance rendered the sea soul beast temporarily sightless. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen conjured a chaotic tempest. A storm of primordial power swirling around him, ensnaring the sea soul beasts within its grasp. The creatures struggled against the tempest, yet soon succumbed to the overwhelming force that shattered them. Delving deeper into the sea of mists, Yao Chen stumbled upon a mysterious island floating upon the waves. This isle was adorned with an array of peculiar flora, emanating a soft luminescence, as if whispering the island's secrets. Upon setting foot on the land, he immediately sensed a formidable surge of soul energy emanating from the depths of the island. Following the pulsation of this energy, he ventured toward the center, where an ancient temple stood. The temple's grand entrance was sealed, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes. Yao Chen endeavored to decipher these symbols with his soul power, and at the moment his energy brushed against the runes, the doors creaked open. Inside the temple, he beheld a colossal statue. Though the visage was shrouded in obscurity, the aura it radiated suggested a profound connection to the chaotic star stone. At the base of the statue lay a recessed stone platform, inscribed with cryptic hints. After a thorough interpretation, Yao Chen discerned that to acquire the chaotic star stone, he must endure the statue's trial. The challenge entailed vanquishing a myriad of formidable soul beasts summoned by the statue within a virtual realm. These beasts boasted powers exceeding 10,000 years, with several among them being over 100,000 years old. Yao Chen took a deep breath, bracing himself for battle. As a beam of light flickered, he was transported into the virtual realm. Upon entering this space, a colossal 10,000-year soul beast, the ice-armored dragon shark, charged towards him. Its body was encased in a formidable layer of icy armor, and as it opened its massive jaws, a chilling gust of air surged towards Yao Chen. Yao Chen summoned the chaotic Starlight Guardian, enveloping himself in a radiant shield composed of vibrant hues, effectively deflecting the onslaught of the ice-armored dragon shark. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Chaotic Destruction Slash, a blade of energy imbued with chaotic power, aimed directly at the ice-armored dragon shark. Sensing the formidable force of the sword aura, the ice-armored dragon shark intensified the glow of its icy armor in a desperate attempt to resist the oncoming strike. The collision of the sword aura and the icy armor erupted into a fierce wave of energy. Amidst the fierce battle with the ice-armored dragon shark, Yao Chen detected the presence of several ancient soul beasts in the vicinity. Aware that he could not afford to engage in a protracted struggle with the ice-armored dragon shark, he resolved to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Consequently, Yao Chen channeled his entire soul power into his Chaos Starlight Phoenix martial spirit, executing the Chaotic Genesis Annihilation. A colossal beam of chaotic light surged towards the ice-armored dragon shark, which, under the overwhelming might of the beam, let out a furious roar before being consumed by the radiant force. Having vanquished the ice-armored dragon shark, Yao Chen swiftly turned to confront the assaults of the other ancient soul beasts. Despite their ferocity, the ancient soul beasts were unable to impede his advance, given his formidable strength and extensive combat experience. After a fierce struggle, Yao Chen triumphed over all the soul beasts, thereby passing the statue's trial. As he succeeded, a stone emanating chaotic light, the Chaos Star Stone, gradually materialized in the statue's hand. Filled with joy, Yao Chen approached to grasp the Chaos Star Stone, securing it within his system space. Just as he prepared to depart the temple, the prompt sound of the divine selection system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a Chaos Star Stone and completing a hidden task. Rewards include 10 Super Soul Power Enhancement Pills, capable of instantly elevating the host's soul power by 10 levels, 1 Chaos Divine Skill Comprehension Card, which allows for the random understanding of a chaotic divine skill, and a confidential intelligence report from Sea God Island. A surge of joy enveloped Yao Chen as he promptly consumed a Super Soul Power Enhancement Pill. In an instant, a formidable force of soul energy surged within him, elevating his soul power level by an astounding 10 tiers. Sensing the tumultuous strength coursing through his being, Yao Chen utilized a Chaos Divine Technique Comprehension Card. A radiant beam of light flashed, and in his mind's eye, a potent Chaos Divine Technique known as Chaos Space-Time Distortion materialized. Capable of bending the fabric of time and space within a certain range, inflicting devastating damage and constraints upon his adversaries. Ultimately, Yao Chen perused the clandestine intelligence regarding Sea God Island. The reports indicated that Sea God Island was surreptitiously organizing an operation against the Spirit Hall, planning to ally with various factions dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall to collectively oppose it. Moreover, Sea God Island possessed a mysterious artifact known as the Heart of the Sea God, which was rumored to wield the power to alter the tides of battle. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He promptly departed from the Sea of Mists and returned to the Spirit Hall. He intended to inform Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue of the plans concerning Sea God Island and engage in a collaborative discussion on countermeasures. Simultaneously, he recognized that as he amassed more Chaos Star Stones, he drew ever closer to the divine status of the Creator God. Yet the path ahead would undoubtedly grow more arduous, complicating the already intricate circumstances of the Douluo Continent due to his actions. Upon arriving at the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen made his way directly to Bibi Dong's palace, where he meticulously relayed both the plans of Sea God Island and the acquisition of the Chaos Star Stones. To his astonishment, he discovered the nefarious intentions harbored by Sea God Island. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, her expression grave, and inquired, "Yao Chen, what are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "Your Majesty, since Sea God Island intends to ally with other forces against us, we cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative to disrupt their coalition plans. Simultaneously, we should reinforce the defenses of the Spirit Hall and enhance our own strength. As for the Heart of the Sea God, we must not underestimate it. We need to devise strategies to counter the potential threats it may pose." At that moment, Qian Rinxue entered the palace. Upon hearing Yao Chen's words, she stated, "Elder Yao is correct. We cannot afford to be passive and suffer blows. I can leverage my identity as a God King to intimidate those forces that might consider allying with Sea God Island, deterring them from cooperating so easily." Bibi Dong nodded slightly and said, "This plan is feasible. Yao Chen, continue your search for the Chaos Star Stone to bolster your strength, as it is crucial for us to navigate the forthcoming challenges. I will confer with Haotian sect and the lower three sects to collectively enhance our defenses and formulate a strategic response." Yao Chen assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall swiftly seek out additional Chaos Star Stones. However, prior to that, we must first discern the precise actions of Sea God Island. To know ourselves and our adversaries is to ensure victory in every battle." Consequently, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Ring should commence their urgent preparations, utilizing the capabilities of the system. Yao Chen dispatched specialized intelligence-gathering soul beasts to the vicinity of Sea God Island, meticulously monitoring every movement of the island. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong reached out to the leaders of Haotian sect and the three lower sects to deliberate on a concrete strategy to counter the threat posed by Sea God Island. Qian Ringshu also initiated actions across the Douluo Continent, employing intimidation and persuasion on some wavering factions. On Sea God Island, Poseidon was fervently preparing for an offensive against the Spirit Hall. She allied with various factions that had suffered losses during the Spirit Hall's expansion, endeavoring to forge a formidable coalition to decisively vanquish the Spirit Hall and restore the continent's original equilibrium. Unbeknownst to her, Yao Chen had already discerned their plans. An intense conflict was on the verge of erupting across the Douluo Continent, with the Chaos Star Stones in Yao Chen's possession poised to become a pivotal variable in this tumultuous scenario. Chapter 18. Undercurrents, Strategies. In new crises after Yao Chen informed Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu of the threat from Sea God Island, the Spirit Hall swiftly mobilized. The intelligence-gathering soul beasts dispatched through the divine selection system continuously relayed updates regarding Sea God Island. The island's master, Poseidon, was secretly contacting various factions, attempting to assemble a vast anti-Spirit Hall alliance. Several smaller factions had already been persuaded, and both the Tiando and Xinglua empires were clandestinely engaging with Sea God Island, heightening the tension of the situation. In a gathering of utmost significance, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and the representatives from the lower three sects convened to deliberate strategies in response to the escalating maneuvers of Sea God Island. The island's intentions to forge alliances against them posed a grave threat that demanded immediate attention. "We must devise a countermeasure post-haste," Yao Chen remarked gravely. "For should an alliance take shape, we will find ourselves besieged from all sides." With determination, Tang Xiao wielded the Haotian hammer and struck the ground with fervor, proclaiming, "What is there to fear? The Haotian sect stands ready to fight alongside the Spirit Hall. Even against Sea God Island, we shall not falter." The leaders of the lower three sects echoed their commitment to join forces with the Spirit Hall in confronting the menace posed by Sea God Island. Ningfengxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, adjusted his glasses and suggested, "We must first ascertain the specific factions that Sea God Island seeks to recruit, thus fracturing their coalition. Concurrently, we must fortify our defenses and enhance our strength to be adequately prepared." Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Her gaze sweeping over the assembly as she articulated, "Master Ning speaks wisely. Yao Chen, you are tasked with gathering intelligence. Ensure you uncover every detail regarding the alliance of Sea God Island. Qianrenxue. Continue to exert the intimidation of the Divine King upon those wavering factions to dissuade them from joining the coalition. I shall collaborate with the Haotian sect and the lower three sects to bolster the defensive arrangements of the Spirit Hall and allied forces, thereby enhancing our collective might." The assembly members acknowledged their directives and set forth to act. Yao Chen, while meticulously gathering intelligence on the movements of Sea God Island through the observation of spirit beasts, also sought the elusive Chaos Starstone. He understood that the enhancement of his own strength was paramount in preparation for the impending crisis. During one of his explorations prompted by the system's guidance, Yao Chen arrived at the mystical Linghuan mountain range on the Douluo Continent. This mountain range, perpetually shrouded in mist, was replete with an array of extraordinary spiritual flora and formidable spirit beasts. The system hinted that this location might conceal clues related to the Chaos Star Stone. As Yao Chen stepped into the mountain range, he was immediately enveloped by a profound wave of soul energy. Suddenly, a colossal spirit ape leaped forth from the thicket, exuding an overwhelming aura, revealing itself to be a 100,000-year soul beast. Upon spotting Yao Chen, the spirit ape let out a thunderous roar and swung its massive arm towards him with great force. Yao Chen swiftly summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Spirit, manifesting the Chaos Star Shield to withstand the onslaught of the spirit ape. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Chaos Annihilation Slash, a blade of energy infused with chaotic power, directed towards the spirit ape. The spirit ape deftly evaded, the blade of energy striking a nearby boulder, which was instantly reduced to mere powder. Remarkably agile, Yao Chen mused to himself. He then conjured a chaos storm, a tempest formed by formidable chaotic energy, sweeping forth. The spirit ape was drawn into its vortex, yet it valiantly resisted the overwhelming force, relying on its exceptional physical prowess. As Yao Chen seized the opportune moment, he unleashed the chaotic Genesis Obliteration, a colossal beam of chaotic light directed toward the spirit monkey. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the spirit monkey's fur bristled, emanating a formidable soul force in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of the chaotic beam. Yet, despite the overwhelming power of the chaotic Genesis Obliteration, the spirit monkey was ultimately struck by the light, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Having vanquished the spirit monkey, Yao Chen delved deeper into the mountain range. Within the depths of the mountains, he stumbled upon an ancient relic concealed within a cave. The entrance to the relic was adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes. Drawing upon his extensive study of these symbols and aided by the system, Yao Chen successfully unlocked the grand door. Upon entering the relic, Yao Chen discovered an array of ancient artifacts and tomes meticulously arranged throughout the chamber. At the heart of the relic stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a stone emanating a faint glow. Intrigued, Yao Chen approached to examine it closely. After a thorough appraisal by the system, he realized that it was indeed the chaotic star stone he had long sought. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the second chaotic star stone, thereby completing the hidden quest. Rewards include a vial of chaotic divine body enhancement liquid, capable of augmenting the host's physique to better align with chaotic power, a divine soul skill fusion card, which allows the merging of two divine soul skills into a singular, more potent skill, as well as a detailed list of the Sea God Island Alliance's factions. Yao Chen's heart soared with joy as he immediately consumed the chaotic divine body enhancement liquid. In an instant, a warm and potent force coursed through his entire being, as though his body had been reforged, becoming more resilient and allowing him to wield the power of chaos with greater finesse. Subsequently, Yao Chen utilized the divine-level soul skill fusion card. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to merge the chaotic annihilation slash with the chaotic genesis obliteration. A flash of brilliance illuminated the space as the essence of both soul skills fused within him, giving birth to a novel soul skill, the chaotic genesis annihilation technique. This soul skill combined the piercing sharpness of the chaotic annihilation slash with the formidable might of the chaotic genesis obliteration, unleashing a cataclysmic power upon activation. Finally, Yao Chen examined the detailed roster of forces within the Sea God Island Alliance. The list included not only several minor factions but also families closely allied with the two great empires of Tiando and Xinglua. Yao Chen was acutely aware that should these forces unite, they would pose a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. With the Chaos Star Stone and crucial intelligence in hand, Yao Chen swiftly returned to the Spirit Hall. He presented the detailed list of the Sea God Island Alliance's forces to Bibi Dong, stating, "Your Majesty, here's the comprehensive roster of the Sea God Island Alliance. We must act promptly to sow discord within their coalition." Bibi Dong, regarding the list with a grave expression, replied, "Among these factions, some can be swayed, while others must be met with intimidation. Qianrenxue, you shall lead a contingent of elite Spirit Hall warriors to make a final effort to win over those factions that waver. Should they remain obstinate, we shall show them the consequences of their defiance. Yao Chen, continue your quest for the Chaos Starstone to enhance our power. I will collaborate with the Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects to devise a strategic plan against the Sea God Island Alliance." Qianrenxue departed to fulfill her orders, while Yao Chen embarked once more on his journey to seek the Chaos Starstone. However, shortly after Yao Chen left the Spirit Hall, urgent reports arrived from the borders of the Spirit Hall. The Sea God Island had allied with several smaller factions and launched a surprise attack on the border cities of the Spirit Hall. The defenses of these cities were perilously compromised under the onslaught of the Sea God Island's formidable forces. Upon receiving the news, Bibi Dong immediately summoned the elite warriors of the Spirit Hall, preparing to rush to the frontier for support. "I never anticipated that the Sea God Island would dare to strike first. We must not allow them to succeed," Bibi Dong exclaimed furiously. Upon receiving the news, Yao Chen promptly returned. He was acutely aware that this confrontation would be a significant clash between the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island, with the outcome directly influencing the morale of both sides and the subsequent development of the situation. He resolved to accompany Bibi Dong to the border, intending to utilize his strength and newly acquired soul skills to deliver a decisive blow to Sea God Island, thereby securing an advantageous position for the Spirit Hall amidst the tumultuous circumstances. When Yao Chen and Bibi Dong, leading the formidable experts of the Spirit Hall, arrived at the border city, the assault from Sea God Island had already wreaked considerable havoc. The city walls had crumbled in several places, and the populace was in a state of disarray, fleeing in all directions. The powerful figures from Sea God Island were rampaging through the city, seeking to amplify their gains. Cease at once. Bibi Dong's furious roar resonated, and the formidable power of the Rakshasa god erupted, enveloping the entire city with an overwhelming aura. The formidable warriors of Sea God Island, sensing Bibi Dong's immense strength, halted their actions, regarding her with apprehension. "Bibi Dong, today marks the beginning of your Spirit Hall's decline," declared an elder from Sea God Island, stepping forward and proclaiming loudly. Yao Chen let out a cold laugh and stepped forward, declaring, "Is it merely you? None of you shall leave today." With that, he summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Soul and unleashed the Chaos Genesis Annihilation Technique. A colossal beam of chaotic light surged into the sky, infused with the powers of destruction and creation, sweeping towards the formidable warriors of Sea God Island. The strength of this terrifying force sent shivers down the spines of the Sea God Island warriors, compelling them to unleash their most potent soul techniques in defense. However, the might of the Chaos Genesis Annihilation Technique far exceeded their expectations. Where the light passed, the defenses of the Sea God Island warriors were instantly shattered, with many being engulfed by the radiance, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, one elder from Sea God Island turned pale, astonished by Yao Chen's overwhelming power. He quickly invoked a secret technique of Sea God Island in an attempt to withstand the Chaos Genesis Annihilation Technique's might. Yet, under Yao Chen's formidable assault, his technique barely held its ground. Seizing this opportunity, Bibi Dong executed the divine skill of the Rakshasa god, Rakshasa Judgment. A beam of black light descended from the heavens, targeting the elder of Sea God Island directly. Under the dual onslaught of the Chaos Genesis Annihilation Technique and Rakshasa Judgment, the elder could no longer endure, letting out a wretched cry as he collapsed to the ground. The other warriors of Sea God Island sensed the impending doom and sought to retreat. However, Yao Chen and Bibi Dong were not inclined to let them escape, leading the elite of the Spirit Hall in a vigorous pursuit, delivering a significant blow to the forces of Sea God Island. Following this battle, the Spirit Hall successfully repelled the assault from Sea God Island, safeguarding the border city. Yet, Yao Chen and Bibi Dong understood that this was merely a probing attack from Sea God Island. The true conflict lay ahead. They needed to accelerate their efforts to fracture the alliance of Sea God Island and bolster the strength of the Spirit Hall to confront the greater crisis looming on the horizon. Yao Chen also recognized the urgency of locating the Chaos Star Stones. Only by swiftly gathering the 7 stones and obtaining the power of creation could they secure an absolute advantage in the continental strife, achieving the goals of helping the Spirit Hall dominate the continent, elevating Qianrenxue to the status of a divine king. and ultimately attaining the divine rank of Creator God himself. Chapter 19. The Fracture of Alliances, Crisis and Opportunity Coexist. After repelling the assault from Sea God Island, the morale within the Spirit Hall soared. However, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and their companions remained vigilant, fully aware that Sea God Island would not relent, and greater perils awaited them. Yao Chen gazed at the ravaged border city, silently vowing to hasten the search for the Chaos Star Stones, enhance the strength of the Spirit Hall, and utterly dismantle the schemes of Sea God Island. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen convened once more with Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and the high-ranking officials of the Hautian sect and the three lower sects to deliberate on their forthcoming strategies. Though we have repelled Sea God Island as surprise attack, they will undoubtedly regroup their forces. We must act swiftly to fracture their alliance before they make another move. Yao Chen proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and added, I previously went to intimidate those wavering factions, and it has yielded some results. Certain factions have indicated they will reconsider their collaboration with Sea God Island, but there remain some obstinate ones. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before articulating. For those forces that resolutely stand against us, we must not exhibit leniency. However, mere intimidation is insufficient for fracturing alliances. We must also bestow certain advantages to entice some factions. The leaders of the lower three sects unanimously expressed their agreement. Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, adjusted his glasses and remarked, we can leverage the resource advantages of the Spirit Hall to offer substantial rewards to those wavering factions, such as providing advanced soul techniques and precious cultivation resources. Simultaneously, we can showcase our strength in repelling the ambush from Sea God Island, making it clear that opposing us leads to dire consequences. Listening to the discourse, Bibi Dong had already formulated a plan in her mind. She turned to Yao Chen and instructed, Yao Chen, continue your quest for the Chaos Star Stones. This is pivotal for enhancing our overall strength. Qian Renxue, you shall lead the diplomatic envoy of the Spirit Hall to once again engage with those indecisive factions for a final persuasion. I will collaborate with the Hautian sect and the lower three sects to prepare for any potential renewed assault from Sea God Island. Upon receiving their orders, everyone set forth to execute their respective tasks. Guided by the hints from the divine-level selection system, Yao Chen discovered that in the far eastern reaches of Douluo Continent, there lay a mysterious expanse of ice known as the Cold Abyss Icefield. It is said that within this desolate realm, an ancient stone tablet is concealed, inscribed with runes that may guide him to the third Chaos Star Stone. The medicinal dust set forth immediately, enduring several days of arduous travel, and finally arrived at the frozen abyss. Here, the landscape is engulfed in ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to extreme lows. Even with the formidable strength of the medicinal dust, a subtle chill could be felt. The icy expanse is beset by howling winds and relentless blizzards, rendering visibility severely impaired. Yao Chen summoned his soul power, enveloping his body in a warm protective layer to fend off the biting chill. He tread cautiously across the icy expanse, ever vigilant of the lurking dangers surrounding him. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from ahead. A surge of alarm coursed through Yao Chen, prompting him to heighten his awareness. Following the direction of the sound, he beheld a colossal ice bear gradually advancing towards him, towering at several dozen meters. This magnificent creature was cloaked in a thick layer of crystalline ice, emanating formidable waves of soul power. It was a super soul beast, aged 150,000 years. Upon spotting Yao Chen, a glint of ferocity flashed in the bear's eyes as it lifted its massive paw, descending upon him with tremendous force. In a swift motion, Yao Chen activated the Chaos Star Guardian, and a radiant shield of vibrant colors materialized, intercepting the bear's assault. The paw struck the shield with a thunderous crash, the sheer force of the impact causing Yao Chen's body to shudder slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the ice bear and dared not to exhibit the slightest negligence. He unleashed the Chaotic Annihilation Slash, a blade of energy imbued with the essence of chaos, directed towards the ice bear. The ice bear swung its massive paw, deflecting the blade of energy with ease. Subsequently, the bear opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a beam of icy blue light that surged toward Yao Chen. With a swift motion, Yao Chen evaded the onslaught of beams. Simultaneously, he unleashed the chaotic storm, a tempest forged from formidable chaotic energies, which surged toward the ice bear, engulfed by the whirlwind. The ice bear's crystalline armor began to exhibit fissures under the relentless assault. With a thunderous roar, the ice bear's icy radiance intensified, desperately attempting to break free from the storm's grasp. Seizing the opportune moment, Yao Chen executed the chaotic Genesis annihilation technique, directing a colossal beam of chaotic light towards the ice bear. Sensing the terrifying power of this attack, the ice bear exerted every ounce of strength, shedding its icy crystals to form a formidable shield of ice, capable of withstanding the onslaught of the chaotic Genesis annihilation technique. The collision of light and ice shield erupted in a violent display of energy. Gradually succumbing to the impact, the ice shield shattered, leaving the ice bear grievously wounded as it let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. Yao Chen stepped forward, preparing to assess the condition of the ice bear. Suddenly, the creature's body began to shimmer with radiant light, and to his astonishment, it transformed into a humanoid figure. This figure was an elderly man with flowing white hair, who regarded Yao Chen with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. I did not expect one so young to possess such remarkable power. I am the guardian of the ice fields, and I have been safeguarding this monument for millennia. Should you succeed in the trials set by the stone tablet, you shall acquire the clues to the chaotic star stone, the elder proclaimed. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within and said, "Esteemed elder, please guide me." The old man led Yao Chen to a towering stone tablet, its surface inscribed with an array of enigmatic runes. The elder spoke, "These runes encapsulate an ancient soul technique. You must comprehend and manifest it within the span of an hour. Should you succeed, you will have passed the trial." Yao Chen gazed intently at the runes inscribed upon the stone tablet, channeling his soul energy in an effort to decipher their meaning. With the assistance of the divine level selection system, he gradually grasped the significance of the runes. As time progressed, his comprehension of the ancient soul techniques deepened immensely. Ultimately, as the hour drew to a close, Yao Chen unleashed the ancient soul technique known as Ice Abyss Chaos Break. A radiant beam, infused with the powers of ice and chaos, emanated from his hand, striking a distant iceberg. In an instant, the iceberg crumbled under the force of the light. Observing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done, you have passed the trial." The clue to the Chaos Starstone lies deep within this icy expanse, where a concealed ice cave awaits. Within the cave stands a mysterious altar, and the Chaos Starstone may very well reside upon it. However, the cave is fraught with peril, so you must exercise utmost caution. Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the elder and ventured deeper into the icy expanse. After an extensive search, he finally discovered the concealed ice cave. Within the cave, a chilling aura enveloped him, and the walls glimmered with an otherworldly radiance. As Yao Chen cautiously entered the ice cavern, he had not ventured far when he encountered a swarm of ice attribute spirit beasts. Though small in stature, their numbers were formidable, and they surged towards Yao Chen in a frenzied rush. Yao Chen unleashed a tempest of chaos, swirling the soul beasts within its tumultuous embrace. Yet, these soul beasts exhibited remarkable tenacity, struggling relentlessly within the storm in an attempt to draw closer to Yao Chen. Observing their persistence, Yao Chen invoked the Chaos Creation and Annihilation technique, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance obliterated the soul beasts. As he ventured deeper into the icy cavern, Yao Chen finally arrived before a mysterious altar. Upon the altar lay a stone emanating chaotic luminescence, the very Chaos Star Stone he had fervently sought. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the third Chaos Star Stone and completing the hidden quest. Rewards include a Chaos Divine Intention Enhancement Pill, which elevates the host's mental strength, sharpening their perception and control over chaotic energies, a Divine Fusion Technique comprehension card related to the Chaos Celestial Phoenix Martial Soul, enabling the understanding of a Divine Fusion Technique, and the latest intelligence report on the Sea God Island Alliance. With immense joy swelling within him, Yao Chen promptly consumed the Chaos Divine Mind Enhancement Pill. Instantly, a formidable surge of divine consciousness coursed through his mind, significantly amplifying the intensity of his spiritual awareness. He could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of soul energy surrounding him, and his mastery over the chaotic forces became increasingly adept. Subsequently, Yao Chen utilized a divine-grade martial soul fusion technique comprehension card. A radiant flash illuminated his mind, revealing a divine-grade martial soul fusion technique, the Chaotic Stellar Phoenix Domain Fusion Technique, known as Chaotic Starfall. Once unleashed, this skill would merge with his allies' martial souls, conjuring a powerful domain wherein the forces of the stars could be manipulated to deliver devastating blows to adversaries. Lastly, Yao Chen reviewed the latest intelligence updates from the Sea God Island Alliance. The information revealed that Sea God Island was intensifying its efforts to attract allied forces, promising generous rewards, including cultivation secrets and fragments of divine artifacts. Additionally, Sea God Island was clandestinely training a formidable army, preparing to launch a large-scale assault against the Martial Soul Temple. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the urgency of time. He needed to return to the Spirit Hall post-haste to convey this intelligence to Bibi Dong and others. Simultaneously, he comprehended that as preparations on Sea God Island progressed, the peril confronting the Spirit Hall intensified. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that, through unity and the astute utilization of their resources and clues, they could uncover opportunities amidst this crisis, enabling the Spirit Hall to achieve supremacy and assisting Qian Rinxue in ascending to the throne of the Divine King, while also paving his own path to attain the status of the Creator God. With the Chaos Star Stone in hand, Yao Chen swiftly departed from the cold abyss ice field. He hurried back to the Spirit Hall, where he meticulously conveyed the latest developments from Sea God Island, as well as the new skills and clues he had acquired, to Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and others. It appeared that Sea God Island was resolutely determined to oppose us, having made ample preparations. Bibi Dong, her expression grave, remarked on the situation. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow and stated, "We cannot remain passive. We must accelerate our efforts to fracture their alliance. Simultaneously, we must intensify our military training to enhance the combat capabilities of the Spirit Hall's forces." Yao Chen nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the divine-level martial soul fusion technique I have recently comprehended, if applied judiciously on the battlefield, will significantly enhance our combat prowess. Furthermore, we can exploit the internal discord within the Sea God Island alliance to further divide them. For instance, we could disseminate some false information to sow seeds of doubt among them." After a thorough discussion, the group formulated a detailed response plan. Yao Chen was tasked with training the army of the Spirit Hall alongside the masters from the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, imparting new combat techniques and collaborative strategies. Qian Rinxue continued to lead the diplomatic envoy, reaching out to the wavering factions to secure their allegiance while cleverly spreading misinformation to fracture the Sea God Island alliance. Bibi Dong remained stationed at the Spirit Hall, orchestrating the overall strategy while preparing for any potential assault from Sea God Island. While the Spirit Hall was diligently preparing to confront the impending crisis, the alliance of Sea God Island was also steadily growing. However, whether Yao Chen's plans would successfully divide the alliance, and whether the Spirit Hall could prevail in the impending grand conflict remained uncertain. The situation on the Douluo Continent grew increasingly tense, heralding an imminent battle that would determine the fate of the continent. Chapter 20. The Stormy Decisive Battle. Stepping toward the Divine Realm as the Spirit Hall busily prepared to counter the attack from the Sea God Island alliance, Yao Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to training the Spirit Hall's army. He imparted his newly acquired combat techniques and the application methods of the divine-level martial soul fusion skill, Chaotic Starfall, without reservation to the elite troops of the Spirit Hall and the masters dispatched by the Haotian sect and the lower three sections. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, the strength and synergy of the troops grew ever more harmonious, resulting in a notable enhancement of the entire army's combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue traversed the various factions across the Douluo Continent with her diplomatic envoy, utilizing the majesty and wisdom of the angelic God King. She showcased the formidable power and generous terms of the Spirit Hall to the undecided factions, all the while skillfully disseminating meticulously fabricated falsehoods that successfully instigated suspicion and conflict within the Sea God Island alliance. Some factions that had previously wavered about joining the alliance began to reconsider their positions upon witnessing the sincerity and strength of the Spirit Hall, while rifts emerged among some core members of the alliance due to the false information. Simultaneously, while training the army, Yao Chen did not neglect to continue exploring the whereabouts of the Chaotic Starstone through the Divine Selection System. The clues provided by the system pointed towards a mysterious underground ruin known as the Shadowy Crypt. It was said that this place concealed ancient secrets intricately linked to the Chaotic Starstone. Aware of the urgency of time, Yao Chen promptly set out for the Shadowy Crypt after arranging the necessary matters for the army's training. Upon reaching the entrance of the Shadowy Crypt, a chilling aura enveloped him. The entrance was shrouded by a mysterious black light curtain, emanating an eerie fluctuation of soul power. Yao Chen focused his soul power, cautiously probing the light curtain, and discovered that it harbored formidable sealing forces. With the assistance of the Divine Selection System, Yao Chen discovered a method to unravel the veil of light. Following a specific route of soul power circulation, he infused his soul energy into the luminous barrier, which gradually dissipated, revealing the entrance to the underground palace. Upon entering the chamber, Yao Chen found himself enveloped in darkness and humidity. with the walls flanking the passageway shimmering with an eerie green glow. Suddenly, a swarm of ghostly soul beasts surged forth from the shadows, emitting piercing cries as they lunged towards him. These spectral creatures moved with astonishing speed and possessed the ability to phase through their corporeal forms, rendering ordinary attacks nearly ineffective against them. In response, Yao Chen swiftly summoned his Chaotic Star Phoenix martial spirit, unleashing the Chaotic Star Guardian, which manifested a formidable shield to temporarily fend off the onslaught of the ghostly soul beasts. Yao Chen meticulously observed the behavioral patterns of the spectral soul beasts and discovered that, although they possessed the ability to become ethereal, they momentarily solidified during their attacks. Seizing upon this vulnerability, he unleashed the Chaotic Annihilation Slash, directing a sword aura infused with chaotic energy toward them at the precise moment of their assault. Under the onslaught of the sword aura, the spectral soul beasts emitted anguished wails before dissipating into nothingness. As Yao Chen delved deeper into the subterranean palace, he stumbled upon a vast hall where an enormous statue loomed before him. The visage of the statue was indistinct, yet the aura it emanated suggested a profound connection to the chaotic starstone. The pedestal of the statue was inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes. Employing his divine selection system alongside his extensive research on runes, Yao Chen deciphered that these inscriptions contained a method to access the next level of the palace, as well as significant clues regarding the chaotic starstone. Following the guidance of the runes, Yao Chen successfully unlocked the passage to the next tier of the underground palace. In this new layer, a dense aura of chaos enveloped the air, filling Yao Chen with elation, for he sensed that he was drawing ever closer to the chaotic starstone. However, the guardians of this level were formidable, as a colossal chaos golem materialized before him. The golem radiated immense chaotic power, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light, fixated on Yao Chen as though warning him to remain at a distance. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead, yet he exhibited not the slightest inclination to retreat. He unleashed the chaotic tempest, a tempest born of immense chaotic power, which surged forth towards the chaotic golem. The golem, however, did not flinch or evade. Instead, it raised its colossal arm to confront the tempest head-on. The collision between the tempest and the golem's arm erupted in a violent wave of energy. Yet the golem remained utterly unscathed. Upon witnessing the scene, Yao Chen immediately invoked the chaotic Genesis annihilation technique. A colossal beam of chaotic radiance surged towards the chaotic golem. Sensing the formidable power of this attack, the golem unleashed its chaotic energy, forming a protective shield. The clash between the radiance and the shield generated violent tremors, causing the entire underground palace to shudder. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Yao Chen suddenly recalled his newly comprehended chaotic starfall. Although he lacked teammates to execute a martial soul fusion technique, he resolved to harness the surrounding chaotic aura to simulate the effects of such a fusion. Focusing his mind, he guided the chaotic energies around him to resonate with his martial soul, unleashing an enhanced version of chaotic starfall. Before him, ethereal stars materialized in the sky, their stellar power intertwining with the chaotic energy, forming a magnificent beam of light that surged towards the chaotic golem. Under the might of this assault, the golem let out a furious roar as fissures began to appear across its body. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of the beam, the chaotic golem collapsed with a resounding crash. After vanquishing the golem, Yao Chen discovered the fourth chaotic starstone within the secret chamber behind it. The stone radiated a gentle yet powerful glow, and Yao Chen sensed that with the continuous collection of these stones, he was drawing ever closer to the divine status of the creator god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the fourth chaotic starstone and completing the hidden task. Rewards include one refining pill for the chaotic saint body, which can further refine the host's physique, enhancing its capacity to withstand the impacts of chaotic power, the divine level auxiliary skill chaotic insight, allowing the host to perceive the enemy's soul power flow and skill vulnerabilities, and intelligence regarding the military deployment and combat plans of the Sea God Island Alliance. Overjoyed, Yao Chen immediately consumed the Chaos Sacred Body Refining Pill. The elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth, unleashing a torrent of warmth that coursed through his body, as if he were being reforged anew. His physical resilience was elevated, enhancing his capacity to absorb and wield the power of chaos to a new level. Subsequently, he endeavored to employ the Chaos Insight skill. In an instant, he could perceive the flowing trajectories of soul power in his surroundings, as though nothing could escape his gaze. Finally, Yao Chen meticulously examined the intelligence regarding the military deployment and combat strategies of the Sea God Island Alliance. The intelligence revealed that the Alliance planned to mobilize its full military strength in half a month, launching a comprehensive assault on the Spirit Hall from multiple directions. Their aim was to obliterate the defenses of the Spirit Hall with overwhelming numerical superiority, thereby seizing control of the entire Douluo Continent. Yao Chen was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He promptly returned to the Spirit Hall, where he meticulously conveyed the battle plans and troop deployments of the Sea God Island Alliance to Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue, and the members of the Haotian sect and the other 3 sections a fortnight, perhaps? The urgency was palpable, yet we are not without our preparations. Bibi Dong's expression was grave, yet her eyes radiated determination. Clenching her fists, Qianrenxue declared, "Since they have chosen to approach us, let us ensure they do not return." Yao Chen nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, we can devise targeted defensive and counteroffensive strategies based on their troop deployments. Simultaneously, we must utilize the upcoming fortnight to further fracture their alliance and diminish their strength." Following thorough discussions, the group formulated a meticulous battle plan. Yao Chen was entrusted with leading an elite contingent to set ambushes at critical locations, employing his chaos insight skill to identify the enemy's vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive blow. Qianrenxue would command the Angel Legion, providing aerial support and launching surprise attacks to disrupt the enemy's formation. Bibi Dong, alongside the masters from Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects, would remain at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, directing the overall strategy. In the ensuing fortnight, the Spirit Hall entered a state of heightened readiness. Yao Chen conducted final reinforcement training for the troops while contemplating how to best leverage his abilities and skills on the battlefield. Qianrenxue tirelessly patrolled the various defensive lines, bolstering morale. Bibi Dong maintained close communication with various factions, ensuring the smooth execution of their plans. At last, the day of the decisive battle arrived. The forces of the Sea God Island Alliance surged forth like a tidal wave, their ferocity intent on obliterating the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to them, however, the Spirit Hall was fully prepared, and a thrilling confrontation was on the brink of unfolding. The battlefield erupted with the cries of battle. The Sea God Island Alliance initiated the assault first, unleashing a myriad of formidable soul techniques that intertwined in the air, casting radiant flashes of light. Yao Chen led the ambushed troops, launching a surprise attack as the enemy entered the encirclement. He unleashed the Chaos Genesis Annihilation technique, the overwhelming chaos light exploding within the enemy ranks, inflicting catastrophic casualties in an instant. Concurrently, he employed his Chaos Insight skill to accurately pinpoint the enemy commander, directing his forces for targeted strikes. Qianrenxue, leading the Angel Legion, charged into the enemy lines like a bolt of golden lightning. She invoked the powerful skills of the Angel God King, illuminating the battlefield with golden radiance as enemies fell one after another. Under Qianrenxue's command, the Angel Legion proved unstoppable, effectively disrupting the offensive tempo of the Sea God Island Alliance. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, stationed at the Spirit Hall headquarters, unleashed the terrifying power of the Rakshasa God, providing formidable spiritual support to the frontline warriors. She adeptly adjusted strategies based on the evolving battlefield situation, orchestrating the collaboration of various forces. Despite the relentless resistance from the Spirit Hall, the Sea God Island Alliance's offensive gradually found itself mired in difficulties. They had anticipated an effortless victory, yet were taken aback by the Spirit Hall's prior preparations and strength beyond their expectations. As the battle raged on, internal conflicts within the Sea God Island Alliance, stemming from the false information previously disseminated by Qianrenxue, began to surface, leading some factions to contemplate retreat. Yao Chen astutely sensed the shift in circumstances and promptly commanded his forces to launch a comprehensive counterattack. Under the relentless assault of the Spirit Hall, the defenses of the Sea God Island Alliance ultimately crumbled, leading to a disarrayed retreat of their troops. The Spirit Hall achieved a decisive victory in this monumental conflict. As a result of this battle, the Sea God Island Alliance suffered significant losses, rendering them incapable of posing any substantial threat to the Spirit Hall in the foreseeable future. The prestige of the Spirit Hall reached its zenith on the Douluo Continent, with various factions flocking to pledge their allegiance. Yao Chen's exceptional performance in this grand battle further elevated him to the status of a legendary figure across the continent. However, he remained unsatisfied, acutely aware that his ultimate ambition lay in gathering the 7 Chaos Star Stones to attain the divine rank of the Creator God. At present, he had acquired 4 of these stones, inching closer to his goal. In the days to come, Yao Chen would persist in his quest for the remaining Chaos Star Stones while simultaneously aiding Qianrenxue in solidifying her position as the God King, striving to establish the Spirit Hall's absolute dominance over the Douluo Continent and etch their own legendary narrative. Chapter 21, Aftermath. New clues and challenges following the resounding triumph of the Spirit Hall over the Sea God Island Alliance. the landscape of the Douluo Continent underwent a seismic transformation. The influence of the Spirit Hall expanded further, as previously neutral or indecisive factions began to capitulate to its power. The formidable reputation of Bibi Dong as the Rakshasa goddess, the divine might of Qian Rinxue as the angel god king, and the legendary exploits of Yao Chen swept across the continent like a tempest, establishing the Spirit Hall as the undisputed hegemon. Nevertheless, Yao Chen did not indulge in the euphoria of victory. He understood that the path to unifying the 7 Chaos Star Stones and achieving the status of Creator God was fraught with challenges. Moreover, despite the defeat of the Sea God Island Alliance, this ancient and enigmatic force possessed profound roots that could still yield unforeseen developments. In the aftermath, Yao Chen secluded himself within the Spirit Hall's secret chamber, reflecting on the lessons learned from the battle while delving into the new clues provided by the divine selection system. The system indicated that within a mysterious maritime expanse known as the Moonlit Sea, a location referred to as the Starry Illusion Island might conceal the 5th Chaos Star Stone. Just as Yao Chen prepared to embark on his journey to the Moonlit Sea, Qian Rinxue arrived at his place of meditation. Senior Yao, your contributions were paramount in securing victory in this battle. Yet, although the current state of the continent appears stable, undercurrents of tension remain. Though the Sea God Island has been defeated, I worry they may secretly plot revenge, Qian Rinxue expressed with a look of concern. Yao Chen nodded slightly and said, Schwer, your concerns are not unfounded. The Sea God Island will undoubtedly not swallow this grievance lightly. However, we cannot afford to remain stagnant. I intend to venture to the Moonlit Sea in search of the Chaos Star Stone to enhance my strength. Only by amplifying my power can the foundation of the Spirit Hall become more robust. Qian Rinxue expressed her understanding and replied, Rest assured, Senior Yao. I will assist His Holiness the Pope in managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall, strengthening our vigilance over the continent's situation to prevent any clandestine actions from the Sea God Island. After bidding farewell to Qian Rinxue, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to the Moonlit Sea. After several days of navigation, he finally arrived at this enigmatic expanse of water. The sea of the Moonlit Sea exhibited a peculiar azure hue, shimmering with a dreamlike radiance under the embrace of sunlight. Above, a colossal moon hung in the sky, emanating a gentle and mysterious glow. The medicinal dust, guided by the system's direction, sought the elusive Starry Illusion Island amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. Suddenly, immense waves surged from beneath the surface, and a colossal sea creature emerged, breaking through the water. This creature resembled a whale, yet its entire body was adorned with scales that shimmered with the brilliance of stars. Its eyes, akin to 2 miniature suns, radiated powerful waves of soul energy, revealing it as a superlative sea beast of 200,000 years. Intruder, why have you trespassed into my domain? Boomed the creature's voice, resonating across the ocean's surface. Yao Chen composedly declared, I am Yao Chen, here in pursuit of the Chaos Star Stone. I mean no offense and humbly ask for your understanding, esteemed elder. The sea beast scoffed, the Chaos Star Stone? Such a divine artifact is not something you can acquire so easily. If you wish to pass, you must first overcome me. With that, the sea beast opened its maw, unleashing a beam infused with the power of the stars directed at Yao Chen. Swiftly, Yao Chen summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix Martial Spirit, invoking the Chaos Star Guardian. A radiant shield of multifarious hues materialized instantaneously, bracing against the onslaught of the beam. Upon impact, the beam struck the shield, resulting in a brilliant explosion of light, causing the shield to quiver slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by this sea beast and understood the necessity for swift resolution. He unleashed the chaotic storm, a tempest born of overwhelming chaotic energy that surged toward the creature. The starry scales upon the beast radiated with brilliance as it swung its massive tail, summoning a deluge in an attempt to counter the storm. In the clash between the tempest and the tidal wave, Yao Chen invoked the chaotic Genesis annihilation technique, directing a colossal beam of chaotic light toward the sea beast. Sensing the terrifying might of the strike, the creature unleashed the full force of its stellar power, enveloping itself in a robust defensive barrier. The collision of the radiant light and the protective shield resulted in a violent tremor, causing the surrounding waters to erupt into towering waves reaching dozens of meters high. As the beast of the sea unleashed its full defensive capabilities, Yao Chen seized the opportunity to execute an enhanced version of the chaotic starfall. Once more, ethereal stars materialized in the heavens, their celestial power intertwining with the forces of chaos, culminating in a colossal beam of light directed towards the sea creature. Under the weight of this formidable assault, the beast emitted a pained roar. Its protective barrier began to shatter, and its form suffered grave injuries. Who would have thought you possessed such strength? Go forth. The celestial illusion island lies ahead. May you discover what you seek, the sea creature uttered before descending into the depths of the ocean. Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the sea beast and continued his journey. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the mesmerizing starry illusion island. The island was veiled in a mysterious luminescent curtain, shimmering with a celestial radiance akin to that of stars. Utilizing his soul power and the guidance of the divine selection system, Yao Chen successfully traversed the ethereal barrier and set foot upon the starry illusion island. The island was replete with extraordinary sights, adorned with various luminescent flora and enigmatic stones exuding an otherworldly aura. Following a glowing pathway, he arrived at the entrance of an ancient temple. The grand doors stood resolutely shut, intricately inscribed with celestial runes. Employing his chaotic insight skill, Yao Chen deciphered the runes' meanings, uncovering the secrets of entering the temple as well as the perils that lay within. Following the instructions of the runes, Yao Chen infused his soul energy into a specific spot on the grand door, which began to open slowly. Upon entering the temple, he discovered an array of ancient artifacts and treasures. However, his gaze was swiftly drawn to a stone platform at the center of the sanctuary. Upon it rested a stone emanating a chaotic radiance, the very fifth Chaos Star Stone he had long sought. Yet, just as Yao Chen prepared to grasp the Chaos Star Stone, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the temple. Acquiring the Chaos Star Stone would not be so simple. As the laughter resounded, a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in dark robes materialized before him. These mysterious individuals exuded an unsettling aura, their strength formidable. The leader among them was nearly at the level of a titled Douluo. "Who are you? Why do you impede my path?" Yao Chen inquired warily. The leader of the mysterious group let out a cold laugh, declaring, "We are the Shadow Organization, guardians of the Chaos Star Stone. Such a transcendent artifact cannot fall into your hands." Yao Chen understood that further words were futile. Only a battle could determine the outcome. He unleashed the chaotic storm, a tempest imbued with formidable chaotic energy, which surged towards the enigmatic figures. The mysterious individuals promptly employed their respective soul techniques to counter the onslaught of the storm. Amidst the fierce clash, Yao Chen discerned that these shadowy beings were synergistically coordinating their soul techniques, thereby establishing a robust defensive system. Without hesitation, he invoked the chaotic Genesis annihilation technique, endeavoring to shatter their defenses. Yet, through their exquisite collaboration, the mysterious figures astonishingly withstood this formidable attack. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen unleashed his chaos insight skill, meticulously observing the mysterious figures' soul power dynamics and the vulnerabilities in their techniques. After a thorough examination, he discerned a particularly frail node in the soul power connection while the enigmatic individual executed their united defense skill. Channeling his own soul power with unwavering focus, Yao Chen launched a formidable strike aimed directly at this weak point. Under the relentless onslaught of Yao Chen's attack, the mysterious figure's defensive structure finally faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen invoked the Chaos Starfall, decisively vanquishing the enigmatic foe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the 5th Chaos Star Stone and completing the hidden mission. Rewards include the Chaos Divine Wings, which enhance the host's speed and flying capabilities, imbued with the offensive effects of Chaos Power. The Divine Soul Secret Art Chaos Soul Impact, capable of delivering a powerful blow to the enemy's soul, and a piece of hidden intelligence regarding the secrets of Poseidon Island. Yao Chen's heart swelled with elation as he promptly examined his rewards. Before him materialized a pair of wings radiating a chaotic luminescence, which unfurled gracefully from his back. With a gentle flick of these wings, he instantly experienced a remarkable surge in speed. Subsequently, he endeavored to harness the chaotic spiritual consciousness, unleashing a formidable force of soul energy from his sea of consciousness, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Finally, Yao Chen scrutinized the concealed intelligence regarding the hidden depths of the Sea God Island. The information revealed that, beyond its apparent power, the island harbored a mysterious faction of the Sea God's legacy, a battalion composed of elites meticulously selected through the ages. These individuals underwent specialized training from a young age, boasting immense strength and mastery over some of the island's ancient arcane arts. Moreover, the Sea God Island was home to an enigmatic treasure trove, housing an array of divine artifacts, rare natural treasures, and potent cultivation manuals. Yao Chen was acutely aware that this information was of paramount importance to the Spirit Hall. With the 5th Chaos Star Stone in his possession, he hastily returned to the Spirit Hall, intent on conveying these critical reports to Bibi Dong and Qianren Chue, to collaboratively devise a strategy to address the potential threat posed by Sea God Island. Simultaneously, He recognized that the quest to locate the remaining 2 Chaos Starstones would be increasingly arduous, yet his resolve grew ever more resolute. For the sake of his aspirations and the future of the Spirit Hall, he would forge ahead, undeterred by any challenges. Upon his return to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen made his way directly to Bibi Dong's palace, where he meticulously detailed the hidden depths of Sea God Island and the acquisition of the 5th Chaos Starstone to both her and Qian Rinxue. It was astonishing to discover that Sea God Island harbored such formidable power. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she spoke. A flicker of concern crossed Qian Rinxue's eyes as she inquired, "Elder Yao, what do you believe our course of action should be?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "We must first enhance our surveillance of Sea God Island, closely monitoring their every move. Simultaneously, we should leverage the current advantages of the Spirit Hall to further bolster our own strength. I will impart the newly acquired Divine Soul secret technique to several elite members of the Spirit Hall, thereby augmenting our soul attack capabilities. As for the Sea God Treasury, we must approach it with caution and avoid rash actions." Following a thorough discussion, the group devised a preliminary plan to address the potential threat posed by Sea God Island. Yao Chen took charge of training the elite members of the Spirit Hall, teaching them the techniques of chaotic spiritual impact to enhance their overall combat prowess. Qian Rinxue led the intelligence team, intensifying the efforts to gather information about Sea God Island, ensuring that the Spirit Hall could promptly grasp the movements of the island. Bibi Dong coordinated the overall strategy, preparing for various possible scenarios, while the Spirit Hall actively responded to the threats from Sea God Island. Yao Chen did not forget to search for the remaining 2 Chaos Starstones. He understood the urgency. Only by swiftly collecting all the Chaos Starstones and achieving the divine status of the Creator God could he ensure the long-term stability of the Spirit Hall. Assist Qian Rinxue in solidifying her position as the God King and realize their grand vision on the Douluo Continent, in this land filled with mystery and challenges. What new trials would Yao Chen face, and would he successfully locate the remaining Chaos Starstones? All remained uncertain, awaiting his exploration and revelation. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Ruins. The Temptation and Crisis of the Chaos Starstones. After discussing strategies to confront Sea God Island with Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, Yao Chen devoted himself entirely to the quest for the remaining Chaos Starstones. The clues provided by the Divine Selection System pointed to a mysterious relic known as the Lingshu Ancient Land, situated in the far southern region of the Douluo Continent. It is said that this place was once a sanctuary for a powerful deity during ancient times, concealing countless secrets and opportunities, among which the Chaos Starstones may be found. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the peril that this expedition entailed. However, in pursuit of his aspirations, he resolutely embarked on his journey. After several days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the farthest southern reaches of the world. Here, the landscape was one of icy desolation, with biting winds that contrasted starkly with other regions of the Douluo Continent. Deep within this frozen expanse lay a vast chasm, from which emanated a faint, enigmatic glow. This was the entrance to the ancient realm of Lingshu. Yao Chen summoned his soul power and gradually descended into the chasm. Upon landing, he was immediately enveloped by a profound and ancient aura. The surrounding walls were adorned with an array of peculiar runes and patterns, seemingly narrating tales from a distant epic. As Yao Chen cautiously advanced, he employed his chaotic insight skill to decipher the runes. Most of the inscriptions pertained to the cultivation experiences of an ancient deity and their insights into the laws of heaven and earth. Yet they also subtly hinted at the descent of the chaotic starstone. As he delved deeper into the ruins, Yao Chen encountered a myriad of dangers. Occasionally, mechanisms unleashed hidden projectiles, and formidable soul beasts emerged unexpectedly. These soul beasts were formidable, with many possessing millennia of cultivation. However, Yao Chen adeptly navigated each peril with the aid of his chaotic star phoenix martial soul and an array of potent soul techniques. In a spacious hall, Yao Chen stumbled upon a colossal statue. Its features were indistinct, yet it emanated an aura of reverence. At the base of the statue lay a recessed stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome radiating a luminous glow. Approaching the pedestal, Yao Chen picked up the tome and discovered it contained a powerful technique known as the Spirit Void Divine Art. This technique could resonate with chaotic power, and if mastered, would significantly enhance his control over the chaotic forces. Filled with elation, Yao Chen promptly commenced his endeavor to cultivate the Lingshu Divine Technique. Throughout this process, he discovered a remarkable resonance between the chaotic energy within him and the profound method of cultivation, leading to a gradual enhancement of his strength. However, just as he became absorbed in his training, the grand doors to the hall abruptly shut, and a formidable assembly of guardian soul beasts surged forth from the surroundings. These beasts exhibited a strength far surpassing that of those previously encountered, their gazes imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Yao Chen abruptly halted his cultivation, summoning forth the chaotic celestial phoenix spirit. He unleashed the Tempest of Chaos, a formidable storm wrought from the potent forces of chaos, sweeping towards the guardian soul beasts. Undaunted, the guardian soul beasts retaliated, employing their respective soul skills to engage in a fierce confrontation with the storm. Amidst the battle, Yao Chen discerned that these guardian soul beasts appeared to be under the influence of some enigmatic power, their assaults relentless, each strike imbued with lethal menace. Yao Chen was acutely aware that he could not afford to engage in a protracted battle. He unleashed the chaotic Genesis annihilation technique, sending forth a tremendous beam of chaotic light towards the guardian soul beasts. Wherever the light traversed, the guardian beasts fell one after another. Yet a few formidable soul beasts continued to resist tenaciously. Observing this, Yao Chen employed the chaotic stellar descent, causing ethereal stars to manifest in the sky. The power of the stars intertwined with the chaotic energy, coalescing into a formidable beam of light that obliterated the remaining guardian soul beasts. With the guardian beast vanquished, Yao Chen ventured deeper into the ruins. In the depths of the ruins, he stumbled upon a colossal stone door, intricately inscribed with complex runes that harbored potent sealing power. Utilizing his understanding of runes and the skill of chaotic insight, he endeavored to unravel the seal. After considerable effort, he finally discerned the pivotal node of the seal and successfully opened the stone door. Beyond the door lay an expansive chamber, at the center of which floated a stone radiating chaotic light, the sixth chaotic starstone. Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy, yet he remained vigilant. Just as he prepared to grasp the chaotic starstone, an ethereal figure materialized before him. Outsider, it intoned, your presence here indicates a certain level of strength. However, the chaotic starstone is the guardian treasure of this ruin. Should you wish to take it, you must first pass my trial. Yao Chen inquired, esteemed elder. May I ask what trial awaits? The ethereal figure responded, I shall conjure a soul illusion. You must steadfastly maintain your true essence within this illusion, resisting its beguilement. Should you succeed, you shall be granted the Chaos Starstone. Yao Chen nodded in agreement. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar illusion. Within this ethereal realm, he beheld all that he yearned for, the successful assembly of the 7 Chaos Starstones, the attainment of the title of Creator God, the dominion over the Douluo Continent alongside the members of the Spirit Hall, and a life devoid of worries. However, Yao Chen was acutely aware that all of this was but a mirage. With unwavering determination, he endeavored to resist the temptations of the illusion. In this dreamlike state, an array of seductions unfurled before him. At times, it manifested as Qian Rinxue encountering peril, necessitating his sacrifice of the Chaos Starstones for her rescue. At others, it was Bibi Dong urging him to abandon his pursuit of the Creator God title and to bask in the glory of the Spirit Hall. Yet, Yao Chen remained impervious to such enticements, his heart anchored by a singular conviction, to locate the Chaos Starstones and fulfill his aspirations. After a tumultuous struggle, Yao Chen ultimately extricated himself from the confines of the illusion. Observing this, the ephemeral figure nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you have passed the trial. You may take the Chaos Starstones. The medicinal dust expressed gratitude to the ethereal silhouette before stepping forward to grasp the chaotic starstone. At the very moment he seized the stone, the prompt of the divine selection system resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the 6th chaotic starstone and completing the hidden mission. Rewards include a fragment of the chaotic divine essence, which can be fused with the host soul to enhance the comprehension of the principles of chaos, the divine defensive skill Chaos Domain Barrier, capable of creating a formidable protective field to withstand enemy assaults, and the latest intelligence regarding the mysterious power of Ocean God Island. Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy as he immediately sought to examine his rewards. He sensed the potent energy contained within the fragments of the Chaos Divine Essence in his grasp. Upon integrating them into his soul, his comprehension of the principles of chaos ascended to a new realm. Subsequently, he endeavored to manifest the Chaos Domain Barrier, and a protective field radiating chaotic brilliance materialized instantaneously, enveloping him within its embrace. Lastly, Yao Chen perused the latest intelligence regarding the enigmatic powers of the Sea God Island. The reports indicated that the island was clandestinely amassing forces from the descendants of the Sea God, seemingly plotting a large-scale counteroffensive. Concurrently, they were attempting to awaken an ancient artifact, the sea god staff, from the treasury of the sea god. It was said that this artifact possessed cataclysmic power, and once awakened, it would pose a formidable threat to the spirit hall. Yao Chen, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly returned to the spirit hall with the Chaos Star Stone in hand. He meticulously informed Bibi Dong, Qianren, and others about the latest developments from Sea God Island, along with the new skills and rewards he had acquired. It appeared that Sea God Island was indeed unwilling to accept defeat and was preparing to launch a counterattack. Bibi Dong spoke with a grave expression, while Qianren furrowed her brow and inquired, "Senior Yao, what do you believe we should do in response to the Sea God Scepter, this divine artifact?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "We must expedite the enhancement of our own strength while devising methods to thwart the awakening of the Sea God staff on Sea God Island. I will collaborate with the masters of Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects to formulate strategies against the Sea God staff. Furthermore, we must intensify our intelligence gathering on Sea God Island to ensure we can promptly monitor their actions." Following a thorough discussion, the group established a comprehensive response plan. Yao Chen took charge of consulting with various experts regarding countermeasures for the Sea God staff while continuing his quest for the final piece of the Chaos Star Stone. Qianren led the intelligence team, venturing deep into the vicinity of Sea God Island to closely observe every move of their adversary. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong remained at the Spirit Hall, orchestrating the overall strategy and preparation for any potential counteroffensive from Sea God Island. Amidst the tense preparations at the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen was acutely aware that the search for the last Chaos Star Stone would prove increasingly arduous. However, having gathered 6 pieces, he stood but a step away from attaining the position of the Creator God. He firmly believed that with his strength, intellect, and unwavering conviction, he would undoubtedly find the final Chaos Star Stone, ascend to the realm of the Creator God, and lead the Spirit Hall towards true glory, thereby irrevocably altering the fate of Douluo Continent. In this tempestuous situation, what challenges will Yao Chen confront? Can he successfully thwart the impending counterattack from Sea God Island? The air is thick with suspense, awaiting his unraveling of the enigma. Chapter 23. In the abyss of exploration, the dawn and shadows before the final battle. With the hopes of many resting upon him, Yao Chen once again embarked on the quest to locate the final Chaos Star Stone. The clues provided by the divine selection system were exceedingly vague, merely pointing towards a little-known and enigmatic locale on the Douluo Continent, known as the Chaos Maze Valley. It is said that this place serves as one of the sources of chaotic power on the Douluo Continent, teeming with various unknown dangers and opportunities. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the task at hand. Before embarking on his journey, he engaged in profound discussions with Bibi Dong, Qianren, and the formidable leaders of the Haotian clan and the other 3 sections. The quest to locate the final Chaos Star Stone demanded his utmost diligence. However, with the stirring activities at Sea God Island, it was imperative for all to heighten their vigilance, particularly with respect to monitoring the Sea God staff, Yao Chen solemnly stated. Tang Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Yao Chen's shoulder and said, "Brother Yao Chen, rest assured in your search for the Chaos Star Stone. We shall remain vigilant regarding the movements of Sea God Island, ensuring they are afforded no opportunity." Qianren resolutely added, "Senior Yao, the Spirit Hall awaits your triumphant return with the final Chaos Star Stone, which will decisively secure our victory." After bidding farewell to his companions, Yao Chen set forth towards the Chaos Mist Valley. Following an arduous and protracted journey, he finally arrived at the periphery of the valley. Enveloped in a thick shroud of chaotic mist, the valley resonated with strange sounds, as if countless beings were softly chanting within. Channeling his soul power, Yao Chen formed a protective barrier around himself and cautiously stepped into the swirling fog. Upon entering the valley, Yao Chen was immediately struck by an overwhelming force of chaotic energy that surged towards him, far purer and more potent than anything he had encountered previously. He proceeded with utmost caution, each step laden with vigilance. Suddenly, a colossal chaos beast leaped forth from the mist. Resembling a qilin, the beast radiated a chaotic brilliance, its ancient and formidable aura emanating from its piercing gaze. "Intruder, what is your purpose in trespassing upon the Chaos Mist Valley?" The voice of the chaos beast thundered like a storm, resonating ominously in Yao Chen's ears. Yao Chen responded with composure, stating, "I have come in search of the Chaos Star Stone, and I hope that you, esteemed senior, might show some leniency." The chaos beast scoffed. "The Chaos Star Stone is a sacred relic of the Chaos Maze. It is not something one can simply take at will. If you wish to pass, you must first defeat me." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the chaos beast launched an attack. In a blink, it appeared before Yao Chen. its massive claws slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh aimed directly at him. Yao Chen swiftly invoked the Chaos Star Guardian, a shield of vibrant colors enveloping him securely. The claws struck the shield, sending forth a shower of sparks, causing the barrier to tremble slightly. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Chaos Beast and dared not hold back in the slightest. He unleashed the Chaos Storm, a tempest infused with tremendous chaotic energy that swirled around him, surging forth towards the Chaos Beast. The beast, unflinching and resolute, radiated a brilliant chaotic aura, steadfastly withstanding the onslaught of the storm. In quick succession, Yao Chen executed the Chaos Creation Annihilation technique, sending forth a colossal beam of chaotic light aimed squarely at the Chaos Beast. In response, the beast opened its maw wide, releasing a column of chaotic light that collided head-on with Yao Chen's attack. The two light sources intersected, unleashing a violent surge of energy that instantaneously dispersed the surrounding chaotic mist, revealing a vast expanse. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yao Chen suddenly recalled his newly acquired skill, the Chaos Domain Barrier. He promptly invoked this ability, manifesting a protective field suffused with chaotic luminescence that enveloped both himself and the Chaos Beast. Within this domain, Yao Chen's command over chaotic energy became even more adept. He then unleashed an enhanced version of the Chaos Stellar Meteor, causing ethereal stars to materialize in the sky. The power of these stars intermingled with chaotic energy, forming a more magnificent beam of light that thundered towards the Chaos Beast. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the beast bristled, and chaotic energy surged wildly within it. However, under the overwhelming force of the Chaos Stellar Meteor, the Chaos Beast ultimately succumbed to the beam, letting out a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. Yao Chen stepped forward, gazing at the injured Chaos Beast, and spoke, "Elder, I mean no offense. The Chaos Starstone is of paramount importance to me." The Chaos Beast slowly rose, the hostility in its eyes gradually fading. "Very well. Your ability to vanquish me indicates that you are worthy of seeking the Chaos Starstone. It lies deep within the Misty Valley, where a Chaos Temple resides, and the Starstone is contained within the temple. However, the temple is fraught with peril, so you must exercise utmost caution." Grateful for the assistance of the chaotic beast, Yao Chen ventured deeper into the Abyssal Valley. After a strenuous journey, he finally beheld the majestic chaotic temple. The temple exuded an aura of mystery and antiquity, its imposing doors firmly shut, adorned with intricate runes. Utilizing his understanding of these runes and the aid of the divine selection system, Yao Chen endeavored to unlock the entrance. Just as he began to decipher the runes, a sudden surge of formidable soul energy emanated from a distance, alarming him. He promptly ceased his actions, eyes narrowing as he scanned the source of the disturbance. A group of enigmatic figures clad in peculiar attire approached him swiftly, radiating a potent and malevolent presence. "You are Yao Chen. How dare you attempt to seize the chaotic star stone? Today marks your demise," declared the leader of the mysterious individuals with a menacing tone. In the depths of his heart, Yao Chen was filled with doubt as to why these enigmatic individuals had appeared in this place and why they held such a keen interest in him and the Chaos Star Stone. However, he had no time for contemplation, as a fierce battle was imminent. The mysterious figures were the first to strike, unleashing a myriad of malevolent soul techniques, their black luminescence shooting towards Yao Chen like bolts of lightning. Swiftly, he conjured a barrier of chaotic energy, repelling all incoming assaults. Concurrently, he unleashed a surge of chaotic spiritual consciousness, directing an overwhelming force of soul energy towards the assailants. Clearly taken aback by the potency of Yao Chen's soul attack, several of them fell victim, their faces draining of color. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, coordinating their efforts to execute a sinister martial soul fusion technique. A colossal beam of black light hurtled towards Yao Chen, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable power of this technique. He unleashed the chaotic Genesis Annihilation spell to confront the black pillar of light head-on. The radiance collided with the pillar, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of energy that caused the entire chaotic mist valley to tremble. Amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen discerned that although the mysterious individual's soul fusion technique was immensely powerful, it required a certain duration to gather its strength. Seizing this opportunity, he summoned a chaotic storm, a tempest born of overwhelming chaotic power, which surged toward the enigmatic figure. The mysterious individual struggled against the storm, their formation gradually descending into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic starfall, causing ethereal stars to shimmer in the sky. The beams of power, Intertwining the forces of the stars and chaos struck the mysterious figure once more. This time, the enigmatic individual could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell. With the mysterious figure vanquished, Yao Chen redirected his focus to the grand entrance of the Chaos Temple. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in opening the temple doors. Upon entering, he was greeted by a powerful surge of chaotic energy. At the center of the temple stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a resplendent Chaos Star Stone, the very gem he had tirelessly sought. With a heart brimming with excitement, Yao Chen stepped forward and grasped the Chaos Star Stone. The moment he seized the stone, the resonant chime of the divine selection system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully collecting 7 Chaos Star Stones and completing the ultimate hidden quest. You are rewarded with the preliminary fusion of the Creator God's legacy, allowing you to gradually comprehend the principles of the Creator God, the pinnacle divine skill Chaos Genesis Apocalypse, which grants you the power to manipulate chaos, creating or annihilating anything, as well as a detailed report on the progress of awakening the Sea God's scepter on Sea God Island. With a heart brimming with joy, Yao Chen felt a formidable and enigmatic power gradually merging with his being, the very essence of the Creator God's legacy. He endeavored to comprehend this force, elevating his understanding of the laws of chaos to an entirely new echelon. Subsequently, he examined the skill information pertaining to the ultimate creation of chaos. His heart aflame with astonishment, the prowess of this skill surpassed all imagination, possessing the potential to annihilate the heavens and earth upon its invocation. Finally, Yao Chen scrutinized the detailed progress report regarding the awakening of the Sea God's staff on Sea God Island. The report indicated that the majority of the awakening ritual had been completed, and the Sea God's staff was on the verge of being awakened. Aware of the pressing urgency, Yao Chen understood that he must hasten back to the Spirit Hall to convene with others and deliberate on a strategy for what lay ahead. Yao Chen, bearing 7 Chaos Starstones and vital intelligence, swiftly departed from the chaotic Mist Valley. He was acutely aware that the decisive battle was imminent. Although he had gathered the Chaos Starstones, significantly enhancing his prowess, the looming threat of the Sea God's scepter remained formidable. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he would join forces with Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and others, embarking on a breathtaking final confrontation with Sea God Island for the future of the Spirit Hall and the fate of the Douluo Continent. The outcome of this clash would irrevocably alter the course of Douluo's history. Would Yao Chen lead the Spirit Hall to victory and realize his grand aspirations? All would soon be unveiled. Chapter 24, The Pinnacle Showdown, The Ultimate Choice of Destiny. Yao Chen hastily returned to the Spirit Hall, conveying the news of gathering the 7 Chaos Star Stones and the imminent awakening of the Sea God's scepter to Bibi Dong and others. The assembly was marked by a heavy and tense atmosphere. With the Sea God's scepter on the verge of awakening, its formidable power cannot be underestimated. We must swiftly devise a strategy to confront it. Bibi Dong's expression was stern as her gaze swept across the room. Qian Rinxue, her brows furrowed in concern, spoke. Elder Yao, having now gathered the Chaos Starstones and obtained the legacy power of the Creator God, do you possess confidence in countering the Sea God's scepter? Yao Chen nodded slightly, his expression a blend of confidence and caution. Although he had achieved a preliminary fusion of the Creator God's legacy, greatly enhancing his strength, the Sea God's staff, as an ancient artifact, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary power. We must not let our guard down. A comprehensive strategy must be devised. Tang Sha tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer and declared loudly, regardless of the Sea God's staff, our Haotian sect stands ready to fight alongside the Spirit Hall. Even at the cost of our lives, we shall not allow Sea God Island to succeed. The leaders of the 3 lower sects also expressed their full support for the Spirit Hall. Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, adjusted his glasses and remarked, we must leverage our respective strengths to formulate a strategy. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect excels in support and will undoubtedly provide the strongest assistance. After a vigorous discussion, the group established a detailed combat plan. Yao Chen, armed with his newly acquired formidable skills and understanding of the principles of chaos, would serve as the main offensive force, attempting to disrupt the awakening ceremony of the Sea God's staff at a critical moment. Qian Rinxue would lead the Angel Legion in aerial support and distraction, utilizing the power of the Divine King to disrupt the deployment of Sea God Island. Bibi Dong, along with Qian Douluo and the elite from the 3 lower sects, would form a specialized unit to confront the main forces of Sea God Island head-on. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Poseidon was leading numerous powerful individuals in the awakening ceremony of the Sea God's staff. The colossal staff stood majestically on the altar, emanating a mysterious and potent radiance. The surrounding forces of Sea God Island continuously infused soul power, reciting ancient incantations. As the ceremony progressed, the brilliance of the Sea God's staff grew ever more dazzling, and an aura of destruction began to permeate the atmosphere. Once we awaken the Sea God's staff, we shall decisively defeat the Spirit Hall and restore the glory of Sea God Island. Poseidon's eyes shimmered with fervor. However, just as the Sea God's staff was on the verge of complete awakening, the army of the Spirit Hall descended from the skies like divine warriors upon Sea God Island. Yao Chen swiftly darted forward, charging towards the altar of the Sea God's staff. To awaken the Sea God's staff, you must first pass through me, he bellowed, unleashing the chaos creation ascent. In an instant, the realm was enveloped by chaotic energy, powerful forces surging like a tidal wave towards the Sea God's staff. The warriors of Sea God Island reacted promptly, launching their attacks to intercept. Various formidable soul techniques intertwined in the air, their brilliance flickering. Yao Chen, amidst the chaos, moved as if in a realm untouched by others, effortlessly neutralizing enemy assaults through his exquisite manipulation of chaotic principles. Qian Rinxue led the Angel Legion, darting into the enemy ranks like bolts of golden lightning. She unleashed a variety of divine techniques, illuminating the battlefield with radiant gold, and instantly disrupting the aerial defenses of Sea God Island. The wrath of angels shall judge all. With the angelic holy sword in hand, Qian Rinxue unleashed waves of golden sword energy upon her adversaries. Bibi Dong and the elite forces led by Qian Dalu engaged fiercely with the main forces of Sea God Island. Bibi Dong unleashed the terrifying power of the Rakshasa god, enveloping the surrounding enemies within the domain of the Rakshasa. Rakshasa judgment. A dark radiance descended from the heavens, inflicting tremendous damage upon the adversaries. Qian Daolu transformed into a golden streak of light, weaving effortlessly through the enemy ranks. His assaults were ferociously potent, with each strike repelling foes. The masters of the Haotian sect unleashed the profound techniques of the Haotian hammer, the might of the chaotic wind hammer technique manifesting in full force, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their overwhelming power. Amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen finally breached the defenses of the formidable warriors from the Sea God Island, arriving before the altar of the Sea God's staff. At this moment, the staff began to exhibit signs of awakening, its formidable power starting to radiate. Aware that time was of the essence, Yao Chen summoned forth the chaos creation ascend, directing his full strength towards the Sea God's staff. Seemingly sensing the imminent threat, the Sea God's staff unleashed a powerful beam of light that collided with Yao Chen's assault. The brilliance clashed with the chaotic force, causing the entirety of Sea God Island to tremble violently. Just as the two forces reached a stalemate, Yao Chen suddenly felt a resonance within him between the Chaos Starstone and the power of the Genesis Divine Inheritance. With a swift thought, he guided this resonant energy into the Chaos Creation Ascend. In an instant, the potency of his attack surged exponentially, the light piercing through the defenses of the Sea God's staff and striking it directly. The Sea God's staff emitted a mournful quiver, its light beginning to flicker erratically, the awakening ritual severely disrupted. "This is bad. Stop him," Poseidon exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically as she rushed recklessly towards Yao Chen. However, Qian Rinxue appeared just in time, blocking Poseidon's path. "Poseidon, your scheme shall not prevail," Qian Rinxue declared, engaging Poseidon in a fierce confrontation. The clash of these two sovereign-level powers unleashed a torrent of energy, warping the surrounding space. Under Yao Chen's relentless assault, the Sea God's staff finally let out a lament, its brilliance waning, signaling the failure of the awakening ritual. The warriors of Sea God Island, witnessing this, found their morale plummeting, while the forces of the Spirit Hall surged with renewed vigor, pressing their advantage. Kill. The battle cries of the Spirit Hall's army resounded through the air, launching a final onslaught against the Sea God Island's forces. Under the overwhelming assault of the Spirit Hall, the defenses of Sea God Island crumbled entirely. In her struggle against Qian Rinxue, Poseidon sensed the tide had turned against her. A sense of unwillingness filled her heart, yet she found herself powerless to alter her fate. Ultimately, under the might of Qian Rinxue's formidable attack, Poseidon fell heavily to the ground, gravely wounded. Yao Chen gazed upon the scene before him, his heart brimming with emotion. This monumental battle had culminated in the resounding victory of the Spirit Hall, irrevocably altering the dynamics of the Douluo Continent, with the Spirit Hall emerging as the undisputed sovereign. In the aftermath of the conflict, Yao Chen devoted himself entirely to merging with the legacy of the creator deity. Within the secret chamber of the Spirit Hall, he engaged in seclusion and cultivation, continually comprehending the principles of chaos. As time elapsed, his understanding of the creator deity's laws deepened profoundly, and his power steadily ascended. Qian Rinxue solidified her position as the divine monarch, her rule ushering in greater stability to the order of the Douluo Continent. Bibian continued to lead the Spirit Hall, overseeing a comprehensive integration and governance of the realm. The Haotian sect and the other lower sects maintained close collaboration with the Spirit Hall, jointly propelling the advancement of the Douluo Continent. After an extended period of seclusion, Yao Chen ultimately succeeded in merging with the legacy of the creator deity, ascending to the status of the creator deity himself. His form emanated a mysterious and formidable radiance, possessing the power to create and annihilate all. Upon emerging from the chamber, Yao Chen gazed at the sky of Douluo Continent, his heart brimming with a profound sense of. He resolved to wield his power in order to safeguard the peace and prosperity of this land. Under his guidance, Douluo Continent entered a splendid new era, one devoid of conflict and imbued with hope. With Yao Chen's assistance, Qian Rinxue attained a deeper understanding of the powers bestowed by the angel god, elevating her strength to unprecedented heights, thus becoming an eternal legend within the annals of Douluo Continent. Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and the members of the Spirit Hall collectively inscribed a magnificent chapter in the history of Douluo Continent. Their tales will forever resonate across this land, inspiring generations of soul masters to come. Chapter 25, The Glory and Challenges of a New Era. After Yao Chen ascended to the status of the creator god, the Douluo Continent experienced an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. Under the leadership of Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, the Spirit Hall meticulously governed the continent. Harnessing the power of the creator god, Yao Chen not only safeguarded the tranquility of the Douluo Continent, but also optimized and adjusted its ecological environment and soul power resources. In the wake of Yao Chen's influence, the relationship between soul beasts and humans underwent a profound transformation. Previously fraught with conflict, humans often hunted soul beasts to obtain soul rings. However, Yao Chen employed the principles of the creator god to establish a realm of coexistence for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. In this realm, soul beasts could live freely and reached a peaceable accord with humans. Should human soul masters require soul rings, they could now obtain them through amicable negotiations, provided the soul beasts consented voluntarily. This initiative significantly improved relations between the two parties. Since the inception of this realm of coexistence, the discord between humans and soul beasts has diminished considerably, leading to a more balanced ecosystem on the Douluo Continent. Observing the harmonious coexistence of humans and soul beasts within this realm, Bibi Dong remarked with deep emotion. Yao Chen smiled and nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Indeed, only by fostering peaceful development for both parties can the Douluo Continent truly embark on a path toward prosperity. However, beneath the veneer of peace lie some latent issues. As the Douluo Continent evolves, certain ambitious factions have begun to covet Yao Chen's divine power of creation. They believe that by seizing this power, they could dominate the entirety of the Douluo Continent and fulfill their imperial aspirations. In a clandestine corner of the Douluo Continent, a mysterious organization has quietly emerged. This organization is known as the Abyssal Alliance, which gathers those discontented with the Spirit Hall, enlisting powerful individuals to secretly plot the acquisition of Yao Chen's divine power. The leader of the Abyssal Alliance is an enigmatic soul master who refers to himself as Shadow Kill, reputed to possess unfathomable strength. Leader, do we truly have the means to wrest the divine power of creation from Yao Chen? He is now a deity, his strength beyond imagination. A member of the Abyssal Alliance inquired with concern. Shadow Kill let out a disdainful chuckle. While Yao Chen is formidable, he is not invincible. We have gathered extensive intelligence on him and identified several methods to counter his abilities. As long as we execute our plan meticulously, success is within our grasp. Meanwhile, through the divine perception granted by his creation power, Yao Chen sensed the existence of the Abyssal Alliance. However, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe discreetly in order to discern the true intentions and capabilities of this organization. Senior Yao, I have noticed some unusual activities on the continent lately. It seems a mysterious force is assembling in the shadows, reported Qian Rinxue to Yao Chen. Yao Chen nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the situation. This force is known as the Abyssal Alliance. Their movements are shrouded in secrecy, and their specific plans remain unclear. However, it is evident that they are targeting me. We must tread carefully and avoid alarming them, continuing our observations until we have gathered sufficient intelligence to act. Under Yu Chen's directives, The Spirit Hall's intelligence network commenced an exhaustive collection of information regarding the Abyssal Alliance. After a period of investigation, they discovered that the Alliance is clandestinely seeking ancient artifacts and esoteric techniques, rumored to possess the power to diminish the Creator God's might. Clearly, they come prepared. As Yao Chen examined the gathered intelligence, his expression turned grave. At that moment, the notification sound of the Divine Selection System echoed in Yao Chen's mind. Ding! A new challenge has been detected for the host. The Abyssal Alliance intends to seize the power of the Creator God. Task issued: thwart the schemes of the Abyssal Alliance to uphold peace and stability in the Douluo Continent. Task rewards: enhancement in the comprehension of the Creator God's principles, and the Divine Auxiliary Skill Fate Insight, which enables one to perceive the trajectories of enemies' fates and anticipate their actions in advance. With a surge of joy in his heart, Yao Chen recognized this as an undoubtedly formidable asset in countering the Abyssal Alliance. He resolved to take the initiative, aiming to disrupt the plans of the Abyssal Alliance. With the power of the Creator God at his disposal, Yao Chen instantaneously arrived at a clandestine stronghold of the Abyss Alliance. Here, a secret meeting was underway, wherein Sha and his subordinates deliberated on the execution of their plan to seize the power of the Creator God. Your conspiracy ends here, echoed Yao Chen's voice within the stronghold, resonating like a thunderclap. The faces of Ying Sha and his cohorts turned pale. They had not anticipated Yao Chen's sudden arrival. Do not presume that your status as the Creator God renders you invincible. The Abyss Alliance is fully prepared. Today marks your demise. Ying Sha bellowed. With that, Ying Sha launched the first assault, employing a peculiar soul technique as black light surged towards Yao Chen like a tidal wave. Unflinching, Yao Chen invoked the Chaos Domain Barrier, a formidable defensive field manifesting instantaneously to repel the encroaching darkness. The other members of the Abyss Alliance followed suit, unleashing a barrage of potent soul techniques directed at Yao Chen. Maintaining his composure, Yao Chen unleashed the Chaos Creator's finality, and the overwhelming force of chaos erupted, enveloping everything in its vicinity. Under this immense power, the members of the Abyss Alliance were struck down, wounded, and sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this, Ying Sha was filled with dread. He recognized that a direct confrontation was futile against Yao Chen, thus opting to employ a forbidden technique. His aura surged violently, and his strength augmented drastically within moments. Yao Chen, prepare to meet your end, Ying Sha proclaimed as he charged towards Yao Chen, empowered by the forbidden art. Yao Chen gazed at Shadow Kill, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. He invoked his Destiny Insight skill, instantly piercing through the trajectory of Shadow Kill's fate and foreseeing his forthcoming actions. In the very moment when Shadow Kill's attack was about to descend, Yao Chen unleashed a masterful application of divine creation principles, effortlessly neutralizing the assault and rebounding the forbidden technique back upon him. Shadow Kill emitted a cry of agony, his body instantly suffering grave injuries. He looked at Yao Chen in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you possibly be this powerful?" Yao Chen gazed at the fallen Shadow Kill and remarked, "Those who seek to disrupt the tranquility of Douluo Continent are destined for failure." After vanquishing Shadow Kill and his minions, Yao Chen did not let his guard down. He understood that the Abyss Alliance might still harbor other concealed forces and schemes. He resolved to employ Shadow Kill as bait to draw out the remaining members of the Abyss Alliance. Yao Chen brought Ying Sha back to the Spirit Hall, allowing him to recuperate under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At the same time, he deliberately spread the rumor that Ying Sha had surrendered to the Spirit Hall and divulged all the plans of the Abyssal Alliance. Upon learning this news, the other members of the Abyssal Alliance could no longer remain passive. They resolved to mobilize their forces, launch an assault on the Spirit Hall, rescuing Sha, and fulfill their plan to seize the power of the Creator God. Our leader has been captured. We cannot stand idly by. We must attack the Spirit Hall, rescue our leader, and demonstrate to Yao Chen the might of the Abyssal Alliance, exclaimed a high-ranking member of the Alliance. Thus, the Abyssal Alliance gathered all its strength and advanced towards the Spirit Hall, while Yao Chen and the members of the Spirit Hall had long been fully prepared. Since they have come to us willingly, we shall impart upon them a lesson they will never forget, Bibi Dong remarked, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes as she beheld the approaching army of the Abyssal Alliance. Qianren Xue tightened her grip on the angelic holy sword, determined to eradicate the Abyssal Alliance once and for all, ensuring they would never again have the opportunity to disrupt the peace of the continent. As the army of the Abyssal Alliance arrived at the Spirit Hall, they were met with formidable defenses and a powerful formation. Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, and the experts from the Haoyan sect and the lower three sects stood resolutely prepared. Attack! The forces of the Abyssal Alliance launched the first strike. Unleashing a torrent of soul techniques upon the spirit hall, Yao Chen unleashed the power of the creator god, forming a formidable shield above the spirit hall that repelled all attacks. Simultaneously, he conjured a chaotic tempest, a storm born of overwhelming chaos that swept toward the forces of the Dark Abyss Alliance. The members of the Dark Abyss struggled against the storm, their assaults rendered insignificant in the face of Yao Chen's immense power. Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue led the elite fighters of the Spirit Hall into the enemy ranks, engaging in close combat with the Dark Abyss Alliance. The Rakshasa Scythe. Bibi Dong swung the Rakshasa Scythe in her grasp, its black radiance flashing as it inflicted tremendous damage upon her foes. The Angelic Judgment Light. Qian Renxue unleashed her powerful divine skill, illuminating the battlefield with golden light that caused enemies to fall in droves. The experts of the Haotian sect demonstrated the formidable might of the Haotian hammer, the chaotic wind hammering technique showcasing its terrifying power, shattering the defenses of the Dark Abyss Alliance. Under the overwhelming assault of the Spirit Hall, the forces of the Dark Abyss began to crumble. Observing this, the higher-ups of the Dark Abyss sought to flee. Yet, Yao Chen would not allow their escape. He harnessed the power of the Creator God, instantly appearing before the retreating enemies to block their path. Your conspiracy has utterly failed. Prepare to face your punishment. Yao Chen's voice resonated like a decree as the high-ranking members of the Dark Abyss were subdued by his formidable strength. Following this battle, the Dark Abyss Alliance was completely eradicated, and the Douluo Continent once again basked in peace. Through this event, Yao Chen gained a deeper understanding of the importance of safeguarding the tranquility of the continent. In the days that followed, he continued to wield the power of the Creator God, guiding the Douluo Continent toward a more glorious future. Together with Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and various factions, he endeavored to transform the Douluo Continent into a world brimming with hope and vitality. Yao Chen's legendary tale was passed down through generations, becoming an eternal legend that inspires future generations to pursue peace and justice. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Otherworld. Perils and the dawn of hope. After successfully resolving the crisis posed by the remnants of the Dark Abyss Alliance, the Douluo Continent entered a relatively peaceful phase of development. However, Yao Chen remained vigilant, acutely aware that the continent's peace and prosperity were as fragile as crystal, requiring constant care. Utilizing the divine selection system, he kept a close watch on anomalous occurrences throughout the Douluo Continent, strategically preparing for potential crises. One day, while meditating on the principles of the Creator God, the divine selection system suddenly emitted a strong alert. Ding! Anomalous spatial fluctuations have been detected on the Douluo Continent, deep within the endless forest in the eastern region, where a mysterious otherworld appears to have manifested. This otherworld may harbor significant dangers, but it could also conceal crucial clues for enhancing the understanding of the Creator Goddess principles. Task issued: explore the mysterious otherworld, ascertain the truth, and ensure the safety and stability of the Douluo Continent. Task rewards: fragments of the Creator Goddess principles, which can greatly enhance comprehension of the Creator Goddess laws. The Divine Summoning Skill: Chaos Divine Beast Summon, which can summon Chaos Divine Beasts to assist in combat, and a treasure map exclusive to the mysterious otherworld. Yao Chen immediately concluded his seclusion and informed Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and the leaders of the three lower sects about this matter. A mysterious realm has emerged within the endless forest, fraught with both peril and opportunity. I must venture forth to uncover the truth. In the meantime, I implore you all to diligently attend to the affairs of the continent, Yao Chen said with a solemn expression. Tang Xiao patted Yu Chen's shoulder and reassured him. Brother Yao Chen, rest assured in your journey. We shall maintain order here on the continent. Exercise caution, and know that we are ever ready to offer our support should you need it. Qian Renxue also expressed her concern, saying, Senior Yao, you are the pillar of Douluo Continent. Please ensure your safe return. Yao Chen nodded in gratitude and then embarked on his journey toward the Endless Forest Sea. The Endless Forest Sea stretched infinitely, with ancient trees soaring high, inhabited by a myriad of formidable soul beasts. As Yao Chen stepped into the forest, he was enveloped by a profound aura of life, interwoven with the spatial fluctuations emanating from this mysterious realm. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Yao Chen encountered numerous powerful soul beasts that sought to obstruct his path. A colossal 10,000-year-old giant ape swung its robust arms towards him, causing the ground to tremble violently with its actions. Yao Chen summoned the chaotic Star Guardian, and a vibrant shield of multicolored light materialized instantaneously, steadfastly blocking the giant ape's assault. Following this, he unleashed the Chaotic Annihilation Slash, a sword aura infused with chaotic energy that held forth, cleaving towards the gigantic beast. Despite the giant ape's thick hide and muscular frame, it could only emit a pained roar under the tremendous force of the chaotic annihilation slash before turning to flee. Continuing onward, Yao Chen finally reached the entrance of the enigmatic realm. The entrance manifested as a massive black vortex, radiating an eerie pulsation of soul power, seemingly capable of devouring all that approached. Taking a deep breath, Yao Chen activated the power of the creation deity and gradually stepped into the vortex. Upon entering the otherworldly domain, Yao Chen discovered that the space was distorted and chaotic, shrouded in a layer of gray mist. He proceeded cautiously when, suddenly, a swarm of bat-like flying soul beasts burst forth from the fog, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, sharp fangs and claws exuding a nauseating stench. Yao Chen invoked the chaotic storm. A tempest of formidable chaotic power swept through, ensnaring the group of soul beasts within. They writhed in the storm, emitting anguished cries, and soon were reduced to mere dust. In the depths of the alien realm, Yao Chen stumbled upon an ancient palace. The walls of the palace were etched with peculiar runes that flickered with a faint glow, as if narrating tales from a bygone era. Utilizing his chaotic insight skill, Yao Chen deciphered the runes and learned that this palace served as a trial ground for a powerful deity from ancient times, and within the innermost sanctum of the palace, important artifacts related to the laws of the creation deity might be concealed. As Yao stepped into the palace, the grand doors thunderously shut behind him, and a formidable array of puppets surged forth from the shadows. These puppets, crafted from an enigmatic metal, emanated a chilling aura, wielding an assortment of weapons as they launched an assault upon Yao. In response, he unleashed the genesis of chaos, a cataclysmic force that enveloped the surrounding puppets in its mighty grasp. Yet, these constructs appeared to possess an extraordinary defensive mechanism. Although the chaotic energy inflicted some damage, it failed to obliterate them entirely. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen unleashed the barrier of chaos, enveloping himself in a formidable protective domain while meticulously observing the puppets' attack patterns and vulnerabilities. After a series of intense confrontations, he discerned that the joints of the puppet were its Achilles heel. Consequently, Yao Chen concentrated his energy and executed the chaotic annihilation slash, striking precisely at the puppet's joints. Under the relentless onslaught of Yao Chen, the puppets fell one after another. As he ventured deeper into the palace, Yao Chen finally arrived at its innermost sanctum. Upon a colossal stone platform lay a crystal radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. As Yao Chen approached the stone platform, he immediately felt the immense power of the primordial laws of creation emanating from the crystal. Just as he was about to seize the crystal, an ethereal figure materialized before him. "Intruder, your presence here indicates a certain level of strength. However, this crystal of primordial laws is the key to safeguarding this otherworldly realm. If you wish to take it, you must first pass my trial," intoned the spectral figure. Yao Chen inquired, "Esteemed elder, what manner of trial is this?" The ethereal figure replied, "Within this realm, I shall conjure the most harrowing scenes that dwell within the recesses of your heart. You must steadfastly uphold your essence, resisting the overwhelming grip of fear. Should you succeed, the crystal shall be yours to claim." Yao Chen nodded in agreement. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar illusion. Within this dreamlike realm, he beheld the Douluo Continent shrouded in darkness, where Bibi Dong, Chen Shue, and all those he cherished were struggling in agony, while he remained powerless to aid them. Terrifying dark creatures ravaged the land, transforming the once thriving Douluo Continent into a desolate wasteland. Nevertheless, fueled by unwavering faith and profound affection for the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen endeavored to resist the influence of the illusion. He continuously recited within his heart, "I am the Creator God. It is my duty to protect this land and all that I hold dear." Through relentless self-encouragement, Yao Chen gradually discerned the true nature of the illusion and ultimately succeeded in breaking free from its shackles. The ethereal figure, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. You have passed the trial. You may take this crystal of the Creator God's law with you." The medicinal dust expressed gratitude towards the ethereal figure before stepping forward to grasp the crystal. At the very moment he seized the crystal, the notification sound of the divine selection system resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, thereby acquiring a fragment of the Creator's divine law. The Supreme Summoning Skill Chaos Beast Summon, along with a treasure map exclusive to the mysterious realm. Furthermore, in recognition of the host's outstanding performance during the task, an additional reward of a vial of Chaos Body Enhancement Essence has been bestowed, which can further strengthen the host's Chaos Body. Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy as he promptly examined his rewards. He infused the fragments of the Genesis divine law into his soul, instantly experiencing a significant enhancement in his comprehension of the Genesis divine law. Subsequently, he endeavored to summon a chaotic divine beast. A radiant flash of chaotic light illuminated the surroundings as an enormous divine beast, exuding an aura of chaos, materialized before him. The divine beast bowed its head respectfully to Yao Chen, awaiting his command. Yao Chen once again examined the treasure map exclusive to the mysterious realm and discovered that the treasure was concealed beneath the palace. Harnessing the divine power of the Creator, he forged a passageway to the treasure. Within the trove, Yao Chen unearthed a plethora of precious artifacts, rare materials, and ancient cultivation manuals. Just as he was preparing to depart from the enigmatic realm, he suddenly sensed an intense fluctuation in the spatial fabric of the realm. Utilizing his fate insight skill, he discerned that the connection between the mysterious realm and the Douluo Continent had become unstable, if not promptly addressed. This instability could result in the influx of perilous creatures from the realm into the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly harnessed the divine power of the Creator God to rectify and fortify the connection between the Douluo Continent. After considerable effort, the spatial fluctuations of the gradually stabilized, and the bond with Douluo Continent became increasingly robust. With the fruits of his labor and a newfound assurance for the safety of Douluo Continent, Yao Chen departed from the enigmatic realm. He was acutely aware that the future of Douluo Continent remained shrouded in uncertainty and fraught with challenges. However, he possessed unwavering confidence that, with his own strength and the support of his companions, he could safeguard the peace and prosperity of this land. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen shared his experiences and insights with Bibi Dong and the others. Everyone rejoiced at his success, simultaneously expressing their anticipation for the future of Douluo Continent. Yet, Yao Chen understood that his mission was far from complete. Numerous challenges awaited him on the horizon. Chapter 27. The Turmoil of the Continent, the Rise of a Mysterious Organization and its Conspiracy. Upon returning from the enigmatic realm, Yao Chen shared his profound insights on the laws of the Creator with the populace, particularly engaging in deep discussions with the likes of Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, and the paramount powers of the Haotian sect and the three lower sects, thereby enhancing their comprehension of soul power and the laws. After a fleeting period of tranquility, however, an undercurrent began to stir silently across the Douluo Continent. With the keen perception of the Creator God, Yao Chen detected some peculiar phenomena occurring on the Douluo Continent. In several remote towns, incidents of soul masters mysteriously vanishing have been reported, with no signs of struggle left behind, as if these soul masters had vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, subtle anomalies in soul power fluctuations have emerged across the continent. In certain areas, it appears that the soul power is being drawn together and influenced by a mysterious force. Yao Chen remarked that these recent irregularities likely indicate the manipulation of a formidable power lurking in the shadows. Bibi Dong, in the council chamber of the Wuhuan Hall, spoke with a grave expression. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement, stating that this force is deeply concealed, and our intelligence network has yet to uncover any leads. Yao Chen furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "It appears we must intensify our investigation. I will first consult the Supreme Selection System to see if I can uncover any clues." Just as Yao Chen was preparing to harness the power of the system, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A mysterious organization has been detected, clandestinely plotting a grand conspiracy against the existing order of the Douluo Continent. Mission issued. Unveil the true identity of the mysterious organization and thwart their nefarious scheme. Mission rewards. Refined power of the Creator's law, enhancing the host's command over its application. The Supreme Tracking Skill Chaotic Origin, capable of tracking any target connected to the force of chaos, and partial information regarding core members of the mysterious organization. Yao Chen felt a surge of joy within his heart and promptly accepted the task. With the confirmation of his assignment, fragments of information regarding the core members of the enigmatic organization flooded into his mind. Among them, one core member, codenamed Shadowblade, excelled in stealth and assassination, serving as the organization's operative vanguard. Another member, codenamed Soul Guide, possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate soul energy, suspected to be a pivotal figure behind the anomalous fluctuations of soul power. Yao Chen imparted this information to the assembly, asserting, "At present, we possess partial details regarding these two pivotal members. Let us commence our investigation with them. I shall employ the chaotic origin technique to trace the whereabouts of Shadowblade." Qian Renxue, You shall lead the Angel Legion to monitor areas exhibiting unusual fluctuations in soul power. Upon discovering any leads pertaining to Soul Guide, notify me immediately. Your Majesty, Bibi Dong. Along with the esteemed leaders of Haotian sect and the other 3 sects, it is your responsibility to stabilize the continent's situation and reassure the populace to avert panic. The assembly promptly acknowledged their orders and set forth into action. Yao Chen invoked the chaotic origin skill, a radiant beam of chaos emanating from his fingertips. Swirling in the air for a moment before darting northward, Yao Chen followed closely, relentlessly pursuing the trail. In a forsaken ancient city in the north, he ultimately uncovered the traces of Shadow Blade. Cloaked in a black bodysuit, Shadow Blade exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. Engaged in a hushed discussion with a cadre of individuals clad in black, Yao Chen stealthily approached, harnessing the divine power of creation to obscure his presence and eavesdrop on their discourse. According to the directives of Lord Soul Guide, we have established soul power convergence arrays in several key towns. In just 3 days, once the arrays are activated, we can extract the soul power from these locations for the organization's benefit, one of the black-clad figures murmured. Excellent. This operation must be executed with utmost caution. We cannot allow the Spirit Hall to perceive any signs of our endeavor. Once the soul power convergence is complete, we shall have achieved half of our plan. Shadow Blade coldly remarked. Startled, Yao Chen realized that the nefarious scheme of the mysterious organization involved siphoning soul power from various regions of the continent. Should this endeavor succeed, the Douluo Continent would inevitably spiral into chaos. He resolved to remain discreet, continuing to shadow Ingren in hopes of uncovering their lair and apprehending the entire organization in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue led the Angel Legion in a thorough patrol across the continent. In a secluded valley, they uncovered the source of an anomalous surge of soul power. Before them lay an immense soul power convergence array in operation, surrounded by dozens of cloaked figures standing guard. Qian Rinxue deduced that the mastermind behind these figures was likely the Soul Guide. Prepare for battle. With a commanding voice, Qian Rinxue ordered the Angel Legion to surge forth like a golden tide against the cloaked adversaries. The black-clad figures, upon witnessing the onslaught, unleashed their soul skills in a bid to resist. However, under Qian Rinxue's leadership, the Angel Legion proved formidable, gradually overpowering the defenders. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, one cloaked figure seized the opportunity to slip away, intent on reporting back to the Soul Guide. Qian Rinxue chose not to pursue him. She understood that eliminating these minions was merely a superficial remedy. The true objective lay in locating the Soul Guide and the core of the mysterious organization. In this instance, Yao Chen sensed the imminent danger as Ingren abruptly terminated the meeting and swiftly departed. Yao Chen closely pursued, arriving at the threshold of a mysterious castle concealed within the mountains. The castle was enveloped by formidable defensive magical formations, and as Yao Chen approached, he inadvertently triggered the alarm of the enchantment. Who dares to intrude upon this sacred ground? A throng of skilled warriors surged forth from within the castle, encircling Yao Chen completely. Yao Chen, undaunted, summoned the Chaos Star Phoenix martial spirit and unleashed the ultimate creation of chaos. A formidable surge of chaotic power erupted instantaneously, enveloping the surrounding foes. Under the relentless onslaught of this chaotic force, the adversaries fell, wounded and incapacitated. Observing the dire situation, Ingren sought to flee. However, Yao Chen invoked the summoning of the Chaos Divine Beast, which obstructed Ingren's escape. The Chaos Divine Beast opened its great maw and unleashed a beam of chaotic light towards Ingren, who, unable to evade in time, was struck and gravely injured. What schemes does your organization truly harbor? Where is Soul Guide? Yao Chen advanced, seizing Ingren and demanding answers. Do you think capturing me will thwart our plans? Our scheme is on the brink of fruition. The Douluo Continent will soon be under our dominion. Ingren snarled through gritted teeth. Yao Chen intensified his grip, causing Ingren to moan in agony. At that moment, Yao Chen sensed a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from a distance. A chill ran through him as he recognized it was the soul caller approaching. It seems there was no need for further replies. He had come willingly to his own demise, Yao Chen remarked coldly. Moments later, the soul caller appeared before the castle, tall and slender. He wielded a staff that emitted an eerie glow, adorned with a black gemstone that continuously absorbed the surrounding soul energy. Release him, the soul caller bellowed, swinging his staff as a beam of black soul energy shot towards Yao Chen. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic domain barrier, effortlessly fending off the assault. Soul Guide, your nefarious scheme shall not come to fruition. What manner of organization are you, and why do you seek to disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent? With a cold smirk, Soul Guide replied, "We are the Dark Star sect, dedicated to dismantling the existing order and establishing a new world under our dominion." Yao Chen, what does it matter that you are the creator god? Today marks your demise. Upon uttering these words, Soul Guide executed a formidable soul power manipulation skill, causing the surrounding soul energy to surge violently towards Yao Chen. In response, Yao Chen summoned the chaotic creation's ultimate end to counter the onslaught, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion as their immense energies collided. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yao Chen discerned that although Soul Guide's soul power manipulation was potent, it was heavily reliant on the black gem embedded in his staff. Seizing the opportune moment, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic obliteration slash, a blade of chaotic energy aimed directly at the staff held by Soul Guide. Soul Guide attempted to evade, but the speed of the sword energy was astonishing, severing the staff with precision. With the staff shattered, Soul Guide's soul power manipulation instantly faltered, significantly diminishing his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the summoning of the Chaos Divine Beast, which launched another assault, inflicting grave injuries upon the Soul Guide. Seeing the inevitable outcome, Shadow Blade and Soul Guide contemplated self-destruction to perish alongside Yao Chen. However, Yao Chen would not allow such a fate. He invoked the power of the Creator God, directly sealing their soul energies and subduing them. At that moment, Qian Rinxue arrived with the Angel Legion. "Elder Yao, we have come to your aid," Qian Rinxue declared. Yao Chen nodded and remarked, "You arrive at an opportune moment. Let us jointly explore this castle to uncover further information regarding the Dark Star cult." After a thorough investigation, they discovered within the castle the operational plans and roster of the Dark Star cult. It became evident that the cult aimed to extract soul power from various regions to open a gateway to a mysterious realm, thereby summoning formidable dark entities to dominate the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen understood that the matter was urgent. He promptly relayed the information back to the Spirit Hall and, alongside Qian Rinxue, initiated a decisive assault on the remaining members of the Dark Star sect based on the intel provided. Through the collaborative efforts of the Spirit Hall, the Haoyan clan, the three lower sects, and the Angel Legion, the influence of the Dark Star sect was swiftly dismantled. However, Yao Chen was acutely aware that this was merely one of many crises facing the Douluo Continent. With a deepening comprehension of the laws of the Creator God, he sensed that further challenges awaited him and the inhabitants of the Douluo Continent. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle would prove insurmountable. After resolving the crisis posed by the Dark Star sect, Yao Chen utilized the rewards from the divine selection system to refine his mastery of the Creator God's laws. He distinctly felt a newfound ease in wielding these powers, accompanied by a marked enhancement of his strength. Following this tumultuous event, the Douluo Continent cherished the hard-won peace even more, with various factions rallying closely together under Yao Chen's leadership to safeguard the tranquility of their land. Nevertheless, Yao Chen understood that beneath the calm surface, there lay the potential for unforeseen dangers. He must remain ever vigilant, fully prepared for the future of the Douluo Continent. Chapter 28. The sudden transformation of ruins, the awakening of ancient powers and crisis after successfully thwarting the Dark Star sect's conspiracy. The Douluo Continent entered a brief period of peace and reconstruction. Yao Chen did not allow himself to grow complacent, for he recognized that beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of the continent, turbulent currents were at play, and new crises could emerge at any moment. To further enhance both his own strength and the overall defensive capabilities of the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen resolved to once again harness the power of the divine selection system to explore potential locations concealing formidable forces. The clues provided by the divine selection system pointed towards an ancient ruin in the western part of the Douluo Continent, known as the Lingfeng Ancient Ruins. Legend has it that this site was once the stronghold of a powerful soul master empire from ancient times, harboring numerous mysterious powers and lost techniques, which might offer Yao Chen the opportunity to transcend his current limits. Yao Chen conveyed his plans to journey to the Lingfeng ruins to Bai Bai Dong, Qian Rinxue, and the leaders of the three lower sections. His intent in venturing to the Lingfeng ruins was to seek out the hidden powers within, to bolster our capacity to confront future crises. However, the perils of this expedition are unknown, and the stability of the continent rests upon your shoulders. He spoke with grave seriousness. Tang Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Yao Chen's shoulder, affirming, "Brother Yao Chen, you may set forth with confidence. We shall steadfastly guard the Douluo Continent and await your return with newfound strength." Qian Rinxue, with her gaze ablaze, added, "Senior Yao, please take utmost care on your journey. Should the need arise, I stand ready to lead the Angel Legion in support. After bidding farewell to the assembly, Yao Chen embarked on his journey to the Lingfeng ruins. Following several days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the site of the Lingfeng ruins. The scene before him was desolate, with colossal stone pillars and the remnants of crumbling structures standing as solemn witnesses to a bygone grandeur. The moment Yao Chen stepped into the ruins, an ancient and enigmatic aura enveloped him, and he sensed the soul power fluctuations were extraordinarily intricate, as if concealing some formidable seal. Yao Chen treaded cautiously, ever vigilant of the sounds around him. Suddenly, a horde of skeletal soul beasts erupted from the ruins, their movements swift and imbued with a putrid aura. Although individually weak, their sheer numbers quickly encircled Yao Chen. He unleashed a chaotic tempest, a storm forged from the potent forces of chaos that swirled around him, drawing the skeletal soul beast into its grasp. Under the onslaught of the chaotic storm, the skeletal creatures were reduced to mere dust. Pressing onward into the depths of the ruins, Yao Chen arrived before a grand palace. The entrance loomed before him, firmly sealed, adorned with an array of peculiar runes. Employing his chaotic insight skill, he deciphered the runes, discovering they constituted an ancient sealing incantation. Only by unraveling this incantation could the door be opened. After considerable effort, Yao Chen finally discerned the method to break the runes. He infused the runes with his soul power in a specific sequence, and gradually, the great door creaked open. Upon entering the palace, Yao Chen beheld an array of ancient artifacts and statues within. At the center of the palace stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a tome radiating a luminous glow. Yao Chen approached, lifted the ancient book, and found it contained the teachings of a technique known as the sacred classic of spiritual wind. This technique could guide and manipulate a unique wind-based soul power, synergizing with the forces of chaos to unleash even greater potency. Overcome with joy, Yao Chen immediately began to practice the sacred classic of wind. As he delved deeper into his training, he discovered that his mastery over wind-based soul power grew increasingly effortless, allowing him to skillfully merge the wind energy with chaotic forces. Just as he was engrossed in his cultivation, a deep roar suddenly echoed through the palace. A colossal guardian beast slowly emerged from the depths of the palace, its form resembling that of a lion, surrounded by azure flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. Intruders dare to trespass here, desecrating the ancient legacy. The guardian beast bellowed in fury. Yao Chen hastily clarified, "Esteemed elder, I harbor no intention of disrespect. I merely seek to harness the power here to safeguard the Douluo Continent and to fend off future perils." The guardian beast snorted disdainfully. "Humph, such words are easily spoken. If you wish to inherit my legacy, you must first overcome me." With that, the guardian beast opened its maw wide, unleashing a column of azure flames directed at Yao Chen. Swiftly, Yao Chen invoked the chaotic star guardian, and a radiant shield of myriad colors materialized instantaneously to deflect the fiery onslaught. As the column of flames collided with the shield, sparks flew, and the shield quivered slightly under the force of the impact. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the guardian beast, and thus he refrained from holding back in the slightest. He unleashed the ultimate chaos creation, and the immense power of chaos erupted instantaneously, surging towards the guardian beast. The azure flames enveloping the guardian beast blazed brightly as it swung its colossal claws, conjuring a ferocious wind in an attempt to counteract the chaotic force. Amidst the fierce clash, Yao Chen discerned that although the guardian beast's fiery assaults were potent, they were invariably followed by brief intervals of vulnerability. Seizing this opportunity, he executed the Chaos Annihilation Slash, infused with the essence of Wind-type soul power. A blade of energy, imbued with the dual forces of chaos and wind, howled forth, striking towards the guardian beast. The guardian beast, caught off guard, was struck by the blade and emitted a pained roar. "To think that you could so exquisitely meld these two powers together, you have passed the trial," the guardian beast spoke slowly. Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the guardian beast and continued his exploration of the palace. Within the secret chamber of the palace, he stumbled upon a gem radiating a mysterious glow, known as the Heart of Lingsho. This gem harbored immense elemental power of wind, resonating harmoniously with the sacred text of Lingsho, thereby significantly enhancing Yao Chen's mastery and application of wind-based soul energy. Just as Yao Chen was about to depart from the palace, a notification from the divine selection system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. On attaining a momentous opportunity in the ancient ruins of Lingsho, successfully completing the hidden exploration task, Rewards include an elevation in the comprehension of the Genesis divine laws, enabling the understanding of a novel technique, chaotic wind burial of the world, a divine auxiliary skill, Lingsho concealment, allowing one to flawlessly obscure their presence and aura with the power of wind, as well as detailed information regarding the hidden treasures of the ancient ruins of Lingsho. In a surge of joy, Yao Chen promptly examined his rewards. He endeavored to comprehend the chaotic spirit wind of the world's end, and in an instant, the manifestation and might of this arcane technique materialized in his mind. This skill allows one to harness the power of chaos in the essence of wind, culminating in a formidable force of annihilation capable of obliterating vast expanses in the blink of an eye. He further tested the spirit wind concealment and discovered that he could seamlessly blend with the surrounding wind elements, rendering both his form and aura undetectable, even to the formidable tidal Douluo. Ultimately, Yao Chen scrutinized the intricate details regarding the hidden treasures of the ancient ruins of the spirit wind. The treasure lay deep within the subterranean depths of the ruins, guarded by a series of complex mechanisms and powerful guardian beasts, determined to uncover its secrets. He followed the guidance of the information provided and arrived at the treasure's entrance. At the threshold of the treasure, Yao Chen encountered a colossal nine-headed serpent guardian. Each head of the serpent was capable of unleashing attacks of varying attributes, showcasing immense power. Yao Chen invoked the chaotic domain barrier to withstand the serpent's onslaught, while simultaneously executing the chaotic spirit wind of the world's end. The potent energies of chaos and wind erupted forth, surging towards the nine-headed serpent. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, the serpent let out a pained howl before ultimately succumbing. Upon entering the treasure chamber, Yao Chen beheld an array of precious artifacts, rare materials, and ancient soul technique manuals. Just as he prepared to collect the treasures, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Utilizing his Fate Insight skill, he discerned that his arrival had triggered an ancient seal within the ancient ruins of the spirit wind. This seal was awakening a dormant malevolent force, and should this power be revived, it would herald catastrophic calamities for the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the dire situation and immediately called upon the power of the Creator God in an attempt to thwart the resurgence of the malevolent force. However, this dark power was exceedingly formidable and intricately linked to the ancient seals of the ruins, rendering Yao Chen's efforts to impede its revival immensely challenging. In the course of his confrontation with this evil force, Yao Chen discerned that its core was a dark crystal. By shattering this crystal, he could halt the awakening of the sinister power. He unleashed a tremendous strike, simultaneously wielding the chaotic Genesis Oblivion and the chaotic Spirit Wind Burial, directing an overwhelming force toward the dark crystal. Under the might of his assault, the crystal began to fracture, forming fine cracks. However, just as Yao Chen believed victory was within his grasp, the dark crystal unexpectedly unleashed a surge of potent darkness, rebounding his attack. Caught off guard, Yao Chen was struck by this dark energy and sustained injuries. He realized that he could not allow this force to awaken. Gritting his teeth and disregarding his own wounds, Yao Chen once again unleashed a series of powerful skills, relentlessly assaulting the dark crystal. Through his unwavering determination, the dark crystal was ultimately shattered, and the malevolent force dissipated along with it. Yao Chen exhaled deeply, realizing that this time it was a close call without any real danger. Yet, he understood that the Douluo Continent harbors myriad unknown perils, and he must continually enhance his strength to safeguard the peace and prosperity of this realm. With treasures in hand and newfound power, Yao Chen departed from the Lingfeng ancient ruins. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he shared his experiences and acquisitions with everyone, while also cautioning them that the crisis on the Douluo Continent had not been entirely averted, and that vigilance must not wane. Under Yao Chen's leadership, the various factions of the Douluo Continent united once more, making thorough preparations to confront potential challenges that may arise in the future. Chapter 29. The Ancient Dispute. The emergence of mysterious races and their challenges. Upon the return of Yao Chen from the Lingfeng ancient ruins, the Douluo Continent seemingly continued its trajectory of peaceful and stable development. However, Yao Chen, endowed with the keen perception of the creator deity, detected subtle yet peculiar fluctuations in the continent's soul power. These changes resembled the undercurrents beneath a tranquil lake, heralding an impending crisis that was silently brewing. The divine selection system aptly issued a notification. Ding! A mysterious ancient power is awakening within the Douluo Continent, linked to a forgotten enigmatic race. A mission was announced to ascertain the reasons and objectives behind the resurgence of this mysterious race and to avert the potential crisis. The rewards for this mission included the elevation of the creator deity's law, unlocking a new realm of creator deity laws. the divine enhancement skill chaos power overload, which could significantly amplify the potency of all personal skills for a brief period, as well as fragments of ancient legends pertaining to the mysterious race. Upon receiving the mission, Yao Chen promptly informed Bibi Dong, Chen Renxue, and the leaders of the three lower sects about the resurrection of the enigmatic race. Upon hearing the news, everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. The revival of this mysterious race could potentially disrupt the existing balance of the Douluo Continent. We must act swiftly, Bibi Dong stated with a solemn expression. Chen Renxue nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we need to ascertain their movements before they are fully revived and formulate our response strategy. Yao Chen remarked, I shall first conduct research based on the ancient legends of the mysterious race provided by the system, in hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, everyone must intensify their surveillance over their respective territories. Should any anomalies arise, promptly inform me. Through his study of the ancient tales surrounding this enigmatic race, Yao Chen discovered that they were known as the Inu clan. In ancient times, they were said to have had a profound connection with the power of the creator deity. It is said that the Inu clan possessed a unique ability to manipulate the power of moonlight, merging it with their own soul energy to attain formidable strength. However, during a cataclysmic ancient war, the Inu clan mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only vague legends. Yao Chen surmised that the resurgence of the Inu clan might be linked to certain changes in the power of the creator god. In pursuit of the truth, Yao Chen resolved to journey to the legendary Moonlight Abyss, a mystical location on the Douluo Continent believed to be associated with the Inu clan. The Moonlight Abyss is situated in the far northern reaches of the Douluo Continent, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, exuding an exceptional chill. Harnessing the power of the creator god, Yao Chen effortlessly withstood the biting cold as he advanced towards the Moonlight Abyss. Upon nearing the abyss, he sensed a profound presence of moonlight energy, intertwining with the frigid atmosphere to create an extraordinary fluctuation of soul force. Suddenly, a pack of wolf-like soul beasts, emanating an ethereal blue moonlight, erupted from the snow. Their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam as they lunged towards Yao Chen. In response, he conjured the Chaos Star Guardian, and a radiant shield of multicolored light materialized instantaneously, repelling the assault of the soul beasts. These creatures appeared to be influenced by the power of the Inu clan. Yao Chen mused. He unleashed the Chaos Storm, a tempest born of formidable chaotic energy that engulfed the soul beasts. However, bolstered by the moonlight energy, the beasts exhibited remarkable resilience. Despite their struggles within the storm, they were not easily vanquished. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yao Chen unleashed a chaotic destruction slash. Infused with the essence of wind-based soul power, a blade of energy, imbued with the forces of chaos and wind, surged forth with a deafening roar, cleaving towards the soul beasts. Under the might of this formidable attack, the soul beasts fell one after another. The medicinal dust continued its journey and finally arrived at the edge of the moonlit abyss. The surface of the abyss was as tranquil as a mirror, exuding a gentle glow of moonlight. As the medicinal dust approached the abyss, the waters suddenly surged violently, and a colossal figure slowly emerged from the depths. It was a man clad in a silver robe, radiating a formidable power of moonlight, his aura both enigmatic and ancient. Intruder, what brings you to the forbidden grounds of my Dark Moon clan? The man inquired coldly. Yao Chen declared, I am Yao Chen, and I have sensed an unusual resurgence of power on the Douluo Continent, which I surmise is connected to the Dark Moon clan. My intentions are not malicious. I merely seek to understand the reasons behind the Dark Moon clan's revival and your objectives. The man let out a cold laugh. Humph. Do you think I would believe you? The matters concerning the Dark Moon clan are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. With that, he unleashed a formidable force of moonlight, directing a massive beam of luminescence towards Yao Chen. In response, Yao Chen summoned a chaotic domain barrier, and an impressive defensive field materialized instantaneously to withstand the onslaught of the moonlight beam. As the beam collided with the protective barrier, a brilliant flash erupted, causing the defensive field to tremble ever so slightly. Yao Chen understood that without demonstrating sufficient prowess, it would be arduous to extract valuable information from the man. He unleashed the chaotic genesis of finality, and the formidable power of chaos erupted instantaneously, sweeping towards the man. Sensing the might of this force, the man swiftly coalesced the lunar energy surrounding him, forming a robust shield. Amidst the intense clash, Yao Chen discerned the man's exquisite mastery over the lunar energy, adeptly neutralizing his assaults. Resolutely, he decided to invoke the chaotic spirit wind of worldly demise, manipulating the chaotic energy alongside the wind-based soul power, culminating in a formidable destructive force directed at the man. Under the weight of this overwhelming power, the man finally revealed a glimmer of vulnerability. Yao Chen seized the opportunity to unleash the overwhelming power of chaos, significantly enhancing the potency of all his skills within a brief span, and launched another assault. Under the relentless barrage from Yao Chen, the man could no longer withstand the onslaught. His protective shield shattered, and he sustained considerable injuries. "I did not anticipate you possessed such formidable strength," he remarked slowly. "It is of no consequence to divulge this. The Yin clan, in ancient times, suffered devastating losses due to a great war and was compelled to enter a deep slumber. Now, having sensed the fluctuations in the Creator Goddess power, we believed it to be a chance for revival, thus deciding to re-emerge into the world. Our sole aim is to restore the glory of the Yin clan, with no intention of causing harm to the Douluo Continent." In a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen inquired, "What do you mean by the fluctuations in the power of the Creator Deity?" The man responded, "We have sensed unsettling signs in the laws governed by the Creator Deity, as if an external force is intruding. This interference could potentially trigger a cascade of repercussions, and we are concerned that the Yin clan might once again be affected, which is why we chose to awaken early." Yao Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his ascension to the status of the Creator God would precipitate such a convoluted situation. He conveyed to the man his commitment to uncover the reasons behind the instability of the Creator God's laws and expressed his hope that the Yin clan could collaborate with the Spirit Hall to jointly uphold the peace of the Douluo Continent. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied, "That is acceptable, but should you fail to resolve the issue and the Yin clan find itself in peril once more, we shall not let the matter rest." After reaching an accord with the man from the Yin clan, Yao Chen promptly returned to the Spirit Hall. He conveyed his dialogue with the man to everyone present, emphasizing the urgency of uncovering the reasons behind the instability of the Creator God's laws. "Yao Chen, this situation is more intricate than we had anticipated. If indeed there are external forces interfering with the power of the Creator God's laws, the consequences could be dire." Bibi Dong expressed with concern. Qian Rinxue added, "Senior Yao, where should we commence our investigation?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen spoke. "I shall first harness the divine power of the Creator to conduct a comprehensive perception and examination of the laws governing the Douluo Continent, in hopes of uncovering the traces of that foreign force. Simultaneously, we must enhance our communication and collaboration with the Yin clan to collectively confront any potential crises that may arise." Thus, Yao Chen commenced his profound perception of the laws of the Douluo Continent through the divine power of the Creator. During this perceptual journey, he discovered that certain areas of the Douluo Continent indeed exhibited anomalous fluctuations of soul power. These fluctuations intertwined with the divine laws of the Creator, creating a subtle interference. After a strenuous exploration, Yao Chen ultimately uncovered a concealed space beneath a mysterious sea region of the Douluo Continent. This space emanated an extraordinary force, which was the very source of the interference with the divine laws of the Creator. Yao Chen resolved to delve into this enigmatic realm. He employed the technique of spirit wind concealment, harnessing the power of the wind to flawlessly obscure his form and essence as he infiltrated the mysterious space. Upon entering, Yao Chen discovered the area was adorned with an array of peculiar runes and colossal energy crystals. At the center of this space lay a vast black vortex, ceaselessly emanating a formidable gravitational pull and disruptive force. Yao Chen cautiously approached the black vortex, when suddenly, an eerie laughter emanated from within. "Aha, at last. Someone has taken the bait. Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" As the voice echoed, a dark figure slowly emerged from the whirlpool. The figure radiated a potent and malevolent aura, starkly contrasting with the divine laws of creation. "Who are you? Why do you seek to disrupt the divine laws of creation?" Yao Chen inquired warily. The dark figure let out a cold laugh. "I am the emissary of the dark laws, sent to dismantle the order of this world. Once the divine laws of creation crumble, darkness shall envelop the entire Douluo Continent, and our realm of shadows will rise to supremacy." Filled with fury, Yao Chen unleashed the ultimate power of chaos, the genesis of the end, as the formidable force of chaos erupted instantaneously, sweeping towards the shadowy figure. The shadow, in turn, wielded the power of the dark laws, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the chaotic energy. Amidst the intense battle, Yao Chen discerned the shadow's mastery over the dark laws. Realizing that the power of darkness countered the divine principles of creation, in an effort to break the stalemate, he invoked the chaotic spirit wind to bury the world. However, the shadow also executed a potent dark skill, effectively nullifying Yao Chen's assault. Yao Chen was acutely aware that this battle could not be prolonged. He unleashed the chaotic power overload, significantly enhancing the potency of all his skills in a brief span, and launched another assault. Simultaneously, he invoked the newly unlocked domain of the Creator Goddess Law, the Chaotic Genesis domain. Within this realm, Yao Chen's mastery over the power of the Creator Goddess Law reached its pinnacle, greatly augmenting his prowess. Bolstered by the Chaotic Genesis domain, his attacks became increasingly ferocious. The shadow, under the relentless onslaught of Yao Chen, gradually faltered. Ultimately, Yao Chen delivered a decisive blow, vanquishing the shadow. With a shrill cry, the shadow vanished into the abyssal whirlpool. As the shadow dissipated, the disruptive forces of the enigmatic space gradually faded, restoring the stability of the Creator Goddess Law on the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen exhaled deeply, knowing that this crisis had finally been averted. After Yao Han emerged from the enigmatic realm, he promptly informed the members of the Inu clan and the Spirit Hall about the situation. Upon learning that the crisis had been averted, a collective sigh of relief resonated among them. This event fostered an even closer bond between the Inu clan and the Spirit Hall, as they united in their efforts to safeguard the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. Through this battle, Yao Han attained a deeper comprehension and mastery of the divine laws of creation. Following this perilous episode, the Douluo Continent entered a period of greater stability and development. However, Yao Han was acutely aware that the road ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, compelling him to remain ever vigilant in protecting the land he cherished deeply. Chapter 30, Pinnacle of Glory. A new era of legacy and guardianship with the successful resolution of the crisis posed by the emissary of dark laws. The Douluo Continent embraced an extended era of peace and prosperity. Yao Han's renown soared to unprecedented heights, establishing him as an immortal legend within the realm. His exploits were recounted in every corner, inspiring successive generations of spirit masters. Yao Chen is acutely aware that the future of Douluo Continent necessitates a continuous influx of fresh talent. Thus, amidst this serene ambience, he dedicates considerable effort to nurturing new blood for the Spirit Hall. He establishes a premier Soul Master Academy, the Genesis Academy, within the Spirit Hall, with the aim of selecting and cultivating the most promising Soul Masters. Yao Chen personally crafted the educational framework of the Academy, integrating his profound understanding of the laws of the Creator Deity, his extensive combat experience, and various formidable techniques for utilizing soul skills. The Academy not only emphasizes the enhancement of soul power among soul masters, but also places significant importance on moral cultivation and a sense of responsibility towards the Douluo Continent. During the enrollment ceremony, young soul masters from all corners of the Douluo Continent gathered at the Spirit Hall, each harboring dreams and aspirations. Standing upon the elevated platform, Yao Chen cast his gaze over the vibrant and expectant faces before him and proclaimed, "You are the future of the Douluo Continent. Here at the Creator Academy, you shall undergo the most rigorous training and learn the most powerful soul skills. However, remember, strength is meant for protection, to safeguard this continent, and to defend our homeland." The selection process was exceptionally stringent. Yao Chen, wielding the power of the Creator Deity, devised a series of trials that comprehensively assessed talent in soul power, combat skills, and the quality of will, meticulously identifying the most exceptional candidates. Ultimately, a group of exceptionally gifted young soul masters emerged, becoming the inaugural students of the Creator Academy. Yao Chen personally conducted the lessons, infusing his classroom with vivacity and profundity. While elucidating the application of chaotic power, he demonstrated the chaotic creation of the ultimate end, allowing the students to witness the terrifying might of this force firsthand. While patiently explaining the art of precisely manipulating such energy, the chaotic power is not merely an agent of destruction, it harbors the potential for creation and rebirth. You must learn to perceive its essence and become one with it, Yao Chen imparted. Under his meticulous guidance, the students made remarkable strides. Among them was a student named Lingyu, endowed with an exceptional sensitivity to soul power, yet lacking in combat skills. Yao Chen, recognizing his unique situation, personally instructed him to merge his soul power with chaotic energy, crafting a distinctive set of close combat soul techniques. With Yao Chen's assistance, Lingyu's prowess surged, establishing him as a paragon within the academy. Meanwhile, Yao Chen remained vigilant against the latent threats looming over the Douluo Continent. He understood that although peace reigned upon the land, the cosmos harbored unknown dangers. The divine selection system seemed to resonate with Yao Chen's sense of duty. Issuing a new mission, ding. Unstable fluctuations have been detected in the cosmic space surrounding the Douluo Continent, indicating the approach of a formidable malevolent force. Mission: ascertain the source of these fluctuations and prepare defensive measures to safeguard the Douluo Continent. Mission rewards: evolution of the creation god's law power. Unlocking the new divine ability unity of all creation, a divine enhancement item eternal guardian metal, granting the bearer the ability to withstand a fatal attack. Along with advanced technology and cultivation materials from a mysterious cosmic civilization, Yao Chen promptly convened Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, and the leaders of the Haotian sect and the lower three sects to deliberate on strategies to confront the impending crisis. This challenge may prove to be more dire than any we have faced before. We must devote ourselves entirely to this endeavor, Yao Chen remarked with a grave expression. Qianren Xue resolutely declared, Senior Yao, regardless of the difficulties we encounter, the Angel Legion will always lead the charge. Tang Xiao brandished the Haotian hammer and proclaimed loudly, My Haotian sect shall never retreat. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, stating, The Spirit Hall will spare no effort in safeguarding the continent. Yao Chen meticulously devised a comprehensive strategy, appointing Qianren Xue to lead the Angel Legion in intensifying aerial patrols, utilizing the Angel's acute perception to investigate the movements of malevolent forces. Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu were entrusted with organizing the elite of the Spirit Hall, fortifying the defenses of the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, Haotian sect and the three lower sects mobilized their respective elite spirit masters to establish defensive lines at critical junctures across the continent. As for Yao Chen himself, he would harness the power of the Creator God to personally seek out the source of the disturbances. Yao Chen invoked the ethereal winds to conceal himself, deftly traversing the cosmic expanse with the power of the breeze. After a thorough exploration, he ultimately uncovered the source of the disturbance, a colossal dark warship. The vessel emanated a chilling aura of malevolence, harboring sinister beings who were scheming an invasion of the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized the structure of the warship and the behavioral patterns of the malevolent creatures. Through his chaotic insight, he discerned that the core of the vessel was an energy entity known as the Dark Source Crystal Core. By annihilating it, he could render the warship powerless. Yao Chen returned to the Douluo Continent and informed everyone of the situation, formulating a meticulous battle plan. He led the elite students of the Creation Academy to confront the formidable experts of the Spirit Hall and various other factions. As they approached the dark warship, the malevolent creatures detected their arrival and immediately launched an assault. Dark beams of energy erupted from the ship, raining down like a torrential downpour. Yao Chen summoned a barrier of chaotic energy, enveloping the group in a formidable defensive field that shielded them from the onslaught of dark beams. Students, do not falter. Utilize the techniques we have practiced and channel your soul power alongside the chaotic force, Yao Chen proclaimed with conviction. Ling Yu and the other students took a deep breath, unleashing the soul skills imparted by Yao Chen. Ling Yu executed a melee soul skill infused with chaotic energy, charging towards the enemy. While the other students coordinated their efforts, some unleashed ranged attack soul skills, while others employed supportive techniques to bolster their comrades' strength. Yao Chen seized the opportune moment to unleash the chaotic Genesis and a formidable force of chaos that surged toward the dark battleship. The malevolent beings aboard the vessel retaliated with an array of sinister skills, yet under Yao Chen's overwhelming assault, their defenses began to crumble. Amidst the fierce conflict, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a potent evil energy coalescing. Through the lens of fate insight, he discerned that the wicked leader on the battleship was invoking a forbidden skill, intent on a mutual destruction. Beware, everyone, Yao Chen exclaimed, immediately invoking the eternal guardian of creation. A resplendent radiance enveloped the group. At that moment, the malevolent leader's forbidden skill was unleashed, and a wave of annihilation surged forth. The clash between the light and the destructive force erupted into a powerful energy fluctuation. Shielded by the formidable defense of the eternal guardian of creation, the group remained unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen executed the newly comprehended genesis of all things returning to one. This divine technique harnessed the myriad powers of the Genesis divine law, forming a colossal beam of light that struck directly at the core of the battleship's dark source crystal. Upon impact, the dark source crystal shattered instantaneously. The dark battleship lost its propulsion and began to teeter precariously. Witnessing this, the evil beings scattered in panic. Yao Chen, rallying his companions, mounted a vigorous pursuit, ensuring the capture of the malevolent creatures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, attaining an evolution of the Genesis divine law, acquiring the divine grade enhancement item Eternal Guardian Medal, as well as the technological and cultivation knowledge of a mysterious cosmic civilization. Yao Chen bestowed upon Ling Yu the Eternal Guardian Medal as a reward for his outstanding performance in battle. This medal possesses the power to save one's life in critical moments. I hope you will continue to strive and protect the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen remarked. Following this battle, the people of Douluo Continent grew more united, their admiration for Yao Chen deepening significantly. The new generation of soul masters that Yao Chen nurtured received substantial training through the conflict, becoming the steadfast pillars of the continent's future. In the days that followed, Yao Chen continued to lead the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, utilizing the advanced technology and cultivation resources of the mysterious cosmic civilization to further bolster the continent's strength. He understood well that the path to safeguarding Douluo Continent would be long and arduous, yet he firmly believed that as long as they remained united, there would be no challenge insurmountable. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent ushered in a new era, one filled with hope and glory. The legendary tale of Yao Chen would forever resonate across this land, inspiring generations of soul masters to diligently pursue justice and protect their homeland. As the creator god, Yao Chen would continue to safeguard the peace and prosperity of Douluo Continent, becoming its eternal guardian. Chapter 31: Cosmic Conflicts. The light of heritage and the return of crisis. After repelling the invasion of the dark warships, Douluo Continent entered a brief period of recuperation. Yao Chen was acutely aware that this crisis was merely the tip of the iceberg among the multitude of threats in the cosmos. To better prepare Douluo Continent for future unknown challenges, he intensified the cultivation of new blood within the Spirit Hall. Within the Genesis Academy, the students, under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, exhibited unprecedented enthusiasm for their training. Not only did he impart powerful soul techniques and foundational insights into the laws of the Creator God, but he also emphasized the cultivation of teamwork and adaptability in the face of crises. He frequently organized practical drills that simulated various perilous scenarios, allowing the students to grow through experience. During one such drill, Yao Chen devised a complex illusion filled with formidable soul beasts, treacherous traps, and an array of challenges. The students needed to collaborate and utilize their individual abilities to navigate through the illusion. Ling Yu showcased his precise control over soul power, skillfully guiding his teammates past one trap after another. Meanwhile, another student, Xianer, adept in healing, promptly deployed her healing soul techniques when teammates were injured, ensuring the team's combat effectiveness. After an intense competition, the students successfully broke through the illusion, and Yao Chen expressed his satisfaction with their performance. You have done well. But the dangers in the cosmos are far more intricate than this. You must remain vigilant and continuously enhance your abilities, Yao Chen advised the students. In addition to practical drills, Yao Chen led the students in studying the technology and cultivation materials of the mysterious cosmic civilization. They discovered a unique energy conversion method employed by this civilization, capable of swiftly transforming various energies in the environment into soul power, thereby enhancing cultivation efficiency. Yao Chen, in collaboration with the students, delved into the intricacies of this method, intertwining it with the cultivation system of Douluo Continent, thereby creating an entirely new approach to training. This innovative cultivation technique promises to enhance the efficiency of your practice. However, bear in mind that there are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. It demands your unwavering perseverance. Yao Chen imparted this new cultivation method to the students, just as he devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing new talent and elevating the strength of Douluo Continent. The Divine Selection System issued an urgent alert. Ding. Multiple cosmic forces have been detected forming an alliance, with their sights set squarely on Douluo Continent. These factions have long coveted the power of the Creator God and the unique soul power system of Douluo Continent. A mission has been issued. Unite various forces of Douluo Continent to fend off the invasion of the Cosmic Coalition, safeguarding the dignity and peace of Douluo Continent. The mission rewards include a profound awakening of the Creator God's law, unlocking the law skill reversal of the chaotic Star River, which can reverse time and space, resetting the dynamics of the battlefield, a divine team amplification item, the Star Guardian Ring, which allows team members to share a portion of their abilities and enhance overall combat strength, as well as detailed intelligence on the Cosmic Coalition. Yao Chen immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly summoned Bibi Dong, Qian Rengshu, the leaders of the Haotian clan and the 3 lower sects, as well as the elite students of the Creation Academy. We are confronted with a formidable joint invasion from multiple cosmic forces, and they come with great ferocity. We must be thoroughly prepared, Yao Chen declared with a stern expression. Qian Rengsha gripped the angelic sacred sword tightly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Senior Yao, regardless of how powerful the enemy may be, the Angel Legion shall not falter. Tang Xiao pounded his chest fervently, proclaiming, the Haotian clan is willing to shed the last drop of blood to protect the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong nodded gravely, her demeanor serious. The Spirit Hall will certainly exert all efforts to stand in solidarity with the continent in its time of peril. The pharmaceutical dust disclosed the intricate intelligence of the Cosmic Allied Forces to the public. According to the report, the Cosmic Alliance comprises 5 distinct and formidable cosmic factions, each possessing unique technologies and formidable combat capabilities. Among them, the Starry Clan excels in harnessing the power of celestial bodies, their warships capable of unleashing beams that can obliterate stars. The Shadow Clan, adept in stealth and assassination, specializes in delivering lethal strikes upon their adversaries from the shadows. The Flame Demon Clan radiates intense heat, effortlessly melting any material in their path. The Spirit Water Clan wields mastery over the water element, capable of forming formidable defenses and attacks. Lastly, the Mechanical Clan boasts highly advanced mechanical technology, with their robotic warriors being impervious to weaponry while exhibiting overwhelming firepower. Yao Chen meticulously formulated a comprehensive battle strategy based on the characteristics of various factions. He entrusted Qian Rengshu with leading the Angel Legion in aerial combat, harnessing the Angel's agility and divine power to counter the astral beams of the Xingyao clan. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu commanded an elite team of Soul Hall experts specifically tasked with confronting the stealthy Shadow Clan. The formidable practitioners from Haotian sect and the lower 3 sects joined forces with the students of the Creation Academy to tackle the fiery Flame Demon Clan, the ethereal Spirit Water Clan, and the Mechanical Clan, respectively. Yao Chen himself traversed the various battlefields, ready to provide support at a moment's notice and seeking opportunities to strike a deadly blow to the Cosmic Coalition. As the fleet of the Cosmic Coalition appeared in the skies above Douluo Continent, a breathtaking battle commenced. The warships of the Xingyao clan launched the first assault, unleashing dazzling astral beams towards Douluo Continent. Qian Rengshu swiftly ascended with the Angel Legion, employing the divine techniques of the Angel God. Wings of Angels, purifying light. Qian Rengshu unfurled her magnificent angelic wings, radiating a brilliant purifying light that nullified the incoming astral beams. Simultaneously, the assassins of the Shadow Clan stealthily infiltrated Douluo Continent, aiming to execute critical targets, prepared in advance. The elite team led by Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu employed powerful sensing soul skills to detect the presence of the Shadow Clan. Rascal's Eye, insight into darkness. Bibi Dong activated the Rascal's Eye, instantly penetrating the Shadow Clan's concealment and leading her team in a counteroffensive. On the ground, the Flame Demon Clan surged forth like a searing torrent, assaulting the defenses of Douluo Continent. Tang Xiao spearheaded the experts of Haotian sect, unleashing the formidable soul skill of the Haotian Hammer. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method, Break Flame. Tang Xiao wielded the Haotian Hammer, the immense force colliding with the intense flames of the Flame Demon Clan, sending sparks flying. The Spirit Water Clan gathered near oceans and rivers, manipulating water elements to conjure massive tsunamis and water dragons that surged towards the land. Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, rallied some of the adept practitioners from the lower 3 sects to engage in battle against the Spirit Water Clan. Ning Fengji unleashed the power of the 7 Treasures Glazed, enhancing the abilities of his allies to better withstand the attacks of the Spirit Water Clan. The mechanical warriors of the Mechanical Clan marched heavily towards the cities of Douluo Continent, equipped with an array of formidable weapons and fierce firepower. Under Yao Chen's guidance, the students of Creation Academy engaged in fierce combat with the Mechanical Clan, employing new cultivation methods and unique soul skills. Ling Yu executed a soul skill that fused chaotic power with the new cultivation method, delivering a punch that shattered a mechanical warrior into pieces. Amidst the tumult of various battlefields, Yao Chen weaves through the chaos, unleashing the apocalyptic force of chaotic genesis. The formidable power of chaos wreaks havoc upon the united cosmic forces. However, the strength of the coalition surpasses all expectations. After a brief moment of disarray, they swiftly recalibrate their strategies and launch a more ferocious onslaught. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Yao Chen discerns an energy convergence point aboard the Starry Clan's warship. If he can obliterate this focal point, the stellar beams of the Starry Clan will be rendered ineffective. Seizing the opportune moment, he invokes the chaotic spirit wind, to unleash a torrent of chaotic and wind-based energy towards the warship's energy nexus. Just as his assault is on the verge of striking its target, a premier assassin from the Shadow Clan materializes behind him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yao, be cautious, Shinner exclaims, witnessing this perilous moment. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushes forward, employing her most formidable defensive soul technique to shield Yao Chen from the impending attack. However, she sustains grave injuries and collapses to the ground. Filled with fury, Yao Chen unleashed the overwhelming power of chaos, instantly amplifying the potency of all his abilities. Not only did he obliterate the energy convergence point of the Starshine Clan's warship, but he also vanquished the shadowy assassin. Hold on, everyone. We shall surely triumph over them, Yao Chen proclaimed, sensing the unwavering belief and indomitable spirit of his comrades. In this pivotal moment of battle, Yao Chen resolved to utilize his newly unlocked divine skill, the reversal of the chaotic galaxy. Channeling the entirety of his creative divine power, he invoked this extraordinary ability. A colossal vortex of chaos manifested in the sky, twisting time and space, and the tide of the battlefield was instantly reversed. The attacks of the Cosmic Alliance were neutralized, and their formation descended into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen launched a comprehensive counterattack against the Cosmic Alliance. Qian Rinxue led the Angel Legion in a final charge. Invoking the Angelic Judgment and the Sacred Light, a formidable beam of divine radiance surged forth from Qian Rinxue's angelic sword, annihilating the starry vessels of the Starry Clan. Bibi Dong, alongside the elite squad led by Qian Douluo, obliterated the assassins of the Shadow Clan. Tang Xiao and the adept warriors of the Haoyan sect successfully repelled the Flame Demon Clan. Ning Fengji and his companions triumphed over the Spirit Water Clan. Under the guidance of Yao Chen, the students of the Genesis Academy dismantled the mechanical soldiers of the Mechanical Clan. Ultimately, the Cosmic Alliance was left in disarray, defeated in their retreat by the indomitable resistance of the inhabitants of Douluo Continent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, achieving a profound awakening of the Genesis Divine Law, and receiving the Divine Grade Team Enhancement Artifact, the Ring of Celestial Guardianship. Yao Chen distributed the Star Guardian Rings among the elite students of the Genesis Academy, equipping them for enhanced collaboration in future battles. Following this grand conflict, the new blood of Douluo Continent underwent significant refinement, elevating both their strength and resolve. In this crisis, Douluo Continent not only successfully repelled the invasion of the Cosmic Alliance, but also forged tighter connections among various factions. Yao Chen is acutely aware that further challenges await them. Yet he firmly believes that as long as the people of Douluo Continent unite and uphold the faith of guardianship, nothing can thwart their progress. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent shall continue to shine on the cosmic stage, penning their own illustrious saga. Chapter 32. Aftermath of War, Inheritance Expansion. In new turmoil after driving back the Cosmic Alliance, Douluo Continent basked in the joy of victory. However, Yao Chen remained grounded, unclouded by this fleeting triumph. He understands that this victory is but temporary, and Douluo Continent's emergence in the universe may attract the covetous eyes of more formidable forces. To secure a more robust future for Douluo Continent, Yao Chen turned his attention to further strengthening the cultivation of the new blood within the Spirit Hall and expanding Douluo Continent's influence in the cosmos. At the Genesis Academy, Yao Chen undertook a comprehensive upgrade of the teaching system. He integrated the lessons learned from the battle against the Cosmic Alliance into the curriculum, allowing students to gain profound insights into the characteristics and countermeasures of various cosmic powers. Concurrently, leveraging the rewards bestowed by the divine selection system and his deep awakening to the Genesis divine principles, he developed a series of advanced training courses. From the conflict with the Cosmic Alliance, we witnessed the clash of diverse power systems. In his classroom, Yao Chen addressed the students, highlighting the stellar prowess of the Starry Clan, the stealthy assassination techniques of the Shadow Clan, the flame mastery of the Fiery Demon Clan, the water element manipulation of the Spirit Water Clan, and the technological armaments of the Mechanical Clan. These are all worthy of our study and emulation. We must know ourselves and our adversaries to seize the initiative in future crises. Yao Chen not only imparts theoretical knowledge, but also guides the students through practical exercises. Utilizing the power of the Creator, he simulates combat scenarios from various cosmic factions, allowing the students to hone their response capabilities in a realistic environment. In the simulated scene of the Stellar Clan, beams of starlight cascaded down like rain, compelling the students to employ their evasion techniques and defensive soul skills to dodge and withstand the onslaught. During this process, Ling Yu exhibited remarkable adaptability, deftly harnessing the power of chaos and newly cultivated methods to divert and scatter the starlight beams, thereby safeguarding his classmates. Ling Yu, you performed admirably. However, remember that real combat situations are far more intricate. You must continuously enhance your reaction speed and precision in soul power manipulation. Yao Chen affirmed Ling Yu's performance while setting higher expectations. In addition to augmenting the students' combat prowess, Yao Chen also emphasizes the cultivation of their leadership skills and team spirit. He divides the students into various groups, each simulating a miniature faction responsible for managing certain affairs within the academy, such as resource allocation and course scheduling. Through these practical experiences, the students learn how to leverage their strengths within a team and coordinate diverse interests, laying a foundation for future leadership of the myriad factions in Douluo Continent. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, the students of the Creation Academy flourish rapidly, gradually becoming the stalwarts of the new generation in Douluo Continent. Yet, Yao Chen's vision for Douluo Continent extends beyond this. He resolves to leverage the Cosmic Coalition invasion incident to expand Douluo Continent's influence in the universe, establishing amicable relations with other cosmic civilizations to secure greater developmental opportunities for Douluo Continent. With the divine power of the Creator, Yao Chen constructed a formidable signal transmission device around the Douluo Continent. This apparatus is capable of transcending the cosmic expanse, sending forth friendly signals to neighboring civilizations in the universe. Concurrently, he established a Cosmic Affairs Management Center on the Douluo Continent, overseen by Bibi Dong, Jinren and several seasoned soul masters, in preparation for the potential arrival of interstellar visitors. Not long after, the signal transmission device received a response. A cosmic civilization known as the Lingyun Star Alliance expressed great interest in the soul power system and unique culture of the Douluo Continent, hoping to establish trade and cultural exchange relations. Upon receiving this news, Yao Chen personally led a delegation to the residence of the Lingyun Star Alliance. The planet of the Lingyun Star Alliance was awash with fantastical hues, its sky adorned with various peculiar crystals that emitted a gentle luminescence. The leader of the Lingyun Star Alliance warmly welcomed Yao Chen and his entourage, remarking on the esteemed reputation of the Douluo Continent, and commending their remarkable strength demonstrated in the battle against the cosmic allied forces. Yao Chen responded with a smile, "We are equally delighted to establish a connection with your esteemed Star Alliance. We hope to learn from one another and thrive together through our exchanges." During their interactions, Yao Chen discovered that the Lingyun Star Alliance possessed a unique method of cultivating spiritual power, which allowed practitioners to enhance and consolidate their mental prowess. Conversely, the soul power system of Douluo Continent, along with the principles of the creation goddess laws, greatly enlightened the members of the Lingyun Star Alliance. Both parties decided to share some fundamental cultivation knowledge and cultural achievements, thus embarking on a new chapter of amicable communication. However, not all cosmic civilizations harbored goodwill towards Douluo Continent. Just as Yao Chen was engaging with the Lingyun Star Alliance, the Divine Selection System issued a warning. Ding! A mysterious cosmic force has been detected, covertly monitoring the exchanges between Douluo Continent and the Lingyun Star Alliance. This force may pose a threat to the peace and development of Douluo Continent. A mission was released, ascertain the identity and intentions of this enigmatic force and thwart any potential schemes. The rewards for the mission included the elevation of the power of the creation goddess laws, unlocking the law technique chaos order reformation, which would allow the reformation of order within a certain spatial range, thereby controlling all rules within that space, a divine reconnaissance tool, Eye of Cosmic Insight, capable of penetrating any form of concealment and disguise, revealing the true strength and intentions of the target, as well as partial clues regarding the mysterious force. Yao Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He promptly severed his communication with the Lingyun Star Alliance and returned to the Douluo Continent. Upon his arrival, he informed Bibi Dong, Qianren, and others about the enigmatic Force's activities. It appeared that every move we make has been under the watchful eye of certain factions. We must swiftly ascertain the true nature of this mysterious power. We cannot allow them to jeopardize the hard-won peace and progress we have achieved, Yao Chen declared. Utilizing the partial clues provided by the Divine Selection System, Yao Chen led the elite students of the Creation Academy and the experts from the Spirit Hall in an investigation. By tracking the fluctuations of soul power and energy traces in the cosmic space surrounding the Douluo Continent, they gradually pinpointed the approximate location of the mysterious force. During their pursuit, they encountered a series of obstacles. It seemed the enigmatic force had sensed their movements and dispatched formidable assassins to obstruct them. These assassins were adept in spatial jumps and disguise, significantly complicating Yao Chen and his companions' tracking efforts. Everyone, be vigilant. These assassins possess formidable spatial abilities and may appear beside us at any moment, Yao Chen cautioned. Just then, an assassin materialized suddenly behind Xian'er, thrusting a blade toward her. Ling Yu, with remarkable reflexes, unleashed a defensive soul skill infused with chaotic energy, successfully thwarting the assassin's attack. Xian'er, are you unharmed? Ling Yu inquired with concern. I am fine, thank you. Ling Yu, Xian'er replied gratefully. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen invoked his chaotic insight, combining it with the eye of astral perception, ultimately unveiling the assassin's disguise and spatial movement trajectory. He unleashed the chaotic genesis of the end, and the formidable force of chaos instantaneously repelled the assassin. After a laborious pursuit, Yao Chen and his companions finally located a secret stronghold belonging to the enigmatic faction. This colossal fortress lay concealed within a twisted realm, surrounded by potent defensive formations. Yao Chen meticulously examined the structure of the defensive arrays using his chaotic insight and discerned a flaw within them. Everyone, heed my command. We shall exploit this weakness to launch our assault and breach their defenses, Yao Chen proclaimed to the group. Yao Chen led his companions in a fierce assault. And after a tumultuous battle, they finally breached the defensive formation and infiltrated the fortress. Within its walls, they uncovered documents and information pertaining to a mysterious entity known as the Abyssal Council. This clandestine organization harbored ambitions of universal domination and viewed the amicable interactions between Douluo Continent and other civilizations with deep suspicion, fearing that the rise of Douluo would thwart their nefarious plans. Hence, they intended to covertly undermine these relations. Just as Yao Chen and his allies prepared to delve deeper into their investigation, the leader of the Abyssal Council made his appearance. He was a towering figure, exuding an aura of darkness. You dare trespass in my domain? You are merely courting death, he bellowed. The enigmatic leader unleashed a formidable dark power, enveloping the entire fortress in shadows. In response, Yao Chen conjured a barrier of chaotic order to shield his companions from the encroaching darkness. Are you the leader of the Abyssal Council? Your scheme shall not prevail, Yao Chen declared boldly. The mysterious figure scoffed. Is it merely you who stands against me? Today marks your end. With that, he cast a powerful dark forbidden spell, and torrents of dark energy surged toward Yao Chen and his group. Observing the impending threat, Yao Chen activated the chaotic order reconstruction, reshaping the spatial rules around them. Under the influence of this reconstruction, the potency of the dark spell was neutralized, and Yao Chen regained command over the battlefield. Sensing Yao Chen's formidable strength, the mysterious leader felt a flicker of fear but remained unwilling to concede defeat. He summoned all the dark warriors within the fortress, seeking to engage Yao Chen and his allies in a decisive battle. Yao Chen led his comrades into a fierce confrontation with the dark warriors. Ling Yu unleashed his most powerful soul skills, engaging the dark warriors in close combat, while Xian'er provided healing support from the rear. Throughout the conflict, Yao Chen continually employed chaotic order reconstruction, altering the battlefield's rules and plunging the dark warriors into disarray. Through their relentless efforts, Yao Chen and his companions gradually overcame the dark warriors. As the tide of battle turned against him, the mysterious leader attempted to flee. But Yao Chen would not allow his escape. He unleashed the chaotic creation of the finality, inflicting severe wounds upon the leader. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission and attained the power of the creation laws, along with the divine reconnaissance artifact. The Eye of Astral Insight. Yao Chen apprehended the enigmatic figure and compelled him to divulge the other strongholds and schemes of the Abyssal Council. Subsequently, Yao Chen convened with Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and others, resolving to launch a comprehensive offensive against the Abyssal Council, aiming to eradicate this looming threat. Under Yao Chen's leadership, the various factions of Douluo Continent once again united, preparing for the ultimate confrontation with the Abyssal Council. This impending clash will determine the fate of Douluo Continent within the cosmos. Will Yao Chen succeed in guiding them to a definitive victory over the Abyssal Council, thereby securing genuine peace and progress for Douluo Continent? The air is thick with suspense. Chapter 33, The Pinnacle Showdown. The final battle against the Abyssal Council and a new chapter for the continent. The drug dust gleaned numerous secrets from the lips of the leader of the Abyssal Council, including the locations of other strongholds and a far more extensive conspiracy. It turned out that the Abyssal Council harbored ambitions to dominate the entire universe by controlling various cosmic civilizations. Harnessing their powers to open a gateway to an ancient and malevolent realm, thereby unleashing the terrifying entities contained within. The amicable exchanges between the Douluo Continent and other civilizations undoubtedly posed a significant obstacle to their nefarious plans. Yao Chen was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He swiftly summoned the leaders of various factions from the Douluo Continent, including Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue, the masters of the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, as well as the elite students from the Creation Academy. The assembly was tense, as the sinister machinations of the Abyssal Council loomed ominously. Should they succeed, the entire universe would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. It was imperative that they dismantle the Abyssal Council before the malevolent spatial portal could be opened. Yao Chen's countenance was grave as he cast a determined glance over the gathered assembly. Qianrenxue, gripping the angelic holy sword, radiated resolve. Elder Yao, the Angel Legion stands ready for your command. We shall ensure the Abyssal Council pays dearly for their malevolence. Tang Xiao pounded the table with conviction, proclaiming, the Haotian sect shall fight alongside the Spirit Hall. We vow to eradicate the Abyssal Council without respite. Other factions echoed their commitment, pledging unwavering support for this battle that would determine the fate of the universe. Yao Chen devised a meticulous strategy tailored to the strengths and characteristics of each faction. He designated Qianrenxue to lead the Angel Legion, tasked with aerial support and surprise assaults, utilizing the Angel's agility and formidable divine power to disrupt the Abyssal Council's deployments. Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu spearheaded an elite unit composed of the Spirit Hall's finest, responsible for breaching the core stronghold of the Abyssal Council. The Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and the students from the Creation Academy were organized into multiple teams, each launching attacks on the Abyssal Council's other strongholds while also intercepting any potential escapees. Meanwhile, Yao Chen himself, empowered by the might of the creation god, would serve as a mobile force, ready to assist in various battlefronts, and seize the opportunity to destroy the critical apparatus that would open the portal to evil. As the battle commenced, the Angel Legion surged forth like a golden lightning bolt, leading the charge against the aerial defenses of the Abyssal Council. Qianrenxue took the lead, unleashing the magnificent divine technique, Angel's Judgment Light, a blinding golden beam descending from the heavens, obliterating several enemy warships in an instant. For the Douluo Continent, for the peace of the universe, charge. Qianrenxue's voice resonated through the skies, inspiring every member of the Angel Legion. Simultaneously, the elite unit led by Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu successfully breached the defenses of a crucial stronghold of the Abyssal Council. Bibi Dong unleashed the terrifying power of the Rakshasa god, wielding the Rakshasa scythe to devastating effect, the crimson light wreaking havoc as it cleaved through foes. Qian Daolu transformed into a golden streak, weaving effortlessly through enemy lines, each of his powerful strikes sending adversaries reeling. On other fronts, the experts of the Haotian sect employed the unparalleled techniques of the Haotian hammer, their formidable strength shaking the ground as they shattered the defenses of the Abyssal Council. Members of the lower three sects exhibited their unique abilities, supporting the offensive of the Haotian sect. The students of the Genesis Academy exhibited remarkable prowess in combat, employing a myriad of techniques and formidable soul skills imparted by their instructors. Ling Yu unleashed a powerful soul skill infused with the essence of chaos. His form enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, each strike inflicting substantial damage upon the warriors of the Abyssal Council. Meanwhile, Xian Er diligently cast healing soul skills from the rear, mending the wounds of her injured comrades and ensuring the continuity of their fierce struggle. In a swift ballet across various battlefields, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic creation of annihilation. The formidable force of chaos surged like a tempest, causing the Dark Abyss Council's dominion to crumble wherever it touched. Yet, the resistance from the Council proved to be remarkably tenacious, as they launched relentless counterattacks in an effort to reverse the tide of conflict. At a pivotal stronghold, Yao Chen stumbled upon the Council's device, which was fervently operating to open a malevolent spatial portal. This apparatus emanated an eerie glow, surrounded by intricate runes and energy conduits. Yao Chen understood the urgency of its destruction. Failure to do so would yield catastrophic consequences. Just as he prepared to strike, several of the Council's most formidable champions materialized, encircling him with a menacing presence. These titans radiated a potent aura of darkness, their strength undeniably formidable. Yao Chen, today you shall find no escape. If we can delay long enough for the portal to open, both you and the entire universe will become our sacrificial offerings, declared the leading champion with a fierce malevolence. Yao Chen maintained a composed demeanor as he summoned the barrier of the chaotic domain, creating a formidable defensive field to withstand the onslaught of his adversaries. Simultaneously, he employed chaotic insight to scrutinize the flow of their soul energy and discern any weaknesses in their assault. After a brief exchange of blows, Yao Chen discerned that despite the formidable strength of his opponents, there were subtle flaws in their coordinated attacks. Seizing the fleeting opportunity amidst the enemy's assault, Yao Chen unleashed the overwhelming might of chaotic power, significantly amplifying the potency of all his abilities within a brief span. He then executed the devastating technique known as chaotic spirit wind, where chaotic energy intertwined with wind-based soul power, culminating in a formidable force of annihilation that surged towards his adversaries. Under the onslaught of this immense power, the enemies suffered grievous injuries. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos among their ranks, Yao Chen invoked his newly unlocked law skill, chaotic order restructuring. He meticulously reshaped the fabric of the surrounding space, asserting dominion over all inherent rules within it. As a result of the chaotic order restructuring, the foes found their movement slowed, and their dark energies were severely suppressed. Yao Chen seized the opportunity to charge towards the device that opened the malevolent portal, unleashing his ultimate strike, the chaotic Genesis Oblivion. The formidable force of chaos struck the apparatus directly, causing it to tremble violently, its light flickering erratically. Just as the device teetered on the brink of destruction, the leader of the Abyssal Council materialized, igniting his own life force to cast a forbidden dark magic in a desperate attempt to thwart Yao Chen. Yao Chen, do not dare to disrupt our plans. The leader of the Abyssal Council bellowed, as the dark magic coalesced into a black barrier, intercepting Yao Chen's assault. Yao Chen, acutely aware of the necessity to thwart his adversary's ambitions, concentrated the entirety of his divine power and once more unleashed the chaotic order reformation, shattering the barriers of dark magic. Subsequently, he invoked an enhanced version of the chaotic creation's end, directing a more formidable force of chaos towards the device. Under the full might of Yao Chen's assault, the apparatus was finally obliterated, erupting with a thunderous roar and disintegrating into countless fragments. With the destruction of the device, the morale of the Abyssal Council plummeted, their resistance growing increasingly feeble. In the face of a united onslaught from the various factions of Douluo Continent, the strongholds of the Abyssal Council fell one after another. Members of the council either surrendered or were eradicated, culminating in a battle that determined the fate of the universe, ending in the triumph of Douluo Continent. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful defeat of the Abyssal Council, thereby preventing the opening of the malevolent spatial portal and accomplishing an epic quest. Rewards include the complete mastery of the divine power of creation, allowing for the manipulation of all cosmic laws at will. A god-level ultimate team skill, Eternal Creation Guardian Array, capable of harnessing team strength to form an invincible protective barrier against any form of attack. And the esteemed position of leader within the Cosmic Civilization Alliance, with Douluo Continent poised to become the nucleus of numerous cosmic civilizations, guiding the universe towards peace and prosperity. Yao Chen sensed the culmination of the divine laws of creation within him, as if he had become one with the very fabric of the universe, endowed with boundless power. He imparted the techniques for invoking the Eternal Creation Guardian Array to the leaders of various factions across Douluo Continent, enabling them to better safeguard their homeland in times of crisis. In the aftermath of the conflict, Douluo Continent emerged as a beacon of heroism within the cosmos, attracting numerous civilizations eager to establish closer ties. With his exceptional leadership and formidable strength, Yao Chen ascended to the role of leader of the Cosmic Civilization Alliance. Under his guidance, the universe ushered in a new epoch of peace and prosperity. On Douluo Continent, the new generation of soul masters cultivated by the Creation Academy became the stalwart defenders of cosmic harmony. Armed with Yao Chen's teachings in the spirit of Douluo, they spread justice and hope to the farthest reaches of the universe. Observing the flourishing landscape of Douluo Continent, Yao Chen was filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. He understood that the future of Douluo would be exceedingly bright, and that his legendary tale would resonate eternally throughout the cosmos, inspiring countless beings to strive for peace and justice. Chapter 34: The Foundation of a New Era. The brilliance and challenges of universal martial souls after vanquishing the Abyssal Council and assuming leadership of the Cosmic Civilization Alliance. Yao Chen redirected his focus to the Douluo Continent itself. He recognized that, despite Douluo's newfound prominence in the universe, there remained pressing issues to address within its borders. The most critical among them was to ensure that the awakening and cultivation of martial souls were no longer confined to a select few, but rather accessible to every common citizen, thus achieving true unity across the continent and ushering in an era of universal martial souls. Yao Chen convened the leaders of various factions on the Douluo Continent, including Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue, the patriarch of the Haotian sect, the leaders of the lower three sects, and the city lords of the major cities. Within the deliberative hall of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen articulated his grand vision. We have secured a place on the cosmic stage. Yet we must not forget that there are countless common folk on the Douluo Continent who have not had the opportunity to awaken their martial spirits. Nor can they embark upon the path of cultivation. I aspire to alter this status quo, granting every individual the chance to become a formidable soul master and contribute to the future of the Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, we must strive for the true unification of the continent, dismantling the barriers between various factions to forge a cohesive whole, Yao Chen declared with unwavering resolve. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. Yao Chen, your aspirations are indeed noble, yet the implementation is fraught with challenges. The awakening of martial spirits necessitates specific conditions and resources, and the disparities across different regions are significant. Ensuring that the common folk are afforded equal and just opportunities for awakening poses a formidable dilemma. Qianrenxue furrowed her brow, adding, Indeed. While the unification of the continent is an inevitable trend, the various factions have developed their own interest groups over the course of time. Breaking these entrenched power structures to achieve genuine unity is no simple task. Yao Chen had long been prepared. He spoke of the awakening of martial souls, expressing his intention to harness the power of the Creator God to transform the soul power environment of Douluo Continent, making it more harmonious for ordinary people and lowering the thresholds for martial soul awakening. Simultaneously, he planned to establish martial soul awakening towers across the continent, which would gather substantial soul power to guide ordinary individuals in awakening their martial souls. As for the unification of the continent, he proposed the establishment of a unified council, where all factions would be represented, collaboratively discussing the affairs of the continent and resolving conflicts and differences through peaceful negotiations. Upon hearing Yao Chen's plan, the crowd expressed their unanimous support. Thus, under Yao Chen's leadership, Douluo Continent embarked on an unprecedented transformation. With the divine power of the Creator, Yao Chen delved into every inch of the Douluo Continent, transforming the soul energy environment. He guided the flow of soul power through the heavens and the earth, rendering it more gentle and easier to absorb. During this process, Yao Chen also repaired the damaged soul power networks, which had suffered from the ravages of war and the erosion of time, thereby facilitating a smoother circulation of soul energy across the continent. Simultaneously, various factions such as the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect collaborated wholeheartedly to establish spirit awakening towers in cities and villages throughout the land. Crafted from special materials, these towers efficiently gathered and directed soul power. Yao Chen personally infused the awakening towers with the laws of creation, endowing them with enhanced capabilities. Upon the completion of the first spirit awakening tower, Yao Chen visited an ordinary village to preside over the spirit awakening ceremony for the villagers. With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, the villagers gathered around the tower. Standing before them, Yao Chen proclaimed, From this day forth, each of you shall have the opportunity to awaken your spirit and embark on the path of cultivation. Fear not. Embrace the endeavor with courage. The first to step forward was a young villager named Xiaohu. Nervously placing his hand upon the awakening tower, a gentle surge of soul power enveloped his body. He felt a warmth coursing through him, and soon, a radiant spirit manifested in his hand, an agile cheetah spirit. I have awakened my spirit. I have truly awakened my spirit, Xiaohu exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Encouraged by Xiaohu's success, other villagers eagerly approached to try their luck. In an instant, the area around the awakening tower was aglow with light as various spirits emerged. There were the boulder spirits symbolizing strength, the herbal spirits adept in healing, and the feathered spirits capable of manipulating the winds, among others. Witnessing this scene, Yao Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He understood that this was merely the beginning. As the spirit awakening towers proliferated across the continent, countless commoners would awaken their spirits, infusing the Douluo Continent with renewed vitality. While promoting the widespread awakening of spirits, Yao Chen also actively advocated for the unification of the continent. Together with representatives from various factions, he formulated the articles and regulations of a unified council, ensuring that the interests of all parties would be duly respected and safeguarded. After a series of discussions and negotiations, a consensus was reached, with all factions agreeing to join the unified council to collaboratively strive for the future of the Douluo Continent. However, the path of reform was not without its challenges. Some unscrupulous factions, unwilling to relinquish their privileges and interests, conspired in secrecy to undermine the efforts. They incited discontent among certain segments of the populace, sowing chaos and conflict in an attempt to obstruct the spread of spirit awakening and the unification of the continent. Yao Chen swiftly discerned the anomalies and resolved to intervene personally to quell the unrest. Amidst a city rife with agitation, he manifested on the tumultuous streets. Channeling the power of the creator deity, a gentle radiance enveloped the entire city, gradually soothing the restless emotions of the populace. Do not allow those with ulterior motives to manipulate you. The proliferation of martial spirits and the unification of the continent aim to enhance our lives, granting each individual the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Yao Chen's voice resonated in every corner of the city, witnessing the deteriorating situation. The instigators of the turmoil sought to flee. However, Yao Chen employed his insight into chaos, instantaneously pinpointing their locations. He unleashed the ultimate chaos creation, subduing these individuals with formidable chaotic power. Through this incident, Yao Chen realized that to ingrain the ideals of martial spirit proliferation and continental unification in the hearts of the people, it was essential to bolster public education and guidance. Consequently, he established a series of branches based on the Genesis Academy, distributed across various regions of Douluo Continent. These branches not only imparted knowledge and skills related to martial spirit cultivation, but also disseminated the significance and value of continental unification, nurturing a sense of belonging and responsibility among the populace. As time progressed, the efforts towards martial spirit proliferation and continental unification yielded remarkable outcomes. An increasing number of common citizens on Douluo Continent awakened their martial spirits, enhancing their own prowess while contributing to the continent's advancement. The operations of the Unification Council became increasingly seamless, as various factions collaborated within the council to deliberate on continental affairs, resolving conflicts and issues. During this process, the Divine Selection System issued another notification. Ding! The host has advanced the proliferation of martial spirits in the unification of Douluo Continent, achieving significant milestone results. Rewards include a deep fusion of the creator deity's laws, enabling the creation of a unique cosmic space. A divine auxiliary skill, universal martial spirit amplification, which can elevate the soul power concentration and quality across the continent based on the number of awakened martial spirits and the strength of cultivators. And a special item, the key to the treasury of cosmic civilization heritage, which can unlock a treasury rich in the legacy of cosmic civilization. Overjoyed, Yao Chen felt an immediate and profound integration with the primordial divine laws, elevating his mastery over these principles to unprecedented heights. He endeavored to unleash the enhancement of the universal martial souls, and behold, a resplendent rainbow of light manifested in the skies of Douluo Continent. This luminous aura cascaded downwards, instantly amplifying the soul power concentration across the entire continent, while simultaneously refining the quality of the soul power to a more pristine state. Yao Chen profoundly understands that this marks merely a new beginning for the illustrious journey of Douluo Continent. He resolves to utilize the key to the treasury of cosmic civilization to unlock its treasures, thereby acquiring greater knowledge and power, infusing fresh impetus into the future development of Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, he acknowledges that the pursuit of progress will inevitably present further challenges for him and the people of Douluo Continent. However, he firmly believes that as long as they unite in purpose, no obstacle is insurmountable. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent enters a new era characterized by a collective martial spirit and unity. This new epoch brims with boundless possibilities and hope. As Yao Chen continues to shoulder the vital responsibility of safeguarding and leading, steering Douluo Continent towards an even more resplendent brilliance on the cosmic stage. Chapter 35, The Legacy of Glory, a new chapter for the Empire and diverse development. Through Yao Chen's relentless endeavors, Douluo Continent has achieved unification, allowing common folk to awaken their martial spirits and cultivate their powers, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity. During this transformative process, the new blood nurtured by the Spirit Hall flourishes rapidly, with Hulaina, through her innate talent and unwavering diligence, successfully advancing to the rank of Title de Law. Her strength and wisdom have garnered widespread recognition, and by unanimous election, she becomes the successor to the Spirit Empire. Meanwhile, the various legacies obtained by Yao Chen from the treasury of cosmic civilization are being systematically promoted and applied across Douluo Continent. The star transformation technique opens new avenues for soul masters in their cultivation, while the technological knowledge embedded within the supercomputer seamlessly integrates with soul power technology, giving rise to a new generation of powerful soul guiding devices. The life source liquid serves as a beacon of hope, aiding countless potential civilian soul masters and transcending their limitations and significantly enhancing their strength. Yao Chen meticulously allocated these legacies and established specialized courses at the Creation Academy, personally guiding and instructing alongside seasoned educators in the cultivation techniques of the Starry Transformation Technique. In response to the technological knowledge provided by supercomputers, Yao Chen organized a group of soul masters, endowed with keen insights into technology, to form the Technology Research and Development Division, dedicated to transforming this knowledge into practical applications, thereby enhancing the overall technological advancement of the Douluo Continent. The life source liquid was strictly regulated, prioritized for the treatment of severely injured soul masters and exceptionally gifted commoners whose development was hindered by a lack of resources. Upon becoming a title Douluo and being selected as the successor to the martial Soul Empire, Hulaina felt the weight of her responsibilities. She sought counsel from Yao Chen on the path of governance, to which Yao Chen earnestly replied, Hulaina, as the successor of the martial Soul Empire, you must possess not only formidable strength, but also a heart that cares for the people, one that is just and impartial. The development of the martial Soul Empire relies on the efforts of every individual. You must instill hope, fairness, and opportunity in the hearts of all. Hulaina nodded in agreement and began to actively engage in the affairs of the martial Soul Empire. Under her initiative, the empire intensified its efforts to cultivate commoner soul masters, establishing more martial soul training academies across various cities to enable a greater number of commoners to receive systematic martial soul education. She also reformed the resource allocation system of the martial Soul Empire, ensuring that resources flowed more equitably across different social strata, particularly to those ordinary soul masters who contributed to the empire. Influenced by Yao Chen, various factions on the Douluo Continent rallied closely around the martial Soul Empire. The Haotian sect and the lower three sects maintained a close collaboration with the empire, collectively propelling the development of the Douluo Continent. Together with the martial Soul Empire, they engaged in the research and application of the inheritance of cosmic civilizations, sharing their experiences and achievements. As time passed, the Douluo Continent experienced remarkable advancements in technology, culture, and martial soul cultivation. However, this rapid development attracted the covetous gaze of certain malevolent cosmic forces. Jealous of the Douluo Continent's prosperity and wary of its growing influence in the cosmos, which threatened their own positions, these forces conspired secretly, forming an alliance with the intent to launch a surprise attack on the Douluo Continent, seeking to plunder its resources and legacies. The divine selection system promptly issued a warning to Yao Chen. Ding! Multiple nefarious cosmic forces have formed an alliance and are secretly plotting an attack on the Douluo Continent. Mission issued: uncover and thwart the enemy's conspiracy, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. Mission rewards: perfect transformation of the creation goddess law power. Unlocking the ultimate law skill chaotic creation restart, capable of resetting the cosmic rules of specific regions and establishing a new cosmic order. The divine group amplification skill eternal Douluo power, which can permanently enhance the soul power limits and cultivation speed of all soul masters on the Douluo Continent, as well as detailed battle plans and weakness analyses of the enemy alliance. Yao Chen promptly convened Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue, Hulaina, and the leaders of various factions for an urgent meeting. He meticulously shared the intelligence provided by the divine selection system, gravely stating, "We are faced with a formidable trial. These cosmic forces seek to dismantle all that we have painstakingly established. Yet, we must not falter. We must unite and confront the adversary together." Qianrenxue, with a resolute expression, grasped the angelic holy sword and declared, "Senior Yao, the Angel Legion stands ready at all times, determined to ensure that these invaders do not return." Hulaina also rose, her gaze reflecting unwavering determination. "As the heir of the martial Soul Empire, I shall not disappoint the empire or the people of the continent. I am willing to fight alongside all of you." Tang Xiao wielded the Haotian hammer, proclaiming loudly, "Our Haotian sect will certainly not remain on the sidelines. We shall devote ourselves fully to this cause." Based on the enemy alliance's detailed battle plans and analyses of their weaknesses, Yao Chen swiftly formulated counter-strategies. He assigned Qianrenxue to lead the Angel Legion in aerial reconnaissance and assaults, utilizing their high mobility and formidable holy power to disrupt the enemy's aerial deployment. Hulaina, with her keen insight and strong mental prowess, commanded an elite assassination squad to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, targeting their command systems and key facilities. Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu led the top experts of the martial Soul Hall, forming a robust defensive backbone to safeguard the core regions of Douluo Continent. The experts from the Haotian sect, the three lower sects, and other factions, alongside the new generation of elite soul masters trained by the Genesis Academy, established layered defenses around the continent to repel the enemy's ground assaults. Yao Chen himself remained stationed centrally, harnessing the power of the Genesis God to provide support across various battlefields and seeking opportunities to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. When the enemy alliance's fleet appeared in the cosmic space of Douluo Continent, combat erupted instantaneously. Qian Renxue led the Angel Legion like golden meteors towards the enemy fleet, unleashing the divine technique, Angelic Judgment Light Explosion. A brilliant golden beam erupted from her angelic holy sword, striking one of the enemy's flagship warships, which trembled violently under the brilliance, its hull fracturing. Meanwhile, Hulaina's assassination squad skillfully evaded the enemy's patrols amidst the chaos, infiltrating the enemy's command ship. Utilizing her powerful mental skill, Enchanting Eye, Soul Shock, the enemy guards fell into disarray, their consciousness severely disrupted. The assassination squad seized the moment to launch their attack, swiftly neutralizing key personnel aboard the command ship and dismantling the enemy's command structure. On the ground defense line, the enemy's landing forces clashed fiercely with the defensive forces of Douluo Continent. The students of the Genesis Academy employed their newly acquired star transformation technique and various formidable soul skills in a life-and-death struggle against the enemy. Ling Yu executed the Starry Sky Fist, infused with stellar power, each strike radiating with dazzling starlight, forcefully repelling the adversaries. Yao Chen attentively observed the battlefield dynamics, discerning that although the enemy alliance advanced with formidable ferocity, their coalition was hastily assembled, resulting in a lack of seamless coordination among the various factions. Seizing this opportunity, he employed the power of chaotic insight to pinpoint the vulnerabilities within the enemy's defense line with precision. Subsequently, he unleashed the overload of chaotic power to amplify the potency of his abilities, immediately followed by the manifestation of chaotic universe reunification. In an instant, the chaotic energy surged forth like a tempestuous tide, enveloping the enemy fleet within the cosmic expanse. Under the overwhelming force of chaotic universe reunification, the energy systems of the adversary's vessels experienced severe disruption, with some ships even losing all propulsion. Realizing their precarious situation, the enemy alliance attempted to retreat. However, Yao Chen was not inclined to let them escape easily. He invoked his newly unlocked ultimate technique, the Chaotic Genesis Reboot. A mysterious and potent radiance enveloped the area occupied by the enemy fleet as the laws of the universe began to reset within the brilliance. The enemy ships, weapons, and soldiers fell into disarray as the rules transformed. Some vessels began to disintegrate, while the bodies of the soldiers underwent bizarre changes. Under the united assault of the various factions of Douluo Continent, the enemy alliance's offensive was utterly thwarted, resulting in a near-total annihilation of their fleet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, achieving a perfect metamorphosis of the Genesis Divine Law, and acquiring the God-tier group amplification skill, Eternal Douluo Power. With the eternal power of Yao Chen, a mysterious radiance enveloped the skies of the Douluo Continent, casting its luminous glow across the entire realm. All soul masters felt their soul power limits elevated and their cultivation speeds accelerated. Following this monumental battle, the renown of the Douluo Continent resonated throughout the cosmos, instilling a deep sense of reverence among other cosmic factions. Hulaina's remarkable performance in this conflict further enhanced her prestige within the Spirit Empire. Under Yao Can's leadership, the Douluo Continent continued to advance along the path of prosperity. While Yao Chen understood that the duty to protect the continent remained a significant responsibility, he recognized that greater challenges may lie ahead. Yet he firmly believed that as long as everyone united in purpose, the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly shine even more brilliantly within the universe. Chapter 36: The Undercurrents Behind Prosperity. New Crises and the Continent's Choices. After successfully repelling the invading Cosmic Alliance, the Douluo Continent entered a period of unprecedented peace and prosperity. Hulaina, as the successor of the Spirit Empire, skillfully governed the empire under the guidance of esteemed predecessors such as Yao Chen, Bi Bidong, and Qian Renxue. She actively promoted various reforms, further refining the cultivation system for commoners, allowing more ordinary individuals to enhance their strength through diligent effort. Yao Chen continues to dedicate himself to the comprehensive development of the Douluo Continent, harnessing the power of the Creator God to guide soul masters in exploring the profound mysteries of cosmic civilization. Under his leadership, The integration of technology and soul cultivation on the Douluo Continent has reached unprecedented heights. The new generation of soul-guiding devices not only possesses formidable power but also resonates with the Soul Master's martial spirits, significantly enhancing the efficacy of soul skills. Simultaneously, the cultivation method of the star transformation technique has gained widespread popularity across the continent, leading to a remarkable increase in the strength of many soul masters who practice it. Nurtured by the Spirit Hall, the new generation of soul masters flourishes. Not only has Hulaina ascended to the rank of title Douluo, but exceptional students from the Genesis Academy, such as Ling Yu and Xian Er, have also achieved extraordinary accomplishments in their respective fields. Ling Yu, through his unique understanding of the star transformation technique, has created a set of close combat soul skills that demonstrate immense power in numerous practical engagements. Xian Er shines brilliantly in the fields of healing and support, combining the power of life essence with her martial spirit to develop a series of soul skills capable of rapidly healing severe injuries, earning her the esteemed title of Healing Master on the Douluo Continent. However, beneath the facade of prosperity, a dark undercurrent is quietly stirring. In a distant corner of the universe, a mysterious organization known as the Entropy Sect has taken a keen interest in the development of the Douluo Continent. This organization adheres to a twisted ideology, believing that the evolution of the universe should follow the principle of increasing entropy, wherein all things must ascend into chaos and destruction. They perceive the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent as a challenge to their philosophy and have resolved to take action against it. The leader of the Entropy Sect, known as the Entropy Demon, is a powerful and deranged entity who wields terrifying powers over entropy, capable of plunging orderly affairs into chaos. The Entropy Demon has summoned many formidable experts from within the sect to devise a sinister plan targeting the Douluo Continent. Their strategy involves creating a series of mysterious spatial anomalies around the continent to lure its strongest beings into investigation, subsequently ensnaring them in an elaborate trap. Concurrently, the Entropy Sect is covertly colluding with certain discontented factions within the Douluo Continent, aiming to undermine its unity from within. The Divine Selection System has acutely detected this impending crisis and issued a warning to Yao Chen, Ding. A malicious intent from the mysterious organization, the Entropy Sect, has been detected against the Douluo Continent, plotting a large-scale conspiracy. Mission issued: uncover the Entropy Sect's machinations and thwart their destructive plans against the Douluo Continent. Mission rewards: the power of the Creator God's laws will evolve to an extraordinary realm, unlocking the divine ability Chaos Order Constancy, capable of maintaining absolute order within a certain range and counteracting any form of chaotic force. A divine team collaboration skill mind resonance, enabling perfect synergy and communication among team members, as well as partial intelligence regarding the Entropy Sect. Yao Chen immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and once again summoned the leaders of various factions on the Douluo Continent. We are confronted with a new crisis. A mysterious organization known as the Entropy Sect seeks to undermine our peace and prosperity. According to intelligence provided by the system, they have already commenced their operations. And we must take swift action, Yao Chen declared solemnly. Hulaina furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, Senior Yao, we could begin by investigating potential traitors within the continent to prevent any internal collusion. Simultaneously, we should dispatch elite teams to explore the anomalies in the surrounding space and uncover the traps set by the Entropy Sect. Qian Rinxuan nodded in agreement, stating, Hulaina is correct. We must also bolster the continent's defensive capabilities, particularly in safeguarding critical regions against any sudden assaults from the Entropy Sect. Yao Chen heeded their counsel and swiftly enacted a plan. He appointed Hulaina to lead the intelligence division of the Spirit Hall, tasked with delving deep into the mainland for traitorous clues. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue commanded the Angel Legion to bolster patrols of the airspace surrounding Douluo Continent, ensuring that any anomalies would be promptly reported. Concurrently, Yao Chen selected a cadre of formidable soul masters, including Ling Yu and Xian Er, to form an exploratory team, dispatched to investigate areas exhibiting spatial anomalies. With her exceptional intelligence-gathering prowess, Hulaina soon uncovered vital leads. In a remote town on Douluo Continent, she discovered a clandestine stronghold suspected of collusion with the Entropy cult. Leading a team of elite warriors, Hulaina stealthily infiltrated the base. After a fierce confrontation, they successfully apprehended all individuals within. Through interrogation, they learned that the Entropy cult had established multiple similar strongholds across the continent and was plotting a large-scale destructive campaign in the near future. Simultaneously, The exploratory team led by Ling Yu arrived at a zone of spatial distortion. The very fabric of space twisted and contorted, emanating an eerie aura. The team members advanced cautiously, when suddenly, a horde of monsters composed of chaotic energy surged forth from the warped space. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled colossal octopuses, their tentacles thrashing and unleashing chaotic energy, while others appeared as shadowy figures, moving with blinding speed and vanishing into the darkness. Everyone, be cautious. The power of these creatures is most peculiar, Ling Yu shouted, as he unleashed the Star Fragmentation Fist, a soul technique infused with the celestial metamorphosis art. Brilliant starlight enveloped his fist, delivering a heavy blow to one of the octopus-like monsters. Upon impact, the creature emitted a piercing shriek, its body contorting grotesquely. Xian'er swiftly employed her healing and support techniques, enhancing her teammates' defenses and speed. "Steady yourselves. I will aid in restoring your stamina and injuries," she called out. The other team members also unleashed their formidable soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the monsters. However, these creatures seemed inexhaustible, continuously pouring forth from the spatial rift. Just as the team found themselves in dire straits, Ling Yu discerned a correlation between the emergence of the monsters and the nodes of spatial distortion. "Everyone, focus your attacks on the nodes of spatial distortion. Destroying them will halt the onslaught of these creatures," he proclaimed. Upon hearing his command, the team immediately redirected their efforts, concentrating their might on the spatial distortion nodes. Through their combined assault, they ultimately shattered the nodes, causing the monsters to vanish in an instant. Upon learning of these developments, Yao Chen became acutely aware that the nefarious machinations of the entropy cult were approaching a pivotal juncture. Resolutely, he resolved to take the initiative. Leading the most formidable champions of the Douluo Continent, including Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue, Hulaina, Ling Yu, and Xian'er, to a significant stronghold of the entropy cult within the cosmos. Upon their arrival at the stronghold, they discovered it enveloped by a formidable entropy energy shield. The shield pulsated with chaotic luminescence, emanating an unsettling aura. Employing his chaotic insight, Yao Chen discerned that the shield was collectively sustained by numerous adept practitioners of the entropy cult, intricately linked to their entropy capabilities. Yao Chen addressed the crowd, stating, "This layer of shield presents a formidable challenge. We must launch a simultaneous assault to disrupt its energy equilibrium. Qianrenxue, you shall lead the Angel Legion in an aerial divine attack to interfere with their energy convergence. Bibi Dong and Hulaina, you are to employ your psychic soul techniques to unsettle their minds. Ling Yu and Xian'er, you will command the other skilled fighters to initiate a ground offensive. I will seek an opportunity to directly annihilate the core of the shield." The group acknowledged their orders and swiftly commenced their actions. Qianrenxue led the Angel Legion into the skies, unleashing a brilliant display of divine radiance, a dazzling golden light cascading down to illuminate the entropy energy shield. Under the brilliance, the shield exhibited a momentary fluctuation. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong and Hulaina executed their psychic soul techniques. The demonic spirit impact and the enchanting gaze, soul shock were unleashed in unison. Overwhelming waves of mental force surged toward the elite members of the entropy sect. Their concentration was disrupted, causing a slight weakening in the shield's integrity. Meanwhile, Ling Yu orchestrated the ground forces, who unleashed a barrage of formidable soul techniques, such as the starry sky cleaving and the chaotic spirit wind shattering, all directed at the entropy energy shield. Under the relentless onslaught, the shield began to fracture. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, Yao Chen seized the opportune moment to unleash the overwhelming power of chaos, augmenting the potency of all his abilities. He then manifested the eternal order of chaos, directing a formidable force of order towards the very heart of the shield. Under the influence of this chaotic decree, the entropic energy of the shield's core was gradually diminished, leading to its eventual shattering. The formidable beings of Douluo Continent seized the opportunity to surge into the stronghold, engaging in a breathtaking clash with the masters of the entropy sect. The entropy demon himself entered the fray, radiating a tremendous entropic energy that plunged the entire stronghold into disarray. "You misguided individuals who seek to uphold a false order, today marks your doom," the entropy demon bellowed, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy that surged forth towards the crowd. Yao Chen swiftly conjured a chaotic barrier, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. Simultaneously, he unleashed the power of chaotic creation's end, pitting his formidable chaotic force against the tempest of entropy unleashed by the entropy demon. Qianrenxue invoked the wrath of angelic judgment, while Bibi Dong wielded the Reaper's scythe of annihilation, and Hulaina cast the soul harvest of enchantment's lament. Lingyu manifested the stellar transformation's ultimate eruption, and Xian'er, positioned behind, devoted her energy to supporting her comrades with potent auxiliary soul techniques. United in their efforts, the elite of the entropy cult found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Sensing defeat, the entropy demon attempted to flee, but Yao Chen would not allow it. He executed the chaotic unification of the universe, trapping the demon in place. Following this, he initiated the chaotic reconfiguration of creation, resetting the cosmic rules in the demon's vicinity. Under the weight of the renewed regulations, the entropy demon screamed in agony, his entropy abilities disintegrating, and his corporeal form began to collapse. Ultimately, the entropy demon was vanquished, and the stronghold of the entropy cult was obliterated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task and evolving the power of the creation divine law to an extraordinary realm. Unlocking the divine-level team collaboration skill mental resonance. Through this crisis, the unity of Douluo Continent has become unbreakable. Yao Chen understood that future challenges may arise. Yet he firmly believed that as long as the people of Douluo Continent stand united, with their immense strength and unwavering faith, they would surely safeguard the peace and prosperity of their land. Chapter 37, The Cosmic Summit, Emerging Prominence and Hidden Perils Following the Successful Thwarting of the Entropy Cult's Machinations. Douluo Continent entered a rare period of peaceful development. Yao Chen continued to propel the continent's comprehensive advancement, achieving new breakthroughs not only in the fusion of martial soul cultivation and technology, but also emphasizing the inheritance and development of culture and the arts. Across Douluo Continent, various soul master academies flourished, with civilian soul masters diligently enhancing their abilities, infusing the entire continent with a vibrant vitality. As the heir to the martial soul empire, Hulaina demonstrated exceptional talent in governance. Under the guidance of Yao Chen and Bibi Dong, she implemented a series of policies benefiting the populace, bolstering the training and support of civilian soul masters, thereby strengthening the national power of the martial soul empire. Simultaneously, she actively engaged in communication and collaboration with other factions, fostering unity and harmony across Douluo Continent. With the influence of Douluo Continent expanding within the cosmos, an invitation to a significant event known as the Cosmic Summit was extended. This summit gathered numerous powerful civilizations and factions from across the universe, serving as a vital platform for showcasing strength and fostering cooperation. Yao Chen perceived this as an exceptional opportunity for Douluo Continent to further integrate into the cosmic stage and enhance its influence. Thus, he resolved to lead an elite team from Douluo Continent to participate. For this momentous occasion, Yao Chen selected top-tier powerhouses from Douluo Continent, including Hulaina, Xianrenxua, Lingyu, and Xian'er, who epitomized the pinnacle of martial soul cultivation, technological innovation, and auxiliary healing across various domains. Before departing, Yao Chen addressed the gathering, stating, "The upcoming Cosmic Summit is a vital opportunity for our Douluo Continent to showcase its prowess on the universal stage. We must embody the elegance of Douluo while remaining vigilant and cautious." Upon the arrival of the Douluo Continent delegation at the venue, they instantly became the center of attention. Representatives from various cosmic civilizations were filled with curiosity and awe towards this rapidly emerging land. The members of the Douluo delegation adorned themselves in resplendent and distinctive attire, radiating confidence and composure. As the summit commenced, the first segment featured demonstrations of strength from each civilization. Qianrengshu unleashed the formidable divine abilities of the angel god, her figure enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance, as a sacred power permeated the atmosphere. The angel descends, the light of purification, with her magnificent angelic wings unfurled. A beam of purifying light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire venue and leaving representatives from various civilizations in utter astonishment. Lingyu showcased the might of his fusion of the stellar transformation technique and his self-created close combat soul skills. His movements were as swift as lightning, with the power of the stars flickering between his fists, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. Striking a massive testing crystal with all his might, the crystal shattered instantaneously, sending powerful shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding air. Xian'er displayed her unique healing and supportive abilities, utilizing the power of life source liquid in conjunction with her martial spirit to heal a gravely injured cosmic warrior within a short span, while bestowing sustained enhancements that temporarily elevated the warrior's strength. This remarkable capability provided a fresh perspective to the other representatives regarding the auxiliary soul skills of the Douluo Continent. Hulaina, leveraging her formidable mental prowess and unique charm skills, shone brilliantly during the demonstration, She employed her charming eyes and mind control, briefly subduing a powerful extraterrestrial warrior without causing harm, illustrating the terrifying nature of mental-type soul skills. Yao Chen stood by with a serene smile, deftly elucidating the soul master system and cultivation methods of the Douluo Continent for the gathered representatives. His explanations were both profound and accessible, granting the other civilizations a deeper comprehension of the source of power in Douluo Continent. However, amidst this lively atmosphere, Yao Chen astutely sensed an undercurrent of unease. Through his chaotic insight, he discerned that several representatives were engaged in covert discussions, their eyes betraying ulterior motives. Simultaneously, the divine selection system emitted a faint warning signal, indicating the potential presence of an impending crisis. Yao Chen discreetly informed Hulaina and the others of the situation, urging them to remain vigilant. During the subsequent collaboration discussions, several representatives from other civilizations indeed began to deliberately challenge the delegation from Douluo Continent. One representative, diminutive in stature and entirely encased in purple scales, stepped forward and mockingly said, "You Douluo Continent are but a nascent force. Your so-called soul master system is merely a display of superficial prowess. I believe you are merely here to make up the numbers." Hulaina responded with a subtle smile, her demeanor poised yet assertive. "Although our emergence on the Douluo Continent has been recent, our strength is evident for all to see. Should you doubt us, we could engage in a friendly contest." The representative with the purple scales scoffed. "A contest? Huh. I fear I might injure you. However, I have heard that your Douluo Continent possesses some extraordinary legacies. Why not relinquish them to us so that we, as established civilizations, may safeguard them?" Yao Chen stepped forward, his gaze tranquil as he addressed the representative adorned with purple scales. "Your perspective is rather naive. We have come here to foster collaboration and mutual growth, not to be subjected to bullying. Should you insist on provocation, we from the Douluo Continent shall not retreat." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, another colossal figure resembling a Treant emerged to mediate the situation. "Let us not act impulsively. This gathering aims to promote dialogue. Why must we harm the harmony?" However, Yao Chen, through his chaotic insight, discerned that this Treant representative was, in fact, allied with the instigators, merely seeking to stabilize the situation before secretly orchestrating their nefarious schemes. Yao Chen resolved to play along, feigning relaxation while engaging in discourse with representatives from other civilizations. In secret, he instructed Hulaina and the others to prepare for any eventuality. During the ensuing days, Yao Chen skillfully navigated conversations with various representatives while utilizing the divine selection system to gather intelligence on these malevolent factions. After considerable effort, he uncovered their nefarious plot. These factions had conspired to launch a surprise assault on the Douluo Continent delegation following the conclusion of the Grand Assembly, aiming to seize their knowledge of cosmic civilization heritage and their unique martial soul cultivation methods. The divine selection system issued another alert. Ding. Multiple cosmic factions detected conspiring to attack the Douluo Continent delegation. A mission was assigned to expose and thwart their scheme, ensuring the safe return of the delegation to Douluo Continent. Mission rewards included the sublimation of the Creator's law power to the extraordinary realm, unlocking the divine ability chaotic temporal disruption, which would permit manipulation of time and space, reversing temporal and spatial conditions within specific areas. The divine auxiliary skill group Invincible Shield, capable of generating a temporary invincible shield for team members to withstand any assault, as well as the detailed plan of the enemy's conspiracy. Yao Chen immediately conveyed the intricate details of the enemy's scheme to Hulaina and the others. "We are already aware of their intentions. They plan to ambush us on our way back after the grand event concludes. We must prepare in advance to deliver a decisive blow," Yao Chen declared. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Hulaina's eyes as she responded, "These scoundrels dare to plot against us. We shall ensure they do not return." Qian Rushiwei tightened her grip on the angelic sacred sword and resolutely stated, "Senior Yao, we shall follow your command." According to the enemy's strategy, Yao Chen devised a meticulous countermeasure. He instructed Ling Yu to lead a contingent of skilled warriors to lie in ambush at critical points along the return route, poised to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's rear. Xian Er was tasked with providing continuous healing and support to her comrades during the battle, ensuring their combat effectiveness. Hulaina and Qian Rinxue joined Yao Chen in a head-on confrontation with the enemy's main forces. As the Douluo Continent delegation embarked on their journey home following the conclusion of the grand event, Yao Chen's predictions came to fruition. The enemy had indeed set a trap near a cosmic nebula. Once the delegation entered the ambush zone, countless alien warships suddenly emerged around them, encircling them completely. Haha. You have finally taken the bait. Surrender your legacy, and we may spare your lives." The voice representing the purple scales echoed through the warship's broadcast. Yao Chen let out a cold snort, declaring, "Is it just you? Today, you shall pay the price for your folly." With that, he conjured the barrier of the chaos domain, enveloping all members of the delegation within its protective embrace. At the same moment, Qian Rinxue and Hu Liina launched their attacks. Qian Rinxue unleashed the wrath of the angelic judgment, celestial descent, summoning a multitude of golden meteors that cascaded from the heavens, striking the enemy vessels. Meanwhile, Hu Liina invoked the grief of enchantment, Soulstorm, her formidable mental energy coalescing into a tempest that assailed the soldiers aboard the enemy ships, plunging them into disarray. Concurrently, the ambush led by Ling Yu commenced a surprise assault from the enemy's rear. Ling Yu executed the celestial transformation, Rending Slash, a blade of energy imbued with the force of the stars cleaving through one of the enemy's ships, severing it in twain. The other skilled warriors followed suit, unleashing their powerful soul techniques in a fervent onslaught against the adversaries. The enemy, utterly unprepared for this counterambush, found their formations thrown into chaos. However, they were not resigned to defeat and began a desperate counterattack. From a colossal flagship, a powerful energy beam was unleashed, hurtling towards Yao Chen and his companions. With a flourish, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic creation of the end, as the formidable forces of chaos collided with energy beams, erupting into a brilliant radiance. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen invoked the newly unlocked divine technique, the chaotic space-time disruption. He manipulated the very fabric of time and space, causing a distortion around the enemy flagship. The adversaries aboard the vessel were instantly thrown into disarray, their weapon systems rendered ineffective. Amidst the ferocious battle, Qian exerted her utmost to employ her supportive soul skill, ensuring her comrades maintained an optimal state for combat. "Hold on, I will guarantee your safety," Qian called out. Under the tenacious resistance of the Douluo Continent delegation, the enemy's assaults gradually crumbled. Ultimately, the opposing fleet suffered significant losses and was compelled to retreat in disarray. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, attaining the power of the creation divine law, elevated to the extraordinary realm, and acquiring the god-level auxiliary skill Invincible Shield for All. Yao Chen led the delegation to successfully repel the enemy, returning safely to the Douluo Continent. This event has further amplified the renown of Douluo Continent in the cosmos, simultaneously conveying to other cosmic powers that Douluo Continent is not to be trifled with. Yao Chen is acutely aware that the road through the universe is fraught with challenges and opportunities. Thus, Douluo Continent must continually strengthen itself to firmly establish its presence on the cosmic stage. Upon returning to Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, along with his companions, reflected on the lessons learned, preparing more thoroughly for potential crises that may arise in the future. Under Yao Chen's guidance, Douluo Continent shall continue to stride towards an even more splendid future. Chapter 38, The Gathering Storm, The Rise and Crisis of the Spirit Hall. After traversing to the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, empowered by a divine selection system, has been instrumental in the growth and prominence of the Spirit Hall. Now, with Yao Chen's assistance, Bibi Dong has successfully ascended to divinity, a revelation that detonated like a bombshell across the Douluo Continent, stirring tumultuous waves. Qian Dao stood within the hall of worship, his gaze complex as he stared into the distance. Bibi Dong's elevation to godhood has catapulted the Spirit Hall's strength to an unprecedented zenith, yet it simultaneously instills within him a sense of latent peril. The emergence of Yao Chen has altered too many circumstances, leaving him uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for the Spirit Hall. The Grand Worshipper. With Bibi Dong now achieving divinity, our future at the Spirit Hall is exceedingly bright, one of the worshippers exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qian Dao furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that matters were not so straightforward. Bibi Dong's newfound power would likely inflate her ambitions as well. Furthermore, Yao Chen's intentions remain inscrutable. What does he truly seek from the Spirit Hall? Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Tang Xiao sat upon the throne of the sect leader, his countenance grim. With Bibi Dong attaining divinity and the Spirit Halls might significantly augmented, it appeared that the Haotian sect was on the precipice of a grave crisis. An elder rose, declaring, "Sect leader, we cannot remain idle. Perhaps we should unite with the three lower sects and see God Island to collectively oppose the Spirit Hall." Tang Xiao contemplated for a moment before nodding, conceding, "It must be so. Relay my orders to establish immediate contact with the three lower sects and see God Island to discuss strategies against the Spirit Hall." Simultaneously, on Sea God Island, Poseidon received news of Bibi Dong's ascension to divinity. She furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with concern. With a divine powerhouse entrenched in the spirit hall, the dynamics of the Douluo Continent were poised for a complete transformation, as various factions were engulfed in shock and trepidation over Bibi Dong's ascent. Yao Chen remained within the spirit hall, accepting the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding! The host has successfully aided Bibi Dong in achieving divinity. Reward: Divine-level technique chaos creation scripture, which will assist the host in transcending current boundaries to attain the status of a creator deity. Additionally, the reward includes the divine-level martial soul fusion skill chaos earth-shattering break, which, when executed with Qianren, can unleash cataclysmic power. Yao Chen felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, for the reward had arrived at the most opportune moment. He immediately commenced the cultivation of the chaotic genesis art, and a formidable power surged within him, causing his strength to ascend at an astonishing pace. Upon learning of the substantial reward bestowed upon Yao Chen, Qianren felt a mixture of happiness for him and a twinge of envy. Yao Chen, with your newfound prowess, the day when our spirit hall dominates the continent is not far off. Yao Chen gazed at Qianren, smiling as he remarked, indeed. But we must not let our guard down. The Haotian sect, the three lower sects, and the Sea God Island will undoubtedly not remain passive. They will surely unite against us. Qianren's eyes gleamed with determination as she replied, so what? In our spirit hall, we have you and our esteemed teacher, along with numerous formidable warriors. What is there to fear from them? Yao Chen shook his head, cautioning against underestimating their adversaries. Their alliance was formidable and should not be taken lightly. It was imperative for them to prepare in advance and devise a strategy. Thus, Yao Chen and Qianren commenced their preparations to counter the united assault from various factions. Yao Chen leveraged the capabilities of the system to enhance the strength of the Soul Hall's elite, while also developing innovative soul-guiding devices to augment the combat prowess of the Soul Hall. Meanwhile, a crucial joint conference of Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island was underway. Tang Xiao, observing the assembly, spoke with gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Soul Hall has significantly bolstered its strength. We must unite if we are to have any chance of victory. Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. However, to defeat the Soul Hall, we must identify their vulnerabilities. Yu Engine, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, added. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong are the two pivotal figures of the Soul Hall. If we can vanquish them, the Soul Hall will inevitably falter. After a moment of contemplation, Poseidon remarked, Yao Chen's power is enigmatic, and Bibi Dong has only recently ascended to divinity. Overcoming them will not be an easy task. We must formulate a meticulous plan. Following an intense discussion, they finally devised a strategy. The powerful individuals from Sea God Island would engage Bibi Dong, while the elite from Haotian sect and the lower three sects would concentrate their efforts on Yao Chen. If they could defeat Yao Chen, the Soul Hall's strength would be significantly diminished, allowing them to unite against Bibi Dong with a greater chance of success. However, their plans were soon discovered by the spies Yao Chen had placed within the various factions. Upon receiving the news, Yao Chen smiled slightly, realizing that their adversaries could no longer remain passive. In that case, he mused, we shall turn their strategy against them. Yao Chen promptly commenced the adjustment of the defensive strategies for the Spirit Hall, establishing intricate traps in anticipation of the arrival of various factions. Soon, the united forces of Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island advanced towards the Spirit Hall in a grand procession. However, upon nearing the Spirit Hall, they were met with an eerie silence, reminiscent of an empty city. Exercise caution. This may be a deception, Tang Xiao remarked with vigilance. At that moment, a multitude of formidable warriors from the Spirit Hall suddenly surged forth, encircling them completely. Yao Chen and Qianren stood aloft, surveying the crowd. Indeed, you have come. Yao Chen scoffed. Tang Xiao glared at Yao Chen, exclaiming, do you truly believe that these traps can ensnare us? Yao Chen smiled faintly, contemplating that the answer would soon reveal itself. With that, he harnessed the formidable power of the chaos creation technique, emanating an overwhelming aura. Qianren, too, unleashed her ultimate abilities, coordinating with Yu Chun to launch an offensive against the united army. The formidable warriors of the united army invoked their martial souls, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the Spirit Hall. In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous cries of battle and flickering lights. The might of the Sea God Island's champions clashed intensely with Bibi Dong. Utilizing the strength granted by her divine position, Bibi Dong gained the upper hand in the fray. Nevertheless, the champions of Sea God Island were undaunted, deploying an array of powerful soul techniques in an attempt to restrain Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, Yao Chen faced the formidable warriors of the Haotian sect and the lower three sects with remarkable ease. He executed the divine martial soul fusion technique, Chaos Heaven and Earthbreak, launching a ferocious assault alongside Qian Renxue. Their tremendous powers surged forth like relentless ocean waves, crashing against the united army in successive torrents. However, the united army, composed of numerous elite forces from various factions, quickly regained their composure after a brief period of chaos, adjusting their tactics to mount a systematic counterattack. The battle reached a stalemate, with both sides suffering significant casualties. Observing the unfolding situation, Yao Chen recognized that continuing on this path would lead to ruin. He needed to devise a breakthrough strategy swiftly, lest the spirit hall find itself ensnared in peril. In that moment, an idea struck Yao Chen. He communicated telepathically with Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, engaging in a head-on clash is futile. You distract Tang Xiao while I seek an opportunity to breach their defenses and directly assault their command center. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. Very well, but do exercise caution. With that, she unleashed her most potent soul technique and charged towards Tang Xiao. Upon noticing her advance, Tang Xiao responded immediately, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Taking advantage of the chaos amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen skillfully maneuvered his way towards the command center of the united army, evading enemy attacks with remarkable agility. He drew closer to his objective with formidable strength. However, as Yao Chen approached the vicinity of the command center, he encountered a blockade set by Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengxi. Yao Chen, you shall not advance another step. Yu Yuanjin bellowed. Yao Chen let out a cold laugh. Is it merely you? Having spoken, he unleashed a technique from the Chaos creation art, the Chaos Rift Slash. A formidable sword aura surged forth, aimed at Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengxi. The two hastily summoned their martial spirits to defend against the onslaught, yet Yao Chen's assault was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their efforts futile. Just as Yao Chen was poised to breach their defenses and strike at the command center, a sudden beam of blue light shot in from a distance. Startled, Yao Chen swiftly evaded. The light struck the ground, creating a massive crater. As Yao Chen looked up, he was taken aback to find Poseidon had appeared here at some unknown moment. Yao Chen, your opponent is me, Poseidon stated coldly. Yao Chen gazed at Poseidon, fully aware that this would be a formidable challenge. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his demeanor. Rather, his eyes shimmered with unyielding determination. Let it come, Yao Chen declared. A more intense battle was on the verge of erupting. Would Yao Chen manage to overcome Poseidon's obstruction and strike at the command center of the allied forces, thereby altering the course of the conflict? Could the Spirit Hall successfully repel the united assault of various factions and reinforce its dominant position amidst this grand clash? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 39. The battle rages on. A turning point emerges. As Yao Wu confronted Poseidon, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Poseidon, the high priestess of the sea god island, possessed unfathomable power. The trident in her grasp shimmered with an eerie azure light, as if it harbored the boundless might of the ocean. Yao, you have disturbed the balance of the Douluo Continent. Today marks your demise. Poseidon's voice was frigid, reminiscent of a whisper from the abyssal depths of the sea. Yao Chen's expression was grave, yet he exhibited no fear. He activated the chaotic genesis technique, surrounding himself with a radiant aura of chaos, which stood in stark contrast to Poseidon's azure divine power. Words were futile. It was time for action. Poseidon struck first, forcefully plunging the trident of the sea god into the ground, unleashing a colossal blue energy column that soared into the sky, subsequently transforming into countless ferocious blue water dragons, clawing their way toward Yao Chen. With a swift movement, Yao Chen executed the chaotic step, nimbly weaving between the water dragons while simultaneously forming seals with his hands to unleash the chaotic flame explosion. Waves of chaotic fire erupted, colliding with the blue water dragons and producing a series of thunderous blasts. Meanwhile, the battle between Qian Renxue and Tang Xiao had reached a fever pitch. As the leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao wielded the Haotian hammer, each swing imbued with immense power. Qian Renxue, drawing upon the sacred might of her angel martial soul, engaged him in combat. Tang Xiao, do you truly believe you can halt the advance of the Spirit Hall with your forces? The angelic holy sword in Qian Renxue's hand glimmered, sending forth a beam of pure light toward Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao scoffed. Such delusions. Today marks the downfall of the Spirit Hall. He raised the Haotian hammer high, his soul rings radiating brilliance, and unleashed the chaotic gale hammer technique. Countless hammer shadows rained down upon Chen Renxue. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the clash between the Spirit Hall and the United Army remained fierce. Bibi Dong, wielding her divine strength, suppressed several formidable warriors from Sea God Island. Yet, due to their exquisite coordination, they found it difficult to break free. The many titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall were locked in combat with the powerful members of the Haotian sect and the three lower sects, their soul powers intertwining amidst the relentless sounds of battle cries. As Yao Chen deftly evaded Poseidon's onslaught, he pondered a strategy to turn the tide. He was acutely aware that confronting Poseidon's divine powers head-on would yield little success. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could exploit the chaos of the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen deliberately exposed a vulnerability, and Poseidon, falling into the trap, unleashed a formidable surge of divine energy towards him. Yao Chen, however, harnessed this very force, propelling himself toward the command center of the allied forces. Trying to escape? It wouldn't be that simple. Poseidon immediately pursued him. Just as Yao Chen was nearing the command center, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin intervened to obstruct his path. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Fengji's hands radiated a brilliant light as he activated an amplification soul skill, imbuing Yu Yuanjin with augmented strength. Yu Yuanjin, embodying the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, crackled with electricity as he lunged toward Yao Chen, with a sharp glint in his eye. Yao Chen summoned a chaotic shield to withstand the assault of Yu Yuanjin. Simultaneously, he harnessed the power granted by the system to momentarily disrupt Ning Fengji's soul energy output. In that fleeting instant, Yao Chen seized the opportunity to unleash the chaotic void blade, a razor imbued with chaotic energy, striking towards Yu Yuanjin. Caught off guard, Yu Yuanjin was grazed by the blade, his form retreating. However, at that moment, Poseidon had also arrived, wielding the trident of the sea god, unleashing a beam of divine light towards Yao Chen. As Yao Chen turned to defend, he was overwhelmed by the sheer force of this attack, causing his vital energy to surge tumultuously. Yao Chen, you have nowhere to escape, Poseidon advanced relentlessly. Just as Yao Chen found himself in peril, news arrived from Qian Renshui's side. In her battle against Tang Xiao, Qian Renshui had activated her enhanced skill, Angel's Descent, a formidable ability she had fused with the unique power bestowed by Yao Chen. A colossal angelic apparition descended upon the battlefield, forcing Tang Xiao into a retreat. Despite his desperate resistance, he struggled against this overwhelming force. Seizing the moment as Tang Xiao was preoccupied with the angelic figure, Qian Renshui rushed towards Yao Chen. Yao Chen, I come to aid you. Upon her arrival, Qian Renshui fought alongside Yao Chen. They exchanged a glance, their thoughts in perfect harmony, and together unleashed the chaotic world shatter. This time, they maximized the fusion of their own strengths with their martial souls. The chaotic energy intertwined with angelic power, transforming into a cataclysmic torrent of energy that surged toward Poseidon, Ning Fengji, and Yu Yuanjin. The trio's expression shifted dramatically as they hurriedly prepared to defend themselves. Poseidon released the full might of the sea god through her trident, forming a cerulean energy barrier. Ning Fengji continuously activated the amplification abilities of the seven-treasure glazed tile to bolster his and Yu Yuanjin's defenses, while Yu Yuanjin unleashed the full force of his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, striving to withstand the impending onslaught. With a resounding boom, the torrent of energy collided with the defensive barrier, erupting in a blinding radiance. The entire battlefield trembled, fissures appearing in the ground, and trees uprooted in the surrounding area. As the light dissipated, although Poseidon and her companions had barely withstood the blow, they bore varying degrees of injury. Poseidon's complexion paled as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Ning Fengji, exhausted from the consumption of soul power, swayed precariously. And Yu Yuanjin's scales bore numerous damages. As Yao Chen and Qian Renshui seized the opportunity to launch another assault, Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic thunder calamity, summoning countless chaotic-hued bolts of lightning that cascaded towards the trio. Meanwhile, Qian Renshui invoked the angelic judgment, directing a beam of golden judgmental light toward Poseidon. The three swiftly evaded. Yet the relentless onslaught from Yao Chen and Qian Renshui persisted. Under their ferocious attacks, Poseidon and his companions gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong sensed the unfolding situation from her position. Seizing the moment, she unleashed her divine skill, the wrath of the Death Spider Queen, unleashing a potent aura of death that forced the formidable warriors of Sea God Island to retreat. Subsequently, she hastened towards Yao Chen's side, her voice resonating with authority. Yao Chen, I have come to put an end to this. Upon her arrival, she, alongside Yao Chen and Qian Renshui, surrounded Poseidon and his allies, trapping them in a precarious position. Observing the dire circumstances before him, Poseidon understood that continuing the battle would inevitably lead to their defeat. Retreat, he commanded, resigned to the inevitable. The united forces, witnessing the order, began to withdraw, fighting as they retreated. Although the Spirit Hall had achieved a temporary victory, it came at a significant cost. With many of its powerful warriors sustaining grave injuries, leaving the battlefield in a state of utter disarray, Yao Chen gazed upon the retreating united army, acutely aware that this conflict was far from over. Nevertheless, this victory undeniably afforded the Spirit Hall precious time. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen, due to his remarkable performance in battle, was once again bestowed with a reward from the system. Ding! The host successfully inflicted severe damage upon several formidable adversaries during the confrontation, earning the Divine Elixir Chaos Genesis Pill, which, upon consumption, enhances the host's chaotic prowess and accelerates the journey towards attaining the divine status of the Creator God. Additionally, the host is granted a unique ability, Chaos Insight, enabling him to perceive the fluctuations of the enemy's soul power and exploit their skill vulnerabilities. Yao Chen was filled with immense joy as he promptly consumed the Chaos Genesis Pill. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing a formidable surge of chaotic energy that coursed through his body, further enhancing his strength. Both Qian Renxue and Bi Bidong expressed their admiration for Yao Chen's remarkable performance. Yao Chen, we owe our success today to you. Without your assistance, victory would have been elusive, Bi Bidong remarked. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Yao Chen, your power continues to grow exponentially. With your support, I am confident that my ascension to godhood is merely a matter of time. With a smile, Yao Chen remarked, This is the result of our collective efforts. However, we must not let our guard down. The Haotian sect will undoubtedly not rest in their pursuit. We must continue to enhance our strength and prepare ourselves for the impending crisis. In the days that followed, Yao Chen diligently cultivated his own power while utilizing his Chaos Insight ability to explore ways to further augment the combat prowess of the Spirit Hall's formidable warriors. He was acutely aware that greater challenges loomed ahead, and only by incessantly growing stronger could he realize his aspirations of aiding the Spirit Hall in dominating the continent. Assisting Qian Renxue in ascending to the position of God King, and ultimately achieving his own place among the creator deities. The situation on the Douluo Continent had grown increasingly intricate due to this conflict, with various factions secretly amassing strength, poised for the next confrontation. Chapter 40. The Winds of Change, strategizing for action after the Spirit Hall repelled the Allied forces, the seemingly tranquil Douluo Continent was, in reality, rife with undercurrents. Yao Chen understood that the Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island would not relent. They were undoubtedly sharpening their blades in the shadows, preparing for a new wave of counterattacks. To ensure the Spirit Hall remained steadfast amidst the approaching storm, Yao Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to the strategic enhancement of its strength. In the tranquil yet enigmatic training chamber of the Spirit Hall, a glow of chaotic hues enveloped Yao Chen as he immersed himself in the cultivation of the chaos creation technique. Following the ingestion of the chaos creation pill, the essence of the pill surged through him like a mighty torrent, while the chaos creation technique functioned as a meticulously crafted refining furnace, gradually transforming this potent energy into Yao Chen's own chaotic power. As the chaotic energy continued to coalesce, Yao Chen's aura deepened, resembling an endless abyss of chaos, elusive and unfathomable. Simultaneously, leveraging his extraordinary chaos insight ability, Yao Chen meticulously dissected the mysteries of the martial souls of the Spirit Hall's many formidable warriors. He perceptively noted that although these individuals had reached the pinnacle of strength on the Douluo Continent, there remained vast potential for enhancement in the application and excavation of their martial souls. Yao Chen first cast his gaze upon Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. These two titled Douluo, one shrouded in an eerie and enigmatic aura, the other resplendent yet aloof, possessed complementary martial souls. Their manifestation of the polar stillness domain had instilled terror in countless adversaries. However, Yao Chen perceived subtle areas ripe for refinement. The martial souls of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were flawlessly attuned, yet there remained facets of their domain's execution that could be sculpted further. Chrysanthemum Douluo. Your strange petal chrysanthemum martial soul, with petals imbued with a distinctive soul power fluctuation, could achieve a more harmonious resonance with Ghost Douluo's ghostly martial soul. If the soul power frequencies could be precisely aligned, the petals could serve as a conduit to transmit Ghost Douluo's soul power when the domain is activated. This would undoubtedly enhance both the range and potency of the domain. Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with insight as he elaborated on his thoughts. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting surprise and anticipation. They promptly followed his guidance, channeling their soul power within, cautiously adjusting their frequencies in accordance with Yao Chen's instructions. After several attempts, they were astonished to discover that the polar stillness domain had indeed expanded nearly twice its original size, and the suppressive effect of the soul power within the domain had intensified, resembling a more compact soul power cage. Lord Yao Chen, this is a stroke of genius. Your guidance has significantly enhanced our strength, and we are profoundly grateful. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo respectfully bowed to Yao Chen, their admiration for him deepening further. With a smile, Yao Chen nodded, then turned his gaze toward Hulaina. Hulaina, this extraordinarily gifted woman, possessed a bewitching fox martial soul, endowed with the talents of allure and mental assault. As Yao Chen observed her, his eyes sparkled with expectation and guidance. Laina, your martial soul is uniquely gifted in the realms of charm and psychic attack, yet there remains room for refinement in the balance of speed and power. You may enhance the strength of your legs and arms by utilizing specific soul bones from particular soul beasts, thereby amplifying the potency of your strikes in close combat. Additionally, skillfully integrating your alluring power into your offensive techniques will ensnare your foes in a mental trap without their awareness. Yao Chen's words shone like a beacon, illuminating Hulaina's path in her cultivation journey. Listening intently, Hulaina's admiration for Yao Chen surged like an unending river. Following his counsel, she embarked on a new training odyssey, diligently honing her skills each day, her prowess steadily ascending in subtle increments. Each of her strikes seemed imbued with a deadly allure, ensnaring her adversaries into her control before they even realized it. In contrast, Yao Chen focused on guiding Qian Rengshu to delve into the profound divinity of her angelic martial soul. Rengshu, the angelic martial soul embodies supreme sacred power, yet to reach the realm of the God King, you must comprehend the essence of this force. During your cultivation, integrate your emotions deeply with this divine power, allowing it to serve not merely as a means of attack, but as a manifestation of your innermost convictions. Only then can you unlock the full potential of your angelic martial soul. Following Yao Chen's guidance, Qian Rengshu immersed herself day and night in her cultivation. Through continuous introspection and practice, she gradually touched upon the deeper mysteries of her angelic martial soul. The angelic holy sword in her grasp radiated with an increasingly brilliant light during her training, dazzling like the sun, as the divine power coursing through it grew ever more potent, seemingly capable of purifying all evils in the world. Just as Yao Chen dedicated himself to empowering the members of the Spirit Hall, the familiar and melodious prompt from the system echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully assisted multiple powerful individuals in the Spirit Hall in optimizing their cultivation paths. Reward: a divine-grade soulbone set Chaos Genesis armor, which comprehensively enhances the host's defensive capabilities, offensive strength, and accelerates the flow of chaotic energy. Additionally, a reward of insight into the chaos laws is granted, aiding the host in gaining a deeper understanding of the laws of chaos and hastening the ascent towards the divine rank of Creator God. Yao Chen's heart swelled with joy as he eagerly donned the Chaos Genesis armor. In an instant, a mysterious and potent force surged forth from the soul bone ensemble, enveloping him like a tidal wave. He could distinctly perceive that his defensive capabilities had transformed into an impregnable fortress, while his offensive prowess experienced a qualitative leap. The flow of chaotic energy within him surged like a torrential river, ceaseless and vigorous. Subsequently, seizing this rare opportunity to comprehend the principles of chaos, Yao Chen immersed himself in a profound exploration of its mysteries. His consciousness seemed to transcend the confines of his physical body, dwelling within a realm of chaotic void, where time and space lost their significance, and the enigmas of chaos flickered in and out of perception. Like a devout seeker, Yao Chen endeavored to capture every trace of the principles, striving to unveil the enigmatic veil of chaos. Meanwhile, during Yao Chen's introspective journey into the chaos, on the other side of Douluo Continent, the Haotian clan, the three lower sects, and Sea God Island were fervently devising a new conspiracy. Tang Xiao Poseidon and Ning Fengji gathered once more, their expressions dark and foreboding, akin to storm clouds before a tempest. Though we faced defeat last time, the Spirit Hall must have sustained significant damage. This presents an exceptional opportunity. We must seize it to eradicate the Spirit Hall once and for all. Tang Xiao's eyes glinted with determination and resolve. Poseidon furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave as he remarked, "The Spirit Hall currently has a divine-level powerhouse like BB Dong in command, along with the unpredictable variable of Yao Chen. To annihilate them will not be an easy task. We must deliberate carefully and devise a comprehensive strategy. Ning Fengji stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before slowly articulating, as far as I know. The Spirit Hall is diligently augmenting its strength. We might consider infiltrating it, disrupting their cultivation plans and sowing chaos. Simultaneously, we should continue to seek formidable allies, such as the ancient families and mysterious powerhouses hidden deep within the continent. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing Ning Fengji's proposal. Thus, a conspiracy against the Spirit Hall quietly commenced. Tang Xiao discreetly dispatched envoys, bearing promises of substantial rewards, to connect with those reclusive forces scattered across the continent. Poseidon selected a cadre of elites from Sea God Island, subjecting them to rigorous training, preparing to place them within the Spirit Hall as insiders. Within the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, in the Worship Hall, keenly sensed the ominous atmosphere that permeated the air. He hurriedly sought out Yao Chen, who had just concluded his reflection on the principles of chaos. Yao Chen, I have sensed an unusual tension in the continent situation lately. The Haotian clan is likely scheming in the shadows once more. Qian Daolia's expression was troubled, his tone tinged with urgency. The expression of Yao Chen remained tranquil as he nodded and said, "Great offering, I share your sentiments. However, we cannot afford to remain passive. I intend to take the initiative and disrupt their arrangements." Qian Daoluo was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Take the initiative? What is your plan? With a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips, Yao Chen exuded an air of confidence as he proposed. We might first strike at the smaller factions closely allied with the Haotian sect, severing their wings while simultaneously gauging their reactions. Furthermore, I have received intelligence regarding a mysterious relic in the far north, rumored to harbor boundless treasures and formidable techniques. We could dispatch individuals to explore this site. Should we attain any gains, it would significantly bolster the strength of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoluo pondered for a moment, deeming Yao Chen's strategy both practical and feasible, and nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, the perilous terrain of the far north is fraught with danger. Whom do you intend to send on this expedition? Yao Chen spoke with unwavering determination. I intend to appoint Qian Rinxue as the leader and select several formidable title Douluo to accompany her. This way, we can ensure a higher success rate in exploring the ruins while allowing Qian Rinxue to further enhance her strength through this experience. Qian Daoluo nodded in agreement. Soon after, Qian Rinxue received Yao Chen's directive and began meticulously selecting her companions to prepare for the journey to the far north. At this moment, the situation on the Douluo Continent grew increasingly tense, with various factions lurking like hunters concealed in darkness, each watching one another, poised to strike. Would Yao Chen, with his wisdom and strength, be able to navigate the storm and lead the Spirit Hall through turbulent waters, aiding Qian Rinxue in ascending to the rank of God King? Moreover, could he himself successfully attain the position of the Creator God? All remained uncertain, and the fate of the Douluo Continent hung precariously in the balance amidst the shifting turmoil. Chapter 41. A perilous expedition to the far north upon receiving her orders. Qian Rinxue swiftly selected several powerful title Douluo, including the Serpent Spear Douluo and the to embark on the journey to the far north. This region, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, was beset by howling winds and frigid temperatures, making survival nearly impossible for ordinary people. Yet, it concealed countless unknown dangers and opportunities. The figures of the expedition appeared diminutive against the backdrop of the vast white snow, yet the formidable aura they exuded was anything but ordinary. Clad in a white battle outfit, Qian Rinxue's angelic wings flickered behind her as she gazed resolutely ahead, her heart brimming with anticipation for the mysterious ruins they were about to explore. The journey to the far north was fraught with peril, and it was imperative that everyone remain vigilant. Qian Rinxue's voice resonated clearly through the cold wind. "Yes, holy maiden," they replied in unison, their voices imbued with reverence and resolve. As they ventured deeper into the far north, the temperature plummeted. Even the tidal Douluo could feel the biting chill seeping into their bones. Suddenly, a massive ice bear erupted from the snow, towering several meters high. Its body encased in thick ice armor, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, an ancient soul beast of 10,000 years. "Be careful, this ice bear is exceptionally powerful." The Serpent Spear Douluo shouted, his spear glowing brightly as he initiated the attack, a sharp surge of soul power transforming into a serpent shadow, hurtling toward the ice bear. The ice bear roared in response, swiping its paw to shatter the serpent's shadow. Then, it opened its mouth, unleashing a blast of icy air that morphed into countless sharp ice spikes, hurtling toward the group. Qian Rinxue remained composed, her angelic wings unfurled as she vanished from sight. Reappearing above the ice bear, Angel's holy sword, strike. A radiant beam of light shot forth from her sword, aimed directly at the beast. Sensing the imminent threat, the ice bear attempted to evade but was ensnared by the soul skill. Countless sharp porcupine phantoms materialized around the ice bear, binding it tightly. Everyone, let us attack together and eliminate it, Qian Rinxue commanded. The other titled Douluo promptly unleashed their soul skills, and in an instant, a dazzling array of lights erupted. As waves of soul power surged forth, the ice bear, under the combined assault of the crowd, let out a painful roar before crashing to the ground. The group pressed on and soon discovered the entrance to the mysterious ruins. The entrance was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, inscribed with ancient runes that emitted an aura of mystery. Qian Rinxue stepped forward to examine the runes closely, seeking a way to decipher them. At that moment, a swarm of ice spirits surged forth from all directions. These ice spirits, agile in form and composed purely of ice elements, wielded ice blades as they charged towards the crowd. There are numerous ice spirits. We must be cautious, warned the spike porcupine Douluo. The serpent spear Douluo swung his spear, unleashing the snake shadow dance, sending countless serpent shadows toward the ice spirits, engaging them in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue invoked the angelic purification light, a gentle radiance emanating from her hand, causing the ice spirits to dissipate wherever it shone. Yet, the ice spirits seemed endless, continually pouring in from all sides. Qian Rinxue realized that this could not continue. She needed to swiftly find a way to unlock the entrance to the ruins. Focusing her mind, she scrutinized the runes once more and finally discerned their pattern. Everyone, hold on. I have found the solution, Qian Rinxue exclaimed. Following the pattern of the runes, she channeled her soul power into the ice layer, which began to melt slowly, revealing the entrance to the ruins. The group rushed inside, where the expansive interior was adorned with various luminous gemstones that illuminated the space as brightly as day. At the center of the ruins stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a box emanating mysterious light. As the group approached the platform, the ground trembled violently, and a gigantic ice dragon erupted from below. This ice dragon exuded a formidable presence, its power rivaling that of a 100,000-year spirit beast. I cannot believe a 100,000-year ice dragon guards this place, remarked the serpent spear Douluo, his expression grave. The ice dragon opened its maw, unleashing a powerful wave of icy force towards the crowd. Qian Rinxue quickly summoned the angelic shield, creating a golden barrier to protect her companions. However, the dragon's assault was overwhelming, causing cracks to form in the shield under the pressure of the icy force. If this continues, the shield won't hold. Everyone, attack the ice dragon to divert its attention, Qian Rinxue commanded. The serpent spear Douluo executed the serpent spear piercing, launching a colossal spear shadow at the ice dragon. The spiked porcupine Douluo transformed into a massive porcupine and charged at the dragon. Other titled Douluos unleashed their most potent skills against the ice dragon as well. Sensing the threat, the ice dragon temporarily ceased its assault on the shield to counter the group's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue fortified the shield's defenses while contemplating strategies to overcome the foe. Amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen, within the spirit hall, detected Qian Rinxue and the others' predicament through the system's unique ability. Ding! A formidable crisis has befallen the individual of interest to the host, Qian Rinxue. An urgent mission has been issued. Assist Qian Rinxue and her companions in vanquishing the 10,000-year ice dragon and successfully obtain the treasures of the ruins. Upon completion of the mission, the rewards shall include an enhancement of the chaotic law's power, which will elevate the mastery over the chaotic law, a divine summoning card, allowing the host to summon a peak powerhouse from the Douluo Continent for assistance, and a randomly bestowed divine soul skill. Yao Chen unhesitatingly chose to accept the mission. Through the system, he established a mental connection with Qian Rinxue, conveying his thoughts to her. Rinxue, the ice dragon's vulnerabilities lie in its eyes and abdomen. Concentrate your attacks on these two areas, and I shall lend you my assistance at a crucial moment. Yao Chen's voice resonated within Qian Rinxue's mind. A wave of joy surged within her as she promptly relayed Yao Chen's words to the others. They adjusted their attacking strategy and commenced their assault on the ice dragon's eyes and abdomen. The ice dragon, sensing imminent danger, retaliated with frenzied attacks against the group. Just as Qian Rinxue and her companions were on the verge of succumbing, Yao Chen harnessed the system's capabilities to condense a force of chaos, which he directly transmitted to the ruins, striking the ice dragon's eyes. The creature let out an anguished roar, instantaneously blinded. Seizing the opportunity, the group unleashed their full might in an attack. The serpent spear Douluo's spear pierced fiercely into the ice dragon's abdomen, while the spike porcupine Douluo took the chance to detonate an attack there, inflicting immense damage upon the beast. Under the combined force of their assaults, the ice dragon finally succumbed. After vanquishing the ice dragon, Qian Rinxue and her companions ascended the stone platform and opened the box, radiating a mysterious glow. Inside lay an ancient tome and a pearl emanating an extraordinary light. At that moment, within the spirit hall, the system notification chimed once again. Ding! Host has successfully completed the mission. Reward: enhancement of chaos law power, 1 divine level summoning card, and a random divine level soul skill tome. Filled with elation, Yao Chen immediately began to absorb the power of the chaos laws, further enhancing his mastery over them. Simultaneously, he examined the divine summoning card and the random divine soul skill he had acquired. The divine summoning card had the capability to summon a pinnacle powerhouse from the Douluo Continent, while the random divine soul skill was the Chaos Starburst, an exceptionally potent offensive technique that could condense the power of chaos into explosive bursts reminiscent of stars, delivering devastating blows to adversaries. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue and her companions, laden with treasures from the ruins, embarked on their journey back to the spirit hall. Unbeknownst to them, mysterious changes were unfolding within the ruins following their departure. The united forces of Haotian sect, the lower 3 sects, and Sea God Island had also learned of the spirit hall's dispatch of personnel to the extreme north in search of the ruins and were plotting a new conspiracy, preparing an ambush along the route of Qian Rinxue and her companions' return. Chapter 42. Disturbance in the Void. Awakening of ancient seals and crisis. Following a series of challenges and remarkable achievements, the Douluo Continent, under Yao Chen's guidance, continued to flourish. The Spirit Empire, under the meticulous governance of Hu Lina, collaborated closely with various forces, collectively advancing progress in technology, culture, and the cultivation of martial spirits across the continent. Common Soul Masters thrived within a well-structured training system, injecting a continuous stream of vitality into Douluo Continent. However, beneath the tranquil facade, a significant crisis was quietly approaching. During an instance of utilizing the power of the Creator God to sense the continent, Yao Chen detected a faint yet peculiar fluctuation in the void above Douluo Continent. This fluctuation was subtle yet imbued with formidable strength, as if emanating from the depths of an endless space-time continuum. Yao Chen felt a sudden chill in his heart and immediately summoned top-tier powerhouses from the Douluo Continent, including Hu Lina, Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Tang Xiao. I have just sensed an eerie fluctuation in the void above the continent, which is certainly no ordinary occurrence. Everyone must remain vigilant and be prepared to confront any potential crisis, Yao Chen said with a grave expression. Upon hearing his words, the group sensed the gravity of the situation. Hu Lina furrowed her brow in contemplation. Senior Yao, could it be that some malevolent cosmic forces are scheming in the shadows once again? Qian Rinxue interjected. Regardless of the reason, we cannot afford to be complacent. Our immediate priority is to swiftly ascertain the source of this void fluctuation. Yao Chen nodded and said, I intend to personally venture to the source of the fluctuations for investigation. Qian Rinxue, you shall lead the Angel Legion to enhance the patrols over the continental airspace. Hu Lina, mobilize the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall to gather all information regarding these unusual disturbances. Bibian and Tang Xiao, you will accompany me, just in case. Once arrangements were made, Yao Chen and his companions swiftly ascended towards the origin of the void's turmoil. As they approached, the intensity of the fluctuations grew ever more pronounced, causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly. Upon reaching the source of the disturbance, they beheld a colossal black vortex manifesting in the void, emanating a chilling aura as if it were a gateway to an unfathomable realm of terror. With the application of chaotic insights, Yao Chen sought to unravel the mysteries of the vortex. However, a formidable force interfered with his perception, allowing him only to vaguely discern that this vortex seemed linked to an ancient seal, which was gradually loosening. At that moment, the divine selection system emitted an urgent prompt. Ding! A void vortex has been detected above the Douluo Continent, related to an ancient seal that suppresses an immensely powerful and malevolent force. As the seal weakens, the evil power is on the verge of awakening. Mission issued. Reinforce the ancient seal, prevent the awakening of the evil force, and protect the Douluo Continent. Mission rewards. Ascend the power of the Creator's law to the realm of the Creator Sovereign, unlocking the divine ability Chaotic Creation Judgment, which enables judgment and adjudication at the level of laws over any existence, an enhancement skill for the divine team, Eternal Douluo Guardian, which grants permanent comprehensive attribute boosts to team members, as well as detailed information regarding the ancient seal and the malevolent force. Yao Chen was taken aback, and he promptly conveyed the information provided by the system to Bibi Dong and Tang Xiao. It appeared that we were confronted with an unprecedented crisis. Should this malevolent force awaken, the Douluo Continent would be plunged into an irreversible abyss. We must exhaust every means to strengthen the seal. According to the information from the system, Yao Chen learned that the ancient seal was established by the creator god in ancient times, intended to suppress a group of malevolent beings that sought to obliterate the cosmic order. These beings possessed formidable dark powers capable of corrupting all life and laws. As time progressed, the strength of the seal gradually waned, and it now teetered on the brink of collapse. Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Tang Xiao encircled the void vortex, endeavoring to discover a method to reinforce the seal. Suddenly, a horde of dark creatures, resembling demons, surged forth from the vortex, lunging at the trio with claws bared. These ominous beings emanated a potent aura of darkness, leaving a trail of black fissures in the very fabric of space as they passed. Be cautious. The power of these dark creatures should not be underestimated, Yao Chen shouted, swiftly conjuring a barrier of chaotic domain to shield the three of them within. The dark beings collided violently against the barrier, emitting shrill, piercing cries. Bibi Dong unleashed the power of the Rakshasa, wielding the Rakshasa scythe with a commanding strike, Dark Judgment. As the scythe swept through the air, beams of black light erupted forth, cleaving through the approaching dark creatures. Tang Xiao, brandishing the Haotian hammer, executed the chaotic cloak hammer technique, unleashing a tempest of force that sent the dark beings tumbling in disarray. However, the dark creatures continued to pour endlessly from the vortex, their numbers swelling exponentially. Yao Chen recognized that this situation was untenable. He needed to swiftly identify the key to reinforcing the seal. He summoned the power of chaotic creation's end, a tremendous surge of chaotic energy that temporarily repelled the dark creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen employed chaotic insight to closely examine the void vortex. He discerned a faintly glowing rune at the vortex's center, seemingly the core of the seal. If he could repair and strengthen this rune, it might fortify the seal. I have found the key to reinforcing the seal. It lies in the rune at the center of the vortex. However, we must first eliminate these dark creatures to approach the rune, Yao Chen declared. Bibi Dong and Tang Xiao nodded in agreement, and the trio unleashed their formidable skills, engaging in a desperate struggle against the dark beings. Yao Chen utilized chaotic power overload, drastically augmenting the potency of all his abilities for a brief period. He unleashed the chaotic spirit wind, a cataclysmic force where chaotic energy fused with wind-based soul power, annihilating swathes of dark creatures. Bibi Dong invoked the fury of the Rakshasa, conjuring a dark storm that swirled around her, engulfing the surrounding dark creatures and shredding them into fragments. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao executed the Haotian hammer, earth-shattering blow, the hammer radiating brilliance as it crashed into the ground, generating a tremendous tremor that scattered the dark beings in disarray. Under the relentless assault of the trio, the offensive of the dark creatures was finally subdued. Yao Chen seized the moment, employing chaotic time-space traversal to instantaneously breach the defenses of the dark creatures. Arriving at the heart of the void vortex, the medicinal dust concentrated the entirety of the primordial divine law's power, infusing it into the shimmering runes. Nurtured by the chaotic energy, the runes gradually intensified in brilliance. However, just as the ceiling was on the verge of completion, a more formidable force of darkness erupted from the depths of the vortex, assailing both the medicinal dust and the runes. Yao Chen felt an unprecedented pressure as his body began to fracture under the onslaught of dark forces. He could not surrender. It was imperative to reinforce the seal. Gritting his teeth, Yao Chen unleashed a newly unlocked divine ability, the chaotic creation judgment. A radiant beam, infused with the essence of creation, emanated from him, colliding with the dark forces at the runic nexus. Under the immense power of the chaotic creation judgment, the dark forces were gradually subdued. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen infused more chaotic energy into the runes, causing their brilliance to surge, ultimately succeeding in reinforcing the ancient seal. The void vortex slowly dissipated, and the surrounding space returned to tranquility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, acquiring the power of the divine law of creation, advancing to the realm of creation sovereign, and obtaining the divine team enhancement skill Eternal Douluo Guardian. Yao Chen returned to the Douluo Continent and recounted the events to the gathered crowd. Through this incident, the inhabitants of Douluo recognized that the peace and prosperity of their land were perpetually threatened by unknown dangers. Yao Chen resolved to fortify the continent's defensive framework and enhance the strength of its people. Utilizing his eternal Douluo Guardian ability, he bestowed permanent and comprehensive attribute enhancements upon the continent's elite powerhouses, such as Hulaina, Qianrenxue, Bibi Dong, and Tang Xiao, along with numerous exceptional civilian soul masters. Concurrently, Yao Chen initiated the establishment of specialized defensive formations across various locales of the Douluo Continent. These formations were interconnected with his creator god powers, capable of repelling formidable external invasions during critical moments. Under Yao Chen's leadership, Douluo entered a new phase of development. The populace dedicated themselves to rigorous training, augmenting their abilities to adequately prepare for the safeguarding of their beloved land. Yao Chen understood that future challenges would remain daunting. However, he firmly believed that as long as the people of Douluo united their hearts and minds, bolstered by their formidable strength and unwavering conviction, they would surely protect the continent they cherished and embrace a more glorious future. Chapter 43: Secrets of the Ruins, Mysterious Inheritance, and Potential Threats. Following the successful reinforcement of the ancient seals, a temporary tranquility enveloped the Douluo Continent. Yet, Yao Chen was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm, as the lurking unknown threats within the cosmos shadowed their existence. In pursuit of further enhancing the continent's might, Yao Chen resolved to explore the mysterious ruins scattered across the land, hoping to unearth powerful legacies and abilities therein. In the far western reaches of Douluo, an ancient ruin was said to conceal the inheritance of formidable soul masters from a bygone era. Yao Chen led a group of young and powerful soul masters, including Hulaina, Lingyu, and Xian, on a quest to uncover the secrets of these ruins. These young soul masters, meticulously nurtured by the Spirit Hall, had experienced remarkable growth under Yao Chen's tutelage and brimmed with anticipation and enthusiasm for this exploration. As they journeyed westward, they ultimately arrived at the site of the ruins. Before them stood a colossal stone door, intricately adorned with peculiar runes and patterns. Exuding an aura of mystery, Yao Chen employed his chaotic insight to decipher the runes, revealing that they constituted an ancient sealing incantation. Only by unraveling the spell could the stone door be opened. After considerable effort, Yao Chen discerned the method to unlock the runes. By infusing his soul power into the runes in a specific sequence, the stone door gradually creaked open, releasing a wave of ancient and profound energy. Cautiously, the group entered the ruins, where dim light and a faint mist enveloped the interior. The walls were embellished with various luminous gems, illuminating their path ahead. Flanking the corridors of the ruins were numerous ancient statues. Each statue, with its unique form, depicted warriors wielding weapons or soul masters executing soul techniques. As if narrating tales of past glories, Yao Chen sensed the potent fluctuations of soul power emanating from these statues, hinting at concealed secrets. Be vigilant, everyone. Hidden dangers lurk in every corner. At the same time, stay attentive to your surroundings. Significant clues may be discovered. Yao Chen softly reminded everyone. As they arrived at a vast square, a colossal crystal orb materialized at its center. The orb emanated a gentle glow, within which faint images began to emerge, seemingly depicting scenes of ancient soul masters engaged in cultivation and battle. Hulaina approached the crystal orb, attempting to touch it, and at the moment her hand made contact, a radiant light flashed, flooding her mind with a wealth of information. This was an ancient method of spiritual cultivation, capable of significantly enhancing the strength and control of one's mental prowess. Hulaina exclaimed with delight. Yao Chen nodded and said, "It appears that this relic indeed conceals a wealth of precious legacies. Let us continue our search to see if there are any further rewards." At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and from beneath the square emerged a horde of skeletal spirit beasts. These skeletal entities exuded a putrid aura, their eyes flickering with an eerie green light as they lunged towards the group with menacing claws and fangs. "Prepare for battle," Yao Chen shouted, swiftly conjuring a barrier of chaotic domain to shield everyone within its protective embrace. The skeletal spirit beast crashed against the barrier, producing a series of resounding thuds. Lingyu unleashed his soul skill, the Starry Rift Fist, infused with the stellar transmutation technique. The radiant power of the stars enveloped his fist as he delivered a powerful blow to the skeletal beasts. In the wake of his strike, the skeletal entities shattered into fragments. Xian quickly employed her healing and support techniques, enhancing her teammates' defense and speed. "Stay steady. I will help restore your stamina and injuries," Xian called out. The other young soul masters also unleashed their formidable soul skills, engaging in fierce combat with the skeletal spirit beasts. However, the sheer number of these skeletal foes continued to surge forth, and the group gradually found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. Upon witnessing the scene, Yao Chen unleashed the primordial force of chaos, known as the Genesis of Chaos. The formidable power erupted instantaneously, sweeping towards the skeletal soul beast. Under the onslaught of the chaotic energy, the skeletal soul beasts were annihilated in large numbers, leaving the ground littered with their remnants. After a fierce battle, the group successfully repelled the skeletal soul beasts. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they arrived before a hidden chamber. Inscribed upon the door of the chamber were the words, "Only those with a heart of righteousness and unwavering will may enter." Yao Chen led the group to push open the door of the secret chamber, revealing a colossal stone coffin within. The coffin emanated an enigmatic glow, surrounded by powerful waves of spiritual energy. As Yao Chen approached the coffin, he sensed a formidable and pure force contained within, seemingly a legacy of an extraordinarily powerful martial soul. At that moment, the divine selection system issued a notification. Ding! A mysterious stone coffin has been detected within the ruins, housing a top-tier martial soul legacy from ancient times. This legacy possesses immense power, yet may also pose potential threats. Task issued: decide whether to accept the martial soul legacy and address any possible consequences. Task rewards, based on the host's choices and responses. Should the legacy be successfully accepted and the threat resolved, the host will gain enhanced comprehension of the primordial divine laws, unlocking the law technique Chaos Multiverse Derivation, capable of creating wondrous law-based creations. A divine-grade martial soul enhancement item: Eternal Martial Soul Crystal, which can permanently elevate the quality and potential of the martial soul. Failure to manage the situation effectively will result in facing unknown challenges. Yao Chen pondered for a moment. Fully aware of the significance of the martial soul inheritance to the Douluo Continent, yet he could not overlook the potential threats it harbored. He turned to Hulaina, Lingyu, and the others, stating, "This is a significant opportunity, yet it is accompanied by peril. We must exercise caution in our decision." Hulaina replied resolutely, "Senior Yao, I believe we should endeavor to accept the inheritance. We have journeyed this far, overcoming countless hardships. We cannot easily relinquish our chance. Furthermore, we trust that under your guidance, we will be able to confront any danger." Lingyu and the other young soul masters nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to take the plunge. Observing their determination, Yao Chen declared, "Very well, since everyone has made their decision, we shall endeavor to accept the inheritance. However, it is imperative that we remain vigilant and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." With great care, Yao Chen harnessed the divine power of the Creator and gently opened the stone coffin. The moment the coffin was unveiled, a brilliant beam of light soared into the heavens, within which appeared an ethereal figure. This apparition was a soul master clad in an ancient robe, his gaze emanating both authority and wisdom. "You, the younger generation, must have endured numerous trials to arrive at this place. This legacy of martial spirits is bestowed upon those who are fated. However, to accept this inheritance, one must first pass my test," the spectral figure proclaimed. As he finished speaking, he unleashed formidable soul power, conjuring a soul realm within the chamber. In this realm, the group was confronted with various daunting challenges and the temptations of their own hearts. Hulaina beheld a vision of herself as the Empress of the Spirit Empire, ruling over the entire Douluo Continent, yet her heart remained resolute, impervious to the allure. Lingyu faced relentless assaults from powerful foes, and through unwavering determination and a fervent pursuit of strength, he repelled his adversaries time and again. In the realm of illusions, Yao Chen beheld the scene of Douluo Continent engulfed in darkness, subjugated by malevolent forces. Aware of the weight of his responsibility, he summoned the power of the Creator God, shattering the confines of the illusion. Under Yao Chen's guidance, the others valiantly transcended the trials of the illusion. The ephemeral figure nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "You have passed the trial. This martial soul legacy shall be bestowed upon you." In a flash of brilliance, the martial soul legacy transformed into streams of radiant light, merging into the bodies of young soul masters such as Hulaina and Lingyu. However, at the very moment they accepted the legacy, the ruins trembled violently. Through the lens of chaos, Yao Chen discerned that the unsealing of the martial soul legacy had awakened a hidden malevolence deep within the ruins. This dark force surged towards them. "Prepare for battle. The acceptance of the legacy has awakened the evil power within the ruins," Yao Chen shouted. Suddenly, a horde of sinister soul beasts erupted from the depths of the ruins, their colossal forms exuding an intense aura of darkness. Their eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, brimming with murderous intent. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic Genesis judgment, a radiant beam imbued with the essence of creation, striking the foremost malevolent soul beast. The vile creature emitted a harrowing roar, its form severely battered. Hulaina invoked the ancient mental cultivation technique she had recently acquired. Mental impact, soul shock. Her formidable psychic energy manifested as invisible blades, assailing the soul of the dark beast. Lingyu executed a soul skill infused with the legacy of his new martial spirit. Stellar transformation, annihilation strike. The celestial power intertwined with the strength of his newfound spirit, coalescing into a formidable energy beam that surged towards the malevolent soul beast. Xian Yuan and the other youthful soul masters simultaneously unleashed their respective abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark creature. Through their united efforts, the evil soul beast was gradually repelled. Yet, at that moment, the core of the dark power materialized, a colossal dark demon emanating a suffocating aura of malevolence. Warping the very space around it, the dark demon opened its vast maw, unleashing a beam of darkness towards the group. Yao Chen swiftly conjured a chaotic domain barrier while simultaneously activating a collective invincibility shield, bestowing a fleeting protective layer upon his companions. The dark beam struck the shield, erupting in a blinding glare, yet the shield successfully withstood the onslaught. Yao Chen unleashed the chaotic myriad manifestations, creating countless creations of chaotic laws, such as the chaotic blade and the chaotic shield, advancing towards the dark demon. Hulaina, Lingyu, and others exerted their utmost strength, launching a final assault alongside Yao Chen against the dark demon. Under the overwhelming barrage of attacks from the collective, the dark demon could no longer withstand the onslaught, emitting a wretched scream as its form began to dissipate. With the vanishing of the dark demon, the malevolent forces within the ruins also faded away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the martial soul inheritance and dispelling the threat, gaining an enhancement in understanding the power of the Genesis divine law, unlocking the law technique chaotic myriad manifestations, and acquiring the divine grade martial soul enhancement item eternal martial soul crystal. The medicinal dust bestowed the eternal martial soul crystals upon Hulaina, Lingyu, and other youthful soul masters, aiding them in further enhancing the quality and potential of their martial souls. Through this expedition into the ruins, these young soul masters not only acquired a formidable martial soul legacy, significantly augmenting their strength, but also amassed invaluable experience through their battles. Yao Chen was acutely aware that the future of Douluo Continent relied upon the strength of its youth. He departed from the ruins with his companions, and upon returning to Douluo, he shared the insights and experiences gained with a broader community of soul masters, infusing new vitality into the development of the continent. Nevertheless, Yao Chen understood that unknown threats lingered in the cosmos, and the path to safeguarding Douluo remained long and arduous. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as everyone united in purpose, bolstered by their ever-increasing strength and unwavering conviction, they would undoubtedly protect the peace and prosperity of this land, welcoming an even more illustrious future. Chapter 44. The great undertaking will be realized, all clans united. Yao Chen stood gracefully atop the high platform of the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the tumultuous landscape of the Douluo Continent, which had undergone a dramatic transformation since his arrival. Armed with a divine selection system, he had defied fate and altered the course of events, reshaping the established order into something unrecognizable. System, what rewards do you have for me today? Yao Chen silently pondered, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Ding! The host has assisted the Spirit Hall in achieving a significant victory against the Hautanen sect and the other 3 sections. Reward, a divine cultivation insight, capable of enabling any 10 individuals to break through their current limitations. Intriguing, Yao Chen mused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. This reward arrived at an opportune moment. Under his strategic guidance, the Spirit Hall had already eclipsed the venerable Hautanen sect and other established powers. Qian Dalu presided over the Hall of Offerings, his strength unfathomable, and with Yao Chen's assistance, Bi Bidong had successfully harnessed divine power, standing merely a step away from ascension. Meanwhile, though Sea God Island remained enigmatic, it could no longer afford to flaunt its might in the face of the Spirit Hall's growing supremacy. Yao Chen understood that Sea God Island would eventually pose an obstacle to his ambition of unifying the continent. However, for now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Nurturing new blood was the cornerstone of the Spirit Hall's enduring dominance. Yao Chen murmured to himself before turning and entering the training base of the Spirit Hall. Inside, a group of youthful spirit masters was diligently honing their skills. Observing their vibrant faces, Yao Chen conceived a plan. He imparted the divine cultivation insight generously, and in an instant, the training ground was suffused with spiritual energy as several students' auras soared to new heights. Thank you, Lord Yao Chen. the students exclaimed. Kneeling in fervent gratitude, Yao Chen waved his hand, urging them to rise. You are the future of the Spirit Hall. Cultivate diligently to expand its territories. Meanwhile, under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, Hulaina successfully broke through to level 90, becoming a titled Douluo. Her graceful figure radiated determination and confidence, marking her as a leading figure of the new generation in the Spirit Hall. Nana, you have performed admirably, Yao Chen praised. At this juncture, the Spirit Hall requires a new successor to lead us towards greater heights. With the support of the Assembly, Hulaina was appointed as the heir of the Spirit Empire. She understood that this was not merely a matter of honor, but a heavy responsibility. Rest assured, Master Yao Chen, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure that the banner of the Spirit Empire is planted in every inch of the Douluo Continent, Hulaina solemnly declared. As the influence of the Spirit Hall continued to expand, the process of unifying the continent accelerated. Yao Chen, utilizing the rewards from the system, developed a groundbreaking method for soul awakening and cultivation, enabling common folk to awaken their soul powers and embark on the path of cultivation. In no time, a fervor for cultivation swept across the continent, with countless commoners dedicating themselves to the Spirit Hall, infusing it with fresh vigor. Yao Chen, you are poised to completely transform the landscape of Douluo Continent, Qian Daolu remarked, observing the burgeoning strength of the Spirit Hall. Senior Qian Daolu, this is merely the beginning. Yao Chen replied with unwavering resolve. I am to establish the Spirit Hall as the absolute ruler of this continent, allowing Qian Rinxue to ascend to the throne of God, while I shall claim the position of the Creator God. Under Yao Chen's strategic leadership, the Spirit Hall conquered numerous factions, leading to a dwindling resistance across the continent. At last, during a grand ceremony, Yao Chen announced the unification of the Douluo Continent and the establishment of the Spirit Empire. From this day forth, this land shall flourish under the rule of the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen's voice echoed throughout every corner of the continent. Meanwhile, with Yao Chen's assistance, Qian Rinxue steadily advanced towards her divine throne. She absorbed divine energy, emanating a formidable aura. Yao Chen, thank you. Without you, I might never have reached this pinnacle of divinity. Qian Rinxue gazed at Yao Chen with profound gratitude. With a smile, Yao Chen proclaimed, We are partners. Your success is also my own. As he anticipated the day he would ascend to the rank of the God King, he envisioned himself striving for the position of the Creator God. At that moment, the Douluo Continent flourished under the rule of the Spirit Empire, enveloped in tranquility. The common folk had gained opportunities for cultivation, and their lives steadily improved. Standing on the land he had transformed with his own hands, Yao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. System. How far am I from attaining the position of the Creator God? Yao Chen inquired within his heart. Ding. The host has completed the unification of the continent. Only the final step remains to reach the position of the Creator God. Please continue to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system to initiate the divine inheritance. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yao Chen's eyes. It appears that the legend of Douluo Continent is far from over. He gazed into the distance, his mind already plotting the next course of action, preparing to launch a final assault towards the exalted throne of the Creator God. Chapter 45. Ascending to the pinnacle of divinity, a new chapter of glory within the magnificent palace of the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating through the vast glass windows, surveying the expansive land now draped in the banners of the Spirit Hall. Under his meticulous planning and relentless efforts, the Douluo Continent had been irrevocably transformed, achieving a grand unification. Yet, this was merely the foundation upon which he would build his aspirations for even greater heights. System. What essential tasks remain for me to inherit the mantle of the Creator God? Yao Chen silently inquired, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire and unwavering determination for the supreme divine position. Ding. The host must assist Qian Rinxue in completing the God King inheritance ceremony, while simultaneously establishing a comprehensive divine cultivation system on the Douluo Continent, ensuring that divine powerhouses are no longer mere legends beyond reach. Upon the completion of these two tasks, the inheritance of the Creator God will be unlocked. Yao Chen nodded slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. The divine king inheritance of Qian Rinxue must be executed flawlessly, as establishing a divine-level cultivation system is pivotal to the future trajectory of the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was sequestered in a mysterious chamber, diligently preparing for the impending divine king inheritance ceremony. Yao Chen was acutely aware that this was the most significant moment of her life, as well as a crucial juncture for the Spirit Hall and the entire Douluo Continent. Master Yao Chen, Hulaina entered gracefully, her demeanor now exuding the poise of a ruler, having shed her former naivete as the heir to the Spirit Empire. The preparations for Senior Qian Rinchue's Divine King inheritance ceremony are nearly complete, but I am concerned about any potential movements from Sea God Island. Yao Chen seized the opportunity to respond, a confident smile playing on his lips. Not to worry, I have already made arrangements. Although Sea God Island is under the protection of Poseidon's power, it cannot stir significant turmoil in the face of the current Spirit Empire. To ensure the smooth progression of Qian Rinchue's Divine King inheritance, Yao Chen had meticulously placed numerous spies throughout the Douluo Continent while dispatching several titled Douluo to monitor the vicinity of Sea God Island. Should any unusual activity arise, the Spirit Hall would be poised to respond immediately. In nurturing the new blood of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen spared no effort. He personally selected a group of exceptionally gifted young soul masters, imparting to them the divine-level cultivation insights he had acquired without reservation. Under his meticulous guidance, these young soul masters made remarkable strides in their abilities, with several already breaking through to level 80, achieving the rank of Soul Douluo. Given time, they would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Spirit Hall. Master Yao Chen, these children are extraordinary. Without your guidance, they might never have embarked on such a magnificent path of cultivation, remarked the elder responsible for instructing these young soul masters. They represent the future of the Douluo Continent and the hope of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen's gaze was resolute as he declared, I intend to ensure that every talented and ambitious child can shine with their own brilliance upon this continent. Simultaneously, with Yao Chen's assistance, Bibi Dong successfully completed her divine inheritance, becoming yet another deity on the Douluo Continent. Her strength underwent a qualitative leap, and her entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Yao Chen, thank you. Without you, I fear I would have long lost myself in darkness, Bibi Dong said, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as she looked at him. Senior, you are too kind. This is a result of your own effort and talent, Yao Chen replied. Now, our shared goal is to assist Qian Rinxue in becoming the Divine King, allowing the glory of the Spirit Hall to illuminate the entire universe. During Qian Rinxue's period of seclusion, Yao Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to establishing the divine-level cultivation system. He synthesized the knowledge he had acquired from his travels with the realities of the Douluo Continent, devising a scientific and systematic approach to cultivation. This methodology not only encompasses all stages from Soul Master to Title Douluo, but also provides a detailed exposition on how to ascend to the divine realm. To validate the feasibility of this cultivation approach, Yao Chen personally selected a few exceptionally gifted soul masters for experimentation. Under his guidance, these soul masters diligently practiced according to the new cultivation methods, achieving astonishing progress in just a few months. Among them, one Soul Douluo, previously stagnating at level 81, successfully broke through the bottleneck to level 82, now merely a step away from becoming a title Douluo. It appears that this divine cultivation system is indeed viable. Yao Chen nodded in satisfaction, now preparing to promote it throughout the Douluo Continent, allowing more individuals the opportunity to embark on the path of divine power. Just as Yao Chen was preparing for the dissemination of this divine cultivation system, Qian Rinxue's seclusion finally came to an end. She emerged slowly from the secret chamber, exuding a powerful and enigmatic aura, already resembling the form of a divine king. Yao Chen, I am ready, Qian Rinxue declared, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as she gazed at him. Yao Chen nodded slightly. Very well, let us commence the Divine King inheritance ceremony. This time, we shall allow the entirety of Douluo Continent to witness your ascendance. The ceremony took place in the sacred grounds of the Spirit Hall, imbued with solemnity and an air of mystery. Yao Chen, alongside formidable allies such as Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu, personally safeguarded Qian Rinxue, ensuring that every aspect of the ritual unfolded seamlessly. Throughout the inheritance process, Qian Rinxue encountered numerous trials, yet, armed with unwavering faith and formidable strength, she overcame each obstacle. At last, amidst a dazzling radiance, Qian Rinxue successfully completed the Divine King inheritance ceremony, emerging as the new Divine King of Douluo Continent. Congratulations to Qian Rinxue on becoming the Divine King. The crowd knelt in reverence, their cheers echoing throughout the sacred grounds. As Qian Rinxue slowly opened her eyes, golden light shimmered within them, signifying her ascension to an unprecedented level of power. Yao Chen, I am profoundly grateful for your unwavering support throughout this journey. Without you, I could never have attained the title of Divine King. You deserve this, Qian Rinxue, Yao Chen replied with a smile. Now that you have become the Divine King, I too am on the verge of striving for the position of creation god. Upon my success, Douluo Continent shall usher in a new era. With Qian Rinxue's ascension as Divine King, the prestige of the Spirit Hall reached unparalleled heights. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen initiated a comprehensive promotion of the divine cultivation system across Douluo Continent. He established cultivation academies in various cities, inviting numerous seasoned soul masters to serve as mentors, thereby offering free guidance to the common folk. In no time, a fervor for cultivation swept across Douluo Continent. Countless commoners, filled with dreams, entered the academies, their abilities steadily enhancing through their diligence and the divine cultivation methods imparted by Yao Chen. In this process, waves of exceptional soul masters emerged, infusing new vigor into the prosperity of Douluo Continent. Finally, Yao Chen arrived at the pivotal moment to challenge for the position of creation god. He ventured alone to a mysterious locale on Douluo Continent, reputed to be the entrance to the realm of the divine system, initiate the inheritance for the creation god position. Yao Chen inhaled deeply, determination gleaming in his eyes. Ding! The inheritance for the creation god position has commenced. Please accept the divine trial. As the system's prompt resonated, a colossal gateway of light materialized before Yao Chen, emanating a powerful and enigmatic aura. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal, prepared to confront an unprecedented challenge. On the other side of the gateway, Yao Chen faced an array of daunting trials and formidable foes. Yet, through his ingenuity, courage, and immense strength, he consistently turned peril into triumph. After a prolonged and arduous battle, Yao Chen finally stood before the creation god position. I, Yao Chen, shall ascend to the creation god position today, he proclaimed, reaching out to touch the radiating divine seat. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged into Yao Chen's being, initiating a profound transformation within him. His prowess continuously ascended, surpassing even the Divine King, transcending all known existences. At long last, Yao Chen successfully ascended to the position of the creator deity, becoming the sovereign of the Douluo Continent and indeed the entire universe. From this day forth, the Douluo Continent shall flourish under my guardianship, embarking on a path toward eternal prosperity. Yao Chen's voice resonated throughout the cosmos, heralding the dawn of a new era. Chapter 46, the prologue of a new age, divine authority and benevolence. The radiance of the creator deity emanated from Yao Chen, and the boundless waves of divine power caused the entire Douluo Continent to tremble in awe. This force was not only a symbol of strength but also signified the inception of a completely new order. Gazing down upon the Douluo Continent from the realm of the divine, Yao Chen's heart brimmed with visions for the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to the position of creator deity. You are rewarded with divine protective power, ensuring the Douluo Continent's tranquility for millennia simultaneously. The divine summoning function is unlocked, allowing the summoning of any historical powerhouse to serve the Douluo Continent. The system's notification echoed in Yao Chen's mind, and he nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation shining in his eyes. The divine protective power promised stability for the future of the Douluo Continent, while the summoning function opened up infinite possibilities for the development of this land. Yao Chen, no, Master Creator Deity, Qian Rinxue, embodying the essence of the Divine King, arrived in the realm of the divine. Her address toward Yao Chen transformed, imbued with reverence and gratitude. Now that you have ascended as the Creator Deity, the Douluo Continent, under your protection, shall undoubtedly usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. However, though the continent may be unified, various factions still stir in the shadows, necessitating careful appeasement. The gaze of Yao Chen is profound, surveying every corner of the continent as if capable of perceiving all. Qian Rinxue, your words ring true. Now that the continent is initially stabilized and the people's hearts remain unsettled, we must first solidify our reign, allowing the populace to genuinely experience the benefits of unity. Yao Chen first turned his attention to the cultivation system of the Spirit Hall. With his divine power bestowed upon it, the resources for training within the Spirit Hall were greatly enriched. The once scarce heavenly materials now surged abundantly in the secret realms across the Douluo Continent under Yao Chen's command. He personally established an exclusive training space for the young soul masters of the Spirit Hall, where the flow of time differed from the outside world. A single day spent in this sanctuary equated to 10 days in the external realm. Children, this is the opportunity granted to you by the Creator God. Cherish it diligently and train hard, so that you may become the pillars safeguarding the Douluo Continent in the future. Hulaina, as the heir to the Spirit Empire, personally supervised the young soul masters entering this training space. She understood well that this new generation of powers would determine the future trajectory of both the Spirit Empire and the entire Douluo Continent. Under Yao Chen's impetus, the divine-level training system took root across the Douluo Continent. Various training academies not only imparted fundamental knowledge of spirit cultivation but also introduced divine-level courses. Yao Chen transformed his insights into divinity into accessible texts, distributing them to every soul master aspiring to ascend to divine rank. It became clear that the path to divinity was not as remote as previously thought. Following the guidance left by the Creator God, I felt myself drawing closer to divinity. A seasoned titled Douluo, after studying Yao Chen's texts, was moved to tears, having been trapped in stagnation for years, now finally glimpsing the hope of breakthrough. Simultaneously, Yao Chen did not forget those forces that had once opposed the Spirit Hall: the Haotian sect, the lower three sects, and Sea God Island. Though temporarily dormant under the strong unification of the Spirit Hall, were not to be underestimated. Yao Chen understood that if their animosity could not be genuinely resolved, peace across the continent would remain a fleeting illusion. Senior Qian Douluo, I beseech you to visit the Haotian sect, Yao Chen said to Qian Douluo. With your esteemed reputation, perhaps you can persuade Tang Sha to set aside his prejudices and integrate into this new order of the Douluo Continent. Qian Douluo accepted the mission. At the Haotian sect, he engaged in an extensive overnight discussion with Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, now that Yao Chen has ascended to become the Creator God, the Douluo Continent has entered a new era. Rather than continuing to resist, it would be more prudent to align with the prevailing tide and seek a new path for the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow, filled with inner turmoil. Once the preeminent sect of the world, the Haotian sect was now required to bow beneath the dominion of the Spirit Hall, a reality he found difficult to accept. Yet, there was merit in Qian Daolia's words. The strength of Yao Chen was evident, and opposition was akin to beating a stone with an egg. Let me ponder this, Tang Xiao finally replied. Meanwhile, at Sea God Island, Yao Chen made a personal appearance. Poseidon, feeling the divine pressure emanating from Yao Chen, was taken aback. You have become the Creator God. With a gentle smile, Yao Chen addressed Poseidon, Senior Poseidon. I bear no ill will. Now that the Douluo Continent is unified, I hope that Sea God Island can join hands with the continent to protect this land together. Your divine power is essential for the stability of Douluo Continent. After a prolonged silence, Poseidon finally nodded and replied, Since you have become the Creator God, bearing the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the continent, Sea God Island shall indeed lend its assistance. However, I hope you will uphold your promises and ensure the tranquility of Douluo Continent. Having resolved the latent crises among various factions, Yao Chen began to harness the power of divine summoning. A myriad of formidable figures flashed through his mind, and ultimately, he chose several illustrious characters who had left indelible marks in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. As a brilliant light enveloped the surroundings, these mighty beings materialized before Yao Chen. We pay our respects to the Creator God, they uttered, kneeling with utmost reverence. Yao Chen proclaimed, You are all legendary figures of the Douluo Continent. Now the land requires your strength. I hope you will assist the Spirit Empire in safeguarding the peace and prosperity of this realm. The formidable individuals accepted their mission, each venturing to critical regions of the Douluo Continent, becoming powerful guardians of their respective territories. Under their imposing presence, the malevolent forces harbored in sinister intentions were thoroughly deterred from any thoughts of rebellion. Through Yao Chen's relentless efforts, the Douluo Continent experienced a genuine era of peace and prosperity. The common folk thrived in tranquility, while the spirit masters enjoyed enhanced training environments and resources. Hulaina, in her stewardship of the Spirit Empire, demonstrated exceptional leadership abilities, implementing Yao Chen's ideals into every policy, transforming the Spirit Empire into a utopia in the hearts of its people. O great Creator God, under your divine protection, the Douluo Continent has found its rightful path. Hulaina reported to Yao Chen about the state of the continent. Yet, as time progresses, new crises may inevitably emerge. Yao Chen nodded slightly, fully aware that the peace of Douluo Continent would not remain untroubled forever. Yet, he was prepared, with the power and wisdom of the Creator God. He would lead the people of Douluo to confront each challenge that the future may present. Hulaina, you have performed admirably, Yao Chen remarked, entrusting the future of the Spirit Empire to her. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. A warm surge filled Hulaina's heart, for she understood that although Yao Chen had ascended to the status of the Creator God, his thoughts remained with Douluo Continent. Under Yao Chen's watchful gaze, Helena turned to depart, resolutely continuing her efforts for the prosperity of the Spirit Empire. Meanwhile, Yao Chen returned to the realm of the gods, embarking on a study to further enhance the overall strength of Douluo Continent. He recognized that in the vast cosmos, Douluo Continent was but a drop in the ocean. To secure an unassailable position in the forthcoming cosmic competition, one must perpetually strengthen oneself. In the realm of the gods, Yao Chen harnessed the divine power of the Creator God to forge an entirely new dimensional space. This space connected various corners of Douluo Continent, and he envisioned transforming it into a super training ground, where spirit masters could engage in more rigorous practical exercises to elevate their combat abilities. As time passed, under Yao Chen's protection, Douluo Continent flourished increasingly. His legendary tale was passed down through generations, becoming a source of inspiration for countless individuals pursuing their dreams and safeguarding peace. Chapter 47. Undercurrents and emerging crises in the new order of Douluo Continent, the Spirit Empire thrived splendidly. Under Helena's meticulous governance and the protection of Yao Chen's divine powers, prosperity permeated the land. In the cities, common spirit masters diligently trained in newly established academies, and the once elusive paths of spirit awakening and cultivation had transformed into a ladder of fate for many. However, Yao Chen, the creator god, was not deceived by the tranquility before him. Each day, he surveyed every corner of Douluo Continent from the realm of the gods, sensing an undercurrent stirring quietly beneath the surface. Ding! A hidden crisis within Douluo Continent was detected, prompting the system to issue a mission to seek out and resolve the mysterious threat lurking deep within the continent. Completion of the mission would reward the comprehension of divine-level laws, granting mastery over the fundamental laws of the universe. Yao Chen felt a sudden chill in his heart. Sensing an underlying crisis, he immediately expanded his spiritual awareness across the entire continent, leaving no stone unturned. At last, in a frozen canyon in the far north, he detected a peculiar fluctuation. This disturbance was subtle and enigmatic, far beyond the capabilities of the existing power structure of Douluo Continent. It seemed that the tranquility of their days was about to be shattered. Yao Chen murmured to himself, his figure flashing as he vanished from the realm of the divine, soaring towards the northernmost reaches. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Helena was engaged in discussions with several elders regarding the development plans for the empire. With the continent now unified, the allocation of cultivation resources needed to be more equitable. We must ensure that every civilian soul master receives sufficient support, she articulated with poise. One elder furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Your Highness, I have been sensing an inexplicable chill emanating from the northern borders recently, as if some ominous presence is stirring. A sudden alarm surged through Helena. The northern borders were indeed in the direction of the far north. Could it be connected to the crisis perceived by Lord Yao Chen? Without hesitation, she dispatched several elite soul masters to investigate the northern borders while she awaited news at the Spirit Hall. As Yao Chen arrived at the farthest northern expanse, stepping into the frozen gorge, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling air that pierced to the bone. This cold was intermingled with an aroma of dark decay, prompting him to furrow his brow in unease. Proceeding with caution, he soon encountered a massive ice wall before him, intricately inscribed with arcane runes that shimmered with an ethereal blue light, emanating a formidable aura of restraint. Drawing closer to the ice wall, Yao Chen meticulously studied the runes. Leveraging the knowledge acquired from his journeys and the wisdom bestowed upon him by the creator deity, he gradually began to decipher their significance. It became apparent that this ice wall was erected by a powerful soul beast monarch from ancient times, intended to seal away a malevolent force lurking deep within the gorge. Indeed, this seemed to be the source of the concealed peril. Yao Chen mused silently. He raised his hand to gently touch the ice wall, seeking to unveil the secrets hidden beyond. At the moment his hand made contact with the icy surface, the wall trembled violently, the runes glowing intensely as a tremendous force of backlash sent Yao Chen staggering several steps backward. Alarmed, he realized that his actions had triggered the wall's protective barrier, potentially loosening the seal. As anticipated, with the quaking of the ice wall, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the gorge, filled with resentment and defiance. At that moment, the soul masters dispatched by Helena arrived at the northern reaches. Upon seeing Yao Chen standing before the ice wall, they promptly approached and offered their respects. Your Excellency, we have come under the command of His Highness Helena to investigate. With a grave expression, Yao Chen spoke. This place is perilous. You must swiftly return to the Spirit Hall and inform Helena to prepare for the impending crisis. The Spirit Masters obeyed his command and departed, while Yao Chen once again turned his gaze towards the icy wall. He understood all too well that retreating at this juncture would be futile. He had to devise a means to reinforce the seal. Otherwise, if that malevolent force were to break free, the Douluo Continent would face an unimaginable catastrophe. The medicinal dust summoned the power of the creator god, attempting to mend the barriers of the ice wall. However, just as he exerted all his strength, the ice wall suddenly erupted, unleashing a torrent of black mist, from which a colossal figure gradually emerged. It was a soul beast of immense stature, exuding an aura of dark decay, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, brimming with boundless malice. After being imprisoned for countless millennia, I have finally regained my freedom. The soul beast let out a furious roar that reverberated throughout the entire northernmost realm. It locked its gaze upon the medicinal dust, asking, "Are you the creator god of this era? Perfect. I shall take your divine blood to commemorate my suffering over these millennia." The demeanor of Yao Chen was one of stoic resolve. Confronted by this sudden formidable foe, he exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. "If you seek divine blood, then let us see if you possess the requisite prowess." With that declaration, Yao Chen summoned his divine power, a formidable aura clashing against the dark essence of the soul beast. The soul beast struck first, opening its enormous maw to unleash a beam of black light, which corroded the very fabric of space along its path with ominous fissures. Yao Chen deftly evaded the assault with a flicker of his form, simultaneously gesturing to unleash a golden divine radiance towards the soul beast. The creature swiped with its colossal claws, shattering the divine light effortlessly. "Is this all you can muster?" It roared disdainfully, before launching another attack with breathtaking speed that left one breathless. The clash between the medicinal dust and the soul beast erupted into a fierce battle, shaking the very foundations of the extreme northern lands, causing the earth to tremble and the icy plains to shatter. Inwardly astonished, Yao marveled at the formidable strength of the soul beast, which seemed to surpass that of an ordinary divine monarch. As the combat unfolded, Yao gradually discerned that the soul beast's power did not originate from the Douluo Continent, but rather from a mysterious realm beyond. It appeared to have been sealed away by ancient powers, and for reasons unknown, the seal had now weakened, granting it the opportunity to escape. It was evident that this confrontation would not conclude easily. Contemplating his strategy, Yao resolved to alter his approach, opting to seek the beast's vulnerabilities rather than engage it head-on. After a series of intense exchanges, he finally identified the beast's weakness, located at its brow a black crystal that seemed to be the core of its power. Seizing the moment, Yao darted towards the soul beast with the swiftness of lightning, conjuring a golden divine sword in his hand, aimed directly at the crystal in the beast's forehead. Sensing imminent danger, the soul beast desperately twisted its body in a futile attempt to evade Yao's strike. However, the latter's speed was unparalleled, and the divine sword swiftly pierced the beast's brow. A piercing scream erupted from the soul beast as its body convulsed violently. Upon impact, the black crystal began to fracture, and as the cracks widened, the beast's power gradually diminished. "No, I refuse to accept this." The soul beast roared in fury, summoning its last reserves of strength to unleash a desperate counterattack. A dark radiance enveloped the entire extreme northern territory, consuming all in its path within the depths of shadow. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen immediately conjured a formidable shield of divine energy, safeguarding both himself and his surroundings. As the radiant light dissipated, the soul beast's body gradually collapsed, its life force steadily fading away. Yao Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Although this battle had been arduous, he ultimately emerged victorious. As he gazed at the fallen soul beast, he could not help but ponder that while this hidden crisis had been temporarily averted, the future of Douluo Continent would likely confront even more unforeseen challenges. At that moment, Hulaina, accompanied by a host of formidable warriors from the Spirit Hall, arrived in the far north. Upon seeing Yao Chen safe and sound, the heavy burden in Hulaina's heart finally lifted. "Oh, Lord of Creation, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed." Yao Chen nodded slightly, the immediate crisis having been averted, yet we must remain vigilant. The seal in this far northern land has been compromised, and other dangers may yet arise. Hulaina solemnly acknowledged, "I understand. I will promptly arrange for personnel to enhance the patrols and guardianship of the far northern territory." With Yao Chen's assistance, the formidable members of the Spirit Hall commenced the re-establishment of the seals in the far northern realm, ensuring that a similar crisis would not recur. Meanwhile, Yao Chen returned to the domain of the divine, pondering the profound implications behind this battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and attaining the comprehension of divine level loss. The system's notification resonated within Yao Chen's mind. With his eyes closed, Yao Chen began to comprehend the divine laws. As his understanding deepened, his strength gradually ascended. He was acutely aware that only by continually enhancing his prowess could he better protect the Douluo Continent and confront the myriad crises that may arise in the future. In the days that followed, the Douluo Continent appeared to bask in tranquility, yet both Yao Chen and Hulaina understood that beneath this calm, there lurked potentially greater unknown dangers. They dared not show the slightest negligence and remained ever vigilant, prepared to embrace new challenges and safeguard the land they cherished. Chapter 48. A new crisis and inheritance. During the peaceful days of the Douluo Continent's return to serenity, Yao Chen immersed himself in the divine realm, diligently grasping the supreme laws. He was enveloped by the radiance of the Creator God, divine power surging within him. Each encounter with the laws granted him a deeper comprehension of the universe's operational principles. Simultaneously, under the dominion of the Spirit Empire, the Douluo Continent was steadily progressing towards prosperity, with common spirit masters flourishing under a new cultivation system and cities brimming with hope and vitality. However, this tranquil period did not endure for long. One day, while in the divine realm, Yao Chen suddenly sensed a peculiar wave of energy, not originating from the Douluo Continent, but emanating from the distant depths of the cosmos. His brow furrowed, and an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Ding! An unknown formidable force was detected approaching the Douluo Continent. The system issued an urgent task to ascertain the source of this mysterious power and avert the impending crisis. Successful completion of the task would yield a reward, the exclusive divine artifact, the Chaos Divine Seal, capable of wielding chaotic power and suppressing all malevolence. Yao Chen felt a sudden chill within, sensing an unknown formidable force. It appeared that the Douluo Continent was poised to confront yet another severe trial. He dared not delay for a moment, immediately extending his consciousness into the depths of the cosmos in an attempt to uncover the source of this enigmatic power. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Spirit Empire, Hulaina was engaged in discussions with the elders regarding plans for the further development of Soul Master education. Suddenly, she perceived a powerful spatial fluctuation, and a wave of alarm washed over her. Could there be yet another unforeseen event? Without hesitation, she dispatched someone to the divine realm to inquire about the situation from Yao Chen. The essence of Yao Chen traversed the cosmos, ultimately uncovering traces of a mysterious force. Before him loomed a colossal black warship, hurtling towards Douluo Continent at an astonishing speed. The vessel emanated formidable energy fluctuations, clearly indicating a level of technology beyond the reach of Douluo. Was this the might of an extraterrestrial civilization? Yao Chen pondered, never having anticipated that Douluo would soon confront an external threat from beyond the stars. In a fleeting moment, he departed from the realm of the gods, materializing in the lofty skies above Douluo, poised to face the impending challenge. The black warship drew closer, swiftly entering the sights of Douluo. The hatch of the ship slowly creaked open, revealing a cadre of alien beings clad in peculiar armor. At the forefront stood a towering extraterrestrial creature, its eyes glowing with a crimson light, wielding a weapon that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. "Are you the sovereigns of this land?" the alien inquired in a strange tongue. Yet through his comprehension of divine laws, Yao Chen found himself capable of understanding its meaning. "I am the creator god of this realm. What brings you here?" Yao Chen inquired with a stern countenance. The alien emitted an unsettling chuckle. "We hail from distant stars, seeking powerful forces within the cosmos. Having heard of the existence of gods on this continent, we have come to investigate. Should you willingly relinquish the power of your deities, perhaps mercy may be granted." A surge of fury welled up within Yao Chen. How audacious these extraterrestrial beings were. If they sought the power of the divine, let us see if they possess the capability to attain it. With that, Yao Chen summoned his divine might, and the oppressive aura of the Creator God enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant. The alien beings, sensing the formidable pressure emanating from Yao Chen, felt a shiver run down their spines. Yet, they did not falter. The leader of the extraterrestrials waved his weapon, issuing the command, "Attack." In an instant, the aliens raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of energy beams toward Yao Chen. Unperturbed, Yao Chen casually waved his hand, and a protective shield of divine energy materialized, effortlessly deflecting all the energy projectiles. "Is this all you are capable of?" Yao Chen scoffed, his form flickering as he appeared amidst the alien horde, conjuring a golden divine sword in his hand, and commenced his assault on the extraterrestrials. Although the aliens were not without strength, they proved to be utterly feeble in the presence of Yao Chen, the Creator God. Wherever the divine sword struck, the aliens fell, their anguished cries echoing through the air. However, Just as Yao Chen believed this battle was nearing its conclusion, a formidable energy beam suddenly erupted from the black warship, its power rivaling that of Yao Chen's divine force. He quickly evaded as the beam struck the ground, triggering a massive explosion that rent the earth asunder. It appeared that this warship was indeed their trump card. Yao Chen contemplated silently, resolving to destroy this vessel and eradicate the threat it posed once and for all. Yao Chen summoned the entirety of his divine power, coalescing it into a colossal golden sphere, imbued with the essence of annihilation. He hurled the sphere towards the obsidian warship, which, during its flight, continuously absorbed the ambient energy, expanding in size. Observing this, the extraterrestrial beings hastily activated the vessel's defense systems. An energy shield materialized around the warship in an instant, endeavoring to withstand Yao Chen's formidable assault. Yet, could his strike be so easily thwarted? The golden sphere collided with the energy shield, shattering it under the immense force, and continued its relentless trajectory towards the warship. No. The alien entities uttered cries of despair. And with a resounding explosion, the black warship was utterly obliterated by the golden sphere, reduced to mere cosmic dust. Yao Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The crisis that had descended from the cosmos had, for the time being, been averted. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. For the future of the Douluo Continent may still be fraught with additional threats from the universe. At this moment, Hulaina, accompanied by the formidable members of the Spirit Hall, arrived at the battlefield. Upon seeing Yao Chen unharmed, the heavy burden in Hulaina's heart was finally lifted. Lord Creator Deity, it is truly a relief to see you safe. Yao Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging that the crisis had been momentarily averted, yet we must remain vigilant. The cosmos harbors numerous unknown perils, and we must be adequately prepared. Hulaina solemnly nodded, expressing her understanding, and vowed to immediately bolster the defensive capabilities of the Spirit Empire while nurturing a greater number of formidable warriors. In the days that followed, Yao Chen began to impart his comprehension of the divine laws to the powerful beings of the Douluo Continent. He established a unique space within the realm of the divine, inviting esteemed warriors such as Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Hulaina to enter, where he personally guided their cultivation. The divine laws are not beyond reach. With earnest dedication, you too shall one day touch the realm of the divine, Yao Chen proclaimed to the assembly. Under Yao Chen's tutelage, the group devoted themselves to mastering the divine laws. Qian Rinxue, leveraging her prowess as a divine king, swiftly grasped some of the fundamental principles, thereby enhancing her strength. Bibi Dong and Hulaina also persevered in their training. Although their progress was comparatively gradual, they remained undeterred. Simultaneously, Yao Chen harnessed the power of the Creator God to establish a formidable defensive barrier surrounding the Douluo Continent. This barrier not only shielded against cosmic assaults but also detected any imminent threats approaching the realm. After a period of diligent practice, the group achieved notable breakthroughs in their understanding of the divine laws. Observing their progress, Yao Chen nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "You have all performed admirably. Now, with your protection, I can rest a little easier regarding the Douluo Continent." Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and obtaining the exclusive artifact of the Creator God, the Chaos Divine Seal. The system's notification resonated within Yao Chen's mind. A surge of joy welled up within Yao Chen as he extended his hand, summoning a divine seal imbued with the essence of chaos. This chaotic divine seal, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes, resonated with formidable power. With the presence of the chaotic divine seal, the safety of the Douluo Continent was further fortified. Yao Chen murmured to himself. In the days to come, the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly encounter various challenges. Yet Yao Chen remained steadfast in his belief that as long as they united in purpose and harnessed their ever-evolving strength and wisdom, they would successfully safeguard the land they cherished, welcoming a future of unparalleled glory. Chapter 49. The Dawn of a New Journey. An uncharted path under the rule of the Spirit Empire, the Douluo Continent flourished like never before, with Yao Chen's divine prowess shining brightly, protecting every inch of this cherished land. Hulaina, as the heir to the Spirit Empire, managed the realm with exceptional diligence. And the training system for common spirit masters became increasingly refined, giving rise to new powerful beings like spring mushrooms after a rain. In the realm of the gods, Yao Chen stood resolutely alongside Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Qian Rinxue exuded the majesty of a divine king, her golden radiance shimmering, while Bibi Dong radiated a frigid elegance, her divine power both restrained and formidable. Though the Douluo Continent stood firm, the unknown threats lurking within the depths of the cosmos remained an ever-present concern. With a profound gaze, Yao Chen looked towards the boundless void, declaring that this new journey we embarked upon was to unravel the mysteries of the universe and seek greater vitality and security for the Douluo Continent. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her expression resolute. With the guidance of the Creator God, I shall dedicate myself fully, for no peril that lies ahead shall impede our progress. Bibi Dawn gently smoothed her sleeves, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. I too am fully prepared. Let us unveil the mysterious veil of this unknown universe. Ding. The system issued a new task: explore the mysterious celestial bodies of the universe and seek the enigmatic crystals containing the power of creation. Successful completion of the task will reward the Creator God's exclusive skill, chaotic retracement, capable of tracing the origins of all things and discerning the essence of all illusions. In the heart of Yao Chen, a surge of determination arose. Should he master this chaotic origin skill, it would greatly enhance his ability to wield the power of creation and safeguard the Douluo Continent. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and opened a portal to the cosmos. Let us proceed, he declared, stepping forth, followed closely by Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. The space portal gradually closed, and the figures of the three vanished from the Douluo Continent, embarking on an unknown journey through the universe. As they traversed the cosmos, the stars twinkled, and the vastness of space brimmed with endless mystery and peril. After an indeterminate span of time, they arrived at a planet enveloped in dense fog. This is the place, Yao Chen discerned, sensing the aura of the mysterious crystal emanating from this celestial body. He attuned himself to the fluctuations of the enigmatic crystal and, with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, descended slowly. Upon touching down, an unusual energy surged toward them, infused with chaos and disorder, seemingly resisting their arrival. Be cautious. This planet may harbor hidden dangers, Yao Chen cautioned, channeling his divine power to form a protective barrier around them. The trio advanced cautiously when, suddenly, a horde of enormous extraterrestrial beings burst forth from the mist. These creatures resembled octopuses but bore sharp fangs. Their writhing tentacles stirred up a foul wind. Humph! How dare they obstruct our path? Bibi Dong scoffed, her death spider emperor martial soul materializing instantly as threads of silk shot forth like blades towards the alien beings. Qian Rinxue, undeterred, summoned the solar divine power, transforming it into streams of golden radiance that repelled the approaching extraterrestrial creatures. Yao Chen stood resolutely in place, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. Waves of divine runes emanated from him, intertwining with the surrounding space to inhibit the movements of the extraterrestrial beings. Under the relentless assault of the trio, the group of alien creatures was swiftly annihilated. They pressed deeper into the planet, and as they drew closer to the enigmatic crystal, the environment grew increasingly bizarre. The ground began to fissure, with scorching magma and strange energy flows erupting from the cracks. The fluctuations of this energy intensified, indicating that the mysterious crystal lay just ahead. Yao Chen quickened his pace. However, just as they were on the brink of discovering the crystal, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the earth. It was a monstrous creature, as massive as a mountain, its body cloaked in black scales, with eyes radiating a blood-red glow and flames billowing from its maw. Qian Rinxue's expression turned grave as she sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast. It seemed this was the guardian of the mysterious crystal. Yao Chen's demeanor hardened as he conjured a golden divine sword in his grasp, preparing to engage with caution. The three formed a triangular formation, encircling the beast. Yao Chen was the first to strike, darting forward like a bolt of golden lightning, his divine sword imbued with the power of the Creator, thrusting fiercely towards the creature's scales. The monster let out a furious roar, swiping its massive claws to deflect Yao Chen's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Bibi Dong unleashed the light of death, a beam of darkness shooting towards the beast, which shuddered upon impact. Qian Rinxue ascended into the sky, gathering her strength to form a colossal sphere of solar energy, hurling it down towards the creature. Upon contact, the sphere detonated with a violent explosion, flames soaring into the heavens. Although the monster had been struck, its formidable strength rendered the attack less than fatal. It retaliated with another fiery breath, waves of flame surging toward the trio like a relentless tide. Yao Chen immediately conjured a divine shield, enveloping the three in protection. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. They needed to identify the creature's weakness. As they evaded the monster's ferocious attacks, the trio meticulously observed its movements. At last, Yao Chen discerned a lighter-scaled patch on the creature's abdomen, seemingly its Achilles heel. I will divert its attention. You two target its belly. Yao Chen instructed Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. With that, Yao Chen soared before the beast, unleashing a formidable aura of divine power that captivated the creature's full attention. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong maneuvered behind the monster, launching their assault. Qian Rinxue's solar divine power manifested as a golden spear, while Bibi Dong's Death Spider Queen energy coalesced into a dark blade. Their combined strikes struck true upon the monster's vulnerable abdomen. A thunderous roar of agony erupted from the creature as its body swayed violently. Observing this, Yao Chen seized the moment, channeling all his divine energy into his sacred sword and thrusting it fiercely toward the creature's weak spot. With a resounding crash, the beast collapsed, disintegrating into a heap of ashes. The trio had triumphed over the monster and, at long last, discovered the enigmatic crystal. The mysterious crystal emanated a gentle radiance, its inherent creation power filling Yao Chen with exhilaration. At last, I have found it. Yao Chen reached out to grasp the crystal, and a surge of potent energy flooded into his being. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and acquiring the exclusive skill of the creator god, Chaotic Origin. With his eyes closed, Yao Chen began to comprehend the skill of Chaotic Origin. As he delved deeper into this ability, he felt as though he could perceive the very origins and evolution of the universe, with all illusions laid bare before him. Let us return to the Douluo Continent with the mysterious crystal, for it is vital to the future of our realm. Yao Chen stowed away the enigmatic crystal and, accompanied by Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, opened the spatial gateway leading back to Douluo Continent. Their figures vanished from this mysterious planet, while their adventurous tale continued to unfold in some distant corner of the cosmos, bringing forth greater possibilities for the future of Douluo Continent through their explorations. Chapter 50, The Cosmic Labyrinth, where crisis and legacy intertwine. At the moment Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong stepped into the cosmos, the spirit empire of Douluo Continent, under the governance of Hulina, thrived. Within the newly established Soul Master Academy, young disciples diligently honed their skills, aspiring to one day fight for the glory of their continent, much like Yao Chen and his companions. Meanwhile, the three adventurers in the universe stood on the precipice of an entirely new journey. This cosmos was vast and unfathomable. Although they had acquired the power of the mysterious crystal, the path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with unknown perils. Yao Chen gazed at the expansive starry sky, his eyes filled with both vigilance and anticipation. Having utilized his chaotic origin ability to conduct an in-depth analysis of the mysterious crystal, he discovered a connection to a formidable power hidden within the depths of the universe. Qian Rinxue gripped the divine artifact in her hand, bestowed upon her by the legacy of the God King, shimmering with golden light in the dim glow of the cosmos. No matter the obstacles that lie ahead, I shall not falter. I am determined to explore the mysteries of the universe alongside the creator deity. Bibi Dong's expression was austere, emanating the pressure of her divine status. I am eager to see what forces in this universe can stand against us. The trio continued to traverse the cosmos, guided by Yao Chen's sensitivity to the mysterious crystal, venturing deeper into the unknown. Soon, they encountered a peculiar planet, its surface cloaked in a vibrant, iridescent membrane, within which flickered an array of mysterious runes, seemingly narrating ancient tales of the universe. The planet exuded an air of strangeness, prompting caution among the group. Yao Chen approached first, cautiously extending his consciousness into the membrane, only to be met with a formidable defensive mechanism. As soon as his thoughts made contact, a force repelled them. Observing this, Qian Rinxue immediately summoned the power of the sun god, attempting to breach the membrane forcefully. Let me give it a try. A golden beam shot towards the membrane, however. It merely quivered slightly before dissipating her divine energy entirely. Bibi Dong joined the effort, channeling the power of the Death Spider Queen into black threads that entwined the membrane. Yet they too failed to penetrate its defenses. Just as despair began to settle in, Yao Chen suddenly recalled the chaotic origin skill. He closed his eyes and invoked the ability, seeking to uncover the origins of the membrane and the means to dismantle it. As the chaotic origin skill unfolded, ancient images began to materialize before Yao Chen's mind's eye. This planet, it turns out, is the remnant of a powerful civilization from ancient times. And the luminous barrier is a defensive mechanism they left behind, accessible only through a specific ritual. I have discovered the method. Yao Chen opened his eyes and shared the means of deciphering it with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Following Yao Chen's guidance, the three positioned themselves at three distinct locations of the barrier, simultaneously infusing their divine power to create a unique energy cycle. Through their concerted efforts, the barrier gradually began to part, revealing the interior of the planet. Before them lay a surface strewn with colossal remnants of buildings, each exhibiting an extraordinary architectural style and emanating an ancient, mysterious aura. As they ventured through the ruins, they uncovered numerous peculiar devices and inscriptions. Utilizing his insight from the chaos source, Yao Chen gradually unraveled the meanings behind the inscriptions. It became apparent that this civilization had once faced a catastrophic disaster. In a bid to preserve the essence of their culture, they sealed all their knowledge and power within the core of the planet. It seems we have indeed arrived at the right place. If we can uncover their cultural legacy, it might bestow immense advancement upon the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen exclaimed with excitement. However, their actions appeared to have awakened some form of guardian force residing within the planet. Suddenly, a horde of mechanical beings surged forth from the ruins, each possessing a peculiar appearance and radiating powerful energy fluctuations, rivaling the strength of tidal Douluo from the Douluo Continent. Be cautious. These mechanical entities are formidable adversaries, Yao Chen promptly warned, summoning the divine power of the Creator God in preparation for battle. Qian Rinxue and Bibidong swiftly adopted a combative stance. Qian Rinxue's solar divine power transformed into streams of golden sword energy, while Bibidong unleashed the light of death, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the mechanical beings. As Yao Chen engaged in battle, he meticulously observed the behavioral patterns of the mechanical beings. He discerned that these entities appeared to be governed by a central control system. Thus, if they could locate and annihilate this control hub, they would dismantle the assault. Qian Rinxu. Bibidong, let us concentrate our efforts on locating their control center, Yao Chen proclaimed. The trio promptly adjusted their strategy, opting to disengage from the mechanical creatures and make their way toward the planet's core. During their advance, they encountered an increasing number of mechanical beings. In the intensity of the conflict heightened, Qian Rinxu and Bibidong found their divine power gradually waning, and their bodies bore the marks of battle. We cannot sustain this for much longer, Qian Rinxu gasped, struggling for breath. Yao Chen furrowed his brows, acutely aware that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He unleashed the skill of chaotic retrospection, tracing back the manufacturing process of these mechanical beings and uncovering their vulnerabilities. Target the energy cores at their joints, Yao Chen shouted, and the trio immediately launched their assault as per his directives. Indeed, upon striking the joints of the mechanical creatures, they swiftly lost their capacity for movement. At long last, they breached the defenses of the mechanical beings and ventured into the core region of the planet. There, they stumbled upon a colossal crystalline apparatus, which was the very device controlling all the mechanical entities. Without hesitation, Yao Chen launched an assault, and the divine power of the Creator God swiftly obliterated the crystal apparatus. As the crystalline structure shattered, all mechanical beings ceased their movements. Deep within the core region, they uncovered the ancestral grounds of this civilization. Here lay an abundance of knowledge and formidable weapons, which Yao Chen meticulously gathered, preparing to bring them back to the Douluo Continent. The bounty from this expedition was immense. This knowledge and armament would serve as a crucial force in the continent's struggle against future perils. Yao Chen expressed his satisfaction, while Qian Rinxue and Bibidong also revealed smiles of relief, aware that although this cosmic journey was fraught with danger, every moment was worthwhile. With their arms laden with treasures, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibidong embarked on their journey back to the Douluo Continent. They understood that the future of the continent would shine brighter due to the adventures they had undertaken. Meanwhile, on the Douluo Continent, Hulaina and countless soul masters eagerly anticipated their return, hoping that the newfound strength and wisdom would usher in a more glorious tomorrow for their land. Chapter 51. A new journey begins, the Divine Path Exploration. After traversing to the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen, leveraging the Divine Selection System, has been instrumental in the ascendance of the Spirit Hall. Now, Bibidong has attained divine status, while Qian Dalu presides over the Hall of Offerings. Under Yao Can's strategic orchestration, the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, along with the Sea God Island, have either submitted or reached a delicate equilibrium with the Spirit Hall. With Yukin's unwavering support, the system generously dispenses various rewards, and he tirelessly cultivates new talent for the Spirit Hall. Thanks to Yao Can's relentless efforts, the continent has achieved unification, allowing common folk to awaken their martial souls, engage in cultivation, and pursue knowledge. Under Yao Can's guidance, Hulaina has successfully ascended to the rank of Tidal Douluo and, through a collective election, has become the heir to the Spirit Empire. The elite members of the Spirit Hall have also significantly enhanced their prowess, thereby laying a robust foundation for the stability and development of the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen gazed upon the flourishing landscape of the Spirit Empire, acutely aware that he had achieved his interim goals. However, his ambitions extended far beyond this. His aspirations reached towards the vast realm of the divine. Qian Rinxue, with unwavering determination, yearned to ascend as the God King. While Yao Chen himself coveted the position of the Creator God, it was time to embark on a new journey. Standing atop the lofty platform of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen stared into the distance, murmuring to himself. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue approached him, with Qian Rinxue's gaze resolute. Yao Chen, I am prepared. Regardless of the arduous challenges that may lie ahead, I shall become the God King. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, affirming, in this endeavor, the three of us shall join forces, and we will undoubtedly carve out a new realm. Yao Chen turned around, gazing at his two beautiful confidants, and smiled, with your companionship, my confidence is immensely bolstered. However, the path ahead remains uncertain, and we must proceed with caution. As they prepared to embark on their journey, Yao Chen meticulously arranged the affairs of the Spirit Empire once more. He left behind a cadre of high-ranking spirit masters to serve as the backbone of the empire and imparted his insights on cultivation, along with some invaluable soul techniques. To the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, these are the assets I bequeath to the Spirit Empire. I hope they will be utilized wisely to continue safeguarding this continent. Yao Chen declared. With all preparations complete, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong set forth on a new adventure. Their first destination was a mysterious ruin, rumored to conceal clues leading to the domain of the gods. The ruin was enveloped in a shroud of enigmatic energy, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This energy was peculiar, seemingly an ancient seal. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, carefully attuning himself to the fluctuations of energy around him. Qian Rinxue attempted to touch the seal with her angelic power, but was repelled by a formidable force. This seal is no trifling matter. We must discover a method to unravel it. Bibi Dong unleashed her Death Spider Emperor power, circling the seal in exploration. I sense that there are special runes within the seal. Perhaps they hold the key to it. The ability bestowed by the divine selection system of Yao Hen allowed him to meticulously scrutinize the runes before him. Drawing upon the extensive knowledge imparted by the system, he gradually discerned the intricacies of these symbols. They appeared to be in ancient language, chronicling the methods to unlock the seal. After considerable effort, Yao Hen finally deciphered the meaning of the runes. Following the prescribed sequence indicated by the runes, he infused soul energy into specific locations surrounding the seal, causing the luminous symbols to flicker and gradually manifest a portal. We have succeeded, exclaimed Qian Rinxue with palpable excitement. The trio stepped through the portal, entering a vast expanse, its walls adorned with an array of strange patterns and inscriptions. As Yao Hen traversed the space, he interpreted the information etched upon the walls. It chronicled the tale of an ancient deity who had left behind guidance leading to the realm of the gods. This place holds the secrets of a primordial god, Yao Hen remarked. As they ventured deeper, they arrived before a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a gem radiating a spectrum of vibrant colors. Upon approaching, the divine selection system suddenly issued a prompt. Ancient artifact detected, the time-space pearl. This gem can assist the user in traversing time and space, seeking the entrance to the realm of the gods. Do you wish to acquire it? Yao Chen resolutely made his choice. The moment he grasped the time-space pearl, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his body, and his mind was flooded with vague hints regarding the usage of the time-space pearl and the entrance to the realm of the gods. This time-space pearl possesses the ability to guide us to the entrance of the realm of the gods, yet the journey will undoubtedly be perilous. Yao Chen conveyed this information to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. No matter how dangerous it may be, we must proceed, Qian Rinxue declared with unwavering determination. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Thus, following the guidance bestowed by the time-space pearl, Yao Chen began to channel his soul power. The time-space pearl radiated brilliance, and the surrounding space began to distort, forming a colossal vortex of time and space. Stay close to me, Yao Chen shouted, stepping boldly into the vortex. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong closely followed. Within the swirling vortex, they felt as if they were immersed in an endless tunnel of time and space, with shadows and lights racing past them. Suddenly, a violent surge of chaotic time and space swept in, threatening to scatter them apart. Yao Chen swiftly unleashed his power, forming a soul force shield that enveloped the three individuals within. Everyone, steady yourselves. Do not panic. After a strenuous struggle, they finally traversed the time-space vortex and arrived at a mysterious continent. The sky displayed an extraordinary array of colors. The earth radiated an enigmatic glow, and the air was suffused with potent energy. This must be the edge of the realm of the divine, Yao Chen remarked. However, no sooner had they landed than they were besieged by a group of enigmatic creatures. These beings were towering in stature, exuding a formidable aura. wielding an assortment of bizarre weapons. Prepare for battle. Qian Rinxu instantly activated her angelic martial soul, the angelic holy sword in her grasp shining with a sacred light. Bibi Dong also unleashed her Death Spider Empress martial soul, spider legs extending from her back as toxic mist enveloped the area. Yao Chen harnessed the mysterious power within him, bracing for the onslaught of these enigmatic beings. Undeterred, the creatures charged towards them with a fierce battle cry. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen executed a potent soul attack, momentarily incapacitating several of the creatures in a dazed state. Qian Rinxue capitalized on this opportunity, swinging her angelic holy sword, a beam of pure white light cleaving through the air and repelling multiple foes. Bibi Dong manipulated her spider legs, directing the toxic mist like arrows towards the creatures, some of which succumbed to the poison, emitting anguished howls. Amidst the intense skirmish, Yao Chen discerned that these mysterious beings appeared particularly sensitive to a specific frequency of soul power fluctuations. He promptly adjusted the output frequency of his soul power and conveyed this revelation to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong through mental resonance. The trio complied with Yao Chen's guidance, recalibrating their soul power frequencies and launching another offensive. This time, their attacks proved remarkably effective, as the enigmatic beings began to falter against their relentless assault. Just as they were on the verge of repelling the creatures, a colossal and more terrifying being emerged. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, and with a thunderous roar, the surrounding space trembled. It appears to be their leader. Everyone, be cautious, Yao Chen warned. The leader swung its massive battle axe, unleashing a dark energy blade aimed directly at the trio. Yao Chen swiftly concentrated his soul power, creating a robust defensive barrier that absorbed the blow. Nevertheless, the force of the energy blade caused them to stagger back several paces. Qian Rinxue unfurled her wings and ascended into the air, invoking divine judgment. As a colossal golden beam descended from above, targeting the mysterious leader, the creature attempted to deflect the beam with its battle axe, but the golden light was overwhelmingly powerful, causing cracks to appear on the weapon's surface. Seizing the moment, Bibi Dong unleashed a toxic assault, sending countless tiny poison needles toward the leader. The needles breached its defenses, penetrating its body. The creature howled in agony, its form beginning to quake violently. At the opportune moment, Yao Chen unleashed his most formidable attack skill, sending forth a torrent of mysterious energy towards the enigmatic leader of the creatures. Under the combined force of the trio's assault, the mysterious leader finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash. After repelling the creatures, Yao Chen and his companions resumed their exploration of this enigmatic continent. They stumbled upon an ancient temple, emanating an aura of mystique, seemingly concealing deeper secrets of the divine realm. This temple may very well be the key to our further inquiry into the domain of the gods, Yao Chen remarked. However, as they approached the temple, powerful barriers suddenly manifested around it, obstructing their path. This barrier appears to be even more formidable than the previous seals. How shall we decipher it? Qian Rinxue inquired, furrowing her brow. Yao Chen once again activated the divine selection system, endeavoring to extract methods to unravel the constraints imposed by the system. The system provided a prompt. One must seek 3 extraordinary divine artifacts, namely the Spring of Life, the Core of the Stars, and the Crystal of Chaos. Once gathered, these artifacts would enable the breaking of the said constraints. Yao Chen conveyed the system's prompt to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. The 3 exchanged glances, comprehending that they were about to embark on yet another arduous quest. In this enigmatic land, would they successfully locate the Fountain of Life, the Core of Stars, and the Crystal of Chaos? Upon deciphering the seals to enter the temple, what astonishing secrets would they unveil? Could Yao Chen assist Qian Rinxue in ascending to the divine throne, and would he himself attain the position of the creator god? Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their efforts to unravel the mysteries. Chapter 52. The Quest for the Mysterious Divine Artifacts. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong found themselves on the enigmatic continent, confronting the formidable barriers surrounding the temple. They understood that gathering the Fountain of Life, the Core of Stars, and the Crystal of Chaos was an urgent necessity. Guided by the obscure clues provided by the divine selection system, they embarked on a challenging quest. The trio initially set their course towards the northern region of the mysterious land, rumored to harbor a valley shrouded in perpetual mist, where the Fountain of Life might be concealed. Along their journey, the extraordinary sights of the continent rendered them spellbound, as they encountered a plethora of unfamiliar spirit plants and soul beasts. The energy fluctuations in this realm were exceedingly intricate, compelling them to remain ever vigilant. Yao Chen, While observing their surroundings, cautioned Qian Ringshu and Bibidong to stay alert. Suddenly, a group of unicorn-like soul beasts erupted from the thicket, radiating a soft glow, their horns shimmering with enigmatic power. These creatures appeared to regard Yao Chen and his companions as intruders, launching an unceremonious attack. Qian Ringshu was the first to strike. With a flourish of her angelic holy sword, a beam of pure light cleaved towards the horde of soul beasts. Several unicorn soul beasts were struck by the brilliance, but merely staggered back, their horns converging to form a defensive barrier that withstood Qian Ringshu's onslaught. Bibidong let out a scornful laugh, unleashing the venom of the Death Spider Emperor. A black mist swiftly enveloped the group of soul beasts. The unicorn soul beasts began to exhibit mild symptoms of poisoning, their movements growing sluggish. Yao Chen seized the opportune moment to unleash a soul shock, a formidable surge of spiritual energy that instantly penetrated the consciousness of the unicorn soul beast. Some of the soul beasts were unable to withstand the assault and collapsed onto the ground, while the remainder, sensing the impending peril, hastily retreated. It appears that the soul beasts inhabiting this continent are far from ordinary. We must remain vigilant, Yao Chen remarked. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the Misty Valley. A dense fog enveloped the valley, shrouding it in low visibility. And within the mist seemed to reside a peculiar force that disrupted their senses. Everyone, exercise caution. This fog possesses an unusual quality and may conceal dangers, Yao Chen cautioned. The trio proceeded cautiously through the valley, and suddenly, a vast lake came into view. The waters shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating a gentle radiance. It was indeed the life spring they had been seeking. However, surrounding the lake stood a colossal tortoise-shaped soul beast. This creature, towering like a mountain, boasted scales that gleamed with a metallic luster, its eyes half closed, warily observing Yao Chen and his companions. The aura of this soul beast was immensely powerful, at least approaching a divine level, Qian Ringshu whispered. After a moment of contemplation, the medicine dust remarked, "Let us strive to avoid conflict with it, and explore the possibility of acquiring the fountain of life through peaceful means." Yao Chen stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the tortoise-shaped spirit beast, saying, "Esteemed elder, we harbor no intention of offense. We are merely in urgent need of the fountain of life to unravel a certain restriction and save this continent from impending peril. We earnestly beseech your leniency." The tortoise-shaped spirit beast slowly opened its eyes, a glimmer of wisdom flickering within. In a deep voice, it replied, "The fountain of life is a treasure I am sworn to protect. How could it be so easily bestowed upon others? If you can pass my trials, I shall grant you the fountain of life." Yao Chen and his companions exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The tortoise-shaped spirit beast opened its enormous mouth, transmitting a wave of mental energy into their minds. "Your trial lies within this misty valley, where you must seek out 3 concealed keys. These keys will unlock the treasure chest upon my back, within which resides the secret of the spring of life. You have but one day. Should you fail to find them, I implore you to depart." With that, the tortoise-shaped spirit beast closed its eyes, disregarding them henceforth. Instantly, Yao Chen and his companions dispersed, embarking on their quest for the keys within the valley. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, occasionally beset by illusions that clouded their judgment. Qian Ringshu, beside a colossal stone, stumbled upon peculiar runes. After meticulous examination, she discerned that the runes pointed towards a hidden nook in the valley. Following the guidance, she soon uncovered a key radiating a faint glow beneath a rock. Simultaneously, Bibidong sensed something amiss amidst a cluster of flowers. Utilizing her mental prowess, she discovered a concealed passageway beneath the blooms. Upon entering the dark tunnel, she found the second key. In the depths of the valley, the medicine dust, through its perception of energy fluctuations, uncovered a hidden chamber behind the waterfall. Within the sanctum, it discovered the final key. The 3 companions returned to the tortoise-shaped spirit beast, who gave a slight nod and said, "Insert the key into the lock upon my back." According to the guidance of the tortoise-shaped spirit beast, Yao Chen and the others inserted 3 keys into the 3 lock holes on its back. With a crisp sound, the treasure chest on the beast's back opened, revealing a jade vial, the very container that held the spring of life. "You have successfully passed the trial, and this spring of life shall be bestowed upon you. However, remember, it must not be used for malevolent purposes," the tortoise-shaped spirit beast proclaimed. After expressing their gratitude to the tortoise-shaped soul beast, Yao Chen and his companions resumed their quest for the celestial core, guided by the clues provided by the system. It was suggested that the celestial core might be found within a volcano on the mysterious continent. Upon reaching the base of the volcano, They were met with a torrent of searing magma erupting from the crater, with temperatures soaring to extremes that rendered it impossible for ordinary soul masters to approach. The heat emanating from this volcano is beyond imagination. We must devise a way to draw nearer to its interior, Bibi Dong remarked. The medicinal dust circulated with their spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier upon their bodies to withstand the searing heat. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong promptly followed suit, and the trio commenced their journey into the depths of the volcano. Within the volcanic interior, they encountered a myriad of monstrous beings, forged from the solidified magma. These creatures were colossal in stature and remarkably agile, relentlessly launching assaults upon them. Yao Chen unleashed his mastery over flame manipulation, attempting to communicate with the magma creatures, only to discover their utter lack of consciousness as they instinctively attacked any intruder. It appeared that a forceful breakthrough was the only option. Qian Renxue wielded the angelic holy sword, as the sacred flames clashed with those of the magma beasts, resulting in intense energy fluctuations. Bibi Dong unleashed her spider legs, repelling the approaching magma creatures. Meanwhile, Yao Chen sought the weaknesses of these monsters, discovering that their core regions were notably fragile. Attack their cores, he commanded. The trio concentrated their efforts on assaulting the magma beast's cores, and after a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in driving the creatures back. Venturing deeper into the heart of the volcano, they stumbled upon a colossal magma pool, with the core of the stars suspended at its center. The core radiated a brilliant light, starkly contrasting with the surrounding searing magma. Just as they prepared to seize the core, the volcano suddenly trembled violently, and a massive magma giant rose from the depths of the pool. Towering several dozen meters high, the magma giant emitted an aura of terrifying heat, roaring as it swung its colossal fist towards Yao Chen and his companions. Be cautious. Yao Chen swiftly conjured a soul power shield to block the magma giant's strike. However, the shield wavered precariously under the onslaught of intense heat and overwhelming force. Qian Renxue ascended into the air, invoking angelic descent, as a magnificent golden beam shot towards the magma giant. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong unleashed the ultimate skill of the Death Spider Queen, a black energy beam colliding with Qian Renxue's attack against the magma giant. Under the force of their combined assaults, cracks began to appear on the giant's body. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen executed his most powerful strike, a torrent of mysterious energy crashing into the magma giant. With their collaborative efforts, the magma giant fell thunderously to the ground, transforming into a pool of molten rock. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen advanced and successfully obtained the core of the stars. At this moment, only the Crystal of Chaos remained undiscovered. According to the system's prompt, the Crystal of Chaos lay hidden within a mysterious forest on the enigmatic continent. A forest reputed to be teeming with bizarre phenomena and formidable soul beasts. Yao Chen, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong, bearing the Fountain of Life and the Core of Stars, ventured towards the enigmatic forest. Upon reaching the entrance, they were enveloped by a mysterious and perilous aura. As they entered the forest, towering trees obscured the sun, and an unsettling silence pervaded the surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed, and a phantasmagoric group of spirit beasts materialized before them. These ethereal beings, devoid of physical form, unleashed formidable mental assaults. Be cautious, for these spirit beasts possess potent mental attacks, Yao Chen warned while bracing against the psychic onslaught. Qian Renxue unfurled her wings, emanating a sacred light in an attempt to dispel the ghostly entities. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong employed a technique of mental interference, disrupting the rhythm of the spirit beast's attacks. Harnessing his soul power, Yao Chen countered the mental strikes of the phantoms. Amidst the fierce battle, Yao Chen discerned that the spirit beast appeared particularly sensitive to a specific frequency of soul waves. Swiftly, he adjusted his own soul wave frequency and communicated this method to Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. The trio, adhering to Yao Chen's guidance, recalibrated their soul wave frequencies and launched a renewed assault. The spirit beasts faltered, their mental attack significantly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen and his companions retaliated, successfully driving the ghostly foes back. Delving deeper into the forest, they encountered a myriad of peculiar phenomena, including areas of temporal distortion and zones of spatial upheaval. Yet, with Yao Chen's acumen and the trio's combined prowess, they overcame each challenge. At last, in the heart of the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient altar, upon which lay the Chaos Crystal. However, guarding the altar was a mystical phoenix spirit beast. Its entire form was engulfed in resplendent flames, and its gaze emanated immense authority. The phoenix spirit beast regarded Yao Chen and his companions and inquired, "What brings you here?" Yao Chen stepped forward and declared, "We require the Chaos Crystal to unravel a certain enchantment and save this land. I humbly beseech you, esteemed elder, to bestow upon us the Chaos Crystal." The Phoenix Soul Beast gazed at them, and after a brief pause, responded, "If you can answer 3 of my questions to my satisfaction, I shall grant you the Chaos Crystal." Yao Chen and others nodded in agreement. The Phoenix Soul Beast began to inquire, "What is the true essence of divinity?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen remarked, "The essence of divinity lies in safeguarding and guiding, bestowing formidable power to protect all beings and directing life towards illumination and progress." The Phoenix Soul Beast nodded slightly and inquired further, "Between strength and wisdom, which holds greater significance?" Qian Rinxue responded, "Strength and wisdom complement each other. Neither can be overlooked. Without strength, wisdom finds no avenue for application. Devoid of wisdom, strength becomes mere brute force. Only by possessing both can one achieve greatness." A flicker of approval gleamed in the eyes of the Phoenix Soul Beast as it posed its final question, when confronted with an insurmountable foe. "What course of action should one take?" Bibidong replied, "Even in the face of an unbeatable adversary, one must not relent. One can maneuver strategically to uncover their weaknesses, or unite all possible forces to confront the challenge collectively." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Soul Beast let out a resonant call and declared, "Your responses have pleased me. This crystal of chaos shall be bestowed upon you." Yao Chen and his companions successfully acquired the crystal of chaos, gathering 3 divine artifacts in total. With these sacred relics in hand, they returned to the temple, poised to unravel the intricate seals. As they placed the fountain of life, the core of stars, and the crystal of chaos in their designated spots upon the barrier, a radiant light flickered, gradually dissipating. The temple's grand doors creaked open, releasing a powerful and enigmatic aura that enveloped them. What secrets lay within the temple, awaiting their discovery? Could Yao Chen harness these revelations to aid Qian Rinxue in ascending to divinity, and might he himself stride toward the coveted position of Creator God? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their exploration. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 53, Secrets of the Temple and the Emergence of Crisis. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibidong successfully unraveled the temple's restrictions, stepping cautiously into the ancient edifice imbued with an aura of mystery. The interior of the temple was shrouded in dim light, with walls adorned by gemstones that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating their path. The air was thick with a sense of antiquity, as if echoing the tales of bygone eras. "Be cautious. This place seems to harbor countless unknown dangers," Yao Chen whispered, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. The trio advanced along a narrow passage, flanked by walls etched with an array of peculiar patterns and ancient script. Armed with the knowledge bestowed by the divine selection system, Yao Chen meticulously deciphered these inscriptions, seeking valuable insights. The texts bore fragments regarding the legacy of the gods, suggesting that this had once been a site of power transfer from a long-forgotten deity. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, muttering as he interpreted the writings. Suddenly, a luminous screen materialized ahead, revealing vivid scenes of ancient deities engaged in epic battles. The gods depicted wielded world-shattering power, their clashes transforming the heavens and causing stars to fall. "It appears the competition within the realm of the divine is far more intense than we had anticipated," Qian Rinxue remarked, her heart weighed down by trepidation for the path that lay ahead. At that moment, the luminous screen vanished, replaced by an expansive hall. In the center stood a colossal statue, representing a deity clad in resplendent robes. Its features were obscured, yet it exuded an aura of reverence. At the base of the statue rested an ancient tome, emanating a soft glow. As Yao Chen approached to grasp the tome, the statue's eyes suddenly ignited, unleashing a powerful surge of energy toward them. Not good. Yao Chen swiftly conjured a soul power shield, shielding Qian Rinxue and Bibidong behind him. The energy wave collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar as the barrier trembled violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. "This statue has been imbued with some form of protective mechanism. We must proceed with caution." Yao Chen gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to maintain the shield. Qian Rinxue and Bibidong quickly sprang into action. Qian Rinxue unfurled her angelic wings, her angelic sword radiating with brilliance, poised to strike. Bibidong summoned the power of the Death Spider Queen, her spider legs extending from her back, releasing a toxic mist that enveloped the hall. The statue emitted a low, thunderous roar, its massive arms swinging towards Yao Chen and the others. Seizing the moment, Yao Chen contracted the soul power shield before suddenly expanding it outward, partially negating the statue's attack. Qian Rinxue took advantage of the opportunity, soaring into the air to unleash angelic judgment. A robust beam of golden light descended from above, striking the statue with force. The statue trembled slightly, revealing fine cracks upon its surface. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong manipulated the toxic mist, swiftly ensnaring the statue within its grasp, the mist corroding the statue's exterior with a sizzling sound. However, the power of the statue was beyond imagination. With a mighty swing, it dispersed the poisonous mist while its other arm reached for Qian Rengshu. Though she skillfully evaded, the statue's fingertips grazed her, causing several feathers to fall from her wings. Observing this, Yao Chen immediately unleashed a soul shock, bombarding the statue's consciousness with formidable spiritual energy. Under the combined assault of the trio, the statue's movements gradually slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen darted towards the ancient tome on the statue's pedestal and grasped it firmly. At the very moment he lifted the tome, the statue ceased its attack and slowly reverted to its original state. A sigh of relief escaped Yao Chen's lips as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. At last, this predicament was temporarily resolved. Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong also relaxed their guard and approached Yao Chen's side. As Yao Chen perused the ancient text, he discovered it contained rules regarding the realm of the divine and methods to enhance divine power. The information within was of utmost importance to them, potentially aiding their advancement in the divine domain, Yao Chen remarked. Yet, just as they were engrossed in the tome, a sudden surge of potent energy reverberated from outside the temple. A sense of alarm gripped Yao Chen's heart as he exclaimed, "This is not good. It seems a formidable enemy is approaching." The three swiftly exited the temple to find the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, a colossal black beam of light piercing through the heavens and descending near the temple. Within the beam, a figure gradually emerged, radiating an aura of darkness, wielding a long sword that emanated an eerie glow. "You intruders dare to disturb my slumber. Today marks your demise," the mysterious figure bellowed. Yao Chen scrutinized the enigmatic figure, sensing the overwhelming and malevolent aura emanating from him. "It appears we have encountered a grave predicament. This mysterious individual's strength is likely on par with ours." Qian Renshue tightened her grip on the angelic holy sword and declared, "Regardless of his identity, we shall not falter." Bibi Dong also unleashed her formidable presence, bracing herself for a fierce confrontation with the mysterious man. The figure let out a chilling laugh, brandishing his sword as a wave of dark energy surged toward them. As the energy passed, it seemed to rend the very fabric of space, leaving behind a gaping chasm of darkness. Yao Chen swiftly unleashed his soul power, forming a barrier of ethereal energy ahead. The sword aura collided with the barrier, shattering it in an instant. The immense shockwave forced Yu Chen and his companions back several paces. Qian Renshue was the first to counterattack, unfurling her wings and rushing towards the mysterious figure with remarkable speed. The angelic holy sword radiated a divine brilliance as she struck at the enigmatic being. Unfazed, the mysterious figure elegantly waved his sword, conjuring a dark energy shield that effortlessly absorbed Qian Renshue's assault. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong sought an opportunity, discreetly releasing threads of silk in an attempt to ensnare the mysterious figure. Sensing her movements, the enigmatic figure's gaze flickered with disdain, with a mere flick of his wrist. A surge of dark energy obliterated the threads in an instant. Yao Chen observed from a distance the mysterious figure's methods of attack and defense, endeavoring to discern his vulnerabilities. He noted that although the enigmatic one's dark energy shield was formidable, it exhibited brief fluctuations in energy after each strike. "Qian Renshue, continue your assault," to divert his attention. "Bibi Dong, let us time our most powerful strike to coincide with the fluctuations of his shield." Yao Chen conveyed his strategy through telepathy to Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong. Qian Renshue launched another offensive, relentlessly wielding the angel's sacred sword, unleashing streams of golden light aimed at the mysterious figure. The enigmatic one parried her strikes with his long sword, occasionally countering with dark sword energy. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong readied herself, her gaze fixed intently on the shield. At last, following a particularly forceful strike from Qian Renshue, the dark energy shield exhibited a fluctuation. "Now," Yao Chen shouted, exerting all his strength to release a powerful soul impact. While Bibi Dong simultaneously unleashed the ultimate skill of the Death Spider Queen, directing a beam of black energy towards the mysterious figure. Sensing impending danger, the enigmatic one attempted to reinforce his shield, but it was too late. The soul impact and the black energy beam struck his shield simultaneously, shattering it instantly and sending a tremendous force crashing into him. The mysterious figure emitted a pained roar, propelled backward, regaining his composure. His eyes brimmed with anger and resentment as he declared, "You lot possess some skill. But this is not over. I will ensure you pay dearly." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Yao Chen and the others understood that the mysterious figure would not relent. They must hasten their efforts to enhance their strength in preparation for the impending greater crisis. It seems our journey in the realm of the gods is fraught with challenges. We must delve into the ancient texts to augment our power, Yao Chen remarked. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. The three, armed with the ancient texts, returned to the temple's interior to begin their study on utilizing the information to bolster their might. Unbeknownst to them, the mysterious figure was clandestinely scheming a grander plot. And an even greater crisis was silently encroaching. What astonishing secrets might they uncover during their research of the ancient texts? How will they confront the impending retribution from the mysterious figure? Can Yao Chen successfully aid Qian Rinxue in ascending to the position of God King? And will he himself achieve the divine status of the Creator God? All remain shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their exploration and resolution. Chapter 54. A new journey begins. The new era of the Wuhuan Empire amidst the tumultuous tides of Douluo Continent. Yao Chen, a powerful being from another world, has become a pivotal figure in shaping the fate of this land, thanks to his divine selection system. His arrival has utterly rewritten the course of the original narrative, allowing the Wuhuan Palace to surge forward triumphantly in the struggle for supremacy. Upon crossing into the Douluo Continent, Yao Chen awakened an unprecedentedly formidable martial soul, his extraordinary talent astonishing the entire realm. Fully aware of the potential of the spirit hall within this land, he unhesitatingly immersed himself in its depths. Resolutely determined to assist the hall in dominating Douluo and to aid Qian Rinxue in ascending to the divine throne, while he himself harbored grand ambitions of challenging the Creator God's position. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance and resource allocation, the strength of the spirit hall surged rapidly. Utilizing the rare resources and unique cultivation methods bestowed by his system, he nurtured a continuous influx of new talent for the hall. Commoners who once struggled along the arduous path of cultivation were granted the opportunity to awaken their martial souls and embark on their training journeys with Yao Chen's support. In a short span, the spirit hall brimmed with exceptional individuals, its power ascending to unprecedented heights. With Yao Chen's assistance, Bibi Dong successfully overcame numerous obstacles to attain divinity. Her prowess reached an unparalleled zenith, establishing her as an indomitable pillar of the spirit hall. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo, within the Hall of Offerings, sensed the transformative power brought forth by Yao Chen, growing increasingly reliant on this enigmatic powerhouse. The Haoyan sect, once the paramount of the top three sects, found itself compelled to reassess its position under the mounting pressure of the spirit hall's burgeoning strength. Similarly, the lower three sects and Sea God Island were taken aback by the hall's rise, fortifying their defenses while discreetly observing the unfolding situation. As the spirit hall's might continued to amplify, Yao Chen diligently completed a series of tasks issued by his system, reaping substantial rewards. These accolades not only further enhanced his own abilities, but also injected new vitality into the hall's development. Yao Chen judiciously distributed the precious techniques and treasures acquired from the system among the elites of the spirit hall, facilitating a qualitative leap in their strengths. Under Yao Chen's tutelage, Hulaina diligently honed her skills, successfully breaking through to become a titled Douluo. Her wisdom and prowess distinguished her among the myriad disciples of the spirit hall, leading to her election as the successor of the spirit empire. Yao Chen deeply understands that to truly unify the continent, not only is formidable military power necessary, but it is also essential for the entire populace to reap the benefits of cultivation. Thus, with the support of the spirit hall, he established academies for spirit awakening and cultivation across the continent, granting the common people the opportunity to engage in spirit cultivation. This initiative garnered heartfelt support from the masses, and the prestige of the spirit hall soared to unprecedented heights. Through Yao Chen's meticulous planning and strategy, the spirit hall ultimately fulfilled its grand ambition of unifying the Douluo Continent. The once fractious major powers, faced with the undeniable might of the spirit hall, chose to surrender. A new spirit empire rose majestically above the Douluo Continent, heralding a new chapter of peace and prosperity. As the continent unified, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong recognized that their journey was far from over. Greater aspirations awaited them, beckoning them to strive for the throne of the God King and even the position of the Creator God. They laid down sufficient foundation and safeguards for the spirit empire, ensuring the arrangements for its continued development. The new leadership, under the guidance of Hulaina, managed this vast empire in an orderly manner, while the younger generation, who had grown alongside Yao Chen, became the backbone of the empire, safeguarding the hard-won peace. When all was prepared, Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong embarked on a new expedition. Their figures gradually faded into the horizon of the Douluo Continent, venturing towards the unknown realms of the divine world. There, even more intense challenges and greater glories awaited them. While the legendary tales of their exploits would forever be recounted across the Douluo Continent. Chapter 55, Ascending to the Divine Pinnacle. A new journey begins in the vast and boundless world of the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall, bolstered by Yao Chen's influence, had become the absolute dominator of this land. The former conflicts and divisions were utterly resolved, and the banner of the Spirit Empire fluttered triumphantly across every inch of the continent. Yet, this was merely a significant milestone in Yao Chen's grand and tumultuous life. At this moment, they were poised to embark on an even grander and more enigmatic journey. Yao Chen stood atop the towering main hall of the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the revitalized Spirit Empire. He reminisced about his arrival. When he awakened an unparalleled martial spirit through the divine selection system, a formidable talent that allowed him to swiftly rise to prominence on the Douluo Continent. From that moment onward, he resolved to transform the landscape of this realm, to assist the Spirit Hall in achieving supremacy, to elevate Qian Rinxue to the status of a divine king, while aspiring to ascend to the exalted position of the Creator God himself. Throughout this journey, with Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, Bibi Dong successfully condensed her divine essence, attaining her own divine rank. The immense divine power she wielded augmented her presence, establishing her as the indomitable core of the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo, witnessing the transformative impact Yao Chen had on the Spirit Hall from the Worship Hall, found his admiration and trust for him growing daily. Once a dominant force, the Haoyan sect was compelled to retreat in the face of the Spirit Hall's meteoric rise. The lower three sects and the Sea God Island, while still maintaining a degree of strength, found themselves yielding to the absolute dominance of the Spirit Empire in this new era. Yao Chen, leveraging the substantial rewards granted by the system, not only continuously enhanced his own strength but also devoted himself to nurturing new talents for the Spirit Hall. He established a comprehensive system for martial spirit awakening and cultivation across the continent, granting every common citizen the opportunity to awaken their martial spirit and embark on the path of cultivation. Countless aspiring youths, guided by Yao Chen, began their own legendary journeys. Among them, Hulaina stood out, under Yao Chen's rigorous tutelage and an abundance of resources. She successfully broke through to become a titled Douluo through her own diligence and innate talent. Her exceptional leadership and wisdom led her to be elected as the successor of the Spirit Empire. Today, under Hulaina's leadership, the affairs of the Spirit Empire are progressing in an orderly manner. The younger generation, having grown alongside Yao Chen, has become the backbone of the empire, safeguarding the peace of this continent and perpetuating the glory of the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen understood that he, along with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, would soon depart from the Douluo Continent to pursue higher divine ranks in the divine realm. Hence they ensured that they left behind a solid foundation and security for the Spirit Empire before their departure. Yao Chen meticulously compiled some exceedingly precious techniques and secret manuals from the system rewards into a tome, which he entrusted to Hulaina. He elaborated on the essential points and considerations for cultivating these techniques. Nana, these methods represent the essence I have accumulated over the years. I hope you will safeguard them diligently, allowing the elites of the empire to continuously enhance their prowess, Yao Chen imparted earnestly. Hulaina received the manuals with both hands, her eyes filled with determination and gratitude. Rest assured, Master, I will not betray your expectations. I shall lead the Spirit Empire towards an even more glorious future. Qian Rinxue also imparted her insights and experiences from years of cultivation to the younger generation of the empire without reservation. She encouraged them to embrace challenges and continuously push their limits. You are the future of the Spirit Empire. Only by growing stronger can the empire enjoy lasting peace. Qian Rinxue's words flowed like a warm current, resonating in the hearts of every young spirit master. Bibi Dong personally selected a group of loyal and formidable spirit masters to form an elite guard responsible for protecting the empire's core secrets and vital facilities. She subjected these spirit masters to rigorous training, ensuring they could rise to the occasion and defend the dignity of the empire in critical moments. Once all preparations were complete, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong stood at the threshold of the entrance from Douluo Continent to the divine realm. They exuded a powerful aura, filled with anticipation for the unknown challenges ahead and a belief in their inevitable victory. Douluo Continent. We are about to depart, yet our legends shall forever remain here. Yao Chen whispered softly. With a radiant flash of light, their figures vanished at the entrance, embarking on a new journey towards the divine realm. Awaiting them were fiercer contests for divine positions and more brutal challenges. However, Yao Chen was confident that, with their strength and wisdom, they would carve out a realm of their own in the divine realm, steadily advancing towards the position of the creator god. Meanwhile, on Douluo Continent, the valiant deeds of Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong continued to be celebrated. Their stories became an inexhaustible source of motivation for generations of spirit masters to strive forward. Under Hu Lai's leadership, the spirit empire thrived, becoming a symbol of the most glorious era in the history of Douluo Continent. A new legend was quietly taking shape on this ancient land, and the adventures of Yao Chen and his companions had only just begun. Chapter 56. Entering the Divine Realm. Storms brew beneath the surface, crossing through the mysterious light gate that linked Douluo Continent with the Divine Realm. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong were enveloped in an extraordinary radiance as they slowly stepped into the domain of the Divine Realm. The sights before them were starkly different from those of Douluo Continent, as a dense essence of divine power permeated the air like a tangible mist. Each was brimming with boundless energy. This is the Divine Realm, Qian Rinxue murmured softly, her eyes alight with curiosity and anticipation. She had longed to become a god king. And now, standing in this realm of deities, she felt as though she had drawn closer to her goal. The medicinal dust nodded slightly, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Although the surface appeared tranquil and serene, he sensed the countless hidden eyes lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. We have just arrived. Caution is paramount. The powers within the divine realm are intricately woven, and we must swiftly ascertain our circumstances. Bibi Dong, wielding the scepter of the Death Spider Emperor Spirit, bore a grave expression. Regardless of the challenges we may face, united, we shall prevail. As the three conversed, a few streaks of light suddenly soared from the distance, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. As the radiance faded, several deities adorned in resplendent divine attire emerged. At the forefront stood a formidable middle-aged man, exuding a powerful aura of lightning. It was Thor, the god of thunder. Are you the new deities from the Douluo Continent? Thor inquired, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing them from head to toe. Yao Chen stepped forward, exuding an air of confidence as he spoke. Indeed. As newcomers, we humbly seek the guidance of our esteemed divine friends. Soul let out a cold snort. Guidance? In the realm of deities, power is paramount. If you wish to establish your presence here, you must demonstrate your true capabilities. At that moment, a goddess of graceful stature, radiating the essence of healing, interjected, Soul, why must you make things difficult for them? Since they have arrived, they are now part of the divine realm. I am Eve, the goddess of life, and I extend my warmest welcome to you all. Yao Chen and his companions expressed their gratitude to the goddess of life. Yet they understood that acceptance within the divine realm was far from straightforward. In the ensuing days, they embarked on a quest to uncover the rules and power dynamics of the celestial domain. Utilizing the divine selection system, Yao Chen diligently completed various tasks to enhance his strength, simultaneously sharing the precious rewards bestowed by the system with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. During an expedition to explore ancient ruins, the system presented a pivotal choice. Hidden within the ruins lay a formidable artifact, yet it was fraught with peril. Option 1. Enter the ruins alone to seize the artifact, risking the chance of a near-fatal encounter. Option 2. Join forces with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, thereby increasing the likelihood of success, albeit with potential disputes over the artifact's ownership. Option 3. Forgo this exploration, awaiting a more opportune moment. Yao Chen pondered briefly before opting for the second choice. He was acutely aware that in this unfamiliar divine realm, the strength of teamwork was paramount. The trio entered the ruins together, where myriad traps awaited them, and formidable guardian beasts emerged incessantly. Yet, through their harmonious cooperation and formidable prowess, they overcame each challenge. At last, deep within the ruins, they discovered the artifact known as the Chaos Pearl, which harbored the immense power from the primordial chaos. Possessing it would significantly enhance their strength. However, just as they were poised to claim the Chaos Pearl, the ruins suddenly trembled violently. And an ancient voice resonated. To take the Chaos Pearl, you must first pass my trial. A colossal apparition materialized, revealing the guardian of the ruins, the Chaos Demon God. With immense power, the Chaos Demon God unleashed cataclysmic assaults. Yao Chen and his companions did not dare to underestimate their opponent. They summoned their utmost abilities to engage in battle. Qian Rinxue activated her angelic armor, wielding the angelic holy sword that radiated a divine glow, each swing imbued with potent purifying force. Bibi Dong summoned the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, unleashing waves of death energy and spiritual attacks upon the Chaos Demon God. Yao Chen pushed his martial spirit powers to their zenith, utilizing various divine techniques bestowed by the system, engaging in a fierce struggle against the Chaos Demon God. After a heart-stopping battle, they ultimately triumphed over the Chaos Demon God and successfully obtained a Chaos Pearl. Yet, they understood that this was merely the first challenge within the divine realm, with countless trials and tribulations awaiting them ahead. Meanwhile, on the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Empire, under the leadership of Hulaina, continued to flourish. Hulaina further refined the cultivation system left by Yao Chen, nurturing wave after wave of exceptional soul masters. The younger generation that had grown alongside Yao Chen had now become the backbone of the empire, safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent and carrying forth the glory of the Spirit Hall. In the divine realm, the names of Yao Chen and his companions gradually spread. Certain factions began to harbor hostility towards them, particularly the established deities who feared their potential threat to their own dominion. Nevertheless, Yao Chen and his allies remained undaunted. They understood that to ascend to the rank of a god-king and even challenge the creator-goddess position, they must carve a path of blood through the trials of this challenging divine realm. As time passed, with the aid of the system, Yao Chen gradually mastered the power of the Chaos Pearl, elevating his strength to new heights. Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong also enhanced their abilities through relentless training and combat. They began to strategize their next course of action, aiming for even loftier divine positions. On a moonlit night, Yao Chen stood atop a high mountain in the divine realm, gazing at the vast starry sky, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction. I shall ascend to the position of the creator god. Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong joined him, their figures appearing resolute under the moonlight. They knew that the path ahead was fraught with thorns, but as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their march towards the pinnacle of divinity. New challenges are on the horizon, and they are poised for action. Chapter 57, The Dispute of the Divine Court. The first signs of brilliance. Amidst the floating islands and swirling divine clouds of the divine realm, Yao Chen, Qianren Xue, and Bibi Dong have already become the focal point of various forces. The vibrant vitality and formidable strength they brought from the Douluo Continent have shattered the long-standing semblance of tranquility in the divine realm. Every day, Yao Chen immerses himself in the exploration and application of the divine selection system. The tasks occasionally issued by the system have become crucial for him to enhance his strength and acquire rare resources. One day, the system's prompt resonated abruptly in his mind at the grand assembly of deities hosted by the divine court. He faced three choices. Choice 1. To astonish the audience with unique insights, garnering respect and support from numerous deities, yet potentially inciting the covert jealousy of those with ulterior motives. Choice 2. To act discreetly, observing the strengths and schemes of various deities from the shadows, although he would forfeit the exceptional opportunity to shine at the assembly. Choice 3. To decline participation altogether, focusing solely on his own cultivation, yet risking being perceived as timid and cowardly, which would diminish his initial reputation within the divine realm. Yao Chen pondered for a moment, acutely aware that this was an opportune moment to establish his prestige in the divine realm, and resolutely chose the first option. On the day of the Pantheon Conference, deities from all corners of the divine realm gathered in the magnificent divine court. As Yao Chen and his companions entered the venue, they immediately felt the scrutinizing gazes directed towards them. Qianren Xue donned resplendent angelic attire, radiating a pure and holy brilliance. Bibi Dong emanated an aura of mystery and power, her scepter underscoring her authority. Yao Chen, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting confidence and composure. As the conference commenced, the deities took turns to express their interpretations and insights regarding divine power and the essence of divinity. Yao Chen listened intently, discreetly analyzing the perspectives of others. When it was his turn to take the stage, the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence, all eyes filled with curiosity about the insights this new deity from the Douluo Continent would offer. Yao Chen slowly began to speak, drawing from the soul cultivation system of the Douluo Continent and intertwining it with insights gained in the divine realm, articulating a revolutionary approach to cultivation. He provided a profound yet accessible analysis of the integration of soul power and divine strength. His words flowed like a crystal-clear spring, stirring ripples in the deeply entrenched traditional beliefs of the divine realm. Among the deities present, Some displayed expressions of astonishment, while others fell into contemplation. Even those venerable deities, typically aloof and dismissive, cast unusual glances toward Yao Chen. As the lecture concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The goddess of life, Eve, smiled and nodded, saying, "Yao Chen, your perspective is both novel and distinctive, infusing our divine realm's cultivation philosophy with newfound vitality." However, the god of thunder, Thor, scoffed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, remarking, "These are merely misguided notions, seeking to overturn the traditions our divine realm has upheld for countless years." Yao Chen paid no heed to Soul's scornful jibes, for he was aware that he had successfully captured the attention of the divine realm. After the meeting, numerous deities approached Yao Chen voluntarily to engage in dialogue, including several formidable mid-tier and upper-tier gods. They exhibited a keen interest in Yao Chen's cultivation methods, hoping to draw inspiration from them to enhance their own powers. Meanwhile, as Yao Chen conversed with the other deities, Qian Rinxue and Bi Bidong discreetly observed the surroundings. They noticed several factions covertly pointing fingers at the three of them, their eyes brimming with hostility. Qian Rinxue whispered to Bi Bidong, "It appears we have made quite a few enemies in the divine realm." Bi Bidong scoffed, "What is there to fear? Given our strength, we need not be intimidated by them." Upon returning to their residence in the divine realm, Yao Chen convened Qian Rinxue and Bi Bidong to discuss strategies. "Our advancement in the divine realm will inevitably encroach upon the interests of some established factions. The days ahead may not be peaceful," Yao Chen stated gravely. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, asserting, "We must swiftly enhance our strength while also uniting all potential allies." After a moment of contemplation, Bi Bidong suggested, "I believe we should first engage those deities who are friendly towards us to establish our own coalition." Both Yu Chen and Qian Rinxue concurred. In the ensuing days, the trio actively sought connections with the deities who had shown them goodwill, exchanging knowledge and sharing insights into their cultivation practices. During this process, they uncovered an intriguing phenomenon. The deities of the divine realm were not a monolithic entity, and discord and strife existed among various factions. Many deities from smaller factions expressed profound dissatisfaction with the hegemony of the established powers, yet they felt powerless to voice their grievances. Yao Chen astutely recognized this opportunity. After conferring with Qian Rinxue and Bi Bidong, he resolved to unite the smaller factions to collectively confront the entrenched powers that sought to suppress them. Through their concerted efforts, a new alliance emerged, led by Yao Chen, comprising not only the inherited deities from the Douluo Continent, but also local minor deities from the divine realm, all united in pursuit of a common goal. As this burgeoning alliance gained strength, the established powers could no longer remain passive. They began to conspire, aiming to suppress and ostracize Yao Chen and his allies. During a resolution meeting of the Divine Court, representatives of the old powers proposed a series of restrictive clauses targeting the alliance led by Yao Chen, seeking to undermine their progress. Yao Chen stood resolutely, arguing fervently, "We have come to the divine realm in pursuit of higher godhood, and to explore the vast domains of the divine, not to be suppressed and constrained by your regulations. Your terms are utterly unreasonable." In response, Thor, the god of thunder, retorted, "You outsiders disrupt the order of the divine realm. Without restrictions, you will inevitably bring about endless troubles." The two parties maintained their positions, embroiled in an unyielding debate. At that moment, the neutral goddess of fate interjected, "Perhaps we should hold a divine battle to determine the rightful authority through strength. If Yu Chen and his companions triumph in this battle, the restrictions shall be lifted. If they fail, they must abide by the terms." This proposal garnered the approval of the majority of the deities. Yao Chen exchanged glances with his companions, and without hesitation, they accepted the challenge. They understood that this divine battle was not merely about their standing in the divine realm, but a crucial step toward ascending to a higher divine status. In the days that followed, Yao Chen led his alliance in intense preparations for battle, fully aware that the impending divine conflict would pose an exceedingly arduous test. However, they faced it without fear, fortified by their unwavering beliefs and formidable strength. Chapter 58, The Eve of the Divine Battle, The Rise of the Alliance in the Misty Depths of the Divine Realm. The abode of Yao Chen and his companions was enveloped in a profound aura of divine power. Since the goddess of fate proposed the resolution to settle matters through divine battle, this place had become the core stronghold for their preparations. Yao Chen sat upon a stone bench, his eyes closed, as the interface of the system flickered incessantly in his mind, detecting the imminent commencement of the divine battle. It issued a task, before the divine battle, assist the three allies in breaking through their current divine levels. Rewards include fragments of chaotic divine source, which can enhance the quality of divine essence. Yao Chen was acutely aware of the immense value of the fragment of the chaotic divine source. Once acquired, it would not only empower him to ascend to a higher divine rank, but would also significantly benefit the strength of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. He opened his eyes and rose, approaching the practicing Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Nana, Donger, the system has issued a new task, which is of utmost importance to us. We must assist our three allies in making breakthroughs before the divine war. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, nodding in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. The trio then split into three paths, each seeking suitable allies. Yao Chen arrived at the training grounds of the wind god, Eric. Eric, a carefree mid-level deity, had always resonated with Yao Chen's ideals. Upon meeting Eric, Yao Chen spoke candidly. Eric, with the divine war approaching, I possess a method that can aid you in transcending your current divine level. Would you be willing to give it a try? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Eric's eyes as he replied, If this is truly the case, Yao Chen, I am more than willing to lend my efforts. Yao Chen, drawing upon Eric's wind attribute divine power and the unique cultivation methods recorded within the system, meticulously crafted a breakthrough plan tailored specifically for him. In the days that followed, Yao Chen vigilantly stood by Eric's side, guiding him in harnessing divine power to surmount his limitations. With Yao Chen's assistance, Eric incessantly challenged his own boundaries. Each breakthrough accompanied by the howling of fierce winds, as if the entire training ground had been enveloped in a colossal storm. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue sought out the water goddess, Vera. Gentle in demeanor yet resolute in her cultivation, Vera readily agreed to assist Qian Rinxue upon understanding her intent, utilizing the purifying power of the angelic deity. Qian Rinxue aided Vera in untangling the chaotic divine power within her. Under the guidance of the pristine angelic force, Vera's water divine power became increasingly refined, gradually advancing toward a higher echelon. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong ventured into the domain of the fire god, Loki. Known for his fiery temper but formidable strength, Loki was moved by Bibi Dong's prowess and sincerity after an intense exchange of ideas, ultimately agreeing to accept her assistance. Bibi Dong unleashed the corrosive power of the Death Spider Queen, colliding and merging it with Loki's fire divine power, thus awakening his latent potential. Throughout the cultivation process, flames roared around Loki, the intensity distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Under the concerted efforts of Yao Chen and the trio, Eric, Vera, and Loki all experienced remarkable enhancements in their abilities. At long last, on the eve of the divine battle, the three successfully transcended their current divine tiers, ascending to the ranks of formidable upper gods. A notification echoed within Yao Chen's mind. Task completed. Reward. Fragments of the chaos divine source. As he gazed upon the shards emanating a mysterious radiance, joy swelled within him. For he understood that their odds of triumph in the divine conflict had significantly increased. Meanwhile, in the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Empire, under the governance of Hulaina, flourished more than ever. Hulaina further propagated the educational system established by Yao Chen, granting more commoners' offspring the opportunity to become exceptional soul masters. The younger generation, who had once thrived in Yao Chen's presence, had now become the backbone of the Spirit Empire, safeguarding the peace of Douluo Continent and upholding the glory of the Spirit Hall. Under Hulaina's leadership, exchanges between the Spirit Empire and other factions became increasingly frequent. She understood that for the Spirit Empire to thrive long-term, maintaining harmonious relations with various parties was essential. Actively, she dispatched envoys to Houghton and Sect, the three lower sects, and Sea God Island, fostering mutual understanding and trust. Through her efforts, the situation in Douluo Continent grew ever more stable, allowing its people to live in tranquility. Returning to the divine realm, the alliance of powers led by Yao Chen gathered for one final assembly on the brink of the divine battle. Standing at the center of the alliance, Yao Chen surveyed the determined deities surrounding him, pride swelling within his heart. Esteemed colleagues, the divine battle is imminent. This is our moment to prove ourselves. We hail from diverse origins, yet at this juncture, we share a common goal. Let us join forces and vanquish those who seek to suppress us. The words of Yao Chen resonated with infectious fervor, inciting the deities below to raise their voices in fervent support, their spirits soaring. Beside Yao Chen stood Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, their eyes betraying unwavering determination and confidence. Qian Rinxue softly declared, "Chen, we shall surely triumph in this divine war." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, we have sacrificed so much, we will not be defeated." As the date of the divine conflict drew near, the atmosphere in the divine realm became increasingly charged with tension. While Yao Chen and his allies diligently prepared for battle, they remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of their adversaries. They understood that the established powers would never concede easily and would employ every tactic at their disposal. Yet, Yao Chen and his companions stood undaunted, fully prepared to face the fateful confrontation ahead. On the eve of the divine war, Yao Chen ventured alone to the edge of the divine realm, gazing into the boundless void, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He reflected upon his journey to the Douluo Continent, transforming from a mere outsider to an individual poised to unleash a tempest within the divine realm. The path he traversed was fraught with hardship and challenges, but he had never harbored regrets, for he understood that his ambition was to become the creator god. Safeguarding this land and those he cherished, I shall undoubtedly obtain the position of creator god. This divine war is my first step towards the pinnacle of divinity, Yao Chen whispered, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. He then turned and made his way back to the Alliance's encampment, ready to embrace the impending divine conflict. In this realm rich with opportunities and challenges, Yao Chen and his companions were on the brink of inscribing their own legend. Chapter 59, The Outbreak of the Divine War. A blood-soaked struggle on the vast battlefield of the divine realm, Yao Chen and his alliance stood poised against the formidable deities of the established powers. The atmosphere so tense it felt as though it could ignite the very air. Above, heavy clouds roiled with divine energy, casting an eerie hue across the sky. Yao Chen stood at the forefront of the alliance, flanked by Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, their gazes reflecting steadfastness and fearlessness. All allies, today's battle determines our future. For the freedom to thrive, for the beliefs we hold dear, we shall fight. Yao Chen's voice resonated like a thunderclap across the battlefield, igniting fervent cheers from his allies. With a commanding shout, the divine war officially commenced. Leading the charge for the established powers were Thor, the god of thunder, and Ares, the god of war. The hammer of Thor blazed with blinding lightning, each swing accompanied by a deafening roar, as surges of electric energy wreaked havoc in the air. Ares, clad in formidable war armor and wielding a sharp spear, surged forward, causing the Alliance's deities to scatter in his wake. Upon witnessing the situation, Yao Chen immediately unleashed his martial soul ability. His martial soul, the chaotic spirit flame, instantly erupted in a dazzling array of colors, transforming the surrounding space into a realm of extraordinary hues. The chaotic spirit flame possessed formidable devouring and purifying powers, and Yao Chen deftly directed the flames towards Thor and Ares. Sensing the imminent threat of the chaotic spirit flame, Thor swung his Mjolnir, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning in an attempt to repel the fiery onslaught. However, the chaotic spirit flame, akin to a living entity, skillfully evaded the lightning and continued its relentless advance toward him. Ares, not one to back down, brandished his spear, its tip charged with the immense power of the war god, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the chaotic spirit flame. At that moment, Qian Rinxue also sprang into action. She unfurled her 6 angelic wings, her angelic armor radiating a magnificent light, while the angelic holy sword in her grasp gleamed with divine brilliance. Like a bolt of white lightning, she charged toward the war god Ares, her sword swinging with purifying force. Ares was compelled to divert a portion of his focus to counter Qian Rinxue's assault, finding himself momentarily ensnared in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong summoned the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, a thick purple mist enveloping her form, concealing countless spider silk threads and venomous stingers within. She set her sights on Thor, unleashing a torrent of deathly power and mental assaults upon him. Under the dual onslaught of the chaotic spirit flame and Bibi Dong's attacks, Thor gradually found himself overwhelmed. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the deities from both sides engaged in fierce combat. The god of wind, Eric, commanded the tempest, ensnaring his foes within its fury, rendering them incapable of executing their divine techniques. The goddess of water, Vera, wielded the power of water to conjure a massive water curtains, shielding against enemy strikes while simultaneously launching water arrows in retaliation. The god of fire, Loki, was engulfed in flames as he plunged into the enemy ranks, engaging in close combat, his searing flames deterring adversaries. However, the established powers, with their profound foundations, swiftly adapted their strategies, beginning to encircle the alliance of Yao Chen and his companions. In that moment, the allied deities found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. Observing this scene, Yao Chen felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that if the stalemate could not be broken swiftly, they would plunge into a more perilous predicament. Just then, a notification echoed in Yao Chen's mind, Crisis detected on the battlefield. Mission issued. Locate and destroy the command center of the established powers within 10 minutes. Reward. Comprehension of the Genesis divine laws. A jolt of realization coursed through Yao Chen at the mention of the Genesis divine laws, a crucial element in the pursuit of the Genesis divine position. He promptly relayed this information to Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong. I will divert the enemy's attention. You two go seek the command center, Qian Ringshu declared without hesitation. She unfurled her angelic wings and ascended into the sky, releasing a powerful beam of holy light that drew the surrounding enemies toward her. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong seized the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the rear of the established power. They navigated cautiously to evade the enemy's patrols and ultimately discovered the command center. The command center was guarded by a formidable ancient deity, emanating an aura of antiquity and enigma. Destroying this place would not be a simple task, the guardian deity remarked coldly. With a flourish of his staff, he unleashed a powerful defensive divine technique, enveloping the command center in an impenetrable shield. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, simultaneously unleashing their assaults. Yao Chen wielded the chaotic spirit flame, launching a fierce frontal attack. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong executed the soul-devouring Spider Queen's mental strike, seeking to disrupt the guardian deity's focus. Under their coordinated onslaught, the guardian deity gradually revealed vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed the full potential of the chaotic spirit flame, successfully breaching the defenses of the guardian deities and obliterating the command center. With the destruction of the command hub, the deities of the established factions were plunged into disarray. Observing this chaos, Qian Rinshui immediately rallied the allied deities to launch a full-scale assault. In the midst of the turmoil, the deities of the old powers began to falter. Ultimately, the alliance led by Yao Chen emerged victorious in this divine conflict. We have triumphed, Yao Chen exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he felt the enlightenment of the creation god's laws bestowed by the system. He realized he was one step closer to attaining the divine position of the creation god. Qian Rinshui and Bibi Dong approached Yao Chen, their faces radiant with the thrill of victory. Chen, we did it, Qian Rinshui exclaimed with excitement. Bibi Dong added with a smile, indeed, this victory is merely the beginning. Our ultimate goal is the divine position of the creation god. Following this divine battle, Yao Chen and his allies experienced a significant elevation in their standing within the divine realm. Their coalition gradually grew stronger, becoming a formidable force that could not be overlooked. Meanwhile, Yao Chen delved deeper into the study of the creation god's laws, making final preparations for his ascent to the divine position. In this realm brimming with opportunities and challenges, his legendary tale continues to unfold. Chapter 60. A new journey begins. Yao Chen stood atop the lofty platform of the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the land that had flourished under his auspices. A gentle breeze caressed his garments, and his eyes reflected the calmness and resolve that emerged from enduring life's tempests. Since his arrival in the Douluo Continent, armed with the divine selection system and an extraordinary talent, he had been reshaping the landscape of the realm. Now, with his assistance, the Spirit Hall had ascended to dominance, and the path for Qian Rinshui to become the divine monarch had become ever clearer. While he himself was but a step away from attaining the position of the creator god. Within the training grounds of the Spirit Hall, a new generation of young soul masters was diligently honing their skills. These were the seeds personally selected and nurtured by Yao Chen, hailing from various corners of the continent, many of whom had once been mere commoners. Yao Chen defied convention, enabling ordinary citizens to awaken their martial spirits and cultivate soul skills, thereby infusing the Spirit Hall with a ceaseless stream of fresh vitality. Lord Yao Chen, came a melodious call as Hulaina approached with a buoyant stride. Now, she had successfully transcended to the status of a titled Douluo, radiating a powerful and confident aura. Thanks to your support, I have been appointed as the successor to the Spirit Empire, and I owe it all to you, she expressed, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Yao Chen smiled and nodded. This is the result of your own hard work. In the future, the Spirit Empire will still need you to protect and develop it. He understood deeply that Hulaina's growth was not only a personal honor, but also a beacon of hope for the future of the Spirit Empire. At this moment, Bibi Dong emerged from the inner palace, having already attained divinity, her aura increasingly transcendent. Yao Chen, now that the Spirit Hall has unified the continent, what are your plans moving forward? Bibi Dong's voice was calm, yet imbued with supreme authority. Yao Chen gazed into the distance and spoke softly. I have pledged to Qian Rinshui to assist her in becoming the God King. This is our shared aspiration. Moreover, I still have a considerable journey ahead to attain the position of the creation god, necessitating the exploration of further opportunities. Qian Dalu approached from the direction of the offering hall, although he was no longer the unparalleled Douluo of his prime. His eyes still radiated unwavering loyalty and concern for the spirit hall. Yao Chen, we have witnessed all that you have done for the spirit hall. Now, with the unification of the continent, the people can cultivate equally, a spectacle unprecedented in history. However, your quest for the divine position will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Yao Chen nodded slightly, expressing gratitude for the concerns of the grand offering, assuring that he would exercise caution. However, before departing, he had matters to arrange. He turned to face the assembly, his demeanor solemn. Though the spirit hall has dominated the continent, it is essential to solidify our foundation. We must not neglect the cultivation of the younger generation. The brilliance of the spirit empire must be perpetuated. He then cast a glance at Hulaina. Nana, as a successor, your responsibilities are immense. Engage more with the elders and learn from their governance experiences. Hulaina nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Yao Chen, I shall not disappoint. Subsequently, Yao Chen arrived at the former Haotian clan, once the preeminent sect in the world. It had diminished in glory due to the formidable rise of the spirit hall, yet Yao Chen bore no intention of annihilation. He understood that every sect possesses intrinsic value. In this era of continental unification, the integration of diverse powers was paramount. Tang Xiao, with the current state of affairs established, the spirit hall shall no longer pursue the Haotian clan to the bitter end. I hope you can cast aside grievances and contribute to the development of the spirit empire. Yao Chen's voice resonated within the grand hall of the Haotian clan. Tang Xiao regarded the individual who had reshaped the continent's landscape. His heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. Yao Chen, although you have assisted the spirit hall in achieving supremacy, you have also afforded commoners the opportunity to cultivate. This merit is indelible. The Haotian clan is willing to heed your arrangements. After leaving the Haotian clan, Yao Chen proceeded to the lower three sects and Sea God Island. Through his persuasion, various factions, though reluctant, acknowledged the inevitable tide of history and expressed their willingness to accept the governance of the spirit empire, striving collectively for the continent's prosperity. Upon concluding these affairs, Yao Chen returned to the spirit hall, where a system notification echoed in his mind. Host has completed continental unification, aiding the spirit hall in achieving dominance. Reward: 1 divine-level cultivation technique and 1 set of divine-level soul bones. The corners of Yao Chen's mouth lifted slightly. These rewards would undoubtedly bolster his strength further. On the eve of embarking on a new journey, Yao Chen compiled his years of cultivation insights and precious soul technique manuscripts into a tome, bequeathing it to the younger generation of the spirit hall. He hoped this knowledge would facilitate their growth and lay a robust foundation for the future of the spirit empire. At last, on a sunlit morning, Yao Chen stood alongside Qian Rinxue and Bai Dong in the plaza of the spirit hall. Before them lay the path to the unknown, fraught with opportunities to become divine kings and creation gods, as well as countless challenges. Let us proceed. It is time to embark on a new journey. Yao Chen's voice rang out, firm and resolute. The trio transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the distance. Below, Hulaina led the members of the spirit hall in a farewell wave. They understood that the departure of these 3 formidable individuals heralded the dawn of a new era, and they would be entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the spirit empire. During their flight, Qian Rinxue gazed at Yao Chen, her eyes filled with affection and trust. Yao Chen, with you by my side, I believe I shall surely become a divine king. Yao Chen grasped her hand reassuringly, proclaiming, Fear not, we shall face this together. Beside them, Bai Dong soared silently, her heart brimming with anticipation despite her lack of words. She yearned to witness Yu Qin and Qian Rinxue achieve their aspirations, while also hoping for her own breakthroughs on this new journey. They traversed mountains and rivers, soaring over dense forests, as Yao Chen employed the divine selection system, consistently making choices that garnered precious resources and formidable powers. Each decision brought him a step closer to attaining the divine status of the creator god. Upon arriving at a mysterious ruin, they sensed a powerful and ancient aura emanating from the site. Here, it seemed, lay the hidden secrets crucial to becoming a god king and the creator god. It appears our fortune resides within these walls, Yao Chen remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the ruins. The trio cautiously entered the site, where they were greeted by an array of peculiar runes and ancient statues adorning the interior. These inscriptions and figures radiated a mysterious energy, as if whispering tales of a forgotten history. Deep within the ruins, they discovered an ancient tome glowing with a golden light. As Yao Chen approached, the book opened of its own accord, flooding his mind with vital information regarding the inheritance of the Creator God. "This is the key to the legacy of the Creator God," he exclaimed with fervor. Qian Rinxue and Bai Bai Dong gathered around, recognizing that this might be a pivotal moment for Yao Chen's ascension to divinity. However, just as they reveled in their joy, a formidable dark force surged forth from the depths of the ruins. A colossal beast emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, clearly guarding the sanctity of the ruins and forbidding any trespassers from uncovering its secrets. It seemed that to claim this inheritance, they must first confront this guardian. Yao Chen clenched his fists, his soul power surging around him. Qian Rinxue and Bai Bai Dong prepared for battle, standing united, ready to face the unknown challenge ahead. They understood that this was merely a minor episode in their new journey, with countless trials and tribulations awaiting them. Yet, as long as they worked together, nothing could hinder their path to becoming the God King and the Creator God. Chapter 61. Shadows of the Ruins. Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong stood resolutely, their eyes fixed upon the formidable beast that emerged from the shadows. This creature was colossal, towering over 10 meters in height. Its body cloaked in ebony scales that glimmered with an eerie light, resembling impenetrable armor. Its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a giant wolf, with blood-red vertical pupils ablaze with an insatiable ferocity. Its gaping maw revealed a set of sharp fangs, interlaced, and exuding a nauseating stench of blood. The aura emanating from this monster was overwhelmingly potent, likely rivaling that of an ordinary tidal Douluo. Bibidong's expression turned grave as her Death Spider Emperor martial spirit materialized, enveloping her in a swirling violet radiance, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the air. Qian Rinxue also summoned her six-winged angel martial spirit, its divine essence dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. "No matter how powerful it may be, united, we shall surely overcome it." Her gaze was resolute, and the angelic holy sword in her grasp shimmered with golden light, poised for an imminent strike. Yao Chen inhaled deeply, his martial spirit being an exceptionally unique twin spirit of ethereal flames. Two formidable flames spiraled in his palm, their searing heat standing in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. The legacy enshrined within this relic was of paramount importance. The beast was merely an obstacle, and we must exert ourselves completely. The beast let out a thunderous roar and initiated its assault. It lunged forward, its massive claws slicing through the air, aiming to grasp Yao Chen. In an instant, Yao Chen vanished from his position, reappearing behind the beast, where he conjured a spear of flame that pierced fiercely towards the creature's back. Bang! The fiery spear struck the beast's scales, merely igniting a shower of sparks without inflicting any substantial harm. Enraged, the beast pivoted, its tail whipping through the air like a black steel whip, accompanied by a fierce gust aimed at Yao Chen. He swiftly sidestepped, the tail grazing the edge of his garments and stirring a tempestuous wind. Observing this, Qian Rinxue immediately brandished her angelic holy sword, unleashing a golden wave of energy towards the beast. The creature raised its claws to defend, and the golden energy clashed with its dark scales, producing a piercing sound. Not to be outdone, Bai Bai Dong unleashed countless threads from her hands, ensnaring the beast. Bound by the threads, the beast's movements grew sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen swiftly formed seals with his hands, merging the two ethereal flames into a colossal sphere of fire, hurling it towards the beast. Boom! The flame sphere detonated upon impact with the beast, its immense force toppling the creature to the ground. However, the beast did not succumb easily. It struggled to rise, its black scales shimmering with intensified brilliance, a surge of even greater dark power emanating from its core. It opened its maw, unleashing a beam of black light towards the trio. "Watch out, quickly evade," Yao Chen shouted, and the three swiftly scattered in different directions. The black beam struck the wall behind them, instantly corroding a vast hole into the sturdy stone. The beast's regenerative capabilities and defensive strength were beyond imagination. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, contemplating a strategy in silence. Yao Chen gazed at the formidable beast before him, and a sudden revelation flickered through his mind, reminiscent of a divine choice system. A powerful guardian beast of the relic has been detected. The host may make one of the following choices. First, unleash a potent mental assault on the beast's soul to uncover its vulnerabilities. Success will grant access to the hidden divine soul secrets within the relic. Second, harness the unique properties of the twin flames martial soul to attempt to purify the dark forces residing within the beast. Success will bestow the essence of darkness, significantly enhancing one's own power. Third, join forces with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to unleash a supreme attack, forcibly breaching the beast's defenses. Success will yield vital clues to the inheritance of the Creator God, albeit at the cost of temporarily weakening all three participants. Yao Chen swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Striking at the soul of the beast with mental force posed considerable risks. Failure could result in a backlash from the soul itself. Purifying the dark power would require time. And it was evident that the beast would not afford them much of it, while launching the most potent attack could swiftly yield clues to the legacy. Succumbing to a state of weakness thereafter could expose them to even greater dangers within this unknown relic. There was no time for hesitation. He chose the second option. Gritting his teeth, he made his decision. He was acutely aware that although purifying the dark power was arduous, the rewards would be immense. Not only would it enhance his own strength, but it might also diminish the power of the beast. Yao Chen closed his eyes, concentrating his mind to unleash the full potential of his dual spirit flames. The two types of flames gradually merged in his hands, forming a peculiar fire that radiated a gentle light, starkly contrasting with the dark powers emanating from the magical beast. Yao Chen, what are you doing? Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong observed Yao Chen's actions with confusion, yet they chose to place their trust in him, continuing their assault to restrain the beast. Yao Chen advanced step by step towards the beast, his purifying flames growing ever more radiant in his grasp. The creature, sensing the imminent threat, struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the silken bonds that restrained it and launching an assault. However, the relentless onslaught from Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong resembled a tempest, preventing the beast from diverting its focus. At last, Yao Chen stood before the creature. He pressed the purifying flames against its form, and in an instant, the fire spread, enveloping the entire beast. It let out a tortured roar, thrashing wildly as the dark energies clashed violently with the purifying flames, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Hold on, Yao Chen. Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong watched anxiously, their attacks unwavering. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into eternity, just as Yao Chen felt he might falter. The dark energies surrounding the beast began to dissipate, its struggles growing feebler. Success. Yao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief as the dark power faded. The beast's form gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into a stream of black light that merged into Yao Chen's being. He felt a surge of potent dark origin energy coursing through him, significantly enhancing his strength. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully purifying the beast and acquiring dark origin power, resulting in a notable increase in strength. Additionally, certain restrictions within the ruins have been lifted, allowing for further exploration of the Genesis God's legacy. Yao Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze. He turned to Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong, declaring, "Let us proceed. The legacy lies ahead." The trio ventured deeper into the corridors of the ruins, encountering a myriad of mechanisms and traps along the way. Yet, with Yao Chen's astuteness and the formidable prowess of the three, they deftly navigated each challenge. At last, they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the ruins. Upon a grand stone pedestal rested an ancient tome, radiating a spectrum of colors. Indeed, it was the creation deity's legacy they had fervently sought after. Yao Chen gradually advanced, and the moment his hand made contact with the ancient tome, an overwhelming force enveloped him. Countless fragments of information surged into his mind, methods of cultivation bestowed by the Creator God, divine techniques, and profound insights into the essence of the world, all unveiled before him in that singular moment. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong gazed at Yao Chen, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They understood that Yao Chen was drawing ever closer to the divine status of the Creator God. After assimilating the legacy of the Creator God, Yao Chen's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He emanated an essence that transcended that of a deity, as though he had ascended to become the sovereign of this realm. "I can feel it. I have touched the very edge of the Creator God's divinity." Yao Chen's voice resonated with joy and exhilaration. Qian Renxue stepped forward and embraced Yao Chen, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Yao Chen. Our efforts have not been in vain." Bibi Dong also revealed a smile of contentment, saying, "Now, the moment for you to ascend to the Creator God's divine status is at hand." However, as they reveled in their joy, the surroundings of the ruins suddenly erupted with violent tremors. The three hurriedly exited the ruins, only to behold countless rifts forming in the sky, from which a formidable force surged forth, as if something dreadful were about to descend. "What is happening?" Qian Renshue's expression shifted, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within her. Yao Chen gazed at the heavens, his expression grave. It seemed that our actions had precipitated certain unforeseen changes. Regardless of what approaches, we must be prepared. The three tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes resolutely fixed upon the sky. A new challenge loomed on the horizon, and they would continue their march towards becoming deities and creators, safeguarding all that they held dear. Chapter 62, The Transformation of Chaos. A fissure in the sky expanded relentlessly. Powerful waves of energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, instilling a sense of impending peril in Yao Chen, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong. The force emanating from the rift bore an aura of chaos, warping the surrounding space, even consuming the very light within its grasp. This power was exceedingly bizarre, seemingly alien to this world. Yao Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. As the twin spirits of his soul fire began to operate quietly within him, the searing flames intertwined with his soul power, forming a protective barrier to withstand the oppressive force of the unknown. Qian Renxue unfurled her six-winged angelic spirit, the sacred radiance illuminating the surrounding darkness. Yet, in the face of this chaotic power, it appeared somewhat diminished. No matter its origin, we shall not retreat. The angelic sword in her hand gleamed with a golden brilliance, its blade trembling slightly, as if eagerly anticipating the battle to come. Bibi Dong was enveloped in a swirling aura of deep purple and black, the full might of her Death Spider Empress spirit unleashed, with threads of spider silk encircling her, forming a web of defense. It seems our new journey has encountered significant trouble right from the outset. Her voice was low and calm, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of gravity. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the fissure. It was a beast of mountain-like proportions, its body cloaked in black scales etched with peculiar runes that emitted an eerie glow. Its head was immense, with two eyes resembling blood-red suns, radiating a thirst for blood. Its form twisted and coiled, a long tail trailing behind it, studded with menacing barbs, each as large as a house. What manner of monster is this? Qian Renxue exclaimed, a flicker of alarm crossing her face. Such a formidable existence was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Even after attaining divinity, she felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of this colossal beast. Yao Chen took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He activated the Supreme Choice system, seeking a strategy to confront the imminent threat. The system's prompt resonated in his mind: detection of the arrival of the Chaos Beast. The host may select from the following options. 1. Utilize the Chaos Beast's insatiable greed for energy as bait, employing his formidable spiritual power to lure it into the depths of the ruins. There, he could seal it away with the ancient prohibitions embedded within, though this path may expose the host to potentially lethal assaults from the Chaos Beast. 2. Collaborate with Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong to unleash their most powerful divine technique, targeting the vulnerable points of the Chaos Beast. Success would grant them a portion of the Chaos Beast's primordial power, significantly enhancing their own strength. However, the synchronization of their divine techniques must be flawless, lest it provoke a furious counterattack from the Chaos Beast. 3. Attempt to communicate with the Chaos Beast, seeking to uncover the purpose of its arrival. A peaceful resolution could bestow upon him the protective power of the Chaos Beast, transforming him into an ally of the Creator God. Yet, the challenge of such communication is immense, and failure would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Chaos Beast. Yao Chen swiftly weighed the three choices in his heart. Using soul power as bait to seal the chaotic behemoth posed an immense risk. A moment's carelessness could prove fatal. Employing the strongest divine technique required the seamless collaboration of 3, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for such refinement. Communicating with the chaotic beast appeared to be the most prudent option, but it also presented the greatest challenge, as no one could ascertain whether this untamed creature would comprehend their intentions. Time was of the essence. Hesitation was no longer an option. With determination, Yao Chen resolved to choose the third option and attempt communication with the chaotic behemoth. He understood that, in such circumstances, a peaceful resolution was the most advantageous approach, capable of averting a brutal conflict while potentially securing formidable assistance. Yao Chen stepped forward, his aura gradually subsiding, signaling Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong to remain still. He focused his mind, attempting to convey his goodwill to the Chaos Behemoth. Chaos Behemoth, we bear no malice. Why have you descended upon this place? His voice echoed through the air, imbued with a gentle strength. The Chaos Behemoth appeared to have heard Yao Chen's words, its massive head slowly turning toward him, its blood-red eyes fixated upon him, emitting a deep growl filled with vigilance and hostility. Yao Chen did not waver, he continued. We are all guardians of this land. Perhaps we can collaborate to protect this world together. His tone was sincere, and his gaze unwavering, hoping to sway the chaotic beast. At that moment, the chaotic beast suddenly opened its enormous maw, unleashing a powerful suction that drew everything around it toward itself. Yao Chen felt his body uncontrollably propelled forward and hastily mobilized his soul power to resist. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, witnessing this, immediately launched their attacks in an attempt to thwart the chaotic beast. Qian Rinxue brandished the angelic holy sword, unleashing a golden divine technique, the angelic judgment. Aimed at the chaotic beast, Bibi Dong, not to be outdone, activated the Death Spider Emperor's soul-devouring curse, sending forth countless purple rays toward the beast. However, the chaotic beast merely flicked its tail, effortlessly deflecting their assaults. This was troubling. It appeared that communication had failed. A sense of foreboding settled in Yao Chen's heart. Knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable, he quickly adjusted his stance and regrouped with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Yao Chen, what shall we do? Qian Rinxue inquired anxiously. Yao Chen's expression grew solemn. It appears we have no choice but to adopt the second strategy. Let us unleash our most formidable divine techniques and assail its weaknesses. Qian Rinxue, you shall focus your efforts on its head. Bibi Dong, you will restrain its tail. I will target its abdomen, for that is likely its vulnerable point. Remember, we must coordinate flawlessly. Any misstep could spell disaster. The trio swiftly reached a consensus and prepared their divine abilities. The sacred aura surrounding Qian Rinxue reached its zenith, the radiance of her angelic holy sword becoming increasingly brilliant as she prepared to unleash the angelic divine technique, Daylight Judgment. Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor martial soul manifested its utmost power as countless strands of web coalesced into a colossal violet orb. Poised to unleash the Death Spider Emperor, Light of Destruction, Yao Chen released the full might of his twin spirit of spiritual fire, merging two flames into a vast vortex. The spiritual fire, Chaos Break, exuding tremendous potency. Now, Yao Chen shouted, and the three simultaneously activated their divine techniques. Three powerful beams of light surged towards the Chaos Beast, illuminating the entire realm in their brilliance. The Chaos Beast sensed the immense threat and let out an enraged roar, its scales shimmering with an eerie glow as it endeavored to withstand their onslaught. However, the trio's techniques harmonized perfectly. Qian Rinxue's Daylight Judgment drew the Chaos Beast's attention, compelling it to focus its defenses on its head. Bibi Dong's Light of Destruction effectively restrained its tail, rendering it incapable of agile movement. And Yao Chen's Spiritual Fire, Chaos Break, seized the opportunity to strike its abdomen. With a tremendous explosion, the Chaos Beast's abdomen was rent open, dark blood gushing forth and dripping onto the ground, corroding the earth and creating vast craters. The Chaos Beast emitted a pained howl, its body beginning to falter. Take advantage of its weakness to claim its life, Yao Chen commanded, and the trio launched another assault. Under their relentless barrage, the Chaos Beast's strength gradually diminished, ultimately collapsing to the ground. As the Chaos Beast fell, the rift in the sky began to heal, the chaotic energy dissipating. The three companions exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. This battle had drained their physical and spiritual strength, yet they understood they had successfully defended this continent. At that moment, the system's notification resounded once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the Chaos Beast. You have gained a portion of its primal power, enhancing your strength. Furthermore, the guardian power of the Chaos Beast has recognized you as its master, becoming an aid in your ascension to the Creator God. Yao Chen gradually rose to his feet. Feeling the powerful surge of energy coursing through his body, his heart brimming with joy, he turned to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, proclaiming, "We have succeeded." Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong also wore expressions of contentment, understanding that although the road ahead remained fraught with challenges, their united efforts would render them unstoppable on their path to becoming the God King and the Creator God. In the days that followed, Yao Chen began to meld the primal forces of the chaotic behemoth with the protective powers, further enhancing his own strength. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong diligently practiced, solidifying their divine statuses. At last, on a day adorned with gentle winds and radiant sunshine, Yao Chen sensed that he had arrived at the final threshold of becoming the Creator God. Bidding farewell to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, he ventured alone to the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, the summit of creation. Standing at the summit of creation, Yao Chen gazed down upon the entirety of the Douluo Continent, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Memories flooded back of his journey to this realm, recalling the days spent battling alongside his companions. Now, he was on the cusp of becoming the Creator God, destined to safeguard the land he held dear. Yao Chen closed his eyes, focusing his mind as he merged his essence with the very source of the world. He sensed the heartbeat of the universe and felt the vitality of all living things. In that moment, he seemed to become one with the cosmos. As Yao Chen's power continued to ascend, the entire Douluo Continent underwent a profound transformation. The sky deepened into a more vivid azure, the earth grew increasingly fertile, and all beings radiated with vibrant life. The people felt a formidable force of protection enveloping them, knowing that it was Yao Chen who safeguarded their existence. At last, Yao Chen opened his eyes, and within them shimmered the brilliance of the creator deity. He had succeeded. He had ascended to become the creator deity. Endowed with boundless power and wisdom, Yao Chen returned to the side of Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong, who gazed at him with eyes filled with joy and admiration. Congratulations, Yao Chen. You have become the creator god, Qian Rengshu proclaimed. Yao Chen smiled as he gazed upon them, saying, all of this is inseparable from your assistance. From now on, let us safeguard this world together. Henceforth, Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong became the guardians of the Douluo Continent. Their tale resonated throughout the land, evolving into an eternal legend cherished in the hearts of the people. Under their protection, the Douluo Continent ushered in a new era of peace and prosperity. Chapter 63, Prologue to a New Era. After Yao Chen ascended to the status of the creator god, the Douluo Continent seemed to be infused with a newfound vitality. His divine power, akin to a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain, revitalized every inch of this land. The mountains grew more exquisite, the rivers became clearer. And under this harmonious energy, the relationship between soul, beasts, and humans gradually softened. As the god king, Qian Rengshu collaborated with Yao Chen to uphold the order of the continent. She traversed various cities, using divine power to heal injured citizens and spreading the ideals of hope and peace. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong focused on the internal development of the spirit empire, utilizing her wisdom and divine-level strength to govern the empire with precision. At the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina busily managed various affairs. Since becoming the heir of the Spirit Empire, she devoted herself entirely to her responsibilities. She recognized the weight of her duty, not only to inherit the foundations laid by Yao Chen and others, but also to propel the Spirit Empire towards an even more glorious future. Lady Hulaina, here is the progress report on the latest batch of civilian soul masters. A servant of the Spirit Hall respectfully presented a document. Hulaina received the report and meticulously reviewed it. Indeed, the civilian training program proposed by Lord Yao Chen yielded remarkable results. These young soul masters possessed immense potential. A smile graced her lips, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Simultaneously, Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong convened in a mysterious palace. This palace, constructed after Yao Chen's ascension as the creator god, hovered above the Douluo Continent, overlooking the entire world. An aura of enigma permeated the palace, its walls adorned with a myriad of precious gems that radiated a soft glow. Now that the continent has achieved a semblance of stability, we must not grow complacent. Yao Chen's voice resonated within the palace, his gaze profound and resolute. Though we have attained a significant victory, numerous unknown dangers still lurk within the universe. We must remain ever vigilant. Qian Rengshu nodded in agreement. I sense fluctuations of mysterious power in the cosmos. It seems a formidable presence is awakening. Bibi Dong's expression turned grave. Regardless of what it may be, we must be prepared to confront it. Although our strength is formidable, we must not allow ourselves to become arrogant or complacent. At that moment, the notification sound of the divine selection system echoed in Yao Chen's mind. A mysterious power fluctuation has been detected in the universe. The host may make the following choices. First, venture alone to the source of the mysterious power for investigation. With the strength of the creator god, there lies an opportunity to obtain a cosmic-grade artifact, significantly enhancing personal power, though this path is fraught with peril and potential encounters with unknown formidable foes. Second, lead Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong together, combining their strengths for greater safety. If successful, they could collectively receive the gifts of the mysterious power, thereby bolstering the protective force of the entire Douluo Continent. Yet this might attract the covetous eyes of other factions. Third, dispatch elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall for reconnaissance, gathering intelligence before making decisions, thus minimizing personal risk. Yet this may cause the loss of critical opportunities. Yao Chen found himself deep in contemplation. Venturing alone, though it presented the possibility of great fortune, bore immense risk. Leading Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong along would enhance safety, yet might also invite further complications. Dispatching elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall raised concerns over their ability to confront unforeseen dangers. After considerable deliberation, Yao Chen reached a conclusion. Option 2. The three of us shall journey together. While this may provoke some trouble, our combined strength should suffice to tackle the majority of threats. Moreover, this exploration is pivotal for the future of the Douluo Continent. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Both Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong expressed their agreement. The trio immediately set about their preparations. equipping themselves with their most formidable weapons and gear, ensuring they were in peak condition. Before their departure, Yao Chen entrusted the affairs of the Spirit Hall to Hu Laina, urging her to safeguard the Douluo Continent diligently. Do not worry, Master Yao Chen. I shall protect the Spirit Empire and the Douluo Continent with unwavering resolve, Hu Laina affirmed resolutely. Subsequently, Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong transformed into 3 streaks of light, soaring towards the source of the mysterious power within the cosmos. They traversed countless stars, overcoming numerous arduous challenges along the way. During their flight, they encountered various peculiar creatures and enigmatic energy fields, yet they adeptly resolved each encounter through their formidable prowess and sagacity. Finally, they arrived at the source of the mysterious power. It was a colossal planet, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic radiance, obscuring its interior. This is it, Yao Chen declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. The trio approached the planet with caution, and as they made contact with the mysterious glow, a powerful force drew them within. They found themselves in a surreal realm, surrounded by crystals that shimmered with light, each containing immense energy. What is this place? Qian Rengshu inquired in astonishment. Yao Chen meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment and remarked, "This appears to be an ancient repository of energy, with these crystals harboring immensely potent forces that could significantly enhance our capabilities." Just as they were poised to delve deeper into their exploration, an unexpected surge of enigmatic creatures emerged from all directions. These beings varied greatly in form. Some resembled colossal dragons, while others took on the stature of giants, each emanating a formidable aura that unmistakably marked them as the guardians of this planet. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our domain?" inquired a dragon-like creature, its voice resonating with the thunderous power of a storm. Yao Chen took a step forward and spoke. "We hail from the Douluo Continent and have sensed the mysterious fluctuations of power emanating from this realm. We come in search of knowledge and strength, harboring no ill intentions." The dragon creature snorted disdainfully, retorting, "Humph. Do you presume that the power here is easily attainable? To gain such strength, you must first endure our trials." The trio of Yao Chen exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. They were aware that a formidable trial was imminent. The colossal dragon creature unfurled its immense wings, unleashing a powerful wave of energy directed towards them. Yao Chen immediately harnessed the power of the creator deity, conjuring a protective barrier to deflect the energy wave. Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong swiftly launched their assaults, charging towards the dragon creature and the other guardians. In an instant, the entire space was aglow with flickering lights, and energy surged in abundance. The 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle with the guardians, utilizing the formidable strength of the creator deity. Yao Chen unleashed an array of potent divine techniques, each blow exerting immense pressure on the guardians. Qian Rengshu's angelic divine technique and Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor technique were executed with precision, beautifully coordinating with Yao Chen, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a grueling confrontation, the guardians were ultimately vanquished by the trio. The dragon creature regarded them with a glimmer of respect in its eyes. "You are indeed powerful and worthy of the strength found here." Upon finishing its words, the dragon creature flapped its wings, and the shimmering crystals began to soar towards Yao Chen and his companions. The trio absorbed the energy from the crystals, resulting in a significant enhancement of their abilities. Simultaneously, a notification chime resonated in Yao Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully passing the trial and receiving a cosmic-level energy gift, substantially elevating your strength. Additionally, you have acquired fragments of knowledge regarding the mysteries of the universe, laying the groundwork for your ascension as a more formidable creator deity." Yao Chen felt the surging power within him, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that this exploration had brought them one step closer to their goal of safeguarding the universe. Before departing from this planet, Yao Chen expressed his gratitude to the colossal dragon being and the other guardians, forging amicable connections with them. He believed that in the days to come, there would be more exchanges and collaborations between Douluo Continent and this planet. Subsequently, Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong returned to Douluo Continent laden with bountiful gains. They were aware that further challenges awaited them, yet they were prepared to confront them with greater strength and unwavering conviction, committed to protecting the land they cherished and the entire universe. Chapter 64, Abyssal Shadows. Upon the return of Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong to the Douluo Continent, the entire realm basked in a resplendent tranquility and prosperity. Under the meticulous stewardship of Hu Laina, the Spirit Hall operated with remarkable efficiency, while a new generation of civilian spirit masters flourished within the framework established by Yao Chen, infusing the future of the continent with boundless vitality. Yet beneath this serene facade, turbulent currents stirred. As the creator god, Yao Chen perceptively sensed an ominous wave emanating from the depths of the Douluo Continent, a wave imbued with profound darkness and decay. As if it were seeping from an abyssal world beyond, this force posed a grave danger. With a furrowed brow, Yao Chen summoned Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong to the Palace of Creation. Inside the palace, the brilliant radiance stood in stark contrast to the solemn expressions of the trio. Qian Rinxue gently caressed the angelic holy sword in her grasp, its blade resonating with a low hum, seemingly attuned to the unknown threat. I too sensed it. This dark power appeared to be eroding the very foundations of the continent, and if left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Bibi Dong, enveloped in a shroud of purplish-black threads, spoke with a steely demeanor. Whatever it may be, we shall show no mercy to those who covet the Douluo Continent. At that moment, the prompt of the divine selection system echoed within Yao Chen's mind. Dark disturbances detected in the depths of the Douluo Continent. Suspected resurgence of ancient malevolent forces. The host may choose from the following options. 1. Delve into the source of darkness alone, seeking the truth and attempting to purify the malevolent power. Success will grant control over the laws of darkness, significantly enhancing the creator god's strength. Though perilous risks of losing one's mind loom. 2. Led Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong into the fray, uniting to purify the darkness. Success will allow the trio to collectively comprehend the laws of darkness, bolstering the continent's protective power, albeit possibly provoking a fierce backlash from the dark forces during the purification process. 3. Dispatch a reconnaissance team from the Spirit Hall to investigate, gathering information before making a decision, thereby mitigating risks, though this may afford the dark forces additional time to grow. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Chen weighed the pros and cons. Although venturing forth alone presented an opportunity, the risks were excessively high. Should he lose his mind, the entire Douluo Continent would forfeit its mightiest guardian. Conversely, dispatching a reconnaissance team could jeopardize their chances, allowing the dark forces to gain further strength. Ultimately, he resolutely made a decision. Option 2, we shall embark together. The encroaching darkness threatened the continent, and time was of the essence. United, the three of us might swiftly resolve the impending crisis. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, and the trio promptly prepared for their departure. Before they set off, Yao Chen summoned Hulaina to the Divine Palace, imparting a solemn charge. Nana, I entrust the safety of the Douluo Continent to you for the time being. We embark into the unknown. You must safeguard the realm. Should any unforeseen events arise, you may seek my aid through the Genesis divine mark I have left behind. Hulaina, her resolve unwavering, knelt on one knee. Rest assured, Lord Yao Chen, I shall not fail in my duty. The three departed from the Genesis divine palace, soaring towards the source of the dark power. As they delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. The sky was shrouded in a veil of black mist, and the ground occasionally exuded a noxious black miasma that reeked foully. At last, they arrived at the entrance of a colossal abyss. Within, flashes of black light flickered ominously, and an aura of malevolence assailed them. This is the place. Yao Chen inhaled deeply and stepped into the abyss first, with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong following closely behind. Upon entering, they discovered the cavern teeming with bizarre creatures, their forms grotesque and emanating a dark aura as they lunged menacingly towards the trio. In the hands of Yao Chen, the dual spirits of the ethereal flames erupted instantaneously, intertwining to form a formidable wall of fire that barred the dark entities from advancing. Qian Rinxue wielded the angelic holy sword, casting forth a golden radiance that sliced through the darkness like lightning, causing the shadowy creatures to dissipate in its wake. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong unleashed the might of the Death Spider Queen, with countless threads of silk extending outward, ensnaring the dark beings with unyielding force. The trio pressed onward until they reached the core of the abyss. There, they beheld a colossal black vortex, from which dark power surged relentlessly. At the center of this vortex floated a black crystal, emanating a peculiar luminescence. This crystal was the very source of the dark forces. Yao Chen proclaimed, "We must shatter it to purify this darkness once and for all." Yet, just as they prepared to strike, a legion of formidable dark demigods emerged from the swirling shadows. Towering in stature and wreathed in black flames, each possessed strength rivaling that of ordinary divine beings. "Intruders, how dare you trespass in our domain? Today marks your demise," roared the leader of the demigods as he brandished a black spear, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward Yao Chen and his companions. The trio of Yao Chen swiftly dispersed to evade the onslaught. Yao Chen promptly unleashed the god technique of creation, illuminating the entire abyss with the radiance of creation. a formidable power that momentarily left the dark demons in a state of disorientation. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong launched their attacks. Qian Rinxue invoked the Descent of Angels, summoning a colossal angelic apparition that soared through the air, its holy sword striking fiercely at the dark demons. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong unleashed the domain of death, enveloping the surrounding space in a shroud of purplish-black light, causing the dark demons to move sluggishly within the confines of the domain. However, the dark demons soon regained their composure, retaliating with fervor and engaging in a fierce confrontation with Yao Chen and his companions. Amidst the tumult of battle, Yao Chen discerned that the powers of these dark demons were interconnected, forming a formidable defensive system. Conventional attacks were incapable of inflicting significant damage upon them. This impasse could not continue. We must uncover their vulnerabilities, Yao Chen proclaimed. At that moment, a flash of inspiration surged through Yao Chen's mind. He recalled the knowledge he had acquired on the mysterious planet regarding the cosmic mysteries, which spoke of a particular trait of dark power. Although potent, it could become unbalanced under the dual purification of light and life energy. Qian Rinxue, unleash your full radiant power. Bibi Dong, assist with your life energy. Yao Chen shouted fervently. Instantly understanding his command, Qian Rinxue maximized the light power of her angelic martial soul, flooding the abyss with her brilliance. Bibi Dong, in turn, summoned her life energy, merging it harmoniously with the radiant force. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Chen unleashed his most formidable attack, the Genesis, purifying light. A colossal beam infused with the essence of light and life surged towards the dark demonic entities. In the face of such overwhelming power, the defenses of the dark demons crumbled instantaneously, eliciting anguished cries as their forms began to dissipate. As the dark demons vanished, the black vortex and the ominous black crystal also began to teeter on the brink of collapse. The trio of Yao Chen pressed their advantage, coordinating a concerted assault that ultimately obliterated the black crystal entirely. With the shattering of the crystal, the dark forces from the abyss swiftly evaporated, and the entire chasm began to bask in the return of light. Yao Chen and his companions successfully purified the dark power, accomplishing this arduous task. The system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully purging the source of darkness and gaining dominion over the laws of darkness, significantly enhancing both your own strength and the protective power of the continent. As Yao Chen felt the newly acquired power of the dark laws within him, it seamlessly merged with his existing strength, elevating his prowess to unprecedented heights. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong also gleaned insights from this battle, further enhancing their own capabilities. The trio departed from the abyss and returned to the Douluo Continent. At this moment, under their vigilant guardianship, the continent once again basked in the tranquility and prosperity of its former days. Yet Yao Chen understood that this was merely the beginning. The cosmos held countless unknowns and challenges awaiting them. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, nothing could thwart their resolve to protect the Douluo Continent and the universe. Chapter 65. A new journey in the vast and enigmatic realm of the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen's arrival was akin to a colossal stone cast into a serene lake, stirring up waves upon waves. Armed with a divine selection system and endowed with unparalleled talent and wisdom, he began to rewrite the annals of Douluo Continent's history. After Yao Chen traversed through time, he awakened the most formidable martial soul, whose power exceeded imagination. Both its offensive capabilities and supportive abilities left the entire Douluo Continent in awe. Through the rewards of the system and his own relentless efforts, he rapidly evolved into a force that could not be overlooked. Choosing to assist the Spirit Hall. Under his strategic planning and support, the strength of the Spirit Hall flourished. With Yao Chen's aid, Bibi Dong successfully ascended to divinity. It was a moment that reverberated across the continent. The heavens thundered with divine lightning, and auspicious clouds of 7 colors gathered. A potent aura of divine power radiated from Bibi Dong, her gaze reflecting a confidence that signified her mastery over all. Yao Chen stood by, observing Bibi Dong complete her divine inheritance, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. This was not merely Bibi Dong's triumph. It was a pivotal step in his grand design. Simultaneously, at the Hall of Offerings where Qian Daolu resided, a series of reforms were implemented based on Yao Chen's recommendations. The introduction of new training methodologies and resource allocation systems further empowered the strong within the Hall of Offerings. The Haodian sect and the lower 3 sects, once fierce rivals of the Spirit Hall, gradually lost their capacity to contend against it under Yao Chen's meticulous arrangements. Even the Sea God Island, once a mysterious and mighty entity, chose to make a temporary concession under the pressure exerted by the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen was acutely aware that for the Spirit Hall to truly dominate the continent, it required not only formidable martial prowess but also a continuous influx of fresh talent. Thus, he embarked on a mission to cultivate new blood for the Spirit Hall. Personally, he selected promising commoners and imparted to them his unique methods of cultivation. Under Yao Chen's guidance, these commoners awakened their martial spirits and commenced their journey of training. This initiative instilled hope among the common populace of the continent, who expressed their gratitude toward Yao Chen. Through his unwavering efforts, the continent gradually moved toward unification, with the Spirit Hall emerging as its sovereign, establishing the Spirit Empire. During this transformative period, Hulayina, under Yao Chen's meticulous mentorship, experienced a meteoric rise in strength, ultimately attaining the rank of titled Douluo. Her intelligence and resilience distinguished her among her peers, leading her to be elected as the successor to the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen was not content with merely this. He continued to harness the rewards of the system, leaving a profound legacy for the Spirit Empire. He amassed countless precious soul beast resources, providing the spirit masters of the empire with formidable soul rings. Furthermore, he established a comprehensive training system for spirit masters, enabling more individuals to progress steadily along their path of cultivation. As a new journey commenced, Yao Chen stood alongside Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. Their gazes were filled with aspirations and unwavering determination for the future. With Yao Chen's assistance, Qian Renxue drew ever closer to the throne of the Divine King. She incessantly absorbed divine energy to enhance her strength. Yao Chen, were it not for you, neither I nor the Spirit Hall would be where we are today. Bibi Dong gazed at Yao Chen, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Yao Chen smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "This is the result of our collective effort. Now that the continent is beginning to take shape, there are even broader horizons awaiting our exploration." Qian Renxue nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I am determined to become the God King, ensuring that the prestige of the Spirit Empire resonates throughout the cosmos." Under their leadership, the banner of the Spirit Empire fluttered vigorously in the wind. Yao Chen understood that he was drawing ever closer to his aspiration of attaining the position of the Creator God. Guided by the system, he continuously delved into the mysteries of the divine. On a serene night, Yao Chen stood alone at the pinnacle of the Spirit Palace, gazing at the starry sky. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, you have completed numerous tasks and are but a step away from the Creator God position. However, this final step requires you to comprehend the essence of the universe." Yao Chen found himself lost in contemplation, reminiscing about his experiences since arriving in the Douluo Continent, those fierce battles, his personal growth, and the bonds forged with his companions. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he seemed to grasp a profound truth. Thus, he murmured, "The essence of this universe lies in balance and hope." From that moment onward, Yao Chen entered a period of seclusion for rigorous cultivation. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong continued to safeguard the Spirit Empire, patiently awaiting the moment of his return. As days turned into weeks, Yao Chen's aura grew increasingly formidable. At last, on a sun-drenched day, he emerged from his retreat, emanating an indescribable presence, the aura of the Creator God. "I have succeeded," Yao Chen declared, gazing at his hands, his eyes brimming with joy. Sensing the powerful energy radiating from him, Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong hurried to his side. Upon witnessing Yao Chen, they were utterly astonished. "Yao Chen, you have truly become the Creator God," Qian Renxue exclaimed with fervor. Yao Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we are now prepared to embark on a new journey, to explore the uncharted realms and to safeguard all that we cherish." Thus, Yao Chen, Qian Renxue, and Bibi Dong, bearing the glory and hope of the Spirit Hall, set forth on their new expedition. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the horizon, while their tale would forever resonate across the Douluo Continent. Chapter 66. The dawn of a new era upon the expansive canvas of the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall, bolstered by Yao Chen's assistance, had undeniably ascended to an unassailable dominance. The once formidable factions that could contend with it, such as the Haotian sect, the three lower sects, and the enigmatic Sea God Island, now lay in either seclusion or submission beneath the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Spirit Hall. Yao Chen, a transcendent from another realm, awakened the most extraordinary martial soul in the history of Douluo Continent, empowered by a divine selection system. This martial soul, imbued with unfathomable energy, resembled an endless abyss. Each manifestation could alter the very fabric of nature, dimming the sun and moon. As he continuously aided the Spirit Hall, the system generously bestowed upon him substantial rewards. These rewards, ranging from invaluable treasures to long-lost mystical techniques, became pivotal in the exponential growth of the Spirit Hall's power. Bibi Dong, the legendary pope of the Spirit Hall, successfully completed the divine inheritance with Yao Chen's meticulous planning and unwavering support. It was a ceremony that sent tremors throughout the entire Douluo Continent, marked by thunder and lightning, with divine radiance illuminating the skies. The powerful waves of divine energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping every inch of land, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of divine light. Bibi Dong exuded an air of authority and confidence that transcended the mortal realm, as if she had seized control of the world's destiny. Under Yao Chen's counsel, the Hall of Offerings, where Chen Dala resided, underwent sweeping reforms. Yao Chen imparted advanced cultivation methods from the system's rewards to the offerings, while also rationalizing resource allocation, leading to a qualitative leap in their strength. Those already formidable now soared to new heights, becoming the Spirit Hall's most solid support. In the ongoing quest for unification of the continent, Yao Chen recognized that talent was the key determinant of victory. Thus, he directed his attention towards the vast populace. Utilizing his influence and the resources provided by the system, he established a comprehensive martial soul awakening and cultivation framework, granting every common citizen the opportunity to awaken their martial souls and embark on a path of cultivation. This initiative transformed the landscape of Douluo Continent, altering the fates of countless commoners who came to revere Yao Chen as a deity. Hulaina, a wise and resilient woman, experienced exponential growth under Yao Chen's careful guidance. She absorbed the knowledge and skills imparted by him, blending them with her innate talents, ultimately overcoming numerous challenges to become a revered title Douluo. Her remarkable achievements garnered widespread recognition and support, and through unanimous election, she ascended to become the successor of the Spirit Empire. At this juncture, the Spirit Empire had emerged as the most formidable entity in the Douluo Continent. Yao Chen, along with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, stood atop the Spirit Hall, surveying the continent now under their dominion. The continent is unified, and our primary objective has been achieved, Yao Chen declared, his voice steady and powerful, reflecting an endless yearning for the future. Indeed, all of this is thanks to you, Yao Chen. Without your presence, the Spirit Hall could never have attained such accomplishments. Bibi Dong remarked, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. Precisely, Yao Chen, your arrival has altered our fates, as well as the fate of the entire Douluo Continent. What shall our next steps be? Yao Chen squinted slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking. Though we have unified the Douluo Continent, this is merely the beginning. In the distant expanse, there may lie unknown worlds awaiting our exploration. And you, Qian Rinxue, are but a step away from the position of the God King. We must create better conditions for you to achieve this final breakthrough. Qian Rinxue clenched her fist, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. I shall undoubtedly become the God King, ensuring that the renown of the Spirit Empire resonates throughout the cosmos. In an effort to bestow sufficient foundation upon the Spirit Empire, Yao Chen utilized the resources rewarded by the system to establish an extensive soul beast breeding ground. Here, various rare soul beasts were nurtured, providing a stable source of soul rings for the spirit masters of the empire. Concurrently, he founded multiple spirit master academies, imparting his cultivation insights and advanced teaching philosophies to the younger generation of spirit masters, thus nurturing a continuous influx of fresh talent for the Spirit Empire. With preparations complete, Yao Chen, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong resolved to embark on a new journey. They bid farewell to the subjects of the Spirit Empire, carrying the blessings and hopes of all as they set forth into the unknown. Along their journey, they encountered a myriad of challenges and opportunities. At times, formidable magical beasts obstructed their path. At other moments, mysterious ruins awaited their exploration. Each time they faced adversity, Yao Chen, with his wisdom and formidable strength, guided them through the trials unscathed. Moreover, every exploration of the ruins yielded precious treasures and knowledge, which became invaluable assets in their growth. During one such exploration of a mysterious ruin, Qian Rinxue unexpectedly obtained an ancient divine technique. This technique harbored powerful divine energy fluctuations, precisely what she needed to ascend to the God King position. Eagerly, Qian Rinxue began to cultivate this technique, while Yao Chen and Bibi Dong stood guard beside her. The cultivation process proved exceptionally arduous, as Qian Rinxue continuously merged and contended with the divine energy within the technique. Her body was at times battered by the overwhelming force of divine power, yet at other moments rejuvenated by its nurturing essence. Observing her suffering, Yao Chen and Bibi Dong felt deep concern, yet they understood that this was a necessary trial for Qian Rinxue. After a protracted period of cultivation, Qian Rengshu ultimately succeeded in merging with the divine technique, experiencing a qualitative leap in her strength and drawing ever closer to the God King position. At this moment, she radiated a powerful divine aura, as if she had truly become a deity. "I can feel the position of the God King beckoning me," Qian Rengshu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. With a smile, Yao Chen nodded. "Indeed, Qian Rengshu, you have performed admirably. Next, we merely need to seek the opportune moment to assist you in achieving your final breakthrough." As they continued their journey, a broader world gradually unfolded before them. In this realm, more enigmatic powers and formidable adversaries awaited. Yet, Yao Chen, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong showed no signs of retreat. They courageously embraced each challenge, driven by the glory and hope of the Spirit Empire, advancing towards loftier heights. Chapter 67, Rewriting the Rules, Unfolding the Divine Path in the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall has ascended to the pinnacle of power, its dominion casting a radiant glow over every inch of land. Yao Chen, the traverser who altered the fate of this continent, stood atop the highest tower of the Spirit Hall, gazing down upon the land whose history he had rewritten, his heart awash with complex emotions. The brilliance of the divine selection system flickered in his eyes, a testament to the strength he had relied upon throughout his journey. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall who had attained divinity, radiated an awe-inspiring divine power. Her divine inheritance was the fruit of Yao Chen's meticulous planning. During the ceremony of inheritance, the heaven shifted in hue, and divine thunder resounded as she proclaimed the supreme authority of the Spirit Hall with unequivocal strength. The Hall of Offerings, where Qian Douluo resided, had transformed under Yao Chen's influence into a cradle of the Spirit Empire's elite. The new cultivation system elevated the strength of the offerings, who faithfully safeguarded the core of the Spirit Empire. Once formidable rivals, the Haotian sect and the lower three sects, chose to submit before the overwhelming might of the Spirit Hall. Even Sea God Island, after weighing the pros and cons, reached a tacit understanding with the Spirit Empire to jointly uphold the new order of the continent. All of this was intricately woven by Yao Chen's foresight. Yao Chen is acutely aware that to ensure the enduring stability of the Spirit Empire, it is imperative to cultivate a new generation, utilizing the resources bestowed by the system. He established soul master academies across the continent, enabling the children of commoners to awaken their martial souls and embark on the path of cultivation. Within these institutions, Yao Chen imparted his refined methods of training, rendering the process more efficient and secure. In no time, a fervor for cultivation swept across the continent, drawing countless aspiring youths into the academies, their eyes gleaming with visions of a promising future. Under Yao Chen's meticulous tutelage, Hulaina made remarkable strides in her abilities, ultimately ascending to the rank of title Douluo. Her intelligence and resilience distinguished her among the throngs of soul masters, earning her the esteemed selection as the heir to the Spirit Empire. Standing beside Yao Chen, her gaze brimmed with reverence and gratitude, fully aware that her current accomplishments were solely attributed to his nurturing. "Master Yao Chen, the continent is now unified. What shall be our next course of action?" Hulaina respectfully inquired. Yao Chen gently tilted his head, his gaze fixed upon the boundless horizon, and slowly articulated, "Unification is merely the inception. We must transform the Douluo Continent into a realm where everyone can ascend to greatness." Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong approached Yao Chen, acutely aware that each of his decisions would irrevocably alter the course of the continent. "Yao Chen, what are your plans?" Qian Rengshu inquired, her proximity to the throne of the Divine King growing ever closer, and her yearning intensifying. Yao Chen turned around, his gaze resolute. "I shall alter the rules of Douluo Continent, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to cultivate and strive to become the strongest." This notion, seemingly mad, was met with Yao Chen's unwavering confidence. Utilizing the divine selection system, he delved deeply into the cosmic laws governing Douluo Continent. After countless days and nights of meticulous study, he finally uncovered the vulnerabilities within these rules. Alone, Yao Chen arrived at the heart of the Douluo Continent, the pillar of the world. This location is the linchpin that upholds the rules of the continent, where the formidable power of the rules converges. Drawing upon the entirety of his soul force, Yao Chen activated the divine-level selection system, engaging in a fierce confrontation with this ancient and mighty force of rules. The power surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering Yao Chen's defenses. Yet, he remained undaunted, employing the artifacts bestowed by the system to continually weaken the oppression of the ruling force. After a protracted struggle, Yao Chen ultimately succeeded in creating a rift within the rules. He infused his enhanced cultivation guidelines into this breach, and in an instant, The entire Douluo Continent felt the shift. The barriers that had previously confined ordinary individuals from cultivating were shattered. The soul force in the world became more accessible, allowing everyone to effortlessly absorb it and embark on their path of cultivation. As the news spread, the continent erupted in fervor. From the children in remote villages to the common folk in bustling streets, all began to explore the art of cultivation. The atmosphere of cultivation across the continent reached unprecedented heights. However, Yao Chen was not content with this achievement. He was acutely aware that ascension to divinity was the ultimate goal for the strong of the Douluo Continent. Thus, he commenced his quest to discover methods that would enable more individuals to attain godhood. Yao Chen roamed in search of ancient relics, seeking clues about ascension to divinity. During one of his explorations, he stumbled upon an ancient tome that detailed a mysterious ritual known as the sacrifice to the gods. According to the records within this tome, the sacrifice to the gods necessitated the gathering of 7 types of divine energy to be performed at a specific time and location, thereby unlocking a passage to the realm of the gods and granting mortals the opportunity to attain divinity. Yao Chen conveyed the news to Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Hu Laina. Upon hearing it, the group was filled with exhilaration, each expressing their willingness to assist Yao Chen in the realization of this magnificent endeavor. They divided into several factions to commence the collection of divine energy. Qian Rinxue, harnessing her formidable strength, ventured to the farthest northern reaches in search of the ice god's energy. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong led a team into the enigmatic Death Marsh, seeking the power of the Grim Reaper. Hu Laina took on the responsibility of uncovering clues to other forms of divine energy across the continent. Throughout their quest for energy, they encountered numerous challenges. The ice goddess energy in the extreme north was fiercely guarded by a powerful guardian beast, leading Qian Rinxue into a breathtaking battle. The Death Marsh was fraught with treacherous traps and malevolent creatures, subjecting Bibi Dong's team to perilous trials. Yet, they remained undeterred, fueled by unwavering conviction and formidable prowess. They ultimately succeeded in gathering 7 distinct forms of divine energy. On a moonlit night, Yao Chen led the group to the fabled site of the divine gathering, the Lake of Life. This location is the very wellspring of vitality on the Douluo Continent, imbued with an aura of profound mystery. According to the records of ancient texts, Yao Chen meticulously prepared the ritual. He infused 7 types of divine energy into the lake, and in an instant, the waters shimmered with vibrant hues, while a colossal beam of light surged skyward, piercing the heavens. This was the pathway to the divine realm, Yao Chen exclaimed with exhilaration. The onlookers gazed at the radiant column, their hearts brimming with reverence and anticipation. Yao Chen was the first to step into the beam of light, followed closely by Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, and Hu Laina. Within the luminous column, they felt a tremendous surge of divine power crashing against them. Yet, through their indomitable will, they advanced step by step toward the divine realm. At last, they reached the threshold of the divine domain, a realm teeming with infinite mysteries. "We have succeeded," Qian Rinxue proclaimed with fervor. Yao Chen gazed upon the grand gates of the divine realm, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Not only had he altered the very fabric of Douluo Continent's rules, but he had also bestowed upon many the opportunity to ascend to divinity. This was merely the beginning. He was determined to enable the mighty of Douluo Continent to arrive here, to become true gods. With unwavering resolve, Yao Chen declared his intentions. Thus, Yao Chen and his companions established a stronghold at the fringes of the divine realm, embarking on the quest to discover how to facilitate the passage of more powerful beings from Douluo Continent through the rite of the gods. Their new journey had only just commenced. Chapter 68, The Path of Divine Awakening. A new journey begins on this land, whose fate had been entirely rewritten by Yao Chen. The banner of the Spirit Empire fluttered vigorously upon every city wall, heralding the dawn of a new era. Standing atop the restored Spirit Hall, Yao Chen surveyed the vast expanse of the continent, his mind teeming with visions of the future. Beside him, Bibi Dong radiated divine brilliance. Already one of the most formidable deities in this realm, Qian Rinxue, her aura subdued yet exuding the pressure of a divine king, stood but a step away from the pinnacle of divinity, and Hu Laina, as the heir of the Spirit Empire, donned resplendent attire. Her gaze filled with unwavering determination and confidence, having ascended to the pinnacle of a 99th level Douluo, second only to the 3 formidable figures before her. Now, the laws of Douluo Continent had been rewritten, granting mortals the chance to cultivate, yet the path to divinity remained fraught with challenges. Yao Chen's voice, deep and powerful, shattered the tranquility of the moment. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her staff tapping the ground, causing ripples of divine power to emanate. "Yao Chen, what are your plans?" "Although the rite of the gods has commenced, Facilitating the ascent of more individuals to divinity is no simple task. Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with fervent ambition. She was eager to ascend to the throne of the Divine King, to gaze down upon the world they had forged with their own hands. Regardless of the trials and tribulations that lie ahead, I shall become the Divine King, paving an eternal path of glory for the Spirit Empire. Yao Chen turned around and gazed at the three with unwavering determination. We must establish a divine heritage system to guide those potential soul masters step by step towards the divine realm. With a graceful gesture, he summoned the radiant light of the divine selection system, where countless mysterious runes shimmered within the glow priceless knowledge about the divine legacy acquired from the rewards of the system. In Hu Laina's eyes shone profound reverence as she stepped forward. Lord Yao Chen, I am willing to dedicate all my efforts to assist you in realizing this magnificent endeavor. Under Yao Chen's guidance, the group began to bustle with activity. Leveraging her esteemed reputation on the Douluo Continent, Hu Laina summoned exceptionally gifted young soul masters from all corners, bringing them to the new Divine Academy of the Spirit Hall. This institution, meticulously designed by Yao Chen, harmoniously blended the essence of cultivation from the Douluo Continent with the enigmatic knowledge bestowed by the system, serving as a cradle for the future deities. Simultaneously, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue delved into the intricacies of the divine ritual. They discovered that, although a pathway to the divine realm had been opened, each divine position presented its own unique trials and requirements. To enable a greater number of individuals to succeed in these trials, it was imperative to devise tailored cultivation methods for each distinct divine rank. Yao Chen had immersed himself in a prolonged seclusion, harnessing the power of the system to delve deeply into the mysteries of each divine energy. Meanwhile, Bai Dong, empowered by her divine status, scoured the corners of the Douluo Continent in search of hidden relics of the gods, hoping to unearth additional clues. Qian Rinxue tirelessly honed her strength, determined to attain her utmost potential before ascending to godhood. Within the Sacred Academy, Hu Laina conducted her own classes, imparting her cultivation experiences without reservation to the young soul masters, while also crafting personalized training plans for each student as per Yao Chen's guidance. Under her mentorship, these aspiring soul masters experienced rapid advancements, their eyes gleaming with the fervent desire to attain divinity. Teacher, can we truly become gods? A young soul master inquired, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. Hu Laina smiled, her gaze radiating encouragement. As long as you dedicate yourselves to your training and adhere to the methodologies outlined by Master Yao Chen, you will undoubtedly embark upon the path to divinity. After months of research and exploration, Yao Chen finally emerged from his retreat, emanating a more mysterious and potent aura, as if he had forged a connection with the very fabric of the universe's laws. I have discovered cultivation methods tailored for various divine ranks, he declared, his voice tinged with fatigue yet brimming with excitement. He shared these methodologies with Bai Dong, Qian Rinxue, and Hu Laina, before commencing the selection of the first group of students destined to undergo the divine inheritance trials at the Sacred Academy. These students had been meticulously chosen for their exceptional talent and perseverance. On a momentous day, Yao Chen led this cohort to the site of the divine festival. He reopened the passageway to the divine realm, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, both mysterious and alluring. You must remember, this is your opportunity to ascend to godhood. Yet it is also a harrowing trial, Yao Chen stated, his expression grave as he regarded the students. Only by passing the trial of the divine rank can you truly become gods. The students nodded in unison, inhaling deeply as they stepped into the passage. Yao Chen, Bai Dong, Qian Rinxue, and Hu Laina stood vigil at the entrance, ready to safeguard them. Within the passage, the students confronted a myriad of challenges, formidable divine phantoms they needed to overcome with strength, enigmatic puzzles requiring their intellect to unravel, and the inner fears and desires they had to conquer with unwavering resolve. As moments turned into minutes, fluctuations of energy and the shouts of the students resonated through the passage. The expressions of Yao Chen and the others grew increasingly solemn, acutely aware that the fates of these students would shape the future of the Douluo Continent. At last, the first student successfully emerged from the trials, radiating a faint divine light. His face was alight with joy and pride, having become the first individual on the Douluo Continent, aside from Yao Chen and his companions, to attain divinity. I did it, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Soon after, more students followed suit, successfully achieving their divine ascension. Although their power remains incomparable to that of Yao Chen and Bibi Dong, their emergence has ushered in boundless possibilities for the future of Douluo Continent. Observing these new deities, Yao Chen's face broke into a gratified smile. This is merely the beginning. In the future, we shall transform Douluo Continent into the origin of the gods. Qian Rengshu gazed longingly towards the divine realm, her eyes filled with aspiration. Once I ascend to the position of God King, I shall pave a pathway to higher realms for the deities of Douluo Continent. Bi Biong nodded slightly. Our endeavors will ultimately reshape the very fabric of the universe. Hulaina looked at the newly consecrated students, her heart brimming with anticipation. I firmly believe that under the guidance of Lord Yao Chen, we shall usher in an unprecedented era of glory. In this land teeming with hope, the legendary tales of Yao Chen and others continue to unfold. They will lead the gods of Douluo Continent towards ever greater heights, venturing to uncover the mysteries of the infinite cosmos. With their existence, Douluo Continent shall become the most resplendent entity within the multiverse. Chapter 69. The Surge of Divine Tide. A new era of glory under Yao Chen's guidance. Douluo Continent has gracefully entered an unprecedented era of divine awakening. The Spirit Empire, as the sovereign of this land, casts its radiant light upon every inch of territory. Standing atop the towering spire of the Spirit Hall, Yao Chen gazed into the vast expanse, where the continent exuded an atmosphere brimming with renewal and hope. Beside him, Bi Bidong was enveloped in a resplendent divine radiance, a testament to her ascended glory. Every gesture emanated a formidable power over the cycle of life and death. Qian Rengshu bore a solemn, yet resolute expression, her strength, under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, nearing the realm of God King, each breath seemingly commanding the forces of the universe. Hulaina, as the heir of the Spirit Empire, donned splendid attire, her flowing red hair dancing in the breeze. Her pinnacle Douluo power of level 99 solidified her position as the unequivocal leader among the younger generation of the empire. Her gaze filled with dreams and determination for the future. Today, all mortals of Douluo Continent may cultivate, and the foundational structure of divine inheritance is taking shape. However, the path to ensuring a stable ascent to divinity for many remains long and arduous. Yao Chen's voice resonated, deep and powerful, akin to a bell tolling in the silence, shattering the tranquility. Bi Bidong gently nodded, her death god staff lightly striking the ground, producing a crisp sound as divine energy rippled outward from her center. Yao Chen, your words ring true. Although the festival of the gods has commenced, the trials for divinity are exceedingly rigorous. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Qian Rengshu's eyes sparkled with fervent light as she clenched her fists, her tone imbued with impatience. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I must hasten my ascension to God King to forge a stable path for the divine inheritance of Douluo Continent. Yao Chen turned around, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals with unwavering determination. We must further refine the divine inheritance system, tailoring precise cultivation plans for each potential soul master. We shall consider the unique characteristics of different divine ranks. Simultaneously, we need to seek out more divine relics to acquire their mysterious powers and knowledge, thereby aiding our grand endeavor of divinity. Hulaina's eyes sparkled with reverence and anticipation as she stepped forward, slightly bowing. Lord Yao Chen, I am willing to devote myself entirely to assist you in this monumental mission. Under Yao Chen's meticulous coordination, the group sprang into action. Leveraging her immense prestige and influence across the Douluo Continent, Hulaina traversed every corner, carefully selecting exceptionally talented and resolute young soul masters to gather them into the newly established Divine Academy of the Spirit Hall. This academy was intricately designed by Yao Chen, based on the mysterious knowledge provided by the divine selection system, blending the essence of local cultivation with extraordinary wisdom from another realm, serving as a sacred cradle for nurturing future deities. Meanwhile, Yao Chen, Bi Bidong, and Qian Renxue immersed themselves deeply in the study of divine rituals and the transmission of divine ranks. Day and night, they delved into the mysteries and characteristics of each type of divine energy, striving to unveil the ultimate secrets concealed behind the divine ranks. Yao Chen harnessed the powerful analytical capabilities of the divine selection system to organize and integrate vast amounts of divine information. Bi Bidong, with her unique perception of divinity, traversed the mystical locales of the Douluo Continent in search of ancient divine relics, hoping to unearth precious clues and inheritances. Qian Renxue secluded herself in a serene valley, diligently honing her strength to break through the final barrier preventing her ascension to godhood. Within the Divine Academy, Hulaina personally taught, imparting her years of cultivation insights and invaluable experiences unreservedly to the eager young soul masters. She patiently guided each student, addressing their queries and correcting their deviations according to the personalized cultivation plans devised by Yao Chen. Under her attentive mentorship, these young soul masters flourished like robust seedlings, their powers rapidly escalating, their eyes shimmering with an insatiable desire for the path to divinity. Teacher, is the path to becoming a deity truly so arduous? A young soul master inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. Hyena smiled, her gaze filled with encouragement and warmth. Child, indeed the path to divinity is fraught with challenges. Yet as long as you hold firm to your faith, persistently dedicate yourselves to cultivation, and follow the direction outlined by Lord Yao Chen, you shall surely tread upon the glorious halls of divinity. After a prolonged and arduous period of research and exploration, Yao Chen finally concluded his extended seclusion. He emerged slowly from his retreat, exuding an even more mysterious and powerful aura, as if he had established a subtle connection with the very essence of the universe. His gaze exuded a profound wisdom that seemed to perceive all, as he held in his hands an ancient tome radiating a soft luminescence. This was the culmination of his meticulous refinement of the divine inheritance system, aided by the intricacies of the system itself. I have perfected the divine inheritance framework, rendering the cultivation methods for different divine positions more precise and effective. There was a hint of fatigue in Yao Chen's voice, yet it was overshadowed by the joy of accomplishment and confidence in the future. He entrusted this tome, a testament to countless efforts, to Hyena, instructing her to impart these cultivation methods to the students of the Academy of Gods, enabling them to train according to their unique talents and divine positions. Hyena solemnly accepted the ancient text, her eyes brimming with excitement and responsibility. Rest assured, Lord Yao Chen, I shall not fail your expectations. Subsequently, Yao Chen, Bai Dong, and Xian Rinxue returned to the site of the divine ritual's commencement. They meticulously examined the surrounding environment and energy fluctuations, making final preparations for the impending trials of divine inheritance. On a moonlit night, Yao Chen once again opened the passageway to the divine realm. The corridor shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, both mysterious and alluring, as powerful divine energy surged forth like a tidal wave. This is your opportunity to ascend to divinity, as well as a test of your resolve. Remember to maintain unwavering faith and unleash your full potential. Yao Chen gazed solemnly at the students before him. They inhaled deeply, their eyes filled with determination and courage, and stepped into the passage one by one. Yao Chen, Bai Dong, Xian Rinxue, and Hyena remained vigilant outside the corridor, fully prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Within the passage, the students faced a myriad of formidable trials. Some encountered powerful divine phantoms, possessing terrifying strength and unique combat techniques. The students had to summon all their knowledge and skills to contend with them. Others found themselves ensnared in a mysterious labyrinth, requiring keen observation and intelligence to unravel complex puzzles in order to advance. Still others confronted their innermost fears and desires. Only by conquering themselves could they transcend their predicaments and forge ahead. Time flowed slowly in the tense atmosphere, with the corridor occasionally echoing with the sounds of fierce energy clashes and the students' cries. Yao Chen and his companions grew increasingly grave, their gazes fixed upon the entrance of the passage, silently praying for the students. At last, the first student emerged triumphantly from the trials, emanating a faint yet hopeful divine radiance. His face beamed with the joy of victory and pride. I did it, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with aspirations for the future. Soon after, more and more students successfully navigated the trials, achieving divinity, though their strength may not yet rival that of renowned figures like Yao Chen. Their emergence has infused the Douluo Continent with renewed vigor and hope for the future. Observing these newly ascended deities, a contented smile graced Yao Chen's face. This is merely the beginning. In time, we shall transform the Douluo Continent into the cradle of divinity, allowing the glory of this land to resonate throughout the cosmos. Xian Rinxue gazed toward the divine realm, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Once I ascend to the rank of divine king, I shall carve a path to higher realms for the gods of Douluo Continent, enabling our civilization to radiate the most brilliant light across the universe. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her death god staff emanating an enigmatic glow. Our endeavors will ultimately reshape the cosmic landscape, establishing the Douluo Continent as an eternal legend. Hyena observed these newly enshrined students, her heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. I firmly believe that under Lord Yao Chen's guidance, we shall usher in an unprecedented era of brilliance, ensuring the glory of the Spirit Empire endures through the ages. On this land, rich with hope and dreams, the legendary tales of Yao Chen and his companions continue to unfold. They shall lead the gods of the Douluo Continent towards greater heights, exploring the mysteries of the boundless universe and welcoming a more resplendent future. Chapter 70. The Unity of All Realms. A new chapter in the divine world beneath the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent. The brilliance of the spirit empire shone at its zenith, illuminating every mountain and town. Yao Chen stood at the heart of the continent, radiating the unique light of the creator god, soft yet infused with boundless power. As if capable of embracing the entirety of the universe. As a powerful deity, Bibi Dong was surrounded by a divine force interwoven with life and death. Each breath she took causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Qian Rinxue stood quietly, her aura approaching that of a divine king. Just a step away from entering the supreme realm, where she could govern the divine realm. Meanwhile, Hulaina, a pinnacle Douluo of level 99, adeptly managed the myriad affairs of the spirit empire with her exceptional leadership, each decision she made impacting the fates of countless individuals. In this era, every mortal possesses a path to cultivation, and the legacy of the divine begins to dawn, yet this is far from sufficient. Yao Chen's voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, imbued with an undeniable authority. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly, gently tapping the ground with her death god staff. Producing a crisp sound, Yao Chen, although the Soul Beast clan has signed a peace treaty with us, their path to divinity is fraught with challenges, which may pose a hidden threat. Qian Rinxue's gaze turned toward the horizon, her eyes ablaze with fervor, regardless of the obstacles we face. We must ensure that every being on the Douluo continent has the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle and become a divine entity. Yao Chen nodded slightly, fully aware that to achieve this grand objective, numerous formidable obstacles lay ahead. He activated the divine selection system, and in an instant, countless enigmatic runes and information flashed rapidly through his mind. Through extensive exploration and research, he uncovered the subtle connection between soul beasts and the human cultivation system, as well as a method that would enable soul beasts to transcend their limits and ascend to divinity. I have discovered the key to elevating soul beasts to godhood, Yao Chen proclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. But this necessitates our close collaboration with the Soul Beast clan. Hulaina stepped forward, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Lord Yao Chen, what must we do? Under Yao Chen's guidance, Hulaina, representing the martial Soul Empire, journeyed to the Star Dough Forest to negotiate with the Soul Beast clan. The atmosphere in the Star Dough Forest was tense and oppressive, as the Soul Beast remained ever vigilant towards humans, utilizing her exceptional eloquence and unwavering conviction. Hulaina articulated Yao Chen's plan to the Soul Beasts. We do not seek to enslave you. Rather, we wish to join hands with you, granting every being the opportunity to attain divinity. Her voice was resolute and sincere. After prolonged negotiations, the Soul Beast clan was ultimately persuaded. They dispatched their most formidable representatives to collaborate with Yao Chen and others in exploring the path to godhood. Yao Chen combined the knowledge acquired from the system with the unique abilities of the Soul Beasts, devising an entirely new cultivation method. Throughout this process, Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and Hulaina, alongside the powerful soul beasts, vigilantly safeguarded a mysterious valley. This location served as their experimental ground, adorned with numerous potent magical formations to ensure the safety of their endeavors. The first soul beast to attempt this novel cultivation method was a formidable sky blue bull python. Following Yao Chen's guidance, it began to absorb the unique energies of the world while integrating its own soul beast power. The cultivation process proved exceedingly arduous, with the sky blue bull python repeatedly finding itself in perilous situations. However, under the vigilant protection of the group, it ultimately succeeded in breaking through its limits and began to condense its divine essence. We did it, Hulaina exclaimed, her voice filled with exhilaration. With the success of the sky blue bull python, an increasing number of soul beasts commenced their trials of this cultivation method. With the assistance of Yao Chen and his companions, they gradually embarked on the path to divinity. The aura of divinity on the Douluo continent grew ever more palpable. Meanwhile, Yao Chen did not forget Qian Rinxue's quest for the divine throne. Together with Bibi Dong, they sought opportunities for Qian Rinxue to break through. They scoured the corners of the continent for ancient relics, searching for legendary artifacts and divine inheritances. During an exploration of a mysterious underwater ruin, they discovered an artifact imbued with the power of the Divine King, the Fate Balance. This artifact possessed the ability to harmonize all things in the world and resonated perfectly with Qian Rinxue's light attribute. The moment Qian Rinxue grasped the Fate Balance, it felt as though she had been struck by a powerful current, causing her divine energy to surge uncontrollably. She sensed the call of the Divine King's position. An irresistible allure. I can feel it. The Divine King's throne is within reach, Qian Rinxue declared, her voice brimming with excitement. Yao Chen and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with satisfaction. They understood that Qian Ringshu was on the cusp of ascending to the position of God King. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Qian Ringshu commenced her seclusion and cultivation, harnessing the power of the destiny balance to strive for the divine throne. Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Hulaina stood vigil outside, safeguarding her from any unforeseen occurrences. During her seclusion, Qian Ringshu encountered unprecedented challenges. Her consciousness was transported to a mystical realm, where she encountered the phantoms of past god kings. These apparitions launched formidable assaults, endeavoring to thwart her ascension. With unwavering determination and formidable strength, Qian Ringshu engaged in fierce combat with these specters. She continuously absorbed the power of the destiny balance, transforming it into her offensive capabilities. After a protracted struggle, she ultimately vanquished all the phantoms, successfully condensing the divine essence of the God King. As Qian Ringshu emerged from her retreat, she radiated the majesty of a God King. A confident glimmer in her eyes suggested her mastery over all, as if she had become the sovereign of this world. I have become the God King. Qian Ringshu's voice resonated through the heavens and earth, heralding the dawn of a new era. Yao Chen gazed at Qian Ringshu, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his face. Congratulations, Qian Ringshu. From this moment forth, you shall bear the illustrious responsibility of guiding the myriad deities of the Douluo Continent. Qian Ringshu nodded slightly, her gaze drifting towards the horizon, her eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. I shall transform the Douluo Continent into a paradise for the gods, where every living being may thrive under divine protection and lead a blissful existence. With Qian Ringshu's ascension to godhood, the divine era of the Douluo Continent officially commenced. As the creator god, Yao Chen began to devise a grander blueprint. He envisioned connecting the Douluo Continent with other realms, facilitating communication and learning among beings from different worlds, propelling them towards a higher plane of existence. Through Yao Chen's relentless efforts, mysterious portals began to manifest in the skies above the Douluo Continent. These gateways led to diverse realms, fantastical worlds brimming with magic, advanced futuristic societies, and enigmatic realms of immortal heroes. The soul masters and deities of the Douluo Continent engaged in exchanges and collaborations with the formidable beings from these other worlds. They learned from one another, advancing together and enhancing their powers further. Yao Chen, standing atop the pinnacle of the cosmos, surveyed all that unfolded below. He understood that his mission was far from complete. He must continue to explore the mysteries of the universe, paving a more illustrious path for the beings of the Douluo Continent and beyond. This was merely the beginning. Countless challenges and opportunities awaited in the future. Yao Chen's voice resonated through the cosmos, inspiring every living soul to forge ahead. In this age filled with hope and dreams, the legendary saga of the Douluo Continent would continue to be inscribed, becoming an everlasting tale within the universe. Chapter 71. A new chapter for the continent. The rise of new deities in the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, the gears of fate began to spin wildly due to Yao Chen's arrival from another world. Yao Chen, a formidable being from a different realm, wielded a divine selection system, illuminating the previously tumultuous path to dominance of the Spirit Hall like a brilliant star. At this moment, within the core area of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong radiated an aura of immense and mysterious power as she engaged in the pivotal ceremony to ascend to godhood. Yao Chen stood by her side, his gaze unwavering and focused, as he continually formed seals with his hands, channeling streams of extraordinary light into Bibi Dong's body, offering her a steady and potent source of energy. The surrounding space seemed to warp and twist under the weight of this formidable force, and the air was thick with an oppressive pressure. Hold on, Bibi Dong. This is your final step towards divinity, and the key to the Spirit Hall's supremacy over the continent. Yao Chen's voice, steady and commanding, echoed within the suffocating space. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her body trembling slightly, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. With Yao Chen's assistance, she relentlessly pushed against her own limits, launching a final assault towards the elusive realm of divinity. At long last, with a deafening roar, Bibi Dong successfully transcended her final bottleneck, unleashing a formidable divine power that surged from her being, spreading across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, within the Hall of Offerings, Qian Dalu sensed the immense aura of Bibi Dong's ascension to divinity, his countenance betraying a complex mixture of emotions. He felt a sense of relief at her success, yet was overshadowed by apprehension regarding the future. He was acutely aware that with Bibi Dong's divine elevation, the strength of the Spirit Hall would undergo a qualitative leap, fundamentally altering the balance of power across the Douluo Continent. What transformation has Yao Chen truly wrought upon the Spirit Hall? Qian Dalu murmured to himself, a glimmer of confusion clouding his gaze. Meanwhile, at the Haotian clan, Tang Xiao and his companions also felt the powerful fluctuations of divine energy. Their expressions turned grave. As the former leading sect among the upper three sects, the Haotian clan had always taken upon themselves the mantle of safeguarding peace and justice across the Douluo Continent. Now, the rise of the Spirit Hall instilled an unprecedented pressure upon them. It appears a great battle is inevitable. Tang Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes radiating resolute determination. The lower three sects and Sea God Island also became aware of this shift, enveloping the entire Douluo Continent in a tense atmosphere. However, Yao Chen did not afford them much time for reaction. He understood that to truly achieve the goal of Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent, he must take swift action while the various factions were still unprepared. Under Yao Chen's command, the forces of the Spirit Hall commenced their rapid advance. With the ferocity of a thunderstorm, they launched fierce assaults against the various powers. With his formidable strength and the aid of the divine selection system, Yao Chen repeatedly thwarted the enemy's counterattacks, laying a solid foundation for the Spirit Hall's victories. As the Spirit Hall continued to triumph across the continent, the system consistently rewarded Yao Chen. These rewards included not only precious soul beast inner cores and fragments of divine artifacts, but also an array of extraordinary techniques and skills. Yao Chen judiciously allocated these rewards among the members of the Spirit Hall, assisting them in enhancing their prowess. Simultaneously, he took personal initiative to cultivate new talent for the Spirit Hall. He established the Spirit Hall Academy, providing opportunities for children of humble origins to awaken their martial spirits and learn the paths of cultivation. Through Yao Chen's efforts, the common folk of the Douluo Continent finally glimpsed their own dawn. They were no longer deprived of their rights to cultivate due to their lowly birth. Every individual had the chance to become a powerful soul master through their own endeavors. This initiative not only garnered immense respect for the Spirit Hall among the common populace, but also amassed a wealth of talent for its future development. Among the many disciples of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina's growth was particularly remarkable. Under Yao Chen's meticulous guidance, her strength soared, and within a few short years, she successfully broke through to the rank of titled Douluo. Her talent and dedication were acknowledged by all, and through collective election, she emerged as the heir to the Spirit Empire. Teacher, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will lead the Spirit Empire toward an even more glorious future. Hulaina knelt before Yao Chen, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. Yao Chen smiled as he assisted Hulaina to her feet, saying, Child, you have grown. I am confident that you can bear this great responsibility. Remember, the future of the Spirit Empire lies in the hands of the youth like you. With the dominion of the Spirit Hall gradually solidifying across the continent, Yao Chen began to initiate changes to the rules of Douluo Continent. Harnessing his formidable strength and the power of the divine selection system, he shattered the previous constraints on cultivation, allowing all to practice freely and providing everyone with the opportunity to become the strongest. Simultaneously, he sought ways to enable more individuals to attain divinity, nurturing a succession of powerful deities for the Douluo Continent. Under Yao Chen's diligent efforts, the soul beasts of Douluo Continent encountered new opportunities. No longer were they wantonly hunted by humans. Instead, a chance for peaceful coexistence emerged. Some formidable soul beasts, with Yao Chen's assistance, began their own journeys towards godhood. After years of relentless endeavor, Yao Chen finally realized his aspirations. He aided Qian Rinxue in ascending to the position of God King, while he himself successfully attained the status of the Creator God. At this juncture, the Douluo Continent, under the governance of the Spirit Hall, flourished in a state of prosperity. The populace thrived and the spirit cultivation culture flourished. Hulaina and her companions reached the pinnacle of level 99, becoming the strongest beings on the continent. Aside from Yao Chen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rinxue, this was merely the beginning. Standing atop his divine throne, Yao Chen gazed upon the entirety of the Douluo Continent, his eyes reflecting boundless aspirations for the future. As a new journey commenced, Yao Chen, alongside Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, set forth to explore the unknown realms. They had laid a solid foundation and assurance for the Spirit Empire, ensuring its continued prosperity even in their absence. Under the new rules and order, the Douluo Continent was destined to usher in an even more glorious tomorrow. Chapter 72, Prologue to a New Era in the Skies of Douluo Continent. Yao Chen stood upon the void, radiating the unique golden aura of the Creator God, his consciousness weaving like delicate spider silk, enveloping the entire continent. Behind him, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong were surrounded by divine brilliance, their potent divine energy causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. Master, are we truly to leave Douluo Continent to explore the unknown world? A trace of reluctance flickered in Qian Renxue's eyes. This land bore witness to her glory and struggles. A place of her growth. Yao Chen nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. The Douluo Continent has found its course, and our mission is momentarily complete. Yet, within the boundless cosmos, countless mysteries await our exploration, perhaps tied to the destiny of the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong gently caressed the scepter at her waist, her expression a tapestry of emotions. However, I cannot ease my mind regarding the Spirit Empire and those who have only just acclimated to the new order. There is no need for concern, Yao Chen replied. His eyes cast toward the flourishing land below. Hulaina and the others have matured enough to safeguard this realm. The resources and legacies we leave behind will ensure the continued prosperity of the Douluo Continent. At that moment, in the capital of the Spirit Empire, Hulaina stood atop the palace tower, gazing at the three deities on the horizon. Beside her stood the similarly esteemed title Douluo, Xieyu, along with Yin and others. Hulaina, Xieyu inquired, a hint of melancholy in his voice. When do you think our teachers will return? In his heart, Yao Chen was both mentor and father, the one who altered his fate. Hulaina took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, regardless of when our teacher returns. We must protect the Spirit Empire and live up to his expectations. The figures of the three individuals gradually faded into the horizon. Yet the inhabitants of Douluo Continent remained immersed in the awe and joy brought forth by the transformation. In times past, only a select few nobles and exceptionally gifted individuals had the opportunity to awaken their martial spirits and embark on the path of cultivation. However, now even the children of common folk can experience the power of martial spirits during the awakening ceremony. In a remote town, during a martial spirit awakening ceremony, a frail little boy stood nervously before the crystal orb. The moment his hand made contact with the orb, a gentle blue light erupted, revealing a lively azure bird martial spirit. The boy's parents were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, while the surrounding villagers cast envious and congratulatory glances. Thanks to Lord Yao Chen, he has altered our fate, exclaimed the boy's father, kneeling in reverence and bowing towards the direction of the martial spirit hall. Such scenes unfolded continuously in every corner of Douluo Continent. After the departure of Yao Chen, Hulaina devoted herself wholeheartedly to the construction of the Spirit Empire. She expanded the scale of the Spirit Academy, recruiting outstanding spirit masters from various regions to serve as instructors, and established a dedicated scholarship system to encourage the children of commoners to diligently cultivate their skills. On the training grounds of the academy, young disciples sweated profusely as a teacher guided a student on how to harness the power of their spirit. Remember, the spirit is a part of your being. Feel it with your heart and master it. Yao Chen has created such an excellent environment for our cultivation. We must strive to become powerful guardians of the Douluo Continent. In the depths of the spirit beast forest, the once hostile spirit beasts were now adapting to new regulations. A 10,000-year spirit beast stood before a group of younglings, explaining, "Humans have signed a peace treaty with us, and Lord Yao Chen has granted us the opportunity to ascend to divinity. From this moment forth, we shall protect this land together with humanity." As time passed, the number of powerful beings on the Douluo Continent grew steadily. Hulaina led the new generation of spirit masters in the relentless exploration of innovative cultivation methods and spirit technique combinations. They organized spirit master exchange conferences, allowing practitioners from different regions and wielding different spirits to engage in mutual sparring and collective advancement. During one such conference, a supportive spirit master adept in healing showcased a newly developed healing technique capable of instantly curing severely injured spirit masters. The audience was astounded, collectively realizing that in this era where everyone could cultivate, innovation and collaboration were the keys to enhancing strength. However, beneath the surface of prosperity lay unsettling undercurrents. Some nefarious forces sought to exploit the absence of Yao Chen and others to instigate discord. In the borderlands of the continent, a mysterious dark power quietly emerged, sowing discord and attempting to disrupt the peace and stability of the realm. Upon receiving this news, Hulaina immediately summoned powerful allies such as Xieyu and Yin. We cannot remain passive. If this dark force is not eradicated in due time, it will bring disaster to the Douluo Continent. In the pursuit of the dark powers, the spirit masters encountered numerous challenges. The dark forces excelled in concealment, employing bizarre dark magic that momentarily confounded the spirit masters. Yet, Hulaina did not waver. With her keen insight and exceptional leadership, she guided her companions step by step to unravel the dark forces' conspiracy. It was revealed that this dark power was composed of remnants from ancient families whose interests had been disrupted by Yao Chen. They sought to restore their former dominion. even allying with the forces of darkness. In a fierce battle, Hulaina and her allies successfully defeated the leader of the dark forces, eradicating this malevolent entity entirely. Following this upheaval, the people of the Douluo Continent cherished their hard-earned peace even more. After addressing the crisis posed by the dark forces, Hulaina began to contemplate how to further enhance the strength of the Spirit Empire in anticipation of future challenges. She resolved to journey to Sea God Island to seek collaboration with its inhabitants. Upon her arrival, Poseidon welcomed Hulaina and her party with tranquility. The current Sea God Island, influenced by Yao Chen, had undergone tremendous transformations. The once secluded island has begun to engage in communication with the mainland, allowing the Soul Masters residing there to step forth and learn from their counterparts on the continent. Hulaina, have you come this time to jointly safeguard the Douluo Continent? Poseidon inquired with a smile. Hulaina respectfully bowed, responding, indeed, esteemed elder. With Master Yao Chen's departure, it is imperative that we unite the various forces to protect the peace of this continent. Poseidon nodded in agreement, stating, Sea God Island is willing to collaborate with the Spirit Empire to jointly uphold the tranquility of the Douluo Continent. Through their concerted efforts, a more robust defense system was established across the Douluo Continent, tightly interlinking the various factions. The Soul Masters engaged in regular joint training exercises to enhance their crisis response capabilities. Simultaneously, Hulaina and her companions remained devoted to Master Yao Chen's teachings, striving to assist more individuals in attaining divinity. They sought out those with extraordinary talents and noble hearts across the continent, providing resources and guidance to help them break through their limitations and ascend into the realm of the divine. In an ancient valley, a young soul master was undergoing the trial of ascension. Hulaina and Xiaoyu stood guard nearby, offering support and protection. At the moment the young soul master successfully solidified his divine ring, a brilliant light illuminated the valley, heralding the birth of a new deity. As more individuals achieved divinity, the divine power of the Douluo Continent gradually strengthened. Under the guardianship of Hulaina and her companions, this land was advancing towards a more glorious future. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, Yao Chen, Qianrenxue, and Bibian were embarking on new adventures, their fates intricately linked with that of the Douluo Continent, awaiting the next convergence. Chapter 73, The New Era's Tide. The undercurrent begins to surge beneath the vast and boundless sky of the Douluo Continent. Resplendent stars twinkled mysteriously and timelessly. The figures of Yao Chen, Qianrenxue, and Bibian had long vanished into the horizon, venturing into the unknown depths of the universe in search of new mysteries. On the continent, Hulaina, as the heir of the Spirit Empire, bore a significant responsibility, guiding this land forward. The capital of the Spirit Empire radiated prosperity and vibrancy. The streets bustled with traffic and throngs of people, as soul masters and civilians from diverse regions converged here. The shops lining the streets were filled with an array of cultivation resources, soul guide devices, and everyday necessities. Dressed in splendid attire, Hulaina strolled through the palace corridor, her gaze reflecting determination and contemplation. Though the Spirit Empire had found its footing after the departure of her mentors, numerous hidden perils still loomed. Hulaina muttered softly to herself, acutely aware that the situation left by Yao Chen and others was one rife with both opportunities and challenges. Just then, Xiaoyu hurried into the palace, his expression slightly grave. Hulaina, I have just received news that a mysterious force has been frequently active along the northwestern border of the empire, seemingly gathering strength in the shadows. Hulaina furrowed her brow, a flicker of vigilance crossing her eyes. Immediately dispatch individuals to investigate. We must ascertain the origins and intentions of this force. Within the Spirit Academy, a new generation of students was diligently honing their skills. In the expansive training ground, the air resonated with fervent shouts as the trainees paired off to engage in practical combat exercises. A young mentor stood at the side, offering guidance. Remember, in battle, it is not only the power of your martial soul that matters, but also the agile application of tactics and skills. Lord Yao Chen has provided us with such a superior environment for cultivation. We must not betray his expectations. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the continent, the exchanges between Sea God Island and the mainland had become increasingly frequent. Enormous ships traversed the waters, ferrying various supplies and soul masters eager to learn and share knowledge. Poseidon stood on the shores of Sea God Island, gazing out at the distant mainland, his heart filled with myriad emotions. The arrival of Lord Yao Chen had transformed the landscape of Douluo Continent and provided a new direction for the development of Sea God Island. Now, united with the martial soul empire, we strive to safeguard the peace of this land. Hoping to fulfill our mission, Poseidon whispered, deep within the Soul Beast forest. The Soul Beasts, once hostile towards humans, were adapting to the new rules. A 10,000-year Soul Beast was imparting survival wisdom to a group of younglings. Humans are no longer our enemies. We must learn to coexist with them on this continent. Lord Yao Chen has bestowed upon us equal opportunities that we must cherish. Yet beneath the tranquil facade, dark currents surged quietly. In a hidden dark castle nestled within a valley in the mysterious northwest border, a group of cloaked figures had gathered. At the forefront stood a man with a sinister visage, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. With Yao Chen and his allies gone, this is the opportune moment for us to reclaim dominion over Douluo Continent. For years, we have bided our time for this very instant, the man declared with fierce determination. But the martial Soul Empire is now brimming with talent, especially with Hulina leading a formidable group of Soul Masters. How shall we contend with them? A cloaked figure inquired anxiously. With the support of dark forces, along with those families discontented by Yao Chen's rule changes. We shall strike a devastating blow to the martial Soul Empire, the leader retorted with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Hulina's dispatched investigators began reporting back. After thorough investigation, they uncovered that this mysterious force was linked to certain ancient dark families, who had lost their privileges during Yao Chen's unification of the continent and had long sought to restore their former power. So it is them. Daring to stir trouble at this time, Hulina clenched her fists, flames of anger igniting within her. She promptly summoned Xiaoyu, Yin, and several other core soul masters to devise a counter-strategy. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Though this dark force appeared weak, the dark powers supporting them should not be underestimated. Moreover, they could very well incite those harboring grievances to join their ranks, Xiaoyu assessed. Regardless, we must not allow them to disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent. We must take the initiative and crush their conspiracy in its cradle. Hulina resolutely made her decision. Thus, she led the elite spirit masters of the Wuhuan Empire on a journey toward the northwestern border. Along the way, they braved the elements, enduring both hunger and fatigue as they traveled day and night. As they approached the ominous dark castle, they were enveloped by a palpable aura of darkness. Be cautious. The dark forces here are formidable, Hulina warned, simultaneously unleashing her spirit, which caused the air around them to grow heavy with intensity. Within the dark castle, figures clad in black robes sensed the arrival of Hulina and her companions. The leader of these figures displayed a sinister grin, proclaiming, "You have come at the perfect time. Allow us to demonstrate our strength." At his command, a multitude of dark spirit masters surged forth from the castle, exuding an aura of malevolence as they charged toward Hulina and her allies. A fierce battle erupted. Leading the charge, Hulina radiated a powerful light from her spirit, creating a stark contrast against the encroaching darkness. Her weapon danced through the air with precision, each strike infused with a fierce momentum that repelled the dark spirit masters in front of her. Both Xiaoyu and Yin displayed no reluctance, skillfully coordinating with Hulina as they weaved through the ranks of dark spirit masters, inflicting significant damage upon the enemy. However, the resistance from the dark forces proved to be tenacious. They relentlessly cast dark magic in an attempt to subdue Hulina and her team. During the fray, one spirit master from the Wuhuan Empire was inadvertently struck by dark magic, sustaining severe injuries. We cannot allow them to prevail. Hulina thought anxiously upon witnessing this. She focused her mind, channeling her inner spirit power to prepare for a formidable attack. At that moment, a sudden flash of light illuminated the sky, revealing the arrival of reinforcements from Sea God Island. Poseidon had dispatched several powerful spirit masters to assist them, and their entrance shifted the tide of battle. With the combined efforts of both sides, the dark forces began to find themselves in dire straits. Seeing the precarious situation, the leader attempted to flee. However, Hulina would not permit his escape so easily. She executed a swift movement, appearing before him in an instant to block his path. "Your schemes will not succeed. Today marks your end," Hulina declared coldly. Under the weight of her formidable assault, the leader was ultimately defeated, causing the dark forces to collapse in disarray. Through this confrontation, Hulina recognized the fragility of peace on Douluo Continent, understanding that vigilance against various potential threats was essential. Upon returning to the Wuhuan Empire, she set about fortifying the empire's defense systems while also intensifying the training of civilian spirit masters, ensuring that more individuals could contribute to safeguarding the continent. In the days that followed, Hulina continued her efforts to promote the development of Douluo Continent. She organized spirit master tournaments, providing an opportunity for spirit masters from different regions to engage in friendly competition and share their experiences. This event unveiled numerous exceptional young spirit masters, whose strength and potential illuminated the future hopes for Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, Hulaina dedicated herself to improving the relationship between spirit beasts and humans. She regularly ventured into the spirit beast forest to communicate with the spirit beasts, ensuring the smooth execution of peace agreements. Through her relentless efforts, the trust between soul beasts and humanity gradually deepened, collectively contributing to the prosperity of the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, in the remote depths of the cosmos, Yao Chen, Shenren and Bibi Dong were embarking on a thrilling adventure. They faced formidable forces from different universes, with each challenge testing their strength and wisdom. Yet, they never forgot the Douluo Continent, their hearts tethered to the land they once protected. As time passed, under the guardianship of Hulaina and others, the Douluo Continent flourished even more. New deities continually emerged, and the continent's power steadily increased. Hulaina, the successor of the Spirit Empire, was inscribing a new legend for the Douluo Continent with her wisdom and courage. Chapter 74. Undercurrents and new changes on the continent. Across the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, the banner of the Spirit Empire fluttered fiercely in the wind, heralding a new era for the land. Hulaina stood atop the highest point of the imperial palace, gazing down upon the bustling capital with a heart filled with both sorrow for the departure of her predecessors like Yao Chen and a resolute determination to protect this continent. Now, while my teachers traverse the unknown cosmos, I must safeguard Douluo, she whispered softly, her gaze sweeping over the lively streets below where the populace thrived and soul masters exchanged cultivation insights. This peace and prosperity were all a result of Yao Chen's transformative influence. At this moment, Yu hurriedly arrived, bearing intelligence with a grave expression. Hulaina, there is new information. Recently, mysterious spatial fluctuations have been detected around the Douluo forest, suggesting that a powerful force may be conducting experiments. Hulaina furrowed her brow. The Douluo forest, being a crucial habitat for soul beasts and closely tied to the continent's ecology and soul master cultivation, could not be taken lightly. Immediately summon Yin and several other elders. We must ascertain the nature of this disturbance. In the conference room of the palace, core members of the Spirit Empire gathered, the atmosphere tinged with seriousness. Yin spoke first. Could it be remnants of the dark forces causing mischief? Although we dealt them a heavy blow before, there is no guarantee that none have escaped. An elder shook his head. The remnants of the dark forces no longer pose a significant threat. In my view, this power seems to originate from an external source, perhaps linked to some ancient, mysterious organization. Hulaina pondered for a moment before responding. Regardless of who they are, we cannot remain passive. Send individuals to investigate the Douluo forest covertly. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Simultaneously, deep within the Douluo forest, several powerful soul beasts sensed the anomaly. As the former king of soul beasts, Tian had accepted the new rules of peaceful coexistence with humanity, yet remained highly vigilant towards the changes in the forest. This fluctuation is peculiar. It seems to be attempting to disrupt some form of balance. Tian's massive form moved slowly through the woods, followed by Bai Ji, Ziji, and other soul beasts. Bai Ji expressed her concern. Could it be that someone intends to undermine the new order established by Lord Yao Chen? If this is the case, then the Douluo Continent is likely to descend into yet another crisis. On Sea God Island, Poseidon also sensed the mysterious fluctuations of power. Standing before the Sea God Temple, she gazed toward the direction of the Douluo Continent, a sense of unease stirring within her. It seems that the Douluo Continent is about to face a formidable trial. Poseidon murmured to herself before turning to the sea spirit masters beside her, instructing them to prepare the ships for immediate support to the mainland. Meanwhile, at the Haotian clan, Tang Xiao received news regarding the anomalies in the Douluo forest. He convened the elders of the clan to discuss countermeasures. This force was fierce and unyielding. If not handled properly, the entire continent would be affected. Tang Xiao's expression was grave. Although there had been conflicts with the Spirit Empire in the past, in matters concerning the safety of the continent, they must stand united. The investigators dispatched by the Spirit Empire soon arrived at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Cautiously, they approached the area where the fluctuations were most intense, only to discover that it was shrouded in a layer of mysterious power, making it difficult to approach. Captain, this barrier is peculiar. Our soul power cannot penetrate it, one of the spirit masters said anxiously. The captain furrowed his brow, attempting various methods to breach the barrier, yet all were in vain. Just as they prepared to retreat temporarily, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from within the barrier, encircling them completely. Not good. It's a trap, the captain shouted. immediately leading his team to unleash their martial spirits in preparation for battle. Within the dark energy, strange silhouettes began to emerge, exuding a potent aura of malevolence, and launched a fierce assault on the spirit masters. They fought valiantly in resistance, but the dark power was overwhelming, and they gradually found themselves ensnared in peril. At that moment, a familiar figure descended from the sky. It was Hulaina. Her weapon shimmered with light, instantly dispersing a portion of the dark energy. "Is everyone all right?" Hulaina called out loudly. "Lady Hulaina, what brings you here?" The captain exclaimed in surprise. "I sensed the dangerous aura here and could not remain at ease." "So I came," Hulaina replied with a stern expression. "It seems the enemy's strength is greater than we anticipated." Hulaina unleashed her full power, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark forces. Under her leadership, the spirit masters gradually regained their footing. However, the dark energy continued to surge forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Emperor Tian arrived, accompanied by a host of spirit beasts. With a mighty swipe of his enormous dragon claw, he unleashed a powerful force against the dark entities. "Humans, although we coexist in peace now, this forest is the homeland of our spirit beasts and shall not be violated." Emperor Tian's voice resonated with depth and authority. Hulaina nodded slightly. "Thank you, Senior Emperor Tian, for your assistance. We must face this crisis together." With the combined assault of the spirit beasts and the spirit masters of the spirit empire, signs of defeat began to manifest within the dark forces. As the dark forces dissipated, the enigmatic barrier gradually vanished. Upon entering its confines, the crowd discovered a colossal magic circle, aglow with peculiar runes, seemingly conducting a sinister ritual. "What is this?" Yin inquired, his voice laced with confusion. Hulaina stepped forward, scrutinizing the magic circle. "This appears to be an ancient forbidden technique, aimed at disrupting the balance of Douluo Continent's rules, unleashing a formidable dark power to dominate the entire realm." Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, the magic circle began to tremble violently, and a figure slowly emerged from within. Cloaked in a dark robe, the individual's visage remained obscured. Yet an aura of chilling malevolence emanated from them. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" Such naivety, the figure intoned coldly. "I have prepared for this day for many years. Though Yao Chen altered the rules of Douluo Continent, after his departure, this land remains firmly within my grasp." Hulaina glared defiantly. "You shall not disrupt the peace of this continent. Today marks your end." With that, she launched the first attack. And Tian, along with the other soul masters and soul beasts, joined the fray. The dark-robed figure wielded immense power, manipulating the forces of darkness to engage in a breathtaking battle. During the conflict, Hulaina discerned that the attack patterns of the dark-robed figure differed significantly from those of the previous dark forces. He seemed to wield an even more ancient and potent form of dark magic. "Everyone, be cautious. His magic is treacherous. Do not approach recklessly," Hulaina warned loudly. However, the assaults from the dark-robed figure intensified, and the group began to struggle against the onslaught. In that moment of peril, a golden radiance suddenly illuminated the sky. It was the reinforcements from Sea God Island, led personally by Poseidon, who joined the battle. Poseidon's arrival turned the tide of the conflict. She unleashed the power of the sea god, countering the dark magic of the robed figure. With everyone's concerted efforts, the dark figure's strength gradually waned. "Impossible. How can I fail?" he bellowed in despair. Seizing the opportunity, Hulaina unleashed her most powerful strike, directly hitting the dark-robed figure. With a piercing scream, he collapsed to the ground, and the dark forces dissipated alongside him. Once the crisis was averted, the group exhaled in relief. Hulaina gazed at her weary companions, her heart brimming with gratitude. This crisis was averted thanks to our collective efforts. Tian regarded Hulaina with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Human, you have done well. I hope you will continue to safeguard this continent, ensuring that soul beasts and humans can coexist in eternal peace." Hulaina solemnly nodded. "I shall." Senior Tian. Upon returning to the Spirit Empire, Hulaina commenced a thorough investigation into the incident. She uncovered that the dark-robed individual was a descendant of an ancient family that had long sought to dominate Douluo Continent, clandestinely plotting for countless years. It seems that the path to peace on Douluo Continent remains fraught with challenges. Hulaina resolutely resolved to strengthen the defenses of the continent, determined to prevent a recurrence of such crises. In the days that followed, she continued to advance the development of Douluo Continent. She increased investment in the Soul Master Academy, nurturing more exceptional Soul Masters, while actively collaborating with other factions to jointly uphold the peace and stability of the realm. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe. The adventures of Yao Chen, Qian Renque, and Bibi Dong persisted. As they explored the unknown worlds, they continually enhanced their own power. While remaining ever vigilant regarding the movements of Douluo Continent, they believed that Hulaina and the people of Douluo Continent would undoubtedly safeguard the land they cherished. Chapter 75. A new era of glory, crisis re-emerges. The sky over Douluo Continent was clear and serene. The gentle warmth of the sun cascading over every inch of the Spirit Empire, reflecting a scene of prosperity and flourishing. At the heart of the Spirit Empire, the magnificent palace gleamed brilliantly. Hulaina stood on the palace terrace, gazing into the distance, her heart brimming with aspirations for the future of the continent. The empire's current prosperity was entirely reliant on the foundation laid by her mentor. Hulaina murmured softly, the figure of Yao Chen standing in her heart like an immortal monument, inspiring her to forge ahead. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Xiaoyu hastily ascended the terrace, holding a fresh intelligence report. A hint of tension etched across his features. Hulaina, I've just received news of large-scale energy fluctuations in the extreme north, and there are signs indicating the gathering of a mysterious force there. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's brow furrowed deeply. The extreme north was known for its harsh environment and sparse population. Such anomalies could only signify hidden machinations. Summon the elders immediately. We must discuss a strategy. This matter is of utmost importance. In the conference hall of the palace, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The elders gathered, their gazes fixated on the intelligence report in Hulaina's hands. The extreme north, a desolate land of ice and snow. How could a force suddenly gather there? An elder broke the silence, his face a mask of confusion. Yen rubbed his chin thoughtfully and speculated. Could it be that some nefarious individuals are attempting to wreak havoc in that remote area while Lord Yao Chen and the others are away? Hulaina pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Regardless of their intentions, we cannot afford to be complacent. The extreme north is not only a habitat for soul beasts but also harbors abundant resources. Should it fall into the hands of evil forces, the consequences would be dire. The assembly nodded in agreement, ultimately deciding to dispatch an elite team of soul masters to the extreme north for a covert reconnaissance, ensuring that they would assess the mysterious force's true nature without alarming them. Meanwhile, deep within the extreme north, in a secret base concealed beneath the glaciers, a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire busied themselves with their endeavors. At the forefront stood a tall man, his face marred by a ghastly scar, his eyes betraying a madness and insatiable greed. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Once we harness the enigmatic power of the far north, we shall overthrow the reign of the Spirit Empire and reclaim dominion over this continent, the man declared with ferocity. On Sea God Island, Poseidon sensed yet again the unusual fluctuations emanating from the Douluo Continent. Her expression grew grave, a foreboding feeling creeping into her heart. It seemed that the tranquil days were about to be shattered anew. With a soft sigh, Poseidon turned to her accompanying sea spirit masters, instructing them to prepare the vessels, ready to set sail at a moment's notice should the continent require assistance. Meanwhile, at the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao had also received news regarding the far north. He summoned the elite disciples of the sect, his countenance serious. Although we have had disputes with the Spirit Empire in the past, in the face of the continent's peril, all grievances must be set aside. We must join forces with the Spirit Empire to confront the crisis in the far north. A reconnaissance team dispatched by the Spirit Empire arrived at the far north. The biting cold wind sliced against their faces as the team members cautiously advanced, gradually approaching the source of the energy fluctuations. However, as they neared the camp of the mysterious force, they triggered a formidable defensive mechanism, with countless ice spikes shooting towards them from all directions. Be careful, the captain shouted, and the team members swiftly unleashed their martial spirits, forming a defensive barrier. Yet the onslaught of ice spikes was too fierce, and cracks began to appear in their shield. In that critical moment, a fiery red light descended from the heavens, instantly melting the surrounding ice spikes. The group looked up to see Hulaina clad in a crimson robe, resembling a goddess of flames descending upon them. Are you all right? Hulaina inquired with concern. Lady Hulaina, your arrival is most timely, the captain expressed gratefully. I sensed the danger in this area and could not remain at ease, so I came here, Hulaina replied. Her expression stern as her gaze swept towards the camp of the mysterious force. Clearly, they had been prepared, leading her team cautiously towards the camp. Hulaina discovered it was deserted, save for a colossal magic circle emanating an eerie glow. The magic circle was inscribed with peculiar runes, and as they flickered, The temperature around them plummeted, filling the air with a chilling aura. This magic circle is quite strange. It seems to be siphoning energy from the far north. One of the team members voiced with concern, just as Hulaina was about to examine the magic circle more closely. A horde of ice-type spirit beasts surged forth from the camp's perimeter, their eyes glinting with a sinister red light, evidently controlled by some malevolent force. This is bad. It's a trap, Hulaina shouted, immediately unleashing her martial spirit, engaging in a fierce battle with the ice-type spirit beasts. The onslaught from the ice beast was relentless, as they wielded the power of ice elements to launch wave after wave of attacks against Hulaina and her companions. Hulaina and her companions fought valiantly against their foes, but as time wore on, they gradually found themselves in dire straits. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and a colossal ice phoenix descended from the sky. The phoenix emanated an overwhelming chill, causing the surrounding ice spirit beasts to tremble in fear. Is this the Ice Emperor? Hulaina gazed in astonishment at the majestic creature before her. The voice of the Ice Emperor resonated in their minds. Humans, this land is the sanctuary of our spirit beasts, and it shall not be desecrated by your presence. Hulaina quickly explained, Esteemed Ice Emperor, we are here to thwart the forces of evil, who seek to exploit the power of the far north to dominate the continent. The Ice Emperor nodded slightly. I sense the malevolent aura you speak of. In that case, I shall lend you my strength. With the Ice Emperor's assistance, the pressure on Hulaina and her allies was significantly alleviated. They coordinated closely with the Ice Emperor, gradually turning the tide of battle. However, just as they were on the brink of defeating the ice spirit beasts, the leader of the mysterious forces emerged. Humph. Do you think you can thwart me so easily? Such naivety. The leader bellowed, waving his staff, unleashing a formidable wave of dark energy that enveloped the entire camp. Under the shroud of darkness, the movements of the Ice Emperor and Hulaina became sluggish, and the ice spirit beasts descended into madness once more. This dark power is too potent. Hulaina gritted her teeth in despair. Just as hope seemed lost, a golden light suddenly pierced the sky. It was the reinforcements from Sea God Island, led by Poseidon and the Ocean Spirit Masters, who joined the fray. Poseidon summoned the power of the Sea God, fiercely countering the dark forces. With her aid, Hulaina and her companions gradually broke free from the clutches of darkness. Everyone, let's unite and vanquish him, Hulaina cried, rallying alongside Poseidon, the Ice Emperor, and others to launch a final assault against the leader of the mysterious forces. Though the leader was formidable, he ultimately fell to the combined might of their efforts. As he collapsed, the dark energy began to dissipate, the ice spirit beasts returned to normal, and the crisis in the far north was finally averted. After the danger had passed, Hulaina and her allies conducted a thorough investigation of the base of the mysterious forces. They discovered that this enigmatic faction was a coalition of ancient families, overthrown by medicinal dust, who sought to reclaim their lost power by harnessing the arcane forces of the far north. It seems the path to peace in Douluo Continent remains long and arduous, Hulaina remarked with a sense of resignation. Upon returning to the Spirit Empire, she initiated a comprehensive upgrade of the Empire's defensive systems, intensifying patrols in border regions while fortifying alliances with other factions.